Entangled in the fierce power struggles of a wealthy family under the guise of a contractual marriage, she navigates the treacherous waters of corporate warfare and the enigmas of her lineage. Unbeknownst to her, she has already become a pawn in the intricate game of her adversary. Amidst the tumult of lies and desires, the truth of a blood-stained childhood is ultimately unveiled, leading to a tumultuous dance of love and conflict between two formidable forces. Chapter 1. The Sudden Misfortune 1. After graduating from university, I relinquished a lucrative opportunity with a prestigious Fortune 500 company in the bustling metropolis, opting instead for a nondescript firm in Hangzhou. Within less than 2 years, I ascended from a mere junior employee to the position of public relations director. Behind closed doors, many disparaged me, branding me a cunning vixen, suggesting that the significant contracts I secured were a result of illicit favors, equating my actions to those of a common courtesan. Su Changsheng, my uncle and my father's sole sibling, is, in my eyes, nothing but a wolf cold, selfish, and merciless. It was he who orchestrated the downfall of my family. Merely half an hour after my father took the wheel, the vehicle malfunctioned, the brakes failed, and the car careened off the mountain road, plummeting into the abyss. Realizing the impending doom, my parents instinctively enveloped me in their arms, shielding me with their bodies. From that day forth, I beck very well, I shall settle your wages tomorrow. You may retire for the night now. At that moment, I felt an utter loss of motivation. I weakly waved my hand at Sister Zeng and replied with a faint tone. I gently tucked the precious child under the covers, then walked over and sat on the floor, playing with Zai Zai and his toys. I endeavored to cradle him in my arms, soothing him to sleep. Eventually, I myself lost track of how I fell asleep. Before succumbing to slumber, my mind was a whirlwind of countless thoughts and musings. I suddenly felt an immense distance from my former self, grappling with this state of exhaustion and chaos, unsure when it would come to an end. I began to reminisce about my previous life, full of vigor and ambition, longing for the version of myself that was always poised for action, ready to ignite at any moment. The next morning, I awoke to find that Sheng Jun had already departed. I was so utterly fatigued that I had fallen asleep on the floor alongside Zai Zai, resting upon the play mat I had laid out for him, with a thin blanket draped over Yusong that Sheng Jun had carried to the sofa the previous night. As I roused, both Qianjin and Zai Zai were still soundly asleep. I had become so worn that I could not manage more than a few hours of rest each night. Yet, upon gazing at the two vibrant little faces peacefully resting before me, I felt that all my sacrifices were indeed worthwhile. Ah yes, when will this come to a conclusion? As dawn broke, I faced yet another long day ahead. Seizing the opportunity while Aunt Lu was present, I first fed Zai Zai's breakfast, then drove him to kindergarten. While still en route, Aunt Lu called multiple times, informing me that Qianjin had vomited again and seemed to have a slight fever. I bore the weight of exhaustion while exchanging playful banter with Zai Zai, and the moment I dropped him off at kindergarten, I let out a deep sigh of relief. I observed countless young mothers, much like myself, whose faces reflected the same pallor and fatigue, yet their eyes shone with a resilience and happiness akin to mine. Though women are inherently delicate, motherhood empowers them. To be a mother is an intricate inner struggle, a battle against oneself. As I sat in my car at a traffic light, a striking red Ferrari pulled up beside me. The woman in the sports car, donning sunglasses, turned and flashed me an enigmatic smile. Chapter 2. An Unexpected Misfortune 2. I endured a year filled with such humiliation, each day a torment. On the day of my 9th birthday, my uncle and aunt presented me with neither gifts nor well wishes. Instead, upon discovering my tears shed in secret for my parents, my aunt deemed it an ill omen and unjustly subjected me to a brutal beating, all the while hurling venomous insults. You little harbinger of doom. Why don't you go die alongside your wretched deadbeat parents? As she continued to berate me and my parents, I reached a breaking point, and, in a fit of despair, I slammed my head forcefully into her abdomen. Caught off guard, she lost her footing and tumbled down the stairs, screaming all the way. Unbeknownst to me, She was already pregnant at that time. Despite being rushed to the hospital, the child could not be saved. More tragically, due to severe blood loss, she would never conceive again, a revelation that struck both my aunt and Su Changsheng like a bolt from the blue. That night, I faced a savage beating at the hands of Su Changsheng. He wielded all manner of implements, sticks, belts. Anything within reach, I was left a mass of bruises, and whenever I lost consciousness, he would douse me with cold water to revive me. As soon as I regained my senses and felt the pain, he would resume his relentless assault. My desperate pleas fell on deaf ears, devoid of any semblance of compassion. Ultimately, it was the family maid, unable to bear the sight any longer, who I am aware that they fear I might encounter further misfortunes. Yet within the span of a mere year, the youthful me has witnessed the chilling indifference of familial bonds and the harsh realities of life. I have also glimpsed the most avaricious, despicable, and shameless facets of human nature. Chapter 3. I bet my youth on tomorrow. 1. At the age of 18, after finally bringing Su Changsheng to court, I discovered that he had already employed various means to transfer everything from my parents' company to his own. He had manipulated my parents' original enterprise into a debt-ridden shell, and even the compensation and properties were inexplicably seized under the pretext of repaying debts. Not only did I leave empty-handed, but after suing my uncle, I was publicly slapped across the face. Accused of being an ungrateful wolf, I endured the indignation and humiliation in silence. Relying on diligent work-study, to complete 4 years of university, I silently vowed that one day I would make Su Changsheng pay the price. I joined the company of Zhou Yihai, Su Changsheng's rival, and within 2 years, I ascended from a sales position to that of public relations director, in a realm dominated by men with hearts harder than steel. One often must be even more ruthless and cunning to stand out. Over these 2 years, I have lost count of the number of men I have interacted with, the occasions I have attended, the drinks I have consumed, and the adversaries I have vanquished. My boss, Zhou Yihai, remarked that my ruthless nature is hardly befitting of a woman. I merely scoffed, placing $1 million contract before him and confidently declaring, "Zhou, my next objective is to secure the largest client of Su Changsheng. If I am likened to a sleek cheetah, precise in my hunting and graceful in my demeanor, then Zhou Yihai is akin to a cunning, duplicitous fox that we conspire together, united in our ambitions. Tonight, our target is to secure the newly appointed CEO of Shengshi Group. Sheng Jun. I have always set my sights on a target and never missed my mark. Sheng Jun is rumored to be the most challenging figure in Hangzhou's public relations scene, an overseas returnee, a wealthy third-generation heir, with an aloof personality and striking looks that leave countless professional women at a loss. I have encountered him twice, once in leopard print high heels and once adorned with a Cartier cheetah necklace. It was evident that he did not favor overly assertive women, as he publicly criticized me for wearing my ambition on my sleeve. I never deny my ambitious nature, and tonight, I intend to showcase it to him. Zhou Yihai has arranged our meeting at Zijin City, the most prestigious entertainment venue in Hangzhou in recent years. As I entered the private room clad in a silver cocktail dress, clutching a clutch with elegance, Zhou Yihai was already engaged in cordial conversation with Sheng Jun. I approached Sheng Jun and casually draped a leg over his thigh, offering him a radiant smile. "Do not play games with me, Miss Su," Sheng Jun remarked, initially surprised but then revealing a knowing smile upon realizing my identity. I gazed intently at him, laughing softly. "It is rare for you, Mr. Sheng, to remember me. May I accompany you for a drink tonight?" This man is well versed in the art of playful flirtation. Upon hearing my words, Sheng Jun unabashedly wrapped his arm around my slender waist and leaned in, almost whispering into my ear, "Of course I remember you, and the impression you left is quite profound. However, how do you intend to keep me company? What kind of company does Mr. Sheng desire?" "Mr. Sheng, whatever you require of me, I am at your service," I whispered softly in his ear. The revelers in the private room were already intoxicated, swaying unsteadily, and apart from Zhou Yihai, who scrutinized our every move with hawkish vigilance. The others were too inebriated to pay us any mind. "You will acquiesce to whatever I ask?" he remarked, his piercing gaze scanning my figure. Upon noticing my scant and alluring attire, he inhaled deeply. "In that case, let us see how you perform." Chapter 4. I gamble my youth for tomorrow, too. I entwine my fingers around his neck. Of course, I shall put on a splendid performance. This evening, I had no intention of leaving myself an escape route. Sheng Jun, I am resolute in my pursuit, even if it requires sacrificing my body. Sheng Jun chuckled disdainfully, pushing me away with a flick of his wrist. Then in a mocking tone said, I've long heard of Miss Sue's ascent through the bed, but seeing is indeed believing. Unfortunately, you are not to my taste. I had anticipated that Xing would not be easily swayed. So I smiled and seized the half-empty bottle of XO from the table, addressing him. Whether I ascend by lying down or standing is of little consequence. What truly matters is my sincerity tonight. I arrived late, so I shall honor you with this half-bottle. With that, I took a deep breath, twisted off the cap, stood up, and drank the contents of the bottle in front of Xing. I then placed the empty bottle on the table, wrapped my arms around his neck, and leaned in close to his ear. Mr. Sheng, since I have come tonight, I do not intend to leave unscathed. I am willing to be a bargaining chip. Grant me an opportunity. I have presented my utmost sincerity for this collaboration. Upon hearing this, Xing laughed, his charming eyes glimmering with myriad meanings. He rose and embraced my slender waist, grinning as he said, "Very well. Then I shall witness your sincerity." He bid farewell to Zhou Yihai and decisively pulled me out of the private room. I quickly retrieved a room card from my bag and playfully waved it in front of him, sweetly declaring, "Mr. Sheng, the room is all prepared, just upstairs. You will surely enjoy it." He gazed at me, a deeper mirth dancing in his eyes. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, he hoisted me over his shoulder, brazenly carrying me into the elevator. "Mr. Sheng, you've pressed the wrong button. The room is upstairs," I exclaimed in a flurry as he pressed the number 1. "No. To my home," he replied, his voice emanating an eerily cold tone. As the elevator doors opened, an involuntary shiver coursed through me. "Oh, not be anxious. The night is still young. We shall take our time," Xing uttered with a haunting calm before unceremoniously tossing me into his luxurious vehicle. As the door closed, the driver promptly started the engine. I lay sprawled across the back seat, having been thrust with such force that my shoulder strap slipped down, momentarily revealing a captivating view. Xing glanced at me, and I expected him to rush towards me eagerly. However, he did not. He settled into another seat, leisurely engrossed in his phone, not sparing me a glance. "Mr. Sheng," I shifted into a more alluring pose, calling out in a sultry tone. He cast a languid glance in my direction before swiftly redirecting his attention to his phone. He brought the device before me, revealing a screen displaying a tall woman clad in a striking red gown, her figure reminiscent of a supermodel. "So, does Mr. Sheng fancy this one?" I inquired nonchalantly. "What do you think? Quite a figure, isn't it?" Xing raised an eyebrow and smiled at me. I pushed his phone aside, feigning indifference as I draped my arm around his neck, playfully exclaiming, "Mr. Sheng, I am right here before you. Surely, you need not be preoccupied with the beauty in the photograph." I began to unfasten the buttons of his shirt, but he seized my hand, regarding me with a bemused expression as he remarked, "Are you in such a hurry? Did you not grasp the intention behind my showing you that picture?" Of course, I understood. It was merely his way of taunting me, indicating his disdain. Yet, having taken this step, I had long since trampled my own dignity beneath my feet. His contempt for me was of little consequence. After all, I was determined to achieve my objective. "I do not comprehend, Mr. Sheng. Could you elucidate?" I feigned ignorance, batting my eyelashes as I nestled closer into his embrace. I sensed a momentary pause in his demeanor. Yet he still pushed me away, attempting to maintain an air of composure as he said, "With your figure and looks, you hardly qualify. Therefore, Director Sue, do not waste your efforts." He presumed I would retreat in the face of adversity. But I was resolute in my desire to ensnare him. I tightened my grip around his waist, knowing that a mere glance downward would reveal my nearly bare chest. Having indulged in alcohol, his resolve waned considerably. He cast an awkward glance at my bosom, his gaze lingering for 2 seconds before a mocking smile spread across his face. I truly cannot tell if Director Sue is genuinely intoxicated or merely feigning inebriation. Whether intoxicated or not was inconsequential. What mattered most was that I now found myself in his arms. "Mr. Sheng, are you truly not moved?" I leaned in, gently licking his ear with my tongue, unable to withstand the provocation any longer. He abruptly embraced me. In that moment, I felt as though I had ensnared my prey, overwhelmed with exhilaration. "You dare to provoke me. You know the consequences." He playfully nibbled at my ear before passionately capturing my lips with his hands roaming restlessly. Though the driver remained in the car, I was utterly captivated by his kiss, my body gradually relaxing. Just as I found myself defenseless, a sudden, sharp pain jolted me awake. "Mr. Sheng, what are you doing?" I gasped, my entire body convulsing in agony, and instinctively I clung tightly to him. "What do you think?" he replied with a wicked smile, lifting me as he made his way toward the bedroom. The entire ordeal felt interminable. I lost track of how long I silently endured until everything finally ceased. Tears flowed quietly down my cheeks. The beauty and brutality of the experience mattered little to me, and the pain held no significant weight. As long as this sacrifice proved worthwhile, that was sufficient. For what felt like an eternity, we remained silent. Mr. Sheng seemed fatigued, lying still beside me for a while before turning to gaze at me. Noticing my immobility, he chuckled. I initially thought Director Su was a master, but it seems quite lackluster. As long as Mr. Sheng was satisfied, my feelings were inconsequential. I bore the pain and softly replied, no, it was. Struggling to sit up, I saw a patch of red staining the sheets. Director Su, was this really necessary? Since that has happened, why exert yourself so for work? He furrowed his brow as he regarded me, nonchalantly stating this before swiftly rising to don his underwear and shirt. Surely, Mr. Sheng, with his vast experience, could discern whether this was a first or merely a monthly occurrence. I bit my lip, brushing aside my disheveled hair, striving to muster a semblance of a smile as I looked at him. Initially taken aback, he quickly appeared unfazed, watching me with a bemused expression and saying, Director Su, what era are we in? You're still playing such games? The first time? Ha! Do you really expect me to believe that? And even if it were the first time, what difference would it make? I did not coerce you, Mr. Sheng. Regardless, I have shown the utmost sincerity, and I hope you can provide me with a response that I was aware that he was indifferent. I pulled the duvet over myself, weakly speaking to him. The pain still surged through my body, causing cold sweat to bead on my forehead. That scoundrel, he had been far too forceful. He cast another glance my way, then mockingly remarked, Director Su, your lips have turned pale, yet you still remember work and performance. Such dedication is truly humbling. To think one could obtain orders through such a base method as this. I must say, Director Su, you are rather naive. I acknowledged my naivety, but this was the utmost sincerity I could offer. If you agree to cooperate, I believe our company will exert every effort to demonstrate the same level of commitment. Mr. Sheng, I understand that the offer from Su's group is substantial. We certainly have an edge over them. Perhaps you might consider us? I looked at Mr. Sheng, articulating each word carefully, and added, regardless, Mr. Sheng will always be the first man I have ever experienced. What era are we in? Do not discuss first times with me. Firstly, the authenticity of this first time remains uncertain. Secondly, even if it were genuine, in my eyes, it holds little value. Mr. Sheng chuckled once more, leaning closer to my face, gazing into my eyes, and languidly said, since you have the audacity to claim I am your first man, why not allow me to continue the experience? If you can satisfy me, I might consider the possibility of collaborating with you. Mr. Sheng, I am perplexed by your statement. The chill ran through me as I looked at him and inquired, how about this? Accompany me 100 times more. That if you can please me each time, we shall discuss collaboration afterward. He spoke with a sardonic smile. Chapter 6. A Special Agreement. 1. I understood that he was merely toying with me. He harbored no genuine desire for partnership. Suppressing my anger, I furrowed my brows and replied, Mr. Sheng, your terms seem rather harsh. Very well. He appeared to have anticipated my response, and he chuckled. Let tonight be a game between consenting adults, where neither party owes anything to the other. If you feel at a loss, tomorrow I shall write you a check. Director Su seems quite eager to join my bed. You must be in dire need of funds. Am I right? He relished seizing every opportunity to humiliate me mercilessly. However, I remained unperturbed. I gazed at Sheng Jun and calmly stated, I do not desire money, Mr. Sheng. You know what I seek. Then it shall be 100 times. Since you are so willing to contribute, why not continue your generosity? Wouldn't you agree? He replied with a cynical tone, gently grasping my hand and pulling me into his embrace, leaning close to my ear and whispering, honestly, with your looks, 100 times would be to your advantage, not mine. Fine, 100 times it shall be. Words alone are insufficient. We must have it in writing, irrevocable and undeniable, with a 3-month deadline. After 3 months, you shall terminate your contract with the Su Group and sign with our company. That if you agree, what would it matter if I accompany you 100 times? But, Mr. Sheng, do you have the courage? I made a resolute decision and declared boldly. He inhaled sharply, gazing at me with incredulity, exclaiming, Director Su truly broadens my horizons. Should I commend your audacity or my own allure? Mr. Sheng, kindly provide a straightforward answer. Is it agreeable or not? I looked at Sheng Jun and asked once more. He pinched my chin, gazing deeply into my eyes, and in a low tone stated, the 100 times come with conditions. The time, place, and position shall be at my discretion. Within 3 months, whenever I require, You must comply unconditionally. Su Shubei, do you dare? If I can fulfill it, can you? I met his gaze without flinching, unabashedly inquiring. Prove it first. Sheng Jun released my chin and added. But let me remind you, I am a rather exacting individual. Should you fail to meet the standards even once, I reserve the right to unilaterally rescind the agreement. Su Shubei, think carefully that I have already made my decision. With that, I descended from the bed in front of Sheng Jun. As my dress had been torn, I slipped on his shirt, went downstairs to retrieve my bag, and swiftly took out paper and pen, methodically listing all the conditions. Sheng Jun reclined on the bed, silently observing as I completed the contract in under 5 minutes. When I presented it to him, I witnessed the astonishment and disbelief etched on his face. The contract has been meticulously drafted, with the requirements of both General Sheng and myself clearly delineated. If General Sheng has no objections, I kindly ask him to affix his signature that I solemnly concluded my statement. Then, without hesitation, bit into my own fingertip, swiftly pressing the crimson imprint onto the paper. Sheng Jun furrowed his brow once more. Despite appearing visibly displeased, he promptly inscribed his name upon the document. After signing, he tossed the agreement back to me, then forcefully pinned me beneath him again. Swiftly lifting my legs, I stifled a groan, gritting my teeth tightly. Chapter 7. The Special Agreement. 2. The following afternoon, I found myself at the hospital, where the doctor diagnosed me with a mild tear. As I entered the company's premises, the receptionist, Ying Ying, informed me, Director Su, President Zhou requests your presence in his office immediately. He is waiting for you. That old fox must be eager to inquire about the situation. I nodded, discarding my bag in my office before heading to Zhou Yihai's office. Zhou Yihai was sipping tea while on the phone. Upon noticing my arrival, he hurriedly ended the call, stood up, and greeted me with a smile. Shubei, how are things? Is everything as we anticipated? 3 months, I declared, raising 3 fingers emphatically. President Zhou, if Sheng Jun is true to his word, he will become our client in 3 months. If not, I have already exerted my utmost effort. I hope President Zhou's promise will come to fruition by the end of the year. 3 months? That perfectly coincides with the end of the year, when the contract between Shengshi Group and Su's group expires. Zhou Yihai mused, his eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. He looked up at me with delight, saying, if you can secure a deal with Shengshi Group, our company will undoubtedly ascend to new heights next year. Shubei, I knew you could accomplish it. How can I express my gratitude? Enough, old Zhou. I interrupted, sensing his attempts at flattery. Regardless of the outcome, you must ensure I receive my rightful share. Rest assured, even if we fail to catch the big fish that is Sheng Jun, based on your performance this year, I will definitely grant you that 10% of shares by year-end. Should we successfully collaborate with Sheng Jun, I will additionally offer you an extra 5% on top of your earnings. Zhou Yihai assured me. Having collaborated for 2 years, we were well versed in each other's tactics. Although Zhou Yihai was cunning, he was a man of his word. However, he inquired once more, how did you manage to persuade Sheng Jun to relent? You didn't. Truly that a hint of worry began to seep into his gaze that he knew me well. Even in the most indulgent of social gatherings, I maintained a firm grasp on my boundaries and principles. Never once faltering, he presumed that this time with Sheng Jun would be no different, that I would emerge unscathed. Little did he know, I had wholly committed myself this time, leaving nothing in reserve. Zhou Yihai, of course, would have no qualms. If I could secure Sheng Jun, the entire landscape of the company would be irrevocably transformed. Shengshi Group stands as a paragon not only in Hangzhou but throughout the nation. Should they choose to collaborate with us, our company would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement in both performance and reputation. Zhou Yihai readily acquiesced to this proposition, granting me the privilege of foregoing the customary 9-to-5 schedule for the next 3 months. Allowing me to focus my energies on establishing rapport with Sheng Jun, I accepted with delight, and we exchanged a knowing smile that in Zhou Yihai's gaze, I once again glimpsed his admiration for me. Alas, this time, I was destined to disappoint him, for the approach I intended to employ would not warrant his esteem. Just as I was enveloped in the sweet embrace of slumber, the shrill ring of my phone shattered the tranquility. Groggily, I answered and hastily dismissed the call, only for the caller to persistently ring back 3 or 4 times. Soon, my drowsiness evaporated, and I picked up the phone, exclaiming in exasperation, "Who is it? Calling at such an ungodly hour?" "Ungodly hour, Director Su, it is merely 10:30. Your timing is rather peculiar," came the retort from the other end. "What, were you too exhausted last night?" It was Sheng Jun, his voice rich with a magnetic allure. I realized it was you. "General Manager Sheng, I replied, my tone softening. What can I assist you with? Be at Lawn Club in half an hour, and do not be tardy, or you shall understand the consequences. His tone turned icy. And with that, he abruptly ended the call. Chapter 8. Enemies Meet. A clash of tempers. Half an hour. The drive from my home to Lawn Club takes a minimum of 20 minutes. Assuming there is no traffic, with no time to spare, I hastily leaped from bed, donned my attire, grabbed my bag, and rushed out the door, hailing a taxi as I sped towards the club. Upon arriving at Shengjuan's private booth, the clock struck exactly 30 minutes that I was drenched in sweat, my hair disheveled, standing at the entrance like a wild thing. Inside, in addition to Shengjuan and several wealthy young men, there were a few long-haired beauties, each adorned in heavy makeup and scant clothing, their appearance strikingly eye-catching. It appeared that this gathering was not a mere social engagement, but rather an intimate assembly of friends. TSK. Was Director Su truly seeking refuge here? Shengjuan lifted his gaze to me, his brows knitting together once more. Time was tight. I didn't have the chance to apply makeup. Please allow me a moment to freshen up, I said with a forced smile, awkwardly wiping the sweat from my brow. Freshen up? No matter how much you touch up, you'll still be an old woman, chimed in one of the girls with a coy tone. Upon closer inspection, I recognized her as the model Shengjuan had shown me the other day. Of course, she is far from your beauty. Shengjuan turned slightly to smile at the girl, who blushed and nestled into his embrace. The words stung painfully, and I could not bear it any longer. I retorted directly to her. In 2 years, you too will be an old woman. The woman, clearly irked, rose to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at me. Who do you think you are? I am a guest invited by General Manager Sheng. I coldly replied. No, she is someone I summoned to warm my bed. This woman willingly keeps me company, and she cannot be dismissed. To my astonishment, rather than defending me, Shengjuan chose to ridicule me publicly. A wave of despondency washed over me as I bit my lip and offered a faint smile, fully aware that his words dripped with humiliation. I could only swallow my pride in silence. Laughter erupted within the private room, and the woman, in particular, laughed so heartily that it seemed as though her bosom might burst forth from her attire. Desperately trying to attract Shengjuan's attention, no matter. As long as Mr. Sheng is amused, you may humiliate me as you wished. I gazed steadfastly at Shengjuan, my eyes unwavering. A glimmer of mischief flickered in his gaze as he remarked, Su Shubei, your shamelessness has reached an extraordinary level. Since this woman is so brazen, Junzi, why don't you have her assist you in licking your feet for our amusement? Suddenly, a man spoke up in the room, directly addressing Shengjuan by his nickname, indicating he was a friend. Shengjuan smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, I cannot partake in such undignified antics. While she may lack shame, I still possess a modicum of dignity. Not to worry, if you cannot, I shall. The man burst into laughter, then bent down to untie his shoelaces. Shengjuan showed no intention of stopping him, and the group in the room erupted in raucous cheer. The woman leaned closer to Shengjuan, casting me a malevolent smile. Soon, the man had removed his shoe, and the woman beside him vacated her seat, allowing him to rest his foot upon the chair. He raised his head, arrogance etched upon his features, and said to me, my foot itches. Come here and lick it. At a glance, upon catching sight of a face strikingly reminiscent of Su Chongqing's wife, my heart sank, and my gaze sharpened instantly. Chapter 9. A meeting of enemies breeds extraordinarily hostile feelings. 2. He was Su Tianyi, the only son of Su Chongqing, my own cousin. Although his appearance had changed drastically since childhood, I recognized him immediately. The memories of his slapping my face repeatedly and his laughter as he overturned my meals were still vivid in my mind. Though he had been sent abroad at a young age by Su Chongqing, and I had not seen him for over a decade. That proud, disdainful glint in his eyes was unmistakable. He stood with his arms crossed, a haughty expression on his face, as if to say that, because Shengjuan looked down on me, no one in this room regarded me with any respect. Noticing my inaction, he sneered, Are you daft? Come here and lick my feet. I truly approached him, clearing a path among the crowd. Then, without hesitation, I lifted his leg and, in mere seconds, arranged it in a perfect alignment. He was taken aback, emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Is this sufficient? Not itching anymore, is it? I swept his leg off my shoulder and, seizing a bottle of wine from the table, splashed it all over his face. What are you doing, Su Shubei? Shengjuan rose, his expression darkening as he questioned me. Upon hearing my name, Su Tianyi immediately stood, his gaze piercing as he inquired, You are Su Shubei? Su Tianyi, I see you are well, I replied coldly, then turned to Sheng Jun, articulating each word carefully. Mr. Sheng, I recognize your prowess, but do not disregard others as if they are beneath you. I may be willing to share your bed, but that does not grant you the right to humiliate me at your whim. That I may not be able to humiliate you at will, but I can demand your presence whenever I please. He replied, his gaze unwavering. If I recall correctly, there is a clause to that effect in our agreement, is there not? My heart sank at once. He stood there, his gaze piercing as it bore down upon me, a faint smile playing on his lips as he inquired, what? Are you refusing to admit it? Tianyi, silence yourself for a moment, Sheng Jun interjected coolly, then seized Su Tianyi's hand, turning to me with an interrogative look. Director Su, your silence. Are you contemplating breaching the agreement? I, Su Shubei, will certainly not engage in a losing venture. That I regarded him and asked, is it President Sheng's implication that we continue this here? I never imagined that the illustrious president of Shengshi Group harbored such peculiar inclinations. Junzi, let her give you a taste. Have her submit to you in front of us. I wonder how much longer this wretched woman can maintain her arrogance. Su Tianyi shrieked, his debased nature unaltered by his overseas experiences, perhaps even exacerbated. The room erupted in laughter at his words, many joining in the raucous cheered. Sheng Jun's expression darkened instantly, plunging the atmosphere into a profound silence. No one dared to utter another word. Not even Su Tianyi. That I was uncertain whether Sheng Jun was testing me or merely seeking to humiliate me. Based on my understanding of him, he did not strike me as a frivolous individual. However, like attracts like, his association with Su Tianyi suggested they were of a similar ilk. With this realization, my prior fondness for him evaporated. Approaching him, I suddenly reached out towards his groin. Chapter 10. Caught off guard. 1. What are you doing? He exclaimed in surprise, evidently unprepared for my brazen approach. Retreating a couple of steps, that I swiftly moved closer, attempting to unzip his trousers, my hand slipping inside. Feeling something swell rapidly within my grasp, the room fell into an eerie silence. All eyes fixated on the scene, no one daring to utter a sound. Gritting my teeth, I confronted him. If you wish for spontaneity, I shall oblige you. If you desire it here, so be it. But tell me, do you have the audacity? He quickly swatted my hand away and hastily zipped up his trousers, shouting in disbelief, Su Shubei, have you lost your mind? If Sheng Jun finds such lowbrow amusement entertaining, I shall indulge him in his triviality. No worries, if you can let go, then so can I retorted defiantly, arms crossed, challenging him. He swiftly adjusted his attire, his gaze filled with disdain and contempt. I admire Director Su's spirit of self-sacrifice. If you truly wish to indulge in such frivolity, then I shall ensure you have your fill. Very well. You set the rules, I replied confidently. Then let us relocate. On bar it is, Shijun declared, his expression frosty as he dragged me out of the private room. Where is on bar? I instinctively inquired, yet he pulled me along briskly, leaving no room for contemplation. A place that will leave you breathless, he responded coldly, ushering me towards his vehicle. The supermodel, looking despondent, chased after us, attempting to catch up, but was met with Shinjuan's icy retort, get into someone else's car. There is no place for you here. Her face fell, teetering on the brink of a breakdown, but Shijun disregarded her reaction, pulling me into the car and shutting the door. He then pressed himself against me. Su Shubei, you still have a chance to reconsider. Are you truly intent on playing this game? He queried, his grip unyielding. I seem to have successfully ignited his desires. I can distinctly sense his reaction. I harbor no regrets. I vowed to accompany you to the very end, and I shall indeed see it through. I gazed intently into his eyes and stated resolutely, Director Su is truly relentless in his pursuit of work. Sheng Jun's face bore an endless mockery, yet his hands meticulously unbuttoned my clothing, one button at a time. In the presence of such beauty, Sheng was anything but hesitant. When he inhaled deeply, I drew a sharp breath, unable to restrain myself as I cradled his hand and uttered, I have always lived in the moment. When a meal is offered for free, it would be illogical not to partake. No sooner had he spoken than I felt something pierce my body. I hope Sheng is not the type to take everything without consideration, for his conscience would surely ache. I wrapped my arms around his neck, furrowing my brow as I endured the torment. Since I have chosen to engage in such carnal dealings, I must naturally embrace the risks involved. Director Su, having weathered many storms, could withdraw if he cannot afford to lose at this juncture. As he spoke, he lifted my legs. There is no possibility of my retreat. Even if it takes a lifetime, I shall strip from you the skin I desire, I exclaimed, unable to suppress my cries. A wicked smile curled upon his lips as he shed his shirt, casting it aside. His well-defined muscles complemented a face exuding undeniable masculinity, a man indeed possessing the capital for arrogance. The driver navigated the road ahead, while the back seat bore witness to a vivid tableau. Sheng Jun unmistakably regarded me as a mere plaything, showing not a shred of tenderness. He thrust with fervor, seemingly eager to penetrate my very being. The resounding slaps echoing painfully within the confines of the vehicle that I felt both ecstasy and anguish, my cries escaping me in desperate gasps. Chapter 11. Caught off guard and schemed against. 2. Women like me, compelled by life's demands, devote all their energy to securing clients. This is my first venture into such indulgence. Sheng Jun wrapped his arm around my waist, leading me, without waiting for others, straight to the VIP section of the bar. The manager's obsequiousness towards Sheng Jun indicated that he was a frequent patron. This location was evidently the bar's finest. No sooner had I taken my seat than, directly before me, several dancers bent at the waist, revealing a tantalizing display of their upper forms, resembling a row of delectable delicacies from afar. Shortly thereafter, Sheng Jun's companions, accompanied by the same dancers, approached. A supermodel named Xiao Ai rushed over upon spotting Sheng Jun. Clutching his arm and resting her head on his shoulder, Sheng Jun made no effort to rebuff her, casually inquiring, "How long until Tian arrives?" "Not long. He just mentioned he was en route," Xiao Ai replied promptly. Sheng Jun glanced at me, his gaze lingering before leaning closer to my ear, whispering, "If you wish to leave now, it is not too late. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what will transpire." I let out a cold laugh and replied, "If Director Sheng has any tricks up his sleeve, let them come. I have no tricks, but Tian. He will not spare you," Sheng Jun remarked with a knowing look. Director Sheng has always projected an image of aloofness and pride. I never anticipated that his acquaintances would be so complex. That I took a sip of my drink, subtly mocking, "It seems your circle is quite difficult to describe." Sheng Jun smiled faintly, reaching out to caress my chin, saying, "If I can conquer a woman like you, what is a mere fair-weather friend to me?" Our conversation ebbed and flowed, neither of us willing to concede that a slight pain gripped my lower abdomen. Damn, this bastard truly believes I am some streetwise queen. Little does he know, this is merely my second experience. Not long after, Su Tianyi arrived with that woman. The gaze he directed at me sent chills down my spine. It was evident that he had no intention of letting me off the hook tonight. They instructed the waiter to uncork all the bottles of wine that had been served, arranging them in a formation resembling an airplane. Then everyone began to roll dice, with the player who rolled the lowest having to drink. The first loss meant 1 cup, the second 2 cups, and so on. When I found myself consistently rolling the lowest, I understood their intentions were unmistakably aimed at me. I cast a glance at Sheng Jun, who sat unmoved in the center, showing no inclination to assist. The rules of the drinking game were clear, and I had no choice but to accept my fate. Downing cup after cup of beer, I was acutely aware of my limits, and just as I prepared to call it quits, Xiao Ai once again pushed a drink towards me. This was to be the final cup. Once consumed, the game would conclude. Xiao Ai crossed her arms, gazing at me with triumph. I turned to Sheng Jun. Upon noticing my look, he merely gestured towards the drink, saying, "Drink up, don't look at me." Taking his words at face value, I raised the glass and drank every last drop without a second thought. Yes, I finished. The entire room erupted in cheers, and it dawned on me that there was a trick concealed within that drink. But it was too late. They had spiked my drink, and soon I was no longer myself, transformed into a woman thrashing wildly, overwhelmed by an inexplicable heat that compelled me to tear at my own clothes. My body moved uncontrollably, swaying to the rhythm of the blaring music. My vision blurred, and I began to hallucinate. I was utterly disoriented, unable to comprehend my surroundings, hearing nothing but the deafening music and a chorus of exaggerated laughter. It became clear that intoxicating me was not Su Tianyi's aim. Rather, he sought to humiliate me. I had underestimated the depths of human depravity. I never anticipated that Su Tianyi, shaped by foreign education, would still harbor such base instincts. As I desperately clawed at my garments, I stumbled towards him, wrapping my arms around his neck, my hands wandering across my body, feeling as if ants were gnawing at my skin. "Mr. Sheng, must we go to such lengths?" My words came out slurred, and I could barely suppress the urge to kiss him. He struggled to free himself, shoving me away with force, causing me to crash to the floor. The sharp pain momentarily jolted me back to reality. Instinctively, I rose from the ground, fighting to regain control of my body, desperate to escape, yet unable to locate the exit. The bar was filled with a kaleidoscope of revelers. The scene before me was a blur, and I realized I had become a complete joke. Junzi, this woman caused my mother to miscarry years ago. I will make her wish she never lived. Su Tianyi asked Sheng Jun, seeking his approval. Suddenly, I was violently tripped, causing my legs to buckle beneath me, and I found myself kneeling on the ground. Mr. Sheng, save me, I shouted desperately, clinging to the last vestiges of my sanity. Beer drenched me like a torrential downpour, soaking me completely, filling my nose and ears with the bitter liquid, driving me to the brink of madness. It was that scoundrel Su Tianyi who had done this. Grabbing my collar, he snarled menacingly, Su Shubei, I commanded you to pour beer on me. I demand you act brazenly in my presence. With that, he forcefully thrust the beer bottle into my throat, pouring its contents down into my stomach. The agony was unimaginable. My teeth clenched in hatred, yet I found myself utterly powerless. I knew no one would come to my aid. As for Sheng Jun, he would relish my humiliation. He had always despised and loathed women like me, treating me as mere plaything. So how could he possibly intervene? Su Tianyi pinned me to the ground, compelling others to pour more alcohol down my throat while he tore at my clothing. Intent on making me a spectacle before the crowd, wishing to strip me bare, I had no idea how my clothes had been reduced, or if I still wore anything at all, amidst such chaos. I was at the mercy of the moment, and could only muster the remnants of my sanity to scream fervently, hoping Sheng Jun would awaken his conscience and stop Su Tianyi's malice. The drug's effects surged through me, and I collapsed onto the filthy ground, my body writhing uncontrollably, like a serpent in heat. Chapter 12. Best Friends United in Vengeance. 1. Enough! At last, someone shouted. They lifted me from the ground. I could not discern their identity, for my vision had become completely blurred. I only knew it was a man who carried me, placing me into a vehicle. He tore my clothes away and discarded them out the window. Then wrapped me in a blanket. The drug's effects intensified, and I clung to his neck, pressing my lips against his. I could feel him struggling fiercely, yet I refused to relent. Like a snake, I entwined myself around him, kissing him passionately, desperately seeking sustenance from him, my hands exploring and tearing at his clothing, recklessly unfastening his belt. Men are inherently responsive to temptation, and soon enough, he had me pinned against the seat, penetrating me deeply. In that moment, it felt as though my soul had ascended to the heavens, enveloped in an indescribable ecstasy. It was blissful, intoxicatingly so. I searched my room thoroughly, but found no trace of my clothes, uncertain of where they might have been discarded. Ultimately, I spotted a garment bag on the sofa, which contained a brand new dress and undergarments, seemingly prepared for me by someone. After taking a shower and trying on the clothes, I discovered they fit perfectly. Glancing at the labels revealed they were all high-priced international brands. A wave of confusion washed over me. Was it Sheng Jun? Could he truly be so kind-hearted? Yet, at that moment, I had no desire to ponder these matters further. I hastily exited the hotel and dialed Joey Hai. Old Joe, where are you? What's the matter, Shubei? His languid voice came through the phone, and I faintly heard the sound of a woman's breath beside him. It was the weekend, and I presumed he was off enjoying himself with some woman again. I spoke into the phone. Old Joe, I encountered Su Changshan's son, Su Tianyi, last night. He plotted against me. I briefly recounted the events, and upon hearing them, he cursed vehemently. That bastard, just as despicable and shameless as his father. Shubei, are you all right? Have you encountered any danger? While I hadn't faced any real danger, I expressed my concern about the possibility of them having taken photographs, which could lead to trouble. Please reach out to your contacts at various media outlets. If any photos of me surface, instruct them to seal the leaks and contact us first, I urged Joey Hai. Rest assured, I will handle this matter as long as you are safe. That's what matters, he replied. Shubei, you must be extremely cautious in the future. If anything like this happens again, call me directly, or have me accompany you beforehand. Joey Hai's tone was earnest. All right, there's no need for such pretenses between us. If you can ensure that my reputation remains intact due to this incident, I would be immensely grateful. I chuckled over the phone. A week passed anxiously without any news regarding me. Joey Hai proved to be reliable, allowing me to finally set my mind at ease. However, a smoldering rage lingered within me. I yearned to confront Su Tianyi, but had yet to find an opportunity. Indeed, it was Xia Yue who called to inform me she was waiting outside my door. Unable to contain my excitement, I dashed to open the door. Upon raising my eyes, I beheld her, standing gracefully at my doorstep. A large suitcase in hand, accompanied by two workers carrying several boxes behind her. She had grown taller and thinner, her eyes larger, and her face retained its exquisite beauty. Her chestnut hair was stylishly layered, and she wore a pure white t-shirt paired with deep blue jeans and white flats, carrying a sizable canvas bag. Her casual yet polished style remained unchanged. Xia Yue was my only friend from childhood and the person I cared for most in this world. We had met at the orphanage. On the day I was sent there by my relatives, she had just arrived as well. Our experiences mirrored each other, as her parents had been sentenced due to a massive embezzlement scandal. With both parents condemned to life imprisonment, she became akin to an orphan. I still recall the moment we encountered each other in the orphanage courtyard, her eyes shimmering like a fawn's, filled with a sense of wonder. We spent 7 years together in the welfare institution, during which time we shared our meals and slumbered side by side, inseparable like twin blossoms. Remarkably, not only were we of the same age, but our birthdays also fell just one day apart. The tribulations faced by our parents cast a profound shadow over our youthful hearts, had it not been for the mutual encouragement and support we provided each other during those 7 years. I doubt I would have emerged from that darkness. We once vowed to make a name for ourselves, to unveil the truth, and to restore our parents' honor that we had promised to remain together for a lifetime. Yet when she turned 15, her aunt from America, after much effort, found her among the displaced and took her away to the United States. We were left with no choice but to part ways. And before she departed, we clung to each other, weeping inconsolably. That it was, once again, a taste of separation akin to that I experienced after the departure of my step-parents and grandmother on the final night before her departure. She gifted me the jade pendant left by her mother as a token, and in return, I presented her with the gold bracelet my father had custom-made for my first birthday, an item I had painstakingly hidden from my uncle. It was the most precious possession I had ever owned. We embraced tightly, both rendered speechless by tears. Over the years, I had remained as steadfast as armor, yet only Xia Yue was my singular vulnerability. That night, we nestled beneath the covers and talked until dawn. I laid bare everything I had endured, save for my dealings with Sheng Jun. Fearing her reaction, Xia Yue and I were fundamentally different. I harbored skepticism towards love, while she was a girl with unwavering faith in it. When I recounted that fateful night and the scoundrel Su Tianyi, Xia Yue sprang from our cocoon. What did you say? Is this Su Tianyi the same one who spent time in America? Chapter 13. Best friends united in vengeance. 2. It must be him. That scoundrel dares to provoke you. Just wait until I deal with him. Xia Yue exclaimed vehemently. Su Tianyi had garnered quite the infamous reputation within the Chinese community in America, boasting a wealthy background while neglecting his studies, instead preying on women and manipulating their affections. Xu Bei, fear not. I will avenge you, she declared. Is he lecherous? What type of woman does he fancy? Suddenly, a plan crystallized in my mind. Upon hearing Xia Yue's words, what had once been a foggy thought process became remarkably clear. Xia Yue winked at me. We truly are in sync. We can always think alike. Now tell me, is your idea akin to mine? My professional instincts kicked in, and I swiftly drafted a feasible plan on paper, outlining the time, location, invitees, and key elements of the event. After some revisions, we quickly solidified our proposal. The masquerade ball commenced at 5 o'clock, and by 4, Su Tianyi could hardly contain his excitement as he arrived with a group of friends. Though he donned a tasteless superhero mask, I recognized him immediately. I observed him discreetly as he signed in, instructing my colleagues to welcome him and his companions into the venue. As the minutes passed, a steady stream of guests began to arrive. Just as the clock approached 5 o'clock, I was preparing to don my gown when I suddenly caught sight of a figure, strikingly familiar, appearing in the corridor. He wore a plain white mask, devoid of embellishment, yet it possessed an intriguing charm when adorning his face. Clad in a deep gray suit with his shirt collar slightly unbuttoned and no tie, he strolled in with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, accompanied by another gentleman dressed in a royal blue suit and a black bow tie. Both men stood at approximately 182 centimeters. Though the former's physique was slightly more robust, he walked with an air of confidence, swiftly approaching the registration desk. A flicker of surprise coursed through me. I hadn't anticipated that he would be intrigued by such a spectacle. Yet, as a member of the elite circle, how could he possibly remain aloof from such affairs? Good day. Please sign in here. I quickly regained my composure. Bowing politely to them before speaking, he deftly picked up a pen and inscribed his name on the guest list, then lifted his gaze to meet mine, a hint of astonishment flickering across his features. Fearing that he might recognize me, I turned to make my way backstage, just as it was nearly time for me to change into my gown. However, just as I pivoted to leave, He unexpectedly seized my arm. I turned to face him, my mind reeling in disbelief. "Who are you?" he demanded, his gaze piercing as he abruptly tore the mask from my face. Upon realizing it was I, he seemed to exhale a breath of relief, speaking in a tone tinged with disinterest. "I thought I must have misheard, but it truly is you. Director Shang, what a small world." "Hangzhou is not particularly large," I replied with a slight smile. "Given that I assisted in planning this event, encountering me is hardly surprising." Shang, that I couldn't help but add. "Yet, I must admit, I never expected you to have an interest in such gatherings. There is no man who is not captivated by beauty. I am but an ordinary mortal, after all," he remarked, his tone still laced with his characteristic arrogance, despite the expression hidden behind his mask. "Director Shang, please take a seat and await a moment. The event will commence shortly, and I trust Miss Ya will provide you with a refreshing experience this evening." I smiled, bowing respectfully before swiftly making my way backstage, choosing not to prolong our conversation. Upon locating the private room where Xia Yue was situated, I pushed open the door to find her already dressed and seated. Upon seeing me, she rushed over as if granted a reprieve, inquiring eagerly, "So, how did it go? Did you reel in that pig-headed fellow?" "Don't mention it. That inept fellow was the first to arrive," I replied, shaking my head with a resigned smile. "What a disgrace it is to have such descendants in our Su family. Please help me with the zipper at the back. I'm about to make my entrance, and you should get ready too." Xia Yue urged me. In order to conform to popular aesthetics, Xia today specially extended her hair and fashioned it into an elegant updo. She adorned herself in a luxurious Dolce & Gabbana gown, complemented by a pair of exquisite Manolo Blahnik stilettos, alongside a lavish pearl necklace and jade earrings, accompanied by a makeshift entourage of friends hastily gathered from a nightclub. All clad in counterfeit designer attire, she made her grand entrance, radiating opulence. I changed into my gown and donned a mask to enter the venue. I noticed gracefully seated at a white piano, playing a melodic piece. Under the shimmering lights, she appeared regal and refined, her white peacock feather mask accentuating her elegance, exuding an aura of privilege from within. In that moment, standing at the foot of the stage, I suddenly realized that this friend, who once shared trials and tribulations with me, had undergone a complete transformation with the help of her aunt. Meanwhile, I remained entrenched in the struggle of the lower echelons. Would our friendship be tainted by this change? A flicker of concern crossed my mind, yet I quickly dismissed it, for I believed it would not be so. It was evident how greatly she succeeded at this ball. As she concluded her piano performance, the applause erupted like waves, and nearly everyone around me was engaged in hushed discussions about her background and identity. The venue was teeming with people, each adorned in masks of various shapes, making it quite a challenge to locate anyone. However, for reasons unknown, my gaze always fell upon Xingjun, whose stature and demeanor stood out distinctly within the crowd. I observed him approach Soa and engage her in conversation. They exchanged a few words, after which Xingjun seemed to hand her something before departing. I noticed scanning the crowd, and I surmised she was searching for me, prompting me to hasten to her side. "What is happening?" She pulled me aside, a hint of anxiety in her voice. "Everything is proceeding as planned. Those girls are surrounding Su Tianyi, relentlessly pouring drinks down his throat." I whispered that a man just handed me a business card, but I couldn't discern his face. He seemed presentable, though that I have no place to keep it, so please hold on to it for me. Zaiwo pressed the card into my hand and added, "Shu Bei, I'll handle these people for now. Keep an eye on Su Tianyi." "All right," I nodded vigorously. Zaiwa quickly re-entered the spotlight, the center of attention, naturally surrounded by numerous admirers. Having acclimated to such social settings in the United States, she navigated the crowd with remarkable ease. I wove through the throng, observing the varied dynamics of this affluent circle while closely monitoring Su Tianyi's actions. The atmosphere intensified, and soon, Su Tianyi had struck up a flirtation with the most stunning girl among the group. We had arranged for Xiaoruo to join us from the nightclub, disguised as a socialite to capture Su Tianyi's interest. Indeed, he was evidently drawn to women with ample bosoms and curvaceous figures, quickly neglecting his friends to pursue Xiaoruo with fervor. Although clad in designer labels, Xiaoruo, having emerged from the nightclub scene, had her own methods for enticing men. Su Tianyi was completely ensnared by her. And later, under the relentless coercion and temptation from Xiaoruo, he consumed copious amounts of foreign liquor. Unaware of his own disgraceful demeanor, he shamelessly wrapped his arms around Xiaoruo's waist, while she desperately attempted to push him away. Undeterred, he brazenly shoved her into a corner of the party, intending to corner her against the wall. Observing his disgraceful behavior, I realized he had unwittingly taken the bait that I took out my phone and called my good friend. Shi Jian. Jian, Xiao Rua has already led that scoundrel over. Are you ready? Shi Jian, my close friend since our university days, had always shown me unwavering support, never prying too deeply into my affairs but treating them with utmost importance. Regardless of how busy he was, he would never hesitate to lend a hand whenever I needed him. Rest assured, we are all set. Shi Jian replied with a chuckle. Great, I entrust this to you. Remember to avoid the surveillance at all costs. I instructed quietly into the phone. After hanging up, I couldn't suppress a smile that a splendid performance was about to commence. Chapter 15. Where in life do we not encounter each other? 1. Feigning to deliver drinks. I approached the corner where Xiao Rua and Su Tianyi were situated. Su Tianyi's hands were uncontrollably roaming over Xiao Rua's body. I exchanged a glance with her, and she immediately understood, launching a sudden counterattack by delivering a resounding slap to Su Tianyi's face. Pointing her finger at his nose, she vociferously exclaimed, Are you insane? Why are you touching me? Perverse scoundrel. The once raucous atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. With all eyes fixated on Su Tianyi, it was evident that a pampered young man like him, subjected to such public humiliation by a woman, was grappling with a profound psychological blow. You filthy whore, how dare you hit me? Today, I shall show you my might. In a fit of rage and embarrassment, Su Tianyi lost his composure, seizing Xiao Rua by her collar and tearing at it. Xiao Rua's attire, reminiscent of a belly band, had a piece of fabric covering the front, secured by thin straps at the back. With a fierce tug, Su Tianyi's actions caused her garment to snap open, exposing her bosom in an uncontrollable manner. The scene was such that even women would find their blood racing, let alone men. Feeling utterly humiliated, Xiao Rua collapsed to the ground, breaking down in tears. Su Tian relentlessly pressed closer, his hands uncontrollably reaching toward Xiao Rua's chest, squeezing with great force. The more Xiao Rua cried, the more he lost his reason. In that final moment, when he could no longer restrain himself and surged forward, Xia Yiwa appeared with the authority of a hostess, shouting, Su Tianyi, have you lost your mind? How could you do such a thing to my friend at my party? Su Tianyi's body continued to involuntarily convulse against Xiao Rua, who, upon seeing Xia Yiwa, cried even harder, repeatedly calling out, Sister Yiwa, please save me, please save me. Witnessing Su Tianyi's unyielding behavior, Xia Yiwa promptly called the police, reporting that someone was intoxicated and attempting to commit assault. It was only then that Su Tianyi regained his senses, attempting to slip away amidst the chaos, but was firmly restrained by Shi Jian, who refused to let him leave or even put on his clothes. Xia Yiwa stepped forward, wrapping Xiao Rua in her coat. As Xiao Rua clung to her, weeping profusely for what felt like an eternity, until the police finally arrived. After a flurry of voices recounting the incident, Su Tianyi, in a daze, was taken away. I instructed Shi Jian to accompany Xiao Rua to the police station to give a statement, while Xia Yiwa and I remained to tidy up the scene. Although the events had left us shaken, with witness and physical evidence present, I believed that this time Su Tianyi would face severe consequences. No matter how wealthy his family might be, resolving this matter would undoubtedly come at a significant cost, especially with so many media reporters on site. The headlines the following day would surely not overlook this incident. Xia Yiwa and I each poured a glass of champagne, toasting amidst the chaos. However, we were unexpectedly interrupted by a voice from behind us at the entrance of a private room. What a splendid show. I didn't expect Director Su and Miss Xia to have such unique tastes. Chapter 16. Where in life do we not encounter each other? 2. At some point, Sheng Jun and his companions appeared at the emergency exit. It was evident that they had witnessed everything that had just transpired. Both of them had removed their masks, with Sheng Jun casually placing a hand in his pocket, looking down at us with an air of superiority. One of his companions seemed familiar, but I could not recall where I had seen him before. I believed in a principle of non-aggression. Someone like Sheng Jun, who never tolerated being slighted, could never understand my feelings. I smiled faintly, speaking in a calm tone. Sheng Jun approached, leaning in closer, keenly observing my eyes beneath the mask, then smiling as he said, Aren't you afraid I'll tell Su Tianyi everything? If he discovers that you are the mastermind behind this, the plot will surely become even more thrilling, won't it? If Sheng Jun truly intended to assist Su Tianyi, he would not have remained a bystander just moments ago. Am I not correct, Director Sheng? I gazed at Sheng Jun with certainty. Women can be too clever for their own good. Su Shubei, You actually have decent looks, especially those beautiful and unique eyes, but the calculating nature you exhibit is truly off-putting. Sheng Jun leaned in closer, his lips nearly brushing against mine. Instinctively, I recoiled, but he cornered me against the wall. With nowhere left to retreat, he forcefully tore off my mask, tossing it aside with nonchalance. His gaze fixed on me with an exuberance that was dazzling and intimidating, making it difficult to meet his eyes directly. That I never anticipated General Sheng's affection, nor did I possess the ability to alter his preferences. I found myself pondering the true purpose of his presence here. My heart raced under his gaze, prompting me to inquire. He leaned closer, his lips brushing against my ear, and in a tone audible only to me, whispered, "I still have 95 uses left. How could I possibly waste them?" My heart fluttered at his words, and instinctively, I glanced at Zawa, who was observing us. Thus, I leaned in and whispered softly into Sheng Jun's ear. "I do not wish for her to be aware of this matter. I hope General Sheng will keep it discreet." I indicated with my eyes that the person I referred to was Zawa. Sheng Jun appeared momentarily taken aback before letting out a scornful chuckle, perhaps sensing my unease. He not only refused to cooperate but deliberately wrapped his arm around my slender waist, leaning in to almost bite my ear as he declared, "I shall not, unless that you provide me with a compelling reason. She is the only person I care about in this world. Is that reason not sufficient?" As I instinctively attempted to extricate myself from Sheng Jun's embrace, I murmured softly. At that moment, Zaya was suddenly asked, "Your surname is Sheng. Are you called Sheng Jun? Did you live at your grandmother's house on Nanshan Road when you were a child?" In that instant, I felt Sheng Jun's body tense up, and he swiftly released me, reverting to a facade of seriousness. Upon looking back at Zayawa, I found her gaze fixed and vacant, staring intently at Sheng Jun. Beneath her mask, I could not discern her expression, yet I sensed her body trembling slightly. "Yes, Miss Ya, do you know me?" Sheng Jun regarded Zayawa with suspicion. Her reaction was indeed overly fervent. Even I was bewildered by her behavior. Suddenly, she choked out, "Brother, it's me, E. Don't you remember? We grew up together in the courtyard on Nanshan Road. You were at your grandmother's house." She trailed off, tearing off her mask with great effort, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Sheng Jun in a daze. This unforeseen scene left me utterly astonished. Sheng Jun initially wore a look of confusion, but then his face, as cold as ancient ice, softened considerably. He looked at Zawa for a long moment, disbelief etched across his features as he asked, "You are E? You are Xia? Brother, it's me." Zayawa was now overwhelmed with emotion, unable to contain herself as she leapt into Sheng Jun's arms, exclaiming, "Brother, after all these years, I thought I would never see you again." I stood there, dumbfounded, witnessing this moment. Over the years, Zayawa had often recounted tales of a childhood brother, a close companion with whom she grew up in the same courtyard, who had always treated her well and never allowed anyone to bully her. I never imagined that the brother she spoke of was, in fact, Sheng Jun. Chapter 17. Where in life do we not meet again? 3. Their reunion as siblings would surely lead to a myriad of conversations, and I found little desire to linger awkwardly nearby. Just then, I caught sight of a bar and decided to step inside. To my surprise, as I entered, Sheng Jun and Zayawa followed closely behind. I seated myself at the bar, indulging in a drink, while they made their way to a booth in the establishment. Alone, I poured myself a drink and exchanged a few playful remarks with the bartender, all while savoring the music that enveloped the bar, filling my heart with a sense of exhilaration. My spirits soared even higher upon receiving a message, prompting me to indulge in a couple more drinks. As I continued sipping, a chilling voice suddenly pierced through the air. "Director Su, are you here drinking alone, perhaps in anticipation of a romantic encounter?" Sheng Jun stood beside me, his gaze icy as he regarded me. In his eyes, I once again perceived that instinctive disdain he harbored towards me. Had Sheng Jun finished his conversation with Eva, perhaps he would prefer to sit down and share a drink? I rose with a smile, addressing him with a demeanor that was neither subservient nor confrontational. Although Sheng Jun departed, his companion unexpectedly lingered, introducing himself as Shan Yang. It's the first time I've seen Junzi show such consideration for a woman, Shan Yang remarked with a smile, then turned his gaze towards me, perplexed as he inquired, "Did Director Su offend Junzi in some way?" He rarely targets someone so pointedly. Disliking someone requires no reason. Perhaps he simply does not favor my type of woman. I responded with a gracious smile, and we resumed our drinking. I hailed a taxi and climbed in. The cab sped down the deserted streets at midnight. Soon arriving at my doorstep. As I stepped out, I noticed a Porsche Turbo S parked beneath my building, its headlights glaringly bright. Just as I was about to head towards the entrance, the driver honked twice. I was unaware of who was in the car, but upon glancing around, I realized there was no one else. The honking was clearly directed at me. With a sense of suspicion, I approached, and the window of the car slowly descended, revealing, to my astonishment, Shang Jun sitting alone inside. Shang Zong, I instinctively exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. Get in. He commanded with a stern expression. I opened the door and settled into the seat. As soon as I was comfortable, his arm encircled me, his eyes betraying a strange intensity of anger. What brings you here so late? I asked, perplexed. Have you already struck up a connection with my friend? Your ability to attract men is quite eye-opening. Shang Jun remarked, tightening his grip on my chin. Chapter 18. Where in life do we not encounter each other? 4. Is Shang Zong feeling jealous? I asked, stifling the pain while forcing a playful laugh. Jealous? He let out a cold laugh, releasing me only to scoff. Director Su, you truly are confident. You think you could make me jealous? It was my self-awareness that made me puzzled by his anger. I offered a faint smile and replied nonchalantly. Yi has endured much hardship. Since she trusts you and is willing to live in such a dilapidated place, you'd best treat her well. Otherwise, I won't hold back. Shang Jun's tone turned icy as he suddenly shot me a piercing glare, leaning in to claim my lips with an unyielding kiss. Caught completely off guard, I struggled against him. But he firmly restrained my hands, kissing me with a fervor that seemed to express his frustration. I was utterly astonished, never anticipating such an aggressive advance from him at that moment, and I had no defenses prepared. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. With a smile, she looked at me and said, Shubei, you are so wonderful. Could it be that you have feelings for him? Don't be ridiculous. I chuckled and interrupted her. You two have known each other since childhood, and I have never seen you so animated around any man. To be frank, do you truly like him? My heart raced as I gazed at her. And upon seeing her vehemently shake her head, I finally exhaled a sigh of relief. No, it is merely the affection from our youth. I regard him as a brother, as family, and I believe he feels the same way. Zaiwa looked at me candidly and remarked, at least for now. But who knows what the future holds? I smiled softly and replied, now I understand. If one day you fall for someone, make sure to tell me at once. And I shall do the same for you. I sensed your desire to go, so by all means, do so. I smiled gently. From her eyes, I had already discerned her thoughts that I do wish to go. After all, Shengshi Group is a prominent company, and with my brother looking after me, my days should not be too arduous. I was quite frightened listening to your past experiences entering the workforce, Zaiwa said with a playful tongue-out gesture. Her mind was made up, and I wholeheartedly wished her well. Having spent 2 years in the professional realm, I had encountered numerous hidden pitfalls, and I sincerely hoped that Zoa would not tread the same path I had. Soon, she reported to Shengjun Company, and I offered her a coat from Shengjun to take along. A few days later, true to his word, Shengjun sent over a set of clothes, still exorbitantly priced from an international brand. When the clothes arrived, Zhou Yihai was in my office. Upon witnessing this, he beamed with delight. I knew it. You have your own exceptional methods for securing clients. Don't be modest. Others may not know you, but I certainly do. Zhou Yihai gazed at me affectionately and added, just don't overexert yourself. While it pleases me as a boss to see you work diligently, I truly do not wish for you to be too weary. You know how I feel about you. Before he could finish, I interrupted him, smiling as I said, all right, old Zhou, every time you speak so sweetly, it is never without ulterior motives. Just say what you need to say. I am not like those flamboyant creatures you encounter outside. My words elicited hearty laughter from Zhou Yihai, and he affectionately squeezed my shoulder, saying, you, my dear, are perfect in every way, except for always keeping people at arm's length. This isn't even within your usual work responsibilities, but I believe you are the one who can truly hold the occasion together. You see, we have a private gathering tonight, and everyone is required to bring a female companion. After much thought, I believe you are the most suitable choice. So you're presenting me with a dilemma, are you? Is it really just about bringing a female companion? I eyed Zhou Yihai with skepticism. Fully aware of his schemes. Of course, there will be drinking involved. And there is someone with whom I need you to establish a connection. Zhou Yihai whispered a name into my ear. The mere mention. I recognized it belonged to a prominent figure in Hangxing. I had suspected as much. This was certainly more than just a simple gathering. You cunning old fox, I remarked with exasperation, gazing at Zhou Yihai's obsequious expression, wanting to refuse yet unable to bring myself to do so. After all, Zhou Yihai had treated me generously, and I was keenly aware of the need for gratitude that it suffices to merely forge connections. You need not concern yourself with anything else that I hold a profound admiration for your social acumen and require your assistance. Alone, I fear I may falter, given the multitude of influential figures at tonight's gathering. As you well know, I am not particularly esteemed in Hangzhou. Zhou Yihai, wary of my potential misapprehension, hastily clarified. What time? Where? I refrained from further pleasantries and posed my inquiry directly. No sooner had I spoken than my eyelids began to twitch with an inexplicable premonition. I had a compelling instinct that I would encounter him once more. Chapter 20. The Enigmatic Temptation 2. The magnates of Hangzhou delight in such ostentatious spectacles, frequently opting for private customizations, with each chosen venue becoming increasingly clandestine to evade media scrutiny. Zhou Yihai directed our driver to transport us to a private estate by the seaside. Upon disembarking, I linked my arm with Zhou Yihai's. Exuding a myriad of charms as I followed him into the clubhouse, my appearance could be described as alluring, possessing a distinctly Eastern beauty, although I might not qualify as a paragon of national grace. I certainly stood out in the crowd to amplify my presence. I habitually adorned myself with bold makeup before stepping out, that I must concede that Sheng Jun's driver possesses an admirable eye, as he consistently selects dresses that suit me perfectly. On this occasion, I wore a white lace gown that cascaded elegantly to the floor, accentuating my curves flawlessly. The back was artfully designed in a butterfly-shaped cutout, exuding a tantalizing allure. This ensemble garnered ample attention, even causing Zhou Yihai's gaze to linger upon me intermittently. After all, men are, at their core, visual creatures. Before long, the distinguished individual Zhou Yihai had tasked me with charming made his entrance, and we had dubbed him Mr. T. The moment Mr. T appeared, he incited a stir throughout the venue, with countless individuals vying for his attention. However, he clearly exuded a demeanor even more aloof than Sheng Jun. He settled into the VIP area, coldly rebuffing all attempts at flattery, his nose elevated, exuding an air of haughty superiority. Zhou Yihai leaned toward me and whispered, "Typically, T is impervious to flattery, but he has a penchant for waltzing, particularly with skilled dancers. Shu Bei, it's your moment to shine." With Zhou Yihai's words, clarity dawned upon me. No wonder this cunning fox insisted on my presence. He was aware of my prowess in waltzing. During my university days, I worked part-time at a dance club, where the dance instructor took a particular interest in me that I persistently persuaded him to teach me nearly every dance style. Yet I neither paid tuition nor offered him any form of appreciation after mastering the dances. To this day, I suspect he harbors resentment toward me. After graduating, I transferred my first commission, exactly 10,000 yuan, into his account without leaving a trace of acknowledgement. My motive was simple: to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude. As the music soon filled the air, Zhou Yihai patted my shoulder, signaling that it was time for me to make my entrance. I noticed several women already vying for Mr. T's attention, but it was evident that none had caught his eye. At that moment, I gracefully approached him, executing a professional bow, followed by a series of intricate movements that showcased my skills. By the time I completed my display, he had risen to his feet, extending his hand toward me with a gentlemanly demeanor, saying, "Miss, may I have the honor of dancing with you?" "Certainly. It would be my privilege." I smiled faintly, and he immediately grasped my hand, pulling me directly into the dance floor. The seduction was a success. One can only imagine how delighted Zhou Yihai, that cunning old fox, must be. However, at that moment, I had no time to ponder his thoughts, as I was wholly engrossed in navigating the complexities of conversing with Mr. T. The influence of Mr. T in Hangzhou was palpable. As we danced and chatted, I felt an acute tension, fearful that any misstep in my words might provoke his wrath. Just as I was fully engaged in our verbal sparring, a sudden bend at the waist caught me off guard, leading me to collide with someone. Rather than saying I bumped into him, it was more accurate to state that he had simply refused to budge. I awkwardly tumbled into his embrace, where he caught me with steady hands. Upon lifting my gaze, I was met with the breathtaking visage of Sheng Jun, resplendent in a pristine white suit that accentuated his allure. "Director Su, you ought to be cautious, not become so engrossed in conversation that you neglect your surroundings," he remarked softly, before helping me regain my footing. "I apologize. It was my oversight," I hastily responded, anxious that Mr. T might take offense. "No harm done." "Greetings, uncle. Please continue," Sheng Jun politely addressed Mr. T, before leading his dance partner away from the floor. Time seemed to fly, and I barely had a moment to discern the features of his companion. To my astonishment, Mr. T was indeed his uncle. No wonder the Shengshi group stood so resolutely in Hangzhou. Their backing was remarkably formidable that I felt a slight shock within, but at that moment, Mr. T extended his hand to me once more. I disregarded my thoughts and promptly immersed myself in another dance with him. Though it required considerable effort, I managed to leave a favorable impression on Mr. T. We exchanged business cards, after which he retreated to the VIP room to rest. Mission accomplished. I felt somewhat fatigued. I took a glass of red wine from a waiter and sought refuge in a quieter area. Behind the club lay a garden, where the distant sound of waves could be heard. As I instinctively traversed the garden with my wine, I unexpectedly discovered a small stretch of beach beyond it, where the vast ocean awaited. Elated, I made my way toward the shore, only to be startled as someone suddenly wrapped their arms around my waist and lifted me off the ground. Shocked, the wine glass slipped from my grasp. Chapter 21. His affection and indifference. 1. He quickly set me down, and as I turned, there stood Xingjun in his white suit, for reasons unknown. He had followed me here. His earlier actions had been so fervent, yet now his gaze was icy. "Sheng, it's you. You startled me," I admitted, still trembling from the surprise. "Does my presence not instill fear?" he whispered softly in my ear. "At the far end of the beach lies a boulder, behind which no one would venture. Director Su, such an opportunity is rare." That I suddenly comprehended his implication, my face flushing crimson to the roots of my neck. "But Xing, there are so many people inside. What if we are discovered? That would not be ideal. It is of no consequence. No one will notice," he replied with a mischievous smile, his words laced with seduction. "This outfit indeed suits you well. Could it be that Sheng personally chose it for me?" Upon hearing his words, I was taken aback and inquired with astonishment. The night was enveloped in darkness. The sea lay tranquil, and beside me stood a man whose presence rendered the serene atmosphere undisturbed. Speak candidly. Even the most hardened heart would soften in the face of such breathtaking beauty. Clad in high heels, I found it quite challenging to traverse the sandy beach. As we walked, he suddenly crouched down, removed my high heels with a swift motion, and, with an air of audacity, tossed them into the ocean. Those were my most expensive pair of shoes. A pang of anguish shot through me, and I couldn't help but exclaim. We soon dashed to the other side of the massive rock, which, as he had promised, revealed an entirely different world. The rock seemed to form a natural barrier, isolating the raucous festivities beyond from this tranquil haven. That on this side of the rock, countless low-lying stones sprawled across the shore. Xingjun held my face in his hands, and before I could gather my thoughts, he fervently kissed me. Whether it was the enchanting nightscape, the intoxicating sea breeze, or the exhilarating thrill of the moment, Xingjun's kiss was more profound and lingering than any I had ever experienced. That we found ourselves in a forgotten realm where, for a fleeting moment, it felt as if the universe contained only him and me. The vast ocean oscillated between serene slumber and tumultuous waves crashing against the shore. That we stood by the sea, listening to the rhythmic roar of the waves, in close proximity to the ocean's embrace. Amidst the crescendo of the surf, we unleashed the most primal of human desires, and never in my 26 years of life had I felt such exhilarating madness and fulfillment. In the height of our fervor, Xingjun boldly asked, "Do you want to die with me?" "Yes," I cried out, lost in ecstasy. "Aren't you afraid of being swept away by the sea?" he questioned loudly once more. "Not afraid," I shouted back, still lost in the moment. In a state of boundless relaxation and surging passion, my body experienced an unprecedented lightness, as if I had transformed into a cloud soaring through the heavens, ethereally drifting away. That we completely lost track of our surroundings and the passage of time. In that moment, our hearts were entirely filled, leaving no space for even a sliver of doubt. Just as we prepared to leave, a larger wave surged violently towards us, and this time, there was no escaping. Xingjun and I were abruptly engulfed by the ocean's embrace. In an instant, I was submerged, drenched from head to toe, my body colliding against the rocks as the waves enveloped me, a scene both terrifying and suffocating. I was tossed about by the tumultuous waters, struggling with my limited swimming skills, choking on mouthfuls of seawater, panic rising within me, and instinctively I cried for help. Yet, in the vastness of the ocean, I could not see where Xingjun had gone. This was undeniably a shallow area, the water treated to be a brilliant blue and crystal clear, struggling against the waves with my inadequate swimming technique. I watched helplessly as I was gradually pulled into the depths. Just when I felt I was on the brink of death, I was suddenly secured by a pair of strong hands, dragging me back to the shore. "Su Bei, are you all right?" Xingjun called out anxiously. "I'm fine, still alive, I finally dared to open my eyes and offered him a faint smile, still shaken, instinctively wrapping my arms around his neck. I don't want you to leave this world just yet. After all, we have 88 more chances. He was also drenched, looking at me with a smile as he spoke. His eyes sparkled with mirth, creating a truly charming appearance. Even in death, I would have no regrets. That I smiled back, feeling a sense of survival after a calamity. That I wiped the seawater from my face, rose from the beach, my gown soaked. Not to mention the sand and mud clinging to me, while the contours of my chest subtly revealed themselves. Mr. Sheng could not abandon me. That I said with a smile, brushing my hair from my forehead. Rest assured, although I find you detestable, I am not so low as to act in such a manner. That he stood up, removed his suit, and handed it to me, saying, though it is wet, wearing it will provide some cover. Let us leave through the back door. All right. I stood up from the beach, donned his suit, and barefoot, followed him as we navigated the sand, stumbling over sharp pebbles that pricked my feet, causing me to stifle a few pained groans. Enough of this pretentiousness. I'll carry you. He frowned as he glanced at me. Before I could decline, he crouched down and effortlessly hoisted me onto his back, as if fearing I might misinterpret his intentions. He quickly added, this is purely from a humanitarian perspective. I have no romantic feelings for you, so do not be moved. It was my first experience being carried by a man, feeling the breadth of his shoulders and the warmth of his body. To claim I was untouched by emotion would be a lie. However, the sentiment faded quickly. Just as we reached the garden area, he set me down abruptly, coldly instructing me, walk on your own. His mood was as unpredictable as the temperature of an air conditioner. I couldn't help but chuckle, muttering under my breath as he walked ahead. What did you say? He turned, unable to hear clearly, and inquired. Nothing, I replied, sticking out my tongue with a conciliatory smile. He seemed quite familiar with the surroundings, leading me through a convoluted path until we approached a small door at the edge of the garden. Just as we were about to slip out, I suddenly heard Zhou Yihai calling my name from within the garden. It's our old Zhou. I instinctively glanced at Xing Jun, whispering, such familiarity. Is there something going on? Xing Jun frowned again, wrapping his arm around my shoulders and pulling me through the small door. Slamming it shut behind us, I in the dimness, he fiercely warned me. If you dare to get close to another man during the agreement period, you'll be finished. Was Mr. Sheng genuinely concerned about me? Hearing his words, I cautiously inquired, are you worried? You think too much, he replied coldly, then pulled me through a narrow passageway leading us outside the estate. To my surprise, this path led directly to the parking lot, where Sheng Jun effortlessly located his car amidst a long row of vehicles. He ushered me inside. The driver was already waiting. Suddenly, I remembered I had left my bag in the estate, prompting Sheng Jun to instruct the driver to retrieve it for me. Well, farewell, Mr. Zhou, Sheng Jun said nonchalantly before shutting the car door and instructing the driver to take me home. On the way, my phone buzzed with a message from Zhou Yihai. Xu Bei, are you hiding something from me? Although Zhou Yihai and I often colluded and utilized one another, over time, a mutual understanding and camaraderie had inevitably developed between us. However, I assure you, I harbor no inappropriate thoughts towards anyone, including Xing Jun, who remains equally indifferent. Sheng Jun, too, has reverted to his aloof demeanor, offering a slight nod without uttering a single additional word, before instructing the driver to depart. Drenched in my formal attire, I ascended the stairs, and upon opening the door, Xia Yue was taken aback by my appearance. Weren't you supposed to attend an event? Why do you look like a drenched chicken? It's not even raining outside. I accidentally fell into the water, but it's nothing. I'll take a shower first, I replied with a smile, making my way towards the bathroom. Xu Bei, wait a moment. What's that red mark on your neck? Xia Yue suddenly called out. Her curiosity piqued. It's just a minor injury. I quickly covered the strawberry mark on my neck and, under Xia Yue's bewildered gaze, hastily slipped into the bathroom. Best not to involve her in these shadowy underground dealings. Ever since she began working at the Shengshi Group, her naturally cheerful disposition has allowed her to swiftly acquire an array of gossip from various channels. Although these trivial tidbits are of little consequence, they have indirectly provided me with a wealth of information. I never intended to exploit Xia Yue for insights, yet I must concede that her employment at the Shengshi Group has, to some degree, opened certain doors for me, granting me a glimpse into the company's recent developments. When I learned from Xia Yue that the Shengshi Group was considering a partnership with the Su Group to launch a new project, my heart plunged into disarray. This revelation implied that my self-sacrifice held no value to Sheng Jun, and worse still, He was intensifying collaboration with the Su group. That scoundrel. I trembled with rage. What's wrong? Your lips have turned pale. Xiaoyiwa observed my distress. It's nothing. Just a bit of a shock. I realized I had momentarily lost control of my emotions and hastily explained. Is it because you see the Su group thriving that you feel disheartened? She inquired with concern. Don't be upset. Shu Bei. I will assist you. We will surely avenge our grievances. I had not anticipated being able to topple the Su group so swiftly. Yet, why had the Shengshi group, which previously maintained a delicate relationship with the Su group, suddenly chosen to deepen their collaboration? I endeavored to regain my composure and think rationally. Although I understood that the decisions of the Shengshi group were not solely dictated by Xingjun, but also required the board's approval, I still felt profoundly unsettled, even a hint of bitterness gnawing at me. Just days ago, we had been blissfully entwined by the seaside, and now he seemed utterly indifferent. I shook my head vigorously. No, Shu Bei. Remember that your relationship with Xingjun is merely contractual. The business world is merciless. Where is there room for sentiment? Everything is driven by self-interest. I need to step out for a moment. I promptly rose, determined to seek out Zhou Yihai to strategize. It's the weekend. Where are you off to? Xiaoyiwa asked, perplexed. I'm going to see old Zhou. Aren't you planning to go outdoors for a picnic with your brothers soon? I replied, yes, but I can see that you're quite agitated. Shu Bei, victories and defeats are part of the game. Don't dwell too much on temporary setbacks. Rest assured, regardless of what information I obtain from Shengshi in the future, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Xiaoyiwa grasped my hand earnestly and said, I will always stand with you. I do not wish for you to be troubled. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within me, and I tightened my grip on her hand, replying, Yiwa, all I desire is for you to be happy, unaffected by the hatred that resides in my heart. I harbor resentment too, and I yearn for my parents to be released from prison soon. Shall we strive together? Xiaoyiwa looked at me and said, all right. I nodded affirmatively, patting her shoulder before picking up my bag and setting off. Zhou Yihai generally kept his phone turned off during weekends if he had no plans. Although he was as elusive as a cunning rabbit with several burrows, I could intuitively locate him. I drove directly to his private villa in the suburbs. I entered Zhou Yihai's villa with the security's permission. I found him frolicking in the pool with two long-legged beauties clad in bikinis. Even from a distance, I could hear Zhou Yihai's boisterous laughter mingling with the playful giggles of the two girls. I stood with my arms crossed, a faint smile gracing my lips as I observed him reveling in their company. Zhou Yihai was thoroughly engrossed in their antics when he inadvertently turned his head and spotted me. The mirth on his face instantly froze. He pushed the two women aside and swiftly swam to the shore, wrapping a towel around his body. I approached him, maintaining a light smile, and said, Old Zhou, the fire is burning at your heels, yet you still find time to play with women. What brings you here? He inquired, frowning, his expression turning serious. Shengshi is not only disregarding the contract termination with the Su family, but is also preparing to collaborate on a new project. The duration of this project will span at least 3 years, and after that, we will be left with nothing. I whispered in Zhou Yihai's ear that I haven't heard any whispers. How did you come by this information? Zhou Yihai asked, astonished that my close friend works there, and this is insider information. Her department is a core one, so the news should be accurate, I replied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yihai's expression grew graver. Wait for me in the living room. I need to change. And what of those two women? I gestured towards the pool and inquired. Dismiss them. Zhou Yihai replied coldly, as if he were not the one who had just been playfully engaging with them. I proceeded to the living room, sitting on the sofa, my attention drifting as I watched television. Not long after, Zhou Yihai emerged in casual attire and took a seat across from me. What are your thoughts on this matter? He asked. First, this proves that Xingjun is not influenced by me. Second, if they proceed with this plan, we will have to resort to Plan B, I stated, meeting Zhou Yihai's gaze. In that case, we shall prepare for both contingencies. First, continue to monitor Xingjun. Second, initiate Plan B to secure the annual collaboration with Xingxi Group. Zhou Yihai responded, clearly in agreement with my line of thought, that we exchanged a tacit understanding through a glance. And Zhou Yihai's tone softened considerably. However, it seems I must burden you further. Sales Director Chun has commendable business acumen, but his emotional intelligence is lacking. That he cannot lead the charge effectively and will need to cooperate with you. Otherwise, he could assist in alleviating some of your load. The sole heir of the Xingxi Group, Shan Yang, and I once shared a meal together. His cheerful disposition makes him far more manageable than Xingjun. I remarked to Zhou Yihai. However, He is unlike Xingjun. He is yet to inherit his father's position. Winning him over would be futile. We must first deal with the elder. Very well. Let us proceed separately. I shall find a way to have tea with old Shang, while you work on establishing a rapport with Shangyang, Zhou Yihai suggested. Agreed. After our discussion, I wasted no time and rose to leave. Zhou Yihai hastily called out to me. If there's nothing else, why not stay for dinner? I will personally prepare a meal for you. I raised an eyebrow, playfully inquiring, what dishes can you prepare? How about a pan-seared steak? Should you desire something else, I can cook a variety of dishes, he replied. Xu Bei, aside from cooking for my daughter and ex-wife, I have yet to prepare a meal for any other woman. Zhou Yihai gazed at me tenderly, then unexpectedly took my hand, saying, Xu Bei, what truly happened between you and Xingjun that day? That I quickly pushed him away, retreating a couple of steps. Suppressing my laughter, I replied coolly, Director Zhou, I shall exert every effort in matters of work. However, I believe it is best to maintain clear boundaries in personal affairs. I must take my leave now. Enjoy your vacation. Not wishing to linger further, I turned and departed Zhou Yihai's villa. As I did so, I heard a long sigh escape his lips that I understood all too well the subtle hints Zhou Yihai had been dropping. Yet, I was utterly disinterested in romance, and he was not the type that captured my fancy. Despite being a rather charming golden bachelor to most women, that evening, when I called Shangyang to introduce myself, he expressed his astonishment. I must be hearing things. Are you certain it is Xu Bei? His tone amused me, prompting a fit of laughter as I asked over the phone, Where are you now, Shang Xiao? Do you have a female companion with you? Why? Are you considering being my companion? Shangyang playfully inquired from the other end. Come over. I'm at a private loft on the 16th floor of the World Trade Center. There's a party, and I'm in need of a female partner. All right, I'll be there shortly. I quickly composed myself, setting aside my laughter. After hanging up, I meticulously applied my makeup and donned a sultry outfit. Once I was satisfied with my appearance, I headed straight to the World Trade Center. Upon reaching the entrance and calling Shangyang, he abruptly hung up on me and swung open the door. I found him standing there in a sharply tailored light blue suit, and his face lit up with a broad smile upon seeing me. I approached him, and we exchanged a Western-style cheek kiss, the air thickening with an undeniable allure. I thought you were joking. I didn't expect you to actually come, Shangyang whispered in my ear. Am I known for my jokes? I replied, twirling in front of him. As I turned, my alluring silhouette was fully revealed to him, just as Shangyang and I were sharing a moment of silent connection. A familiar and jarring voice broke through the atmosphere with a sarcastic remark. Director Su certainly embodies a myriad of charms. This evening's attire is even more provocative than that of a nightclub performer. Xingjun is also here, and I must admit that I am not particularly surprised. After all, he and Shangyang are good friends, so his presence here is hardly unexpected. However, I did not anticipate that he would notice me the moment I arrived. I slowly turned my head and beheld Xingjun clad in a white shirt paired with tailored trousers, his cuffs slightly rolled up and collar subtly unbuttoned, accentuating his tall and alluring physique. Though his expression was decidedly displeased, especially the way he looked at me, his gaze brimming with malice and fury. Mr. Shang, I trust you are well, I said with a smile, extending my hand towards him. Director Su, you still possess your charm, he replied tersely, refusing to shake my hand, and after delivering that biting remark, he turned and strode into the crowd. I caught a glimpse of Xia Yue, surrounded by a group of women at the center of the living room. Junzi can be rather harsh towards you, Director Su. I hope you don't take offense, Shangyang remarked politely after Xingjun departed. Not at all, I gently shook my head, smiling at Shangyang. Since I am already here, shall we not go inside? I took the opportunity to link my arm with his as we entered together, where a gathering of around 20 to 30 individuals, presumably from the second-generation circle, was convened. Just as Shangyang and I stepped in, Xingjun, right before my eyes, wrapped his arm around Xia Yue's waist and leaned in to whisper something in her ear. Upon realizing it was me, Xia Yue appeared somewhat startled. Xu Bei, you're here too? She inquired. Yes, it's nothing. You all carry on with your business. Shangyang is keeping me company, I replied with a smile. Noticing that Xingjun was holding Xia Yue's hand rather firmly, Shangyang, I'm feeling parched. Shall we go over there for a drink? All right, I'll show you the way. He nodded slightly, effortlessly wrapping his arm around my waist and leading me to the wine tasting area. We each poured ourselves a glass of whiskey, sipping while conversing, and he introduced me to a few of his friends. Before long, I felt quite at ease in the gathering, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol. After visiting the restroom, to my surprise, the moment I stepped inside, Someone suddenly covered my mouth and promptly shut the bathroom door. Chapter 23, Encountering an Adversary Again. 1. The restroom, resembling a cozy home setting, was relatively small. I quickly caught sight of Sheng-jun's face in the mirror above the sink. Upon realizing it was him, I was somewhat taken aback, yet the tension in my chest dissipated almost instantly. Sheng-jun swiftly released his grip, but then forcefully wrapped his arms around my waist, suddenly lifting me onto the sink. That my dress, already quite high-slit, gaped open completely as he spread my legs apart. And in that instant, everything was laid bare before his eyes. He couldn't help but glance down, then looked at me with a mixture of amusement and narrowed eyes, saying, "Su Shubei, you certainly go to great lengths to entice Shang-yang." His voice, though deep, carried an unmistakable, "Content is being updated. Please wait a moment. Refresh the page for the latest updates." Chapter 24, Encountering an Adversary Again. 2. When Su Changxing noticed my face, he first scrutinized it closely, perhaps recognizing my true appearance, and his gaze suddenly widened in astonishment. A slight tremor coursed through my body, and my hand instinctively tightened around Shang-yang's arm. He noticed the unusual expressions on both our faces and quietly inquired, "Shubei, are you all right?" I gently shook my head, striving to steady my mind and regain my composure, slowly lifting my gaze. After all these years, I found myself once more locking eyes with Su Changxing, whose sinister and malicious gaze had haunted me. His visage had aged since our last encounter. The corners of his eyes were etched with crow's feet, and his face bore the scars of time, a testament to a life lived in opulence yet fraught with challenges that we had not eavesdropped intentionally. We merely happened upon them as we descended the stairs. The three of us made our way from the verdant shade to Sheng-jun's side. Fearing a misunderstanding, I took the initiative to speak. "Intentional or not, it matters not, as long as we keep it discreet," Sheng-jun replied, his gaze lingering on me. As if to caution me, he then affectionately pinched Zoa's nose, his voice laced with tenderness as he said, "Try not to be so mischievous in the future. Otherwise, I may not be able to cover for you." "Brother, I truly was careless just now. I did not anticipate he would fall so easily." Ziowa chuckled, sticking her tongue out in a playful manner. He appeared slightly taken aback before uttering a chilling remark. "I haven't delved into it, so I won't make any hasty judgments." I couldn't discern whether he intended to wound me deliberately or if I held no significance in his eyes at all. That I swallowed my tears, sat up, and, clutching the blanket, coldly inquired, "Then what was the sudden display of kindness from President Sheng tonight?" He paused, likely sensing the chill in my gaze, and his expression swiftly reverted to indifference, his eyes devoid of warmth as he uttered an even more frigid response. "Loneliness." That I mused, that President Sheng must not lack for female companionship. Why then must he impose such difficulties upon me? Upon hearing his words, I couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. "What exactly do you wish to ask?" The phone call lasted 3 minutes and 4 seconds. 10 minutes later, Jinzi, the editor-in-chief of the most talked-about magazine in Hangqing, arrived before me in a flurry, exuberantly ushering me into her car. We spent half an hour discussing everything that had transpired, a sufficient span to cover all the details. Subsequently, we parted ways with an unspoken understanding. Sheng-jun, because the woman in the recording had called President Sheng's name no less than 10 times, simultaneously, based on the ambient conditions of the recording and the dialogue, along with the characteristics of the man's voice, it is highly plausible that this recording occurred in. Currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest updates. Mao AI Shang e-novel network full text update. Remember the website. Chapter 28, Revenge and Retribution. 2. In preparation for the banquet, I meticulously readied myself over the course of this week, attending to every detail from head to toe. Even though I was unaware of how Shang-jun intended to confront me, I aimed to present myself in the most exquisite manner before him and the assembled guests. I chose a stunning royal blue floor-length gown, the high-slit design elegantly revealing my long, fair legs. The silver stiletto heels accentuated my height, while a delicately designed dark purple iris adorned my slender waist. Clutching a cream-colored shell bag, my long hair gently curled, I donned an impeccable makeup look paired with skin as smooth and white as milk, exuding calm confidence as I. Currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest updates. Mao AI Shang e-novel network full text update. Remember the website. Chapter 29, Revenge and Retribution. 3. He gestured for the audience to quiet down. Moments later, after a brief pause, the vast venue, filled with numerous prominent figures, fell into utter silence, captivated by his commanding presence, resembling the stillness of the night that I in that instant. He became the center of the universe. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for taking time out of their busy schedules to attend our grand 60th anniversary celebration. Sheng Jun's voice resonated in my ears, each word punctuated with clarity, as I gazed at him on stage, feeling a sense of disorientation. Could this young man, capable of commanding the entire audience, truly be the one with whom I had shared countless clandestine nights? Why did he seem so otherworldly at this moment? Currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest updates. Mao AI Shang e-novel network, full text update. Remember the website, Chapter 30 Revenge and Retribution 4. Surely, everyone is curious about the lady beside me, and whether she is indeed my leading lady. As Sheng Jun spoke, a mysterious smile graced his lips. He paused, and an eruption of cheers filled the audience, with nearly all eyes brimming with questions and anticipation. However, I can assure you, she is not. Following this, Sheng Jun's next words elicited a wave of murmurs throughout the crowd. Meanwhile, I stood by, feeling as though I were walking on thin ice, as if I were trapped in a purgatory. Thus, I am certain you all wonder why I called her to the stage to stand here. Sheng Jun's tone abruptly became more somber. Subsequently, amid the audience's bewilderment, he intoned, because, previously my personal, currently being typed, please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest updates. The Obsession with Love novel website full text update. Remember the URL, Chapter 31 Revenge, 5. The first layer, deliberately calling me to the stage, only to shatter my hopes devastatingly. The second layer, proclaiming me as the instigator, leaving my reputation in tatters. The third layer, knowing full well that Xia Yiwa is my Achilles heel, still ruthlessly wielding her against me. The fourth layer, insinuating that the heroine of the recording is Xia Yiwa and that she is my close friend, forcing me into an utterly unjust position. Sheng Jun, you are truly ruthless, so merciless that I find myself with no retreat. After tonight, there will be no place for Su Shubei and Hangxing that I thought I was cold-hearted enough. Yet in Sheng Jun's presence, I am merely a small player in the grand scheme. I grasped the microphone, deliberated for a moment, then calmly spoke into it. Currently typing, please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, please refresh the page to access the latest updates. The Obsession with Love novel website full text update. Remember the URL, Chapter 32 Revenge, 6. The sorrowful expression on Xia Yiwa's face pierced my heart deeply. She looked at me, gently shook her head, and then softly asked, the heroine of the recording, if I am not mistaken, is you, right? Yiwa. At that moment, I felt a heart-wrenching sensation of being exposed. I gazed at Xia Yiwa, nearly conceding to her unspoken truth. Since you have already established such an intimate relationship, why let it escalate to this point? Shubei, you have feelings for my brother, don't you? Xia Yiwa asked me with a melancholic look. I had suspected something was amiss during those months when you often stayed out late. I just never anticipated it would be with my brother. Shubei, why? Currently typing, please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, please refresh the page to access the latest updates. The Obsession with Love novel website full text update. Remember the URL, Chapter 33 A Thought of Paradise. 1. I looked him straight in the eye, offering a faint smile. I believe my smile must have appeared desolate, for his gaze held a look of shock. Just as Xia Yiwa was about to speak, I interjected, Yiwa, do not follow me. I wish to be alone. It seems that every encounter with Sheng Jun brings an excruciating pain. We are like two fencers, each clash filled with sharp blades, eager to strike at each other's vulnerabilities. Yet, this blood-soaked agony offers no sense of beauty. I walked alone outside the community. The night air was frigid. Just as I reached for a taxi, Sheng. Currently typing, please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, please refresh the page to access the latest updates. The Obsession with Love novel website full text update. Remember the URL, Chapter 34 A Thought of Paradise. 2. He seized my hand. And then I felt an overwhelming force desperately tugging at me, as if intent on whisking me away against all odds. Who the hell are you? Let go of me. I struggled desperately, my vision blurred. And in a daze, I felt an unsettling familiarity with this person, yet he remained so foreign. My subconscious yearned to draw near, but the remnants of reason warned me that I must escape. My voice was drowned out by the deafening music, and having consumed far too much alcohol, I was thoroughly intoxicated. Everything felt dreamlike, with only a broad, powerful arm forcefully tugging at me, while all else faded into mere phantoms. Where were Shangyang and Shijian? Where had they gone? As I continued to type, please hold on for a moment. Upon the update of the content, simply refresh the page to access the latest updates. Mao AI Shangyin novel website for full text updates. Remember the URL. Chapter 35 A Thought of Paradise 3. Do you think that by employing such tactics, you can compel me to plead for mercy? Shengjun, you are exceedingly naive. I exerted all my strength to break free, wishing fervently to deliver a kick to his groin. Alas, this fellow likely worked out daily, his strength rendering me utterly powerless to resist. I was forcefully restrained by him, humiliated into completing the entire ordeal. Shengjun, you scoundrel. As he lay exhausted atop me, I bit down hard on his shoulder. Are you a dog, caught off guard by my bite? He cried out in pain, subsequently furrowing his brow and growling in a low voice. Are you insane? Do you truly believe that a single encounter can erase all grievances? How dare you treat me this way? Without mercy, I aimed another kick at his groin, but this time he was prepared, seizing my thigh and once again immobilizing me completely. A single encounter may not erase all grievances, but it will leave you with a mix of love and hatred for me. He looked at me, barely suppressing a laugh, his expression betraying a hint of triumph, as if he were a victorious general. Your body is far more honest than your character, seeing that I had ceased my struggles. He released me, then rose to bring my legs together, retrieving my discarded pants and calmly squatting to assist me in putting them on. This sudden gentleness took me by surprise. If you wish to avoid injury, do not provoke me. The consequences of provoking me are just this, he remarked casually while dressing me, his face still radiating an enigmatic confidence. You are truly a scoundrel. I could not help but kick at him again. But once more, he caught my foot. He lifted his head, glaring at me indignantly. Could you please be a bit more sensible? This is my first time dressing a woman. Unnecessary. I can manage myself, I retorted furiously, standing up to pull my pants up forcefully, then glaring coldly at him. Can you not be so inexplicably absurd? I do not require your kindness. I do not need your insincerity. Shengjun, stop pretending. We are fully aware of what sort of individuals we are. Sushu Bei, you are extinguishing the last remnants of my goodwill towards you. He lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with fury as he looked at me. You, too, are undermining the meager respect I have left for you. I gazed at him and spoke with equal indifference. Perhaps the previous agreement has led you to underestimate me entirely, to believe that a woman like me is always within your grasp. No matter how you harm me or cast me aside, you think that as long as you desire it, I can be reduced to nothing more than a tool for your release. However, Shengjun, you are mistaken. He stood there momentarily taken aback, awkwardly regarding me as if awaiting my next words. Once I finished speaking, he remained frozen in place, his lips moving as if to utter something. Yet no words escaped. I swiftly made my way to the door, pulling it open and stepping out of his apartment. I had visited this place numerous times in the past 3 months, each occasion imbued with a different sentiment. However, today, as I exited, I was enveloped by a profound sense of relief. The moment I stepped outside, I dialed Shijian. The phone rang just once before he answered, his voice laced with urgency. Shu Bei, are you all right? That man last night assaulted both Shangyang and me. Without hesitation, he intended to take you away. I could see he had partaken in quite a bit of alcohol. But when I called you, there was no answer. You haven't encountered any trouble, have you? What? I was utterly bewildered. The person you're referring to is Shengjun. It should be that I heard Shangyang calling him Junzi. When we went to the bar, he was drinking alone, evidently having had plenty. When you stepped into the dance floor, he saw you and immediately dragged you out of the bar, Shangyang, and I pursued him to dissuade him. But he ended up assaulting both of us. I managed to land a couple of punches on him before Shangyang restrained me. He assured me it would be fine, and then he took you away. Shu Bei, who is he? Is he yet another wealthy heir? Shijian continued recounting the events of last night, while I felt as though I were listening to a fantastical tale. Shengjun fought for me? How could that be? Did he truly possess moments of impulsiveness? I was completely taken aback and, through Shijian's account, began to comprehend why I had unexpectedly found myself at Shengjun's residence. The president of Shengshi Group, he was merely my client. I spoke into the phone, inquiring, Xiaojian, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Shijian inhaled sharply. The world of the affluent is truly beyond comprehension. I'm fine, but Shu Bei, I sincerely hope you do not entangle yourself with these people. We ordinary folk cannot navigate their realm. Do not worry about me, as long as you are safe. That is what matters. What about Shangyang? Is he unharmed? I hurriedly asked. Shangyang is fine, but after witnessing him take you away, he seemed rather downcast and consumed quite a bit of alcohol. Shi Jian replied. That lad, he seems to have some feelings for you. Who do you mean? My heart sank, and I quickly pressed for clarification. Shangyang. Though he said nothing, I sensed it, Shi Jian stated, then added earnestly. Xu Bei, I genuinely hope you do not linger in that circle for too long. Living as an ordinary person, leading a simple life, is far better, Shi Jian. Many things cannot be done merely by desire. Nevertheless, thank you, I replied with a resigned smile before bidding farewell to him. I apologize, Mr. Zhou, for my tardiness. Upon entering, I hurriedly expressed, I am truly sorry for the impact last night's events have had on the company. Regardless of the decisions made by the company, I shall acquiesce. I was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Zhou Yihai would utter such words. I murmured, Mr. Zhou, what did you just say? A sudden expression of long-lost joy illuminated Zhou Yihai's visage, which struck me as rather peculiar. Given the recent events, could it be that he harbored no resentment towards me? Why? According to his character, even if he did not erupt in fury, he would surely feel some dissatisfaction. I found myself utterly confounded at that moment. Zhou Yihai, with an unmistakable air of elation, proclaimed, You are yet unaware, I presume? Just this morning, Sheng Jun's secretary called, requesting that our company provide the necessary documents and contracts, as they are interested in collaborating with us. Xu Bei, truly, when one finds oneself at the end of a seemingly insurmountable road, a glimmer of hope often appears unexpectedly. Who would have thought that after Sheng Jun's furious outburst last night, he would act in such a manner today? This Sheng Jun is entirely unlike the older generation of the Sheng family, making him all the more enigmatic. Wait a moment, something seems amiss. He had remained in his room the entire time. How could such a pivotal decision regarding the operational arrangements of Shengshi for the entire year be altered overnight? It must have been a matter long since settled that I stood there, utterly bewildered, mouth agape as I gazed at Zhou Yihai. At a loss for words, it seems you two are entirely in the dark regarding this matter. Sheng Jun's unpredictability never ceases to astonish. Zhou Yihai shook his head. Deciphering his thoughts truly proved to be a challenge. But what is this? Is it akin to delivering a slap only to follow it with a sweet? So, the reason he had been so excessively harsh towards me was that he had already prepared an escape route? I shook my head in bemusement, collapsing into a chair and gazing at Zhou Yihai, weakly asserting, regardless, this is an enormous boon for Donghai. Old Shou, I shall not claim credit for this. Let it be my atonement. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Zhou Yihai's eyes as he seated himself and regarded me, stating, Xu Bei, there exists a peculiar dynamic between you and Sheng Jun. Pray, enlighten me on the true nature of this situation. I was disinclined to elaborate, as the matter had already reached resolution, and you sought merely the outcome, correct? I looked at Zhou Yihai and asked nonchalantly. I could discern that there lay hidden meanings within his words, though I was uncertain of their specifics. However, through the depths of his gaze, I understood that he was already aware of the majority of the circumstances. Zhou Yihai, that old fox, always sees through without speaking out. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your guidance, and for granting me an extended leave. That I playfully bowed to him, feeling a sense of relief from this unexpected turn of events. Go on. There remains much preparatory work awaiting your attention. Once you have managed the follow-up in the coming days and organized your tasks, you shall be free to enjoy your holiday. Zhou Yihai observed me, smiling as he spoke. I stepped out of Zhou Yihai's office. I could not help but exhale deeply. I made my way to the restroom, and, for the first time, called Sheng Jun on his private mobile phone. Why undertake such a bold action? Upon connection, I bluntly inquired, So, is it a matter of delivering a slap only to follow it with a sweet? I spoke into the phone with an aggressive tone, harboring no gratitude in my heart. This is a necessity dictated by the company's strategic deployment. Objectively, it has nothing to do with you, and your gratitude is unwarranted. Moreover, Xu Bei, I wish to convey that even if you refrain from signing that agreement with me, given the current development trends and technological advancements of Donghai, it was initially within our considerations. When Sheng Jun's seemingly casual remarks escaped his lips, I felt an involuntary shiver run through my entire being. What? His implication was that my proactive gesture of affection was utterly superfluous. If that were the case, why did he initially agree to the aforementioned agreement? Sheng Jun, if this is indeed the case, why treat me in such a manner? Did you not hold me in disdain and contempt? I asked, my voice laced with fury and gritted teeth. Then let this be the end of it. We shall see. I shouted into the phone, consumed by rage. No need to wait and see. Xu Bei, You shall never surpass me, Sheng Jun declared over the phone, and I could distinctly perceive the tone of triumph in his voice. Farewell. I spat out those 2 words through clenched teeth before abruptly hanging up. Faced with this enigmatic man, I found myself utterly speechless. I had initially feared my world would crumble, leaving me a notorious unemployed young woman. Yet unexpectedly, everything was restored in an instant. Such a roller coaster of emotions could only be attributed to Sheng Jun. Upon pushing open my front door, I was greeted by the enticing aroma of food wafting through the house. I noticed several dishes laid out on the table, and as I entered, Xia Yue emerged from the kitchen, donning an apron and carrying a freshly prepared chicken soup. Good, let us eat, I responded promptly. My expression neutral, yet my heart brimmed with an indescribable warmth. Taking advantage of my trip to the restroom, I composed my tumultuous emotions, and when I returned, she had set all the dishes on the table. Poured the red wine, and I could tell she had even bought a new, elegant tablecloth, transforming the setting into what resembled a romantic dinner for couples. It was somewhat pretentious, yet it nearly brought me to tears. Sit down. Why are you just standing there? She urged. I walked over and took a seat, observing her as she straightforwardly stated, I don't wish to say much else, but I want to make it clear that I am still the same me. In my heart, you remain unchanged as well. Nothing has altered, so rest assured. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and toast to this. Xia Yue handed me the wine, lifting her own glass as well. I had made up my mind. I would resign from my position there. Regardless of the circumstances between you two, I will undoubtedly stand by your side. Please, don't resign. The matter has been resolved. I heard her say, prompting me to respond quickly. Your brother has suddenly changed his mind and intends to sign a contract with our company. Thus, this matter has been laid to rest. Me. It merely meant a loss of reputation, which is of little importance. I asked this true. How come I was unaware? Xia Yue set down her wine glass, her astonishment matching mine. How could my brother undergo such a significant transformation so suddenly? No, that is impossible. Such a significant matter cannot be decided by him alone, unless a decision had been made long ago. Xia Yue quickly comprehended the situation. I gazed at her and, with a gentle smile, remarked, the matter was predetermined. Your brother merely intends to put me in a difficult position. However, he has no reason to do so, unless... Xia Yue furrowed her brow slightly, her words trailing off, leaving the thought unexpressed. Unless what? I asked, astonished, looking at her. Nothing, she replied, her silence laden with meaning as she cast a significant glance my way. I lifted my glass and smiled at her, saying, let us consider this matter settled. Let us not dwell on it. Yue, let us drink to this. Indeed, Xia Yue raised her glass, and with a resounding clink, she tilted her head back and drained the contents. This is the French red wine sent by your aunt. Could you not treat it like ergotu and down it in one go? I said, half amused and half exasperated. What of it? This is merely adapting to local customs, so you won't keep insisting that my tastes are too refined for you to grasp. In truth, I was acutely aware that, regardless of how we might appear now, at our core, we remain fundamentally the same. Shubei, I have never forgotten the hardships we endured together. As we conversed, the light-hearted atmosphere gradually gave way to a more emotional exchange. Suddenly, Xia Yue declared, I knew my brother is certainly not the type to eradicate all traces of his enemies. Shubei, do you dare to admit that you have feelings for him? I do not like him. I asserted, meeting Xia Yue's gaze directly, enunciating each word deliberately. Xia Yue smiled at me, her silence speaking volumes, yet I could tell she did not believe my words. Moreover, I perceived a flicker of disappointment in her eyes, though I could not fathom the reason behind it. Thus, this matter turned a page in our hearts. Xia Yue continued to work at Shengjuan's company each day, while I toiled relentlessly. In contrast, Xia Yue found herself thrust into the limelight due to Shengjuan's actions. With an incessant stream of both truthful and fabricated reports circulating about her, even I felt a twinge of concern for her, yet she remained remarkably composed, continuing with her life unaffected. A few days later, clad in a pristine white business suit, I accompanied Zhou Yihai to the conference room of Shisher Group. After several days of investigation, we finally discerned Shisher's intentions. It turned out that they were interested in the technological prowess and innovative patents that Donghai currently possessed. Yet they were reluctant to sever ties entirely with their former partner, the Su Group. Thus, they adopted a compromise, splitting the project previously entrusted entirely to the Su Group into 2 parts, outsourcing the technology-related projects to our company, while the remaining aspects would still be managed by the Su Group. This arrangement allowed the Su Group to retain the lion's share of the profits, while Donghai would also gain a portion, pleasing both parties. Xinjuan's strategy was indeed astute. However, this meant I would once again have to confront Su Changxing's familiar countenance. The mere thought sent a shiver down my spine. Rest assured, I exhaled softly, fixing my gaze ahead, fully armored and swiftly adjusting my state of mind. As I, along with Zhou Yihai and several colleagues, arrived at the entrance of the conference room. I noticed Su Changxing already seated with his associates on the opposite side, awaiting our presence. His expression was grim, and upon spotting us, he abruptly rose to his feet, casting a shadowy glance in my direction, perhaps out of concern for his image, given the number of people present. He refrained from uttering a word and sat back down, yet the intensity of his gaze sent an involuntary shiver coursing through me. Su General, it has been a while. That I trust you are well, Zhou Yihai remarked, his eyes narrowing into slits as he spoke in a tone meant to ingratiate. Su Changxing regarded Zhou Yihai with a detached glance. Inexplicably, his previously stormy demeanor brightened, and he surprisingly smiled at Zhou Yihai, saying, "Ah, Zhou, you have truly flourished over the past few years. At this rate, our Su group may not stand a chance against you. Wherever would you find such praise, Su General, regardless of how Donghai progresses? The Su family will always remain a leader in the industry, but if you feast, we are merely grateful for a taste of the broth," Zhou Yihai responded, momentarily taken aback before quickly showering compliments in return. Both men squinted their eyes and chuckled, while I could sense the ominous glint in Su Changxing's eyes directed at me, leaving me with a chilling sensation that forced a shudder from my spine. At that moment, Sheng Jun entered through the doorway, exuding an imposing presence in his sleek black suit, as if the very wind propelled him forward. The moment he stepped inside, his formidable aura dimmed the countenance of all the males present, rendering him the undeniable focal point of the room. He took a seat at the very center of the conference table, and thus commenced the formal signing ceremony of the contract. I sat quietly beside Zhou Yihai, diligently transcribing notes. Despite the presence of designated recorders, my habit over the past 2 years compelled me to jot down all proceedings in my notebook. The advantage of keeping my head down was that I could avoid any eye contact with anyone, be it Sheng Jun or Su Changxing. True to form, Su Changxing maintained his composure. Despite having lost business to us, he exhibited an impenetrable facade, not only conceding his shortcomings in front of Sheng Jun, but also being the first to affix his signature to the agreement. The three parties thus amicably signed the contract and posed for photographs, finally sealing the deal after such prolonged negotiations. I stood up, following Zhou Yihai as we prepared to depart. Unexpectedly, Su Changxing called out from behind, "Zhou General, the weather today is rather pleasant. How about a round of golf this afternoon?" To my surprise, he continued, "It is indeed lovely out. If Director Su has no prior engagements, he should join us. Xu Bei, what say you?" Zhou Yihai turned to me, his expression troubled. I lifted my head, and upon meeting Su Changxing's piercing gaze, I felt a surge of anxiety. Recalling various memories from my childhood, I was uncertain of his true intentions, and my heart raced with apprehension. However, at that moment, Sheng Jun interjected, "Since Su General has extended such a warm invitation, Director Su should indeed accompany us." Chapter 38 Sudden Tenderness 2. Zhou Yihai quickly gave me a glance, and I had no choice but to nod stiffly. So, it was settled for 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the War Golf Course. Sheng Jun immediately concurred. At 3 in the afternoon, clad in a pink sports outfit, while Zhou Yihai donned black athletic wear, we arrived punctually at the War Golf Course. Upon our arrival, Su Changxing and Sheng Jun were engrossed in honing their golfing skills. To evade the awkwardness, I feigned a lively conversation with Zhou Yihai, but unexpectedly, a white golf ball hurtled towards my face. The moment I noticed it, the ball was perilously close to me. At that instant, Sheng Jun, standing not far away, shouted, "Xu Bei." Startled by his call, I instinctively turned my head, and the golf ball grazed my ear as it zipped past me. What a close call. Had it not been for Sheng Jun's shout, the ball would have struck my nose directly, and considering its speed and force, it would certainly have been painful. "Are you all right?" Zhou Yihai asked anxiously. I shook my head, only to observe that under the glaring sun, Sheng Jun's complexion had turned pale, while Su Changxing, gripping his club, cast a sullen glance at Sheng Jun before glaring at me. Su Changxing huffed in indignation, offering no apology or explanation, and turned to Sheng Jun, saying, "Junzi, it's your turn." Seated on a chair, I watched as Sheng Jun stood poised with the club in hand. His figure was tall and straight, clad in a white sports outfit and a golf cap, exuding an aura of sunshine and charm. He elegantly swung the club, aiming at the golf ball, and with a stylish flourish, he took his shot. However, the swing missed entirely. The gracefulness of his form contrasted starkly with the ball that remained utterly motionless. This tremendous disparity prompted an instinctive and unabashed laugh to escape my lips. Perhaps influenced by my laughter, Zhou Yihai could hardly contain himself either. Sheng Jun's expression darkened instantly. He turned to glare at me in irritation and coldly remarked, "What are you laughing at? Do you want to compete with me? How could Xu Bei's golfing skills possibly compare to those of Sheng Jun?" Zhou Yihai hurriedly chimed in, signaling me with his eyes to show humility. "It's fine. I'll compete," I dismissively replied, ignoring Zhou Yihai's expression, and confidently walked over. As I passed by Su Chongqing, I deliberately bumped his shoulder hard, retaliating in kind. "Xu Bei, do you not even greet your uncle when you see him?" Su Chongqing, visibly enraged, managed to say through clenched teeth. "Has Su ever treated me as a niece? Do you not find that amusing?" I replied coldly, regarding Su Chongqing with disdain. "All right, you go first," Sheng Jun interjected swiftly. Seeming to sense the tension and wishing to prevent any conflict, I sensed a subtle shift in Sheng Jun's demeanor towards me. Had my drunken words from that night affected him? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed implausible. A person like him, an eternal ice mountain, could hardly be swayed by my mere words. I accepted the club from him, positioned myself appropriately, and prepared to take my shot in that fleeting moment. The golf ball transformed in my eyes into Su Chongqing, a figure with whom I shared an irreconcilable enmity. With a powerful swing, I sent the ball straight into the hole, overcome with exhilaration. I made a triumphant gesture and, in a fit of unrestrained delight, turned to smile at Sheng Jun. To my astonishment, he returned my smile with a radiant grin. I rubbed my eyes, almost convinced I was mistaken. It was my turn now. Upon noticing my gaze, Sheng Jun immediately wiped the smile off his face, then seized the club from my hands, declaring with an air of authority. This time, he too achieved a hole-in-one, igniting a fierce competitive spirit within us. Meanwhile, Su Chongqing and Zhou Yihai were engaged in their own exchange, chatting animatedly as they played. The more they conversed, the more inexplicably anxious I became. "Rest assured, I am here. He will not harm you," Sheng Jun suddenly whispered in my ear. I looked up at him in shock, utterly bewildered. Had the sun risen in the west, or had Sheng Jun's personality taken an unexpected turn? "Xu Bei, I can't be bothered to converse with you," he retorted with a disdainful glance, then arrogantly resumed his game. I sensed he was deliberately creating a distance between me and Su Chongqing. But why on earth was he doing this? Did he wish to shield me from harm? Impossible. He couldn't be that benevolent. I pondered this. I swung my club, caught between the lively banter of Su Chongqing and Zhou Yihai and Sheng Jun's unpredictable demeanor. My heart was in turmoil, rendering me incapable of focusing on the game, resulting in several lackluster swings. "Xu Bei, can you not concentrate? How dare you laugh at my skills?" Sheng Jun looked at me with disdain. Seemingly displeased by my earlier outburst of laughter, it was indeed amusing, so why must he dwell on it? I played with a nonchalant air while glancing over at Zhou Yihai and the others. "Enough. You clearly have lost interest in playing. Let us take a break," Sheng Jun said, handing the club to the caddy. He then turned to me with a detached expression and walked towards the lounge, leaving me standing alone in the midst of it all. Truly absurd, I muttered silently to myself, then glanced back at Zhou Yihai and Su Chongqing. Suddenly, Su Chongqing cast a piercing gaze in my direction, sending a jolt of alarm through me. I immediately made my way towards them. As I approached Zhou Yihai, he unexpectedly said, "Xu Bei, President Su is interested in collaborating with us. They propose to finance the acquisition of a new engine patent, and we would develop it together. What do you think?" This was indeed troubling. My heart raced. Was it the recently invented model by a certain inventor? I had heard that the patent had been purchased at a high price by a company. Could it be? Naturally, my gaze fell upon Su Chongqing, and as our eyes met, a realization dawned upon me that it was unmistakable. The Su family was the hidden purchaser behind it all. Since the advent of this new engine, the industry has experienced considerable upheaval. Following the inventor's elucidation and experimentation with the engine, countless enterprises expressed their willingness to pay a premium for the patent to facilitate research and development. We, too, participated in the bidding process. However, after deliberation, we concluded that the technology was still in its nascent stages, fraught with potential issues during development. Moreover, the bidding price significantly exceeded our expectations, prompting us to withdraw. Little did we anticipate that Su would emerge as the final purchaser. Indeed, Su, with his foresight, had already secured the patent for this engine ahead of the competition. should this engine be successfully developed and mass-produced. The resulting profits would be substantial. Zhou Yihai's words carried a hint of flattery as he gazed at me. Did Zhou really need to consult his subordinates on such matters? Su Changxing, observing Zhou Yihai, expressed his dissatisfaction, before adding, however, that currently, many companies were eager to collaborate with us, and it remained uncertain who would ultimately prevail. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yihai's expression faltered, and I quickly discerned that he had been swayed. At that moment, Sheng Jun emerged from the lounge, striding directly towards us. As soon as Sheng Jun arrived, the three of them settled beneath the sunshade and began discussing business affairs. Naturally, in the presence of these three titans, my voice was rendered irrelevant. To be candid, sharing the same space as Su Changxing filled me with a sense of unease that I excused myself to the restroom, seeking a breath of fresh air in the corner of the court. I knew Su Changxing was far from benevolent. I was merely uncertain of his true intentions, whether his focus was directed at me, Zhou Yihai, or whether he harbored some scheme to ensnare us all. My mind raced with calculations, yet the current circumstances offered little clarity. For the time being, I could only proceed cautiously. As I wandered aimlessly, lost in thought, I suddenly heard a faint gasp, casually glancing up. I was taken aback to see, not far from the court, Su Tianyi embracing a woman and engaging in exceedingly inappropriate conduct. In no way could I be mistaken, yet the man, writhing like a pig, could only be Su Tianyi. With his father nearby, how audacious could he be to act so brazenly in public? Did he not realize that despite the seclusion, individuals could arrive at any moment? Just as I was processing the scene, Su Tianyi abruptly lifted the woman into a sitting position, her face turning towards me. The court was empty, and I had no time to conceal myself. She caught sight of me instantly. The woman in Su Tianyi's embrace was none other than our company's receptionist, Ren Ying. I could hardly believe it. How could it be her? Clad in a cream-colored floral dress, she stood, the hem gracefully falling, conveniently obscuring any inappropriate sight. She hurriedly arranged her hair and clothes, her face a picture of panic as she called out to me, "Director Su." I was well aware of Ren Ying's circumstances. She was someone I had recruited into the company. When she applied, she appeared particularly destitute, wearing a discolored white shirt, coming from a remote mountain village in Kiangsanan. Her family was not well off, with a younger brother and sister both attending university. Due to her insufficient academic qualifications and somewhat shabby appearance, I initially had no intention of hiring her. However, during the interview for a basic position in our company, she knelt on the ground, tears welling in her eyes, pleading for me to give her a chance. Perhaps it was in that moment of her kneeling that I felt a pang of compassion, which led me to keep her in the company. Given her decent height and appearance, I assigned her to the reception desk and even gifted her a few nearly new uniforms. My impression of this young woman was that she was not very talkative, somewhat submissive, and while her work was not exceptional, it was without fault. I was truly surprised that she ended up with Su Tianyi, and to see their relationship so open was quite unexpected. "What were you filming just now?" Su Tianyi questioned me, his face still radiating the same arrogance as ever. "What do you think?" I raised an eyebrow, crossing my arms as I gazed at Su Tianyi, then turned to Ren Ying, frowning as I asked, "Ying, how did you end up with him? Aren't you supposed to be at work today?" Before I could ask further, Ren Ying burst into tears, looking utterly aggrieved, as if she had some profound grievance that left her speechless. "What did you just film? Hand over your phone." Upon seeing that I was ignoring him, Su Tianyi charged over, attempting to snatch the phone from my hands. "I was filming the scenery. Why are you so agitated? I haven't even asked you what you were doing." I quickly secured my phone, then pointed at Ren Ying, raising my voice. "Su Tianyi, let me make it clear. Ren Ying is an employee of our company. If you treat her this way, are you not afraid that I will report you for assault? None of your business." Su Tianyi glared at me defiantly, then roughly shoved me. His strength was considerable, and I stumbled to the ground. He pointed at my nose and said, "Su Shubei, I warn you, try meddling in my affairs again. Don't think I want to deal with you. I'm giving you face here. If you know what's good for you, hand over the phone." Initially, I remained calm, but after being pushed to the ground, all my anger surged forth. I sprang up and retorted, "Su Tianyi, is that all you can do, bully women? Having someone like you in the Su family is truly embarrassing. I will not give you my phone. Not only will I not give it to you, but I will also show it to your father, so he can see what kind of son he has. Your father is less than 500 meters away. Should I personally deliver it to him?" His face paled in shock, and I instantly realized he was unaware that Su Changxing was also present. "Don't lie to me. How could my father be here?" Su Tianyi stammered, his expression turning ashen as he looked at me, clearly nervous. "This morning, Su Corporation, sure, and our Donghai signed an agreement, and this afternoon, everyone came to the golf course to strengthen our strategic friendship. Su Tianyi, what do you think I would be doing here otherwise? I coldly gazed at him and said, I shall go give him a proper appreciation. And also seek justice for my company's employees. That Su Tianyi was already convinced to a great extent, and his tone immediately softened considerably. What does it matter to you? Ren Yingying is my girlfriend. What we choose to do is none of your concern. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly added, Is my father truly here? Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Yingying, you are his girlfriend? Are you sure he is not toying with you? Hearing Su Tianyi's words, I incredulously inquired. Ren Yingying stood there, fidgeting like a timid bride, seemingly at a loss, neither affirming nor denying, and from this scene, I gathered a fair understanding of the situation. Well, one is willing to fight, and the other is willing to be beaten. Since that is the case, I shall not meddle in this murky water. Are you going to delete the video or not? If you don't, do you believe I want to hit you? Su Tianyi glared at me fiercely and said, Su Shubei, don't provoke me when I am being cordial. Tianyi, your father just mentioned he hadn't seen you for several days. How come you have the leisure to play golf here today? Shang Jun's voice suddenly came from behind me, still carrying that lazy, indifferent tone that infuriates one to no end. Shang Jun's sudden appearance caught me off guard. This fellow, how does he always show up unnoticed? Does he really consider himself a deity? Su Tianyi's expression shifted as he looked at Shang Jun and asked, Junzi, what brings you here? What? Is it permissible for you to bring a girl to play golf? Yet I am not allowed to come here and unwind. Shang Jun casually replied, clearly perceiving the underlying tension, yet effortlessly alleviating the awkwardness with a few words. You saw what happened earlier, right? Su Tianyi asked, somewhat nervously. What is the matter? I retorted with irritation. Nothing, of course. My brother is important. Let us go. I'll accompany you to practice. However, about my father, Su Tianyi instantly realized and hurriedly added with a smile. Rest assured, I have no interest in meddling. Shang Jun replied nonchalantly, then beckoned to Su Tianyi, leading him to another side of the golf course. Casting me a glance as if to assure me everything would be fine, I was utterly astonished. I could sense a subtle shift in his attitude, though I could not fathom the reason. This fellow was as unpredictable as the weather, leaving one utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for his timely intervention. Otherwise, given Su Tianyi's previous demeanor, I could only imagine how the day might have concluded. After Shang Jun took Su Tianyi away, I pulled Ren Yingying into the lounge. Just as I settled down, before I could even inquire further, she began to cry pitifully. I was truly exasperated with this girl, who so easily shed tears. I frowned and said, Stop crying for now and tell me what exactly happened. Yingying, how could you associate with someone like Su Tianyi? I did not wish to. He forced himself upon me, and I had no choice. Ren Yingying stammered, her face flushed. Have you been in a relationship before? Seeing her demeanor, I suddenly comprehended much of the situation. No, I haven't. Her face flushed suddenly, and she anxiously grasped my hand, her eyes brimming with tears as she implored, Shubei, do you think he won't take responsibility for me? My heart ached for Ren Yingying's innocence. If someone like Su Tianyi were truly capable of responsibility, how could he dare to lay hands on her so brazenly in broad daylight? It was evident he was merely toying with her, yet this girl remained so sincerely devoted, given his age and family background. Expecting him to be accountable was quite unrealistic. I shook my head. Speaking candidly, it appeared that this girl had genuinely fallen for that scoundrel. Just as I was about to inquire further, Zhou Yihai entered the lounge. Upon seeing him, Ren Yingying panicked, nervously tugging at my sleeve and whispering, It's President Zhou. Stay calm. Let me explain. I quickly responded, rising to wave at Zhou Yihai. Old Zhou, have you finished your game? I forgot to bring something. So I asked Yingying to deliver it to me. I smiled at Zhou Yihai. Hello, President Zhou. Ren Yingying promptly greeted in a hushed tone. Zhou Yihai cast a casual glance at Ren Yingying, nodding slightly before asking me, It has been a while since we've met. What brings you here? I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I decided to rest for a while. I replied with a faint smile, with my thoughts still occupied by the discussion between Su Chongqing and Zhou Yihai. I seized the opportunity to pull Zhou Yihai into a corner and quietly asked, Old Zhou, do you truly believe Su Chongqing's words? This presents us with an exceptional opportunity. You are well aware of the Su family's influence. Now that we have secured a partnership with Shangshi, if we also align ourselves with the Su family, do you comprehend what this would signify for us in Donghai? Zhou Yihai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he regarded me. It means we are no longer a small company. but rather a formidable enterprise capable of joining forces with Shengshi and the Su family. I just fear that Su Chongqing may not be so benevolent. He is a man shrouded in mystery, and we should exercise caution. I cautioned. It was clear that Zhou Yihai was already intrigued by the prospect. My words did not serve to alert him, but instead sparked a hint of discontent. Xu Bei, in business, we must set aside personal grievances. We need to seize every opportunity to rise swiftly. All right, let's discuss work matters at the appropriate time. You all should come with me. We shouldn't keep them waiting. I was momentarily taken aback, and when I noticed that Xing Jun was also looking at me, I quickly averted my gaze. To avoid any awkwardness, I took Ren Yingying's hand, intending to teach her how to play golf. Only to find her entranced by Sheng Jun, I gently nudged her hand, saying, "Yingying, I'll accompany you to play golf." I nodded and began to instruct her on how to hold the club, but she seemed completely distracted. Murmuring, "He is really so handsome. I've never seen such a striking man." "Yingying," I exclaimed, speechless. Only then did she realize her lapse in composure, her face flushing profusely, seizing the moment while Ren Yingying practiced golf. I glanced up at Sheng Jun, who was reclining in a white lounge chair, his legs slightly apart, exuding an air of authority as he watched us, his chiseled features undeniably handsome at that moment. He fortuitously lifted his gaze. Our eyes met once more, and my heart raced, prompting me to hastily turn away. Little did I anticipate that Ren Yingying would inadvertently swing her club with such force, her form lacking precision, resulting in the club striking my chin with a brutal impact. The pain was excruciating. It felt as though my chin might have detached entirely. Upon touching it, my hand was drenched in blood, an alarming sight. "Xu Beijia, I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" Ren Yingying, frightened, dropped the club and knelt on the ground, her face a portrait of panic. I winced in pain, sensing a trickle of blood. Instinctively, I exclaimed, hastily covering my chin as blood flowed steadily between my fingers. Overcome with agony, I sank to the ground, a wave of dizziness washing over me. Just as I contemplated my next course of action, Sheng Jun rushed over like a whirlwind, crouching before me to swiftly remove my hand and examine my chin. He frowned slightly, stating, "You may have injured the bone. This one do. We must go to the hospital for a check." In that instant, I discerned genuine concern in his eyes, a sight so surreal it felt like an illusion. However, his subsequent actions left me utterly astonished. He took the first aid kit from the waiter and knelt down, personally tending to my wound. After a rudimentary treatment, he grasped my hand and stood up. Leading me outside. I, taken aback, inquired, "What are you doing?" "We're going to the hospital for an x-ray. If you've hurt the bone, it could be serious." Without a moment's hesitation, he tugged me along, bidding farewell to Zhou Yihai and the Su family before swiftly making his way toward the parking lot. Thus, he escorted me to the hospital, pushing open the door to the doctor's office and assertively addressing the physician. "Doctor, I insist you perform the necessary examinations immediately, provide the best medication, and ensure there are no scars left." I was momentarily taken aback by his decisive actions and his commanding yet warm words. When did this ice block transform into a smooth, velvety chocolate? Was I dreaming, or was this scenario genuinely unfolding? I pinched his hand hard, causing him to grimace and glare at me. "You're still causing trouble despite being injured." Indeed, this was real, not a dream. Although I remained perplexed by the reason behind his unexpected transformation. The feeling was undeniably exhilarating to be injured, and to have someone express concern, someone to take me to the hospital, someone to find a doctor for me. It was as if I had suddenly shifted from an omnipotent woman to a carefree child. Liberated from all worries. The ice block had suddenly turned into boiling water. This sensation was quite delightful. However, before I could fully revel in this newfound feeling, I sensed him gradually returning to his frigid demeanor. The injury was not severe, merely a minor bruise. Once the doctor completed the necessary examinations and bandaged my wound, he reverted to his usual icy, unyielding facade, striving to avoid any eye contact with me. Maintaining that aloof, cool demeanor, as though the man who had urgently brought me to the hospital was a stranger, I carried a hefty bag of medication, following him with a light-hearted gait as he briskly advanced. Maintaining a distance of 10 meters, I realized that his aloof demeanor had returned. However, his concern for me only heightened my sense of unease. It was far more comfortable when he exhibited a neutral disposition. I had no intention of delving into the reasons behind his fluctuating warmth, for it was evident that he was indeed unwell. That we eventually reached his vehicle, at which point he paused, turning around with a gaze as frigid as the moonlight on a wintry night. I, too, concealed all my emotions and, with a serious tone, remarked, "Thank you, Mr. Sheng, for today. Rest assured, I shan't overthink this. I was already well aware of Mr. Sheng's character. Observing him, I remarked nonchalantly. And as I watched him depart, I found myself in a bewildered state of amusement. "Ying, what are you doing here?" I approached her, astonished. "Mr. Zhou mentioned you were at this hospital, and I was worried. So I came to wait for you. I was so anxious about you," she replied, her expression filled with genuine concern. "I'm fine. No bones were harmed, just a minor injury. I'll recover quickly after taking the medication," I assured her with a smile. "That's good to hear. Was Mr. Sheng accompanying you? Why are you alone?" With a sigh of relief, she inquired further. "All right," she responded promptly. It seemed she had prepared a meal at home, eagerly waiting for my return. Thus, I briefly introduced us to one another, and the three of us settled down to enjoy a meal while engaging in conversation. As we chatted, Xia Yiwa shared amusing anecdotes from her time abroad, causing both me and Ying to erupt into laughter. I noticed that when Ying laid eyes on Xia Yiwa, her gaze was filled with a mixture of trepidation and envy. As dinner neared its conclusion, she nervously extended her hand towards Xia Yiwa, timidly asking, "Miss Xia, may I become your friend?" Xia Yiwa paused momentarily, then quickly grasped her hand, replying, "Of course, since you are Shubei's friend, you are my friend too. Just call me Yiwa. There's no need for formalities." After the meal, Ying eagerly took it upon herself to gather all the dishes, insisting on helping with the washing. Thus, we acquiesced to her wishes. Upon entering the door, Xia Yiwa remarked, "This girl has such a hard life. She is as pitiful as a little cabbage. Did she share everything with you?" I asked in surprise, not anticipating that Ying would be so open about her troubles. I, who tend to swallow my grievances like broken teeth, found it hard to comprehend those who could unburden themselves so freely. Yet, perhaps every individual possesses a different temperament. Yes. She spoke of her family matters and the challenges she currently faces. "It seems we are rather fortunate," Xia Yiwa sighed softly, then wrapped her arm around mine, saying, "So, can you take some time to rest now? How about we plan a visit to the welfare home? I haven't seen Mama Xia in many years. Mama Xia, the director of the Xiatian welfare home, is like a second mother to me. It is through her that I avoided a life on the streets. And it is also because of her that Xia Yiwa and I became intertwined." "All right, let us choose a time when you're on break." I nodded in agreement, because Zhou Yihai granted me a half-month leave. "In the coming workdays, I shall attend to my responsibilities and organize the departmental tasks before officially commencing my vacation." On Friday evening, as I parked my car and walked towards my front door, I noticed Sheng Jun's white Bentley stationed below my building. It suddenly dawned on me that Xia had mentioned attending a family gathering at his residence this weekend. Clearly, he must have come to pick her up. Sheng Jun, clad in a silver-gray woolen coat paired with black cropped trousers, leaned casually against his car. I paused in my steps and offered him a distant smile. "President Sheng." After exchanging pleasantries, I proceeded towards the stairwell, only to hear his cold voice behind me. "Did you not see my message?" "What message?" I was taken aback, halting in my tracks and turning to face him. His brow furrowed as he approached. "Do not feign ignorance, Su Shubei." I genuinely had not seen any message. Could it have been the one I accidentally deleted a couple of days ago? I recalled receiving a text from an unfamiliar number that simply read, "Do not let it touch water at the time." I found it rather trivial and deleted it without a second thought. Now, with Sheng Jun's inquiry, I began to piece it together. Could it be that the message was from him, advising me to keep my wound dry? As I pondered, he suddenly closed the distance between us, prompting an instinctive retreat on my part. The doctor he had taken me to was quite skilled, and my wound had shown significant improvement in just a few days, though a faint scar remained on my chin. To maintain my appearance, I had wrapped a large scarf around my neck as a concealment. "Why are you backing away? Let me see how your injury is healing," he said, nonchalantly pulling aside my scarf and gently touching my chin. His touch elicited a twinge of pain, causing me to instinctively draw back. "Eva should be coming down soon. I'll head upstairs." I quickly evaded him and remarked, "Am I some kind of monster?" His tone turned abruptly harsh, seemingly incensed. "Huh? What?" I was momentarily bewildered, gazing at him in confusion. "Su Shubei, can you stop pretending? Do you think I've never seen your other side?" His eyes glared at me with irritation as he playfully flicked my forehead. I sensed the anger underlying his words and the intimacy of his gesture. What was he truly trying to convey? What did President Sheng intend to communicate? I feigned indifference, asking with a detached demeanor, "Conversing with you is truly exhausting." "Never mind, just go," he retorted, inexplicably withdrawing all emotion in an instant, as if I had displeased him greatly. his face contorting into a mask of disdain. This was truly absurd. I chose to ignore his capricious nature and turn towards the stairwell. At that moment, Xiaya emerged from the hallway, adorned in a silver gown and draped in a down jacket. The dress was procured by her aunt from America, a generous gift that had been sent over, exuding an air of opulence and elegance that stood in stark contrast to the dim and shabby hallway. Eva, must you be so breathtaking? I couldn't help but pause, watching her glide out with grace. The gown accentuated her skin, which appeared extraordinarily fair, and as she carefully lifted the hem, a delicate fragrance wafted toward me. Understood, I replied with a smile. You shall spend the night at my home. The housekeeper has already prepared your room. At that moment, Sheng Jun sidled past me, approaching Xia Yue, bending down to grasp her hand and bestowing a gentle kiss on the back of it. This scene was somewhat jarring to my senses, prompting me to quickly lower my gaze, a wave of inexplicable bitterness washing over my heart. Is that so? You hadn't mentioned such arrangements before. Xia Yue inquired, astonished. Seeing you so lovely, I changed my mind on a whim. Sheng Jun replied with a smile, his eyes filled with adoration as they lingered on Xia Yue. I believe the entire family shall be awestruck by your beauty tonight. Brother, please don't act as if it's true. It makes me feel uncomfortable, Xia Yue said, both embarrassed and delighted. It's cold outside. Let us hurry into the car, Sheng Jun suggested, thoughtfully draping his suit jacket over her shoulders. Then wrapping an arm around her as they walked toward his vehicle. As he turned, his gaze briefly swept over me. I did not lift my head, yet felt a chilling sense of coldness. The tenderness he displayed towards Xia Yue was something I had never experienced, leading me to conclude with certainty that he indeed did not harbor any affection for me. With this thought, a strange pang of bitterness stirred within me, and I questioned why I was so affected by him. That entire night, I tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, as a faint voice echoed in my mind. And an inexplicable emotion tugged at my heart. For the first time, I found myself sleepless until the dawn light began to creep in, finally succumbing to slumber. I cannot discern how much time passed. But in the midst of my dreams, I became vaguely aware of someone pushing open my bedroom door. The light flickered on, and as I groggily opened my eyes, I was startled to find Sheng Jun standing at the foot of my bed. For a fleeting moment, I thought I was haunted. A startled scream escaped my lips. I hurriedly sat up, wrapping myself in the blanket, and after rubbing my eyes, when I confirmed it was indeed him in my room. I stammered, How did you get into my room? He seemed to have indulged in quite a bit of alcohol, as I could detect a faint scent of it from a distance, with his hands in his pockets. He stood before me, quietly observing, his eyes slightly bloodshot from the drink. I missed you, he said, gazing at me with a dazed expression, a drunken smile lingering on his face. At his words, my heart skipped a beat. It was evident he had overindulged. Eva, I called out, thinking Xia Yue must have brought him here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter my room. What are you doing here? I asked, unable to contain my curiosity. His slightly reddened eyes and unusual gaze sending a shiver down my spine. That I came to fetch her medicine. He responded with a voice that echoed, then shook the keys in his hand. Casting a mischievous glance my way and inquiring, feeling lonely, Shijun, don't act recklessly, I exclaimed, sensing the yearning in his gaze, my heart racing in alarm. No, I can't hold back any longer, he said in a low, husky tone. No sooner had the words left his lips than he leaned down, abruptly pulling back the covers, revealing that I was clad in a sheer, almost translucent, lilac silk nightgown. That I gazed at him in panic as he inhaled sharply. Suddenly crouching down. No, Shijun, I shouted in astonishment, my mind momentarily short-circuiting. I had never anticipated he would dare to do such a thing. Ignoring my reaction entirely, his hands clamped around me like iron bands, leaving me no room to move. Perhaps due to the excess of alcohol he had consumed, he had become remarkably domineering and ferocious. I writhed beneath him, struggling and pushing away, but no matter how fiercely I exerted myself, I could not dislodge him. You scoundrel, Xingjun, I cried out, striking his back in a frenzy. Don't move, be good, he growled, holding me tightly from behind, then recklessly claiming me. Just as I prepared to resist once more, he whispered 3 words in my ear. I miss you. A shiver coursed through me, as though a tremendous current had surged from my ear throughout my entire being, rendering my body unexpectedly pliant at the simplicity of his words. At that moment, he cradled my face and leaned down to kiss my lips with deep affection, and without realizing it, I completely surrendered my resistance, yielding willingly. I must confess, regardless of how Xingjun treated me. I could not harbor resentment towards him. Even though vast distances separated us, there seemed to be an inexplicable force drawing us together inextricably. Everything that followed unfolded with an effortless inevitability. He was like a devil, ravaging through this endless darkness, voraciously consuming both my body and heart, and my thoughts raced like a roller coaster, soaring at times and plunging at others. In the most tender moment, I clung to him tightly, as if I had plunged into an abyss. Yet at the brink of life and death, his hands firmly held me, securing me in place that I felt a long-lost sense of solidity and satisfaction. And once the storm had settled, I unknowingly drifted into a deep, peaceful slumber in his embrace, so soundly that I remained oblivious to the moment he departed. I am unsure how long it had been when I rubbed my bleary eyes and awoke from my dreams, suddenly hearing the voice of Ziowa calling for me from the living room. "Shubei, Shubei, are you home?" I jolted upright in bed, realizing that Xingjun was nowhere to be found. Could it be that everything from last night had merely been a dream? Yet my waist ached distinctly, and the room was in utter disarray, leaving no doubt that it was not a figment of imagination. With no time to lock the door, I hastily threw on a hoodie over my nightgown. And just as I was about to tidy the room, Ziowa pushed the door open. In an instant, she beheld the chaos that lay before her, and inevitably, she saw everything that was meant to be hidden and everything that should not have been seen. As soon as my words fell, I caught sight of Xingjun, casually dressed, standing coolly at the door with his hands in his pockets, regarding me with an expression that was half smile, half tease. What was the matter with me? With a faint smile, Xingjun approached, looking at me with evident amusement, and said, "TSK, look at this messy room. Did you take the opportunity to find a man while EE was away last night?" That scoundrel, it was clearly him. How could he mock me so brazenly, with a straight face? The faint smile that had graced Xingjun's face disappeared in an instant upon hearing my words, leaving him visibly displeased. Xiaoyiwa looked at me, her face betraying a barely contained amusement, but perhaps out of consideration for Xingjun, she stifled her laughter and said, I understand. We are all adults here. It's quite normal to indulge occasionally. Shubei, you should get up. We will be waiting for you in the living room. I shot Xingjun a furious glare, and as Xiaoyiwa stepped out, he leaned closer, whispering in my ear, "You are the real pig. You are the bastard." I retorted angrily, delivering a hard punch to his stomach. Caught off guard, he received my blow squarely, and just as he was about to retaliate, Xiaoyiwa, having heard the commotion, turned around and asked, "What are you two whispering about?" Thus, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and feign a smile, saying, "Nothing. I was just saying I have graced her with my presence, and she should prepare me a good cup of tea. I'll brew you a cup of poison later," I muttered under my breath before pushing him out the door with all my strength. I slammed the door shut, rummaged through my wardrobe for a casual outfit, changed, and then opened the door to step out. To my surprise, Xingjun was standing right at my doorstep, arms crossed, eyeing me intently. In a low voice, he asked, "What was that remark you made just now?" "Which remark?" I instinctively took a step back and inquired, "If you don't want me to embarrass you in front of EE, then don't act coy with me," he snapped. I glanced aside and noticed that Xiaoyiwa was not in the living room, prompting me to ask quietly, "Where's Iwa?" "In the bedroom changing." "Don't change the subject," he replied, and suddenly grasped my chin, leaning closer to whisper, "If I heard correctly, are you plotting to murder your husband?" "Get lost." I unceremoniously swatted his hand away. "Xingjun, we both know who acted like a scoundrel last night. What do you take me for? A free J?" TSK, Xingjun remarked, his expression a mix of amusement and mockery. "Shubei, is it really worth getting so worked up? If I recall correctly, it was you who persistently begged me last night. What's this? You enjoy yourself and then turn your back. Xingjun, you jerk." Angered, I aimed another punch at his chest, but unexpectedly, he caught my hand midair, looking at me with an air of defiance, as if daring me to do anything. "Shubei, don't take advantage and then play innocent," he said, a smug smile gracing his face. "Are you referring to yourself?" I shot him a fierce glare. He held onto my hand, playfully squeezing it a couple of times, then whispered, "Rather than pretending to be this angry, why not admit that you enjoy my sudden assaults? What do you say, Shubei? What are you two doing?" Just as I was about to kick him fiercely, Ziowa emerged from her room, staring at us in astonishment. For the latest updates and error-free reading, please visit and bookmark our site. Chapter 44. Taking Advantage and Playing Innocent. 2. "She wants to hit me." Xingjun quickly released my hand and, pointing at me, accused, she insisted on dragging me to her room. claiming she had something to discuss. When I refused, she threatened to strike me. How could he feign such a flimsy excuse without a hint of shame? Are you ready? Xingjun then inquired. Yes, I'm ready, Zaiwa responded, a glimmer of confusion flashing in her eyes. Then let us depart, Xingjun declared, striding directly toward the door. Shubei, let us go, Zaiwa said to me, shouldering her backpack. Where are we going? I gazed at her in bewilderment. Have you forgotten? We agreed to visit the Summer Welfare Institute today, Zaiwa remarked. Noticing my confusion, it finally dawned on me that today was indeed the day we planned to go to the Summer Welfare Institute. I hadn't anticipated that Xingjun would be willing to act as our chauffeur and accompany us there. I settled into the back seat, and as I did, Xingjun glanced back at me before starting the car and swiftly driving toward the outskirts. The Summer Welfare Institute appeared just as I remembered, untouched for years. The walls were weathered, overrun by climbing vines, and the grand banyan tree in the courtyard still stood proud. Upon entering, the bittersweet memories of my difficult childhood surged forth, evoking both sorrow and nostalgia. Having previously arranged via phone, Mama Xia was already at the entrance with the children waiting for us. As we stepped out of the car, I spotted Mama Xia's white hair fluttering in the wind. Her gaze remained as gentle as ever, though her face was etched with wrinkles. In that moment, my eyes welled with tears as I dashed into Mama Xia's embrace. Zaiwa had only spent 3 years at the Welfare Institute, so her reaction to Mama Xia was not as intimate as mine. She stood frozen, both excited and somewhat at a loss. Mama Xia. Tears streamed down Zaiwa's face as she swiftly ran into Mama Xia's arms. Observing this scene filled me with both heartache and emotion, yet I have always been reluctant to display my feelings in front of others. Thus, I attempted to avert my gaze, only to inadvertently meet Xingjun's eyes. He stood before the car, arms crossed, his expression even more indifferent than mine, though I noticed his fingers trembled slightly. Zaiwa and I took out the candies, gifts, and clothes we had prepared and distributed them among everyone alongside Mama Xia. In those times, I felt lonely and defiant. No matter the visitors who arrived, I would silently stand in the corner, stubbornly and coldly watching other children rush forward to snatch the gifts, preferring to go without. Whenever that happened, Mama Xia would quietly stand beside me, stroking my head and saying, Shubei, when it's time to ask for something, you must do so. Being stubborn can lead to missing out on what's right in front of you. Yet I stubbornly held my head high, refusing to accept any gifts. Even if someone placed them into my arms, I would heartlessly toss them aside. Some of that stubbornness and pride was innate, embedded deep within my bones. My emotions are in turmoil, and I yearn to vent my feelings. Yet I wish to remain unseen by anyone. I recall that behind the welfare institution lies a mountain. In my childhood, I would often climb to the summit alone at dusk, sitting upon a bare, massive rock, quietly gazing into the distance, silently conversing with my parents in my heart, and then allowing myself to weep freely. After darkness fell, I would descend the mountain alone. Shrouded in shadows, I have rediscovered the narrow, winding path from my past, and sprinted up to the peak. As I stood on the slope, gasping for breath, the bittersweet experiences of the years surged within me like a tempest, tears cascading down my face like pearls. I could not fathom why I felt such profound sorrow and sadness, for I had repeatedly assured myself on my way to the welfare institution that everything was in the past and would never return. Yet, upon approaching this place and sensing its atmosphere, I completely unraveled. It had been far too long since I last cried, and once the tears began, they would not cease. I found a flat stone to sit upon and wept wholeheartedly, releasing all the pent-up grievances and suppressed emotions I had harbored over the years. I believed this to be a sanctuary, undisturbed and unknown, a place where no one would intrude upon my solitude. To my surprise, a pair of hands suddenly rested upon my shoulders from behind. The wind carried with it the familiar scent of his cologne, and as I turned in astonishment, before I could utter a word, he enveloped me tightly in his embrace. The wind at the summit was fierce. He unfastened his coat and wrapped it around me, gently stroking my hair, yet he spoke not a word. My head was pressed against his chest, and my tears stained his expensive shirt. I felt his warmth and the kindness he had never bestowed upon me. However, merely seconds later, I regained my composure and forcefully pushed him away, quickly wiping my tears and regarding him coldly as I said, Xingjun, what are you doing? Stop pretending. I saw everything just now. He looked at me, his brow slightly furrowed, then lowered his gaze, disdainfully inspecting the damp spot on his shirt where I had left my tears, saying, I merely offered you a moment of solace. Do not overthink it. There is no need for your feigned compassion, I retorted indignantly, turning to walk towards the other side of the mountain at Sushube. Must you always be so prickly? He suddenly shouted from behind me that I do not need your pity, and please show me some respect in the future. I halted, delivering my words with a chill. A gust of cold wind swept past, causing me to shiver involuntarily. Sushube, do you know what is most detestable about you? He asked coldly from behind me, then continued, you possess the demeanor of a queen while living the life of a servant. With neither wealth nor power, who are you trying to impress with that pride? Who even cares? His words struck a sensitive nerve deep within me, and in that moment, the long-dormant volcano of my emotions erupted. I turned to face him and, disregarding all consequences, launched an attack. Sheng-jun, does your wealth and power grant you the right to trample upon the dignity of others? Whom do you show your arrogance to? Without your imperious family, what are you, Sheng-jun? What right do you have to speak to me? I glared at him with fury, and without a second thought, I seized his collar, locking my gaze with his as I indignantly declared, I hope you remember this. Fortunes can shift in the blink of an eye. All of your disdain and contempt for me today will surely be repaid in kind one day. Indeed, I hold you in contempt. I cannot abide your presence at Sushube. Regardless of what the future holds, I know one thing for certain. At this moment, I can do as I please with you. And you, no matter how arrogant you may appear before me, will find yourself submissive in mere minutes. Upon finishing my words, he yanked my hair, and before I could react, he pulled me into his embrace. His hand swiftly slipping beneath the hem of my clothing, targeting the softness above my heart that I gasped sharply, my body trembling uncontrollably. Sheng-jun, if you dare to touch me today, I will die before your eyes. You will not die. Sushube, your life is tougher than anyone else's. He whispered lowly in my ear, then disregardfully pressed his lips against mine. I bit down hard on his tongue, causing him to wince. And in retaliation, he launched a more aggressive assault, pinning me down in the grass that I struggled fiercely, desperate to break free from his grasp. But once again, he held me tightly against him. Sushube, no matter how formidable you may believe yourself to be, you are still merely a woman. Even if I trample your dignity, what can you do about it? His face bore a cold, superior indifference. Sheng-jun, I hate you. I will never forgive you. I endured this humiliation, glaring at him in rage. Yet, my defiance only spurred him on further. He lifted me effortlessly and carried me to the edge of a cliff atop the mountain. I turned my head and realized I was mere inches from a bottomless abyss. Sushube, if you value your life, do not move, he threatened, continuing his relentless conquest. Sheng-jun, you are a monster. I loathed this arrogant man from the depths of my being. That he leaned down to kiss me, and I bit him mercilessly. He would not relent, and the faint metallic taste of blood spread between us. I was tormented, unable to comprehend how I had become entangled with such a man. One who could command life and death. Just as my hatred for him reached its zenith, he swiftly whispered in my ear, I hope this brings you some joy. Bring me joy in this manner? Sheng-jun, you are nothing but a brute, I shouted in fury, once again leaving a vivid bite mark on his arm. Yes, I cannot think of a better way. I was simply not born to comfort others. He retorted, and with a resounding slap, I struck his face with all my might. As dusk fell, the sky darkened like ink, the sun long gone. The mountains stood like shadows, and only the sound of the wind filled the air. I looked at him coldly, gritting my teeth as I declared, Sheng-jun, I hate you. You were the first woman to ever dare slap me. He was consumed by anger, his hand gripping my throat as he forcefully pushed me to the precipice of a cliff. Do you believe I can make you vanish from this world without a trace? He taunted. Go on. Push me if you dare, I declared to Sheng-jun, my heart resolute in the face of death. Don't think I lack the courage. He shoved me forward again, bringing me perilously close to the edge, my torso suspended over the abyss. Fear surged through me, causing my body to tremble uncontrollably, yet I stubbornly maintained my stance. Fully aware that he would not truly cast me down the cliff, he was merely waiting for me to plead for mercy, but I refused to do so. That I would never beg for clemency from anyone. Not even if he were poised to end my life. That was simply out of the question. We remained locked in this standoff for what felt like an eternity, until his arm began to tire, nearly losing his grip and allowing me to plummet into the chasm. Let us descend. Night has fallen, he finally said, wrapping his arms around my waist, using one hand to meticulously clear the debris clinging to my clothes and hair. A thought of paradise, a thought of damnation. I had no inkling of what was swirling in Sheng-jun's mind. Instinctively, I attempted to push him away, Yet he tightened his embrace. Are you still intent on causing a scene? What do you truly desire? I glared at him, my indignation palpable. I am equally perplexed about my own actions, he replied, shaking his head in resignation. Then, abruptly releasing me, he turned his back and stated, I did not intend to offend you. My initial aim was to offer solace, yet somehow it has devolved into this. Soothing me? Ha! Don't tell me someone like you possesses a shred of compassion, I retorted, fully aware of his attempt at humility. Yet I was unwilling to accept it. Someone like me, that he murmured softly before, in a voice so faint it was barely audible. He confessed, I too harbor untold sorrows. Who among us finds life easy? What? I caught a glimpse of his words, though they were not entirely clear. That it is nothing. He quickly masked his emotions, turning to face me with a calm demeanor. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can one alter their fate. But attaining strength is arduous and demands great sacrifice. Sushube, if you lack the resolve and certainty, do not overexert yourself. Is it not preferable to contentedly play the role of the woman behind a man? Behind whom? I asked, my tone nonchalant. He hesitated for a moment before responding. As long as you refrain from being overly prickly, you shall eventually encounter a man willing to provide you with a world of protection. Do not exhaust yourself. Suddenly, his tone softened, leaving me bewildered. I apologize. That was not intentional. I simply couldn't help myself upon getting close to you. I hope this is the last time, I asserted, glaring at Shinjun in anger. Sushube, you are hardly a woman, he lamented, his voice low with exasperation. You possess no sense of romance. Romance? I scoffed, looking at him incredulously. Shinjun, do you truly consider coercion a form of romance? Coercion? His brow furrowed tightly. Disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, your body, however, is quite honest. Sushube, please stop your pretense. I shot him a withering glance, unwilling to engage further, and turned to descend the mountain. The night had fallen, and the narrow path on the mountain was shrouded in darkness that I could barely discern the direction of the trail, nor could I identify which path would lead me down. I ventured further. An overwhelming sense of desolation engulfed me, and it was then that I realized I had lost my way. I attempted to retrieve my phone from my pocket, only to find it empty. It must have slipped out during my struggle with Shinjun, and I had been oblivious to it. The mountain wind howled fiercely, and from the low thickets around me came intermittent rustling sounds, as if some creature were crawling in my vicinity. Alone and rooted to the spot, all I could see were the dark silhouettes of the surrounding foliage. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead. More than fear itself, I dreaded the thought of not only being unable to find my phone, but also potentially spending the night on the mountain. But I fought to calm myself, and noticed a towering boulder not far ahead. Perhaps climbing atop it would offer a measure of safety. With this thought, I pushed aside the underbrush and made my way toward the boulder. As I approached, a sudden sound emerged from behind it, a low, guttural noise that resembled the breath of a wild beast. My heart raced, cold sweat poured down, and my scalp prickled. Yet I forced myself to approach the boulder. At that moment, an eerie sound echoed from behind the stone. Who is there? I dared to inquire, cautiously circling to the other side, driven by curiosity. Just then, I heard the same rustling noise from behind the boulder, and fear gripped me, rendering me immobile, sweat beading on my skin. Suddenly, I felt a sharp object pressing against my back. My entire body trembled violently, tears welling in my eyes as I dared not turn to look, shaking like a leaf. Then, a laugh, familiar yet exasperating, resonated behind me. Though irritating, the sound brought an unexpected sense of calm. It was a rare occurrence to hear him laugh so freely. I turned in indignation to find him holding a stick about the thickness of a thumb, his face contorted in suppressed mirth. Clearly, the sharp object I had felt was none other than this stick. You're not crying. After all. Sushube, you've got some guts, Shinjun remarked, his amusement barely contained. What are you still doing here? Have you been following me? I asked, surprised. If I hadn't followed you, what would happen if you were devoured by a beast? Shinjun replied nonchalantly, pulling out a flashlight from his pocket and illuminating the surroundings, allowing me to finally see where I was. You needn't be so kind, I retorted, ungraciously. If you don't want to tremble like before, it's best not to provoke me, Shinjun cautioned coldly. What are you standing there for? Aren't you coming with me? If you wish to spend the night here, I won't stop you. You can go. I still need to find my phone, I asserted defiantly. To my surprise, he suddenly seized my hand, extracted my phone from his pocket, and placed it in my palm, saying, if you can lose your phone, how is it that you haven't lost your head? I was utterly astonished, unable to restrain myself from gazing up at him. He helplessly patted my head and said, "Let us go. Don't dawdle. I have no desire to spend the night on this desolate mountain." The cold intensified, and the mountain wind was biting. I wrapped my clothing tightly around myself, yet could not help but shiver uncontrollably. Without a word, he removed his coat and tossed it to me. I was taken aback. "Aren't you cold?" "I'm annoyed by the sound of your teeth chattering," he replied coldly, unceremoniously shoving the coat into my hands. "That I don't need it," I began to protest. But he shot me a formidable glare. "Believe me, if you utter another word of nonsense, I will leave you here. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses." Thus, I begrudgingly fell silent and donned his coat, which still bore his scent, bringing me an inexplicable sense of comfort and security. He instructed me to walk ahead while he followed closely behind, wielding a flashlight as we descended the mountain in perfect unison. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, we discovered the welfare center ablaze with lights, with everyone calling our names. Frantic in their search for us, I exchanged an awkward glance with Shinjun, hastily returning his coat. We silently parted ways, I heading into the courtyard to find Xia Yue and Xia Mama, while Shengjun wandered toward the outskirts of the welfare center, his purpose unclear. "Shubei, where have you been? Your phone is off." Xia Yue rushed over as soon as she spotted me, her concern palpable. "I went to the mountaintop for some fresh air. I accidentally lost my phone and spent quite some time looking for it," I quickly explained, my face betraying a flush of embarrassment. "No, I didn't see it. I hastily covered up. I thought you two went out together," Xia Yue murmured, glancing at Shinjun. "Let us eat quickly. The food is gone cold." "All right," Shinjun replied nonchalantly, taking the lead toward the kitchen. "Shubei, your pant leg." Xia Yue exclaimed in surprise as she inadvertently looked down. Her gaze then shifted to Shinjun's legs. I glanced down and, indeed, found my pant leg covered in numerous caterpillar-like plants. At that moment, Shinjun also paused, and I realized his pant cuffs were similarly adorned. Clearly, Xia Yue had noticed this too. Xia Yue quickly grasped the situation but chose not to confront it. She approached and knelt down to carefully peel the fuzzy balls off my feet, discarding them on the ground. Standing up, she brushed off her hands and smiled at me, saying, "I was worried you might be taken by wolves. I was just discussing with Xia Mama about calling the police. Now, let us hurry to eat dawang it." That moment, I called out her name, my heart heavy with guilt. We had merely crossed paths, and I had never anticipated he would also ascend the mountain. She turned to me, smiling with an expression of relief, her eyes brimming with trust and understanding. "Well, let us not linger. Let us go inside and eat." I nodded and walked into the kitchen with her. Xia Mama had prepared a meal for us, even keeping it warm in the pot. As we entered, Xia Mama was busy ensuring Shengjun had enough to eat. Upon seeing me enter, he promptly finished his meal and stood up, addressing us with, "I am full, Director Xia. If it is convenient for you, I would like to have a word." Their conversation continued well into the night, engaging Director Xia in delightful discourse. The guest room where Xia Yue and I resided was adjacent to Director Xia's, and the sound insulation was rather inadequate. We could hear their chatter, yet the specifics eluded us. After Xia Yue and I each took a shower, I gradually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, I arose early and noticed Xia Yue was still asleep. So I tiptoed out to assist Xia Mama in caring for the children. "Your friend is quite generous," she remarked, mentioning that he intends to personally donate 200,000 yuan to support the children's education. As she busied herself, she found moments to chat with me. That I was somewhat taken aback, not realizing that Shengjun possessed such a kind-hearted side. "So, you were discussing these matters last night?" He inquired extensively about your childhood. "Xiaobei, I find your friend quite admirable. You should cherish him," Xia Mama whispered with a smile in my ear. I gazed at her in astonishment. "He asked about my childhood. How is that possible?" "Xia Mama, our relationship is not as you perceive." "Silly child," Xia Mama chuckled, patting my shoulder. "You are wonderful in every aspect, yet you are rather oblivious when it comes to matters of the heart. Your friend appears to be reliable, capable, and composed." "Xia Mama, you completely misunderstand. He is Yiwa's boyfriend, and I am not involved with him at all." My face flushed once more at the realization. However, as I uttered those words, it dawned on me that regardless of the truth of their relationship, he and Xia Yue were already, in name, a couple. Xia Mama looked at me with surprise and confusion, then murmured, "But he has been inquiring about your childhood." I thought, alas, it seems I am growing old and increasingly unable to comprehend the world of youth. Xia Mama shook her head discreetly and advised, "If that is the case, you must maintain your distance from him." Do not let a man jeopardize the friendship you and Yiwa have built over so many years. It is simply not worth it. Love cannot compare to the value of friendship. I nodded earnestly and walked into the nursery, beginning to change the diapers of several infants still swaddled in blankets. These children were abandoned, sent here because no one claimed them. Upon witnessing their angelic faces, a profound sorrow welled up within me. Alone in the nursery, I meticulously changed each diaper and then commenced feeding them. These tasks were once common as I assisted Sia Mama, and though years had elapsed since I last did so, I remained adept. Have you been a mother before? Your movements are so skilled, I wondered aloud. Unbeknownst to me, Sheng Jun had stood behind me. He had changed into casual attire, leaning lazily against the wall with his hands in his pockets. His gaze still as frosty as ever. No. Why are you up so early? I inquired. I did not sleep a wink last night. He replied from behind me, then unexpectedly added, I inadvertently learned quite a bit about you. Su Shu Bei, your fate seems rather arduous. I turned my head in astonishment and casually remarked, of course, I cannot compare with you affluent second-generation heirs. However, what is it that you wish to inquire about me? Do not become infatuated with me. I am merely a legend. From now on, I shall maintain my distance and will not treat you in that manner again. Unexpectedly, he softly uttered something from behind me. I had thought he had long departed, only to realize he was still present. I turned around and decisively stated, that would be for the best. Perhaps my tone displeased him, for he furrowed his brow and then coolly replied, I am not doing this for your sake. My primary concern is for Yi's feelings. After all, she is, in name, my girlfriend. I could discern the deliberate emphasis in his voice, although a twinge of bitterness flickered within me. I maintained a calm demeanor and responded, well, I hope you treat her well and do not cause her any sorrow. Are you not jealous? After a brief pause, he asked again. I turned to him, my expression impassive, and replied, jealous? Why would I be? I do not harbor any feelings for you. Good. In that instant, a faint veil of darkness rose in Sheng Jun's eyes. Shu Bei, from now on, there exists only mutual benefit between us. Indeed, our relationship has always been based on mutual benefit, I remarked as I gazed at him. Excellent. Wonderful. Sheng Jun's gaze dimmed further, and he spoke through gritted teeth that I chose to ignore him and proceeded to another room to assist Mama Xia in dressing a few younger children. Director Xia, I have many matters to attend to, so I cannot linger for long. I will ensure the donation is finalized within 3 days. Sheng Jun followed, addressing Mama Xia, seemingly eager to depart. Shu Bei, did you two have some sort of conflict just now? He does not seem particularly happy. Xia Yiwa inquired keenly, as if she had sensed something amiss. Xia Yiwa cast a puzzled glance in my direction, just as her phone chimed. After glancing at it, she hastily informed Mama Xia and me, Mama Xia, I will come to visit you and the children another day. I must leave now. My brother has asked for my assistance with some matters at the company. Go ahead, do visit us often, Mama Xia replied with a smile. Rising to escort the 2 older children as they departed, I remained at the Summer Welfare Institute until the afternoon, having just finished lunch. I received a call from Shijian. Where are you? He asked over the phone. After briefly explaining the situation, he responded, I will come to pick you up. I happen to be in the vicinity for supplies. Approximately an hour later, Shijian arrived at the entrance of the Summer Welfare Institute, driving an older model of the guise. After bidding farewell to Mama Xia, he drove me away from there. On the road, Shijian suddenly remarked, recently, I have taken a liking to a girl who works part-time at our store. She is of average appearance, but her character is quite commendable, gentle, obedient, and understanding. This was the first time in all my years of acquaintance with him that he expressed an interest in a girl, and I was thrilled. Grasping his arm, I joyfully inquired, who is she? What is her name? Have I met her? The name is quite amusing, indeed. Ren Ying. I jokingly remarked that she should call me Brother Chong. Shijian looked at me, displaying a broad smile. Ren Ying? A jolt of surprise surged through me, utterly astonished. Could it be the Ren Ying I know? Surely, the world cannot be that small. Observing Shijian's face light up with uncontrollable delight at the mention of her, I couldn't help but silently repeat thrice in my mind, please, let her not be the one I know. Yet I maintained an impassive facade and replied, oh, I must meet her, after knowing you for so many years. I've yet to see you fond of anyone. In truth, there has always been someone in my heart. However, I am acutely aware that I am unworthy of her, thus content to remain her friend. Cherishing the moments spent by her side. Upon finishing his words, Shijian suddenly cast a heartfelt glance my way, followed by a knowing smile. Feeling a tad awkward, I, not being foolish, comprehended the underlying meaning of his words. I replied nonchalantly, "One can only say that woman lacks discernment. Shijian, you shall undoubtedly encounter a better woman, one deserving of your affection." That he responded with a hopeful tone. "I hope, so that it's present. I harbor no grand ambitions. I merely seek a virtuous woman to lead a peaceful life together, and she would be quite suitable." As he drove, Shijian mused, "My mother is getting older. She has been longing for grandchildren. That I possess little ambition, content as long as life proceeds smoothly." From his gaze, I discerned his yearning for marriage. He has never been one to harbor grand aspirations, but rather a man intent on living life well. As we conversed, we arrived at a shop. He entered and called for others to come help move things, while I assisted in opening the trunk. Just as I was about to lift the fruits from the trunk, a timid voice suddenly called from behind, Shu Beijia, is that you?" I abruptly looked up, and to my astonishment, there stood Ren Yingying in a cashier's uniform before me. "It truly was her," I exclaimed in surprise. "Yingying, what are you doing here?" "Is that her?" Shijian, grinning with a cigarette in his mouth, approached us. He wrapped an arm around both Ren Yingying and me, laughing. "How do you two know each other?" "We're colleagues," Ren Yingying replied softly, her face betraying a hint of guilt. I understood her unease. She feared I would expose her trivial affair with Su Tianyi. What a small world it is. That I couldn't help but exclaim in my thoughts, hoping that Shijian's interest was merely a fleeting fancy. However, as events unfolded, I increasingly realized that Shijian was genuinely serious about Ren Yingying. Their relationship progressed rapidly, appearing as if they were already in a romantic partnership. Shijian had not merely hired an employee, he had essentially welcomed a mistress into his establishment, allowing her to do nothing while preparing an entire drawer of snacks for her to indulge in at the bar. He busily flitted about, preferring to delegate tasks to me rather than ask her for assistance, all the while wiping sweat from his brow and grinning foolishly at Ren Yingying. Witnessing this scene, my heart felt as though it were being trampled by 1,000 wild horses. Seizing the opportunity, while Shijian went upstairs to shower, I hurriedly pulled Ren Yingying aside. The moment Ren Yingying laid eyes on me, her gaze flickered incessantly. "Shu Beijia, Shijian Gu treats me exceptionally well. No one has ever been this kind to me. May I implore you, please do not reveal my past with Su Tianyi to him. All right? I beg you." She earnestly continued, "I have but one question for you, and you must answer truthfully. Have you and Su Tianyi truly ended your affair?" I found her incessant pleading rather exasperating. Yet I understood that some men, particularly someone as kind-hearted and inexperienced in love as Shijian, might be swayed by such displays of emotion. "There has been no contact. He merely toyed with my affections. Shu Beijia, I deeply regret my past. However, upon meeting Shijian Gu, I have finally recognized what constitutes a genuine gentleman. I promise to cherish him dearly. Please, do not disclose my history to him. Will you?" Ren Yingying implored once more. "Shijian is quite naive. As long as you are devoted to him, that will suffice. As for the past, we all have one, and I am not so narrow-minded. Yet, I sincerely hope you will sever all ties with Su Tianyi. Is that agreeable?" I gazed at Ren Yingying, speaking with utmost seriousness. Yes, rest assured, Shu Beijia, I fully comprehend," Ren Yingying replied earnestly. Just then, Shijian, after changing his clothes, descended the stairs with a cheerful demeanor and inquired, "What have you two been discussing in my absence?" He then placed a hand on Ren Yingying's shoulder and added, "You mentioned you've never had seafood. Today, I specifically bought 2 king crabs along with a variety of other seafood for our hot pot tonight. Shu Bei, let us invite Shang Yang and enjoy some drinks together later." "Wow, king crab, huh?" I teased. "You've never been this generous with me. It seems there is indeed a vast difference between a girlfriend and a female friend, my friend." I chuckled as I playfully draped my arm over Shijian's shoulder, only to feel a sharp glare from Ren Yingying. Nonetheless, Shijian and I were accustomed to such camaraderie. I felt no discomfort. "I have always treated you well. Remember when you were ill? I tirelessly prepared soup for you for an entire month. Have you forgotten?" Shijian chuckled foolishly, patting my head as he used to do. "All right, you two continue your conversation. I shall go prepare the ingredients." Upon reflection, Shijian is indeed a rare gem of a man, capable of earning a living. Adept at household chores, thoughtful and considerate towards others, and fiercely loyal. Yet, Ren Yingying. I scrutinized her with a discerning eye. Apart from her somewhat incessant chatter reminiscent of a certain character, she seemed devoid of faults. However, for reasons unknown, she instilled in me an unsettling sense of apprehension. As Shijian busily prepared the ingredients, I found myself disrupting him as I had in the past. The more I observed his joy, The heavier my heart grew with concern. He once invested 6 months' worth of savings in a girl during university, only to be met with the news of her departure with another. Shi Jian is admirable in many respects, but he possesses an overly trusting nature. What is the matter with you today? He asked, his curiosity piqued. Are you feeling a tinge of jealousy now that I have a girlfriend? Don't be ridiculous. I merely fear you might repeat past mistakes. My understanding of Ren Ying is limited, and I do not wish to see you get hurt. I replied with a smile. That won't happen, so rest easy. Ying is a splendid young lady, far superior to you. Unlike you, who is prickly like a hedgehog and utterly oblivious to the feelings of others. Shi Jian, while lavishing her with affection, did not hesitate to take a jab at me. Infuriated, I seized a lettuce leaf and hurled it at his head, only to hear Xiangyang's voice behind me. Oh, look at this couple engaging in playful banter again. You should refrain from such jesting. Shi Jian is now taken. Upon finishing my statement, I cast a sidelong glance towards the bar. Xiangyang, taken aback, turned his head to look at the bar and whispered, Is it that one at the bar? Indeed it is, I nodded in affirmation, then beckoned to Ren Ying, saying, Ying, come over. It's almost time to eat. I'm still on duty. You all go ahead and eat. Ren Ying timidly declined. Come here, the bar is fine. Just let Xiaochen keep an eye on it, Shi Jian said, and personally walked over to take Ren Ying's hand, bringing her along. Shi Jian had prepared hot pot, and the four of us settled around the table. Just as Ren Ying took her seat, her phone rang. She was seated beside me, and I caught a glimpse of the name Su Qianni and Pinyin on her screen. To my surprise, I noticed her phone was the latest model from Apple. At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. I need to take this call. You all eat first, Ren Ying announced, dashing off to the restroom with her phone in hand. I checked my watch, and a full 10 minutes passed before Ren Ying emerged from the restroom. Her face pale and hesitant, Shi Jian hurried over, grasping her hand tightly, his concern evident as he asked, What happened? Why do you look so pale? So Ajian has a preference for the delicate type, Xiangyang remarked, observing Ren Ying's timid demeanor. This way he can play the hero. He's far too heroic. I chuckled, though inwardly I couldn't help but feel anxious for Shi Jian. Shi Jian pulled Ren Ying back to her seat and cheerfully said to us, It's nothing. Let us continue. Ying, would you like a drink? I don't drink, as I still have to work later. You all go ahead, Ren Ying softly replied, nestled against Shi Jian's side. Isn't she understanding? Shi Jian proudly wrapped his arm around Ren Ying's shoulders, boasting to Xiangyang and me. Xiangyang and I exchanged a knowing glance of exasperation, then raised our glasses to Shi Jian, declaring, What are we waiting for? Let us toast to your love. The three of us clinked our glasses resoundingly, and I tilted my head back, downing a large glass of draft beer, feeling the raucous turmoil in my heart gradually subdued by the alcohol. What a capacity for drink! I mused, if you're having such a good time, I might as well join in. Just as I set down my glass, Su Qianni appeared with a man and a woman by our table. With a lewd squint, he said while fixating his gaze menacingly on Ren Ying. In that instant, I felt a sudden clarity to my astonishment. This scoundrel had come knocking so swiftly. Su Qianni, it's you again, I remarked coldly, my eyes fixed on him. You wretched scoundrel, I knew this was your rotten scheme. Su Qianni pointed at me, rudely shouting, then turned to Ren Ying, bellowing, What the hell are you still holding on to that man for? Haven't I satisfied you enough? How dare you sneak around behind my back? Who gave you the audacity? Ren Ying, Tianni, what manner of speech is this? Xu Bei is my friend. Let us speak civilly. Xiangyang, unable to bear it any longer, abruptly stood up and addressed Su Qianni. This is none of your business today, so refrain from interfering. Su Qianni retorted arrogantly, then pointed at me, exclaiming, Xu Bei, I believe you are quite tired of living. Ren Ying cowered in the corner, trembling and with tears streaming down her face. I knew it was utterly futile to expect her to defend herself at such a moment. She simply lacked the kind of courage. Su Qianni, what brings you here? You are not welcome, I inquired. Gazing at him, Su Qianni scoffed dismissively, abruptly seizing a bottle of beer from the table and hurling it to the ground with a crash, while carelessly saying, Oh dear, my apologies for wasting your cheap beer. Without a moment's hesitation, he then pushed 2 exquisitely expensive king crabs from the plate onto the floor, stomping down on them with force, and coldly remarked, TSK, king crabs, and you think you deserve to eat them? Su Qianni made it abundantly clear that he was here to stir up trouble. A simmering anger welled up within me, and just as I was about to explode, Xiangyang stepped in front of me. Brother, I cannot comprehend this. Seeing his hard work so casually ruined by Su Qianni, Shi Jian could no longer remain seated. Yet he still gritted his teeth and said, "Let us speak plainly. What grievance do you hold against us?" "Tianni, do not go too far. Are you so devoid of respect that you disregard my face?" Xiangyang interjected angrily. "I told you not to interfere. Sit quietly while I handle my affairs." Suddenly, Su Tianni pulled a concealed knife from his pocket, twirling it menacingly in his hand before hurling it towards Ren Yingying. The scene unfolded with alarming swiftness. Ren Yingying screamed in terror, yet it soon became evident that Su Tianni was merely posturing. The knife remained firmly in his grasp, but his sudden movement startled us all. "Vile woman, I will count to 3, and if you do not come here, prepare for your demise." Su Tianni glared viciously at Ren Yingying. Beginning his countdown, shivering, Ren Yingying stood up, timidly nudging Shi Jin and murmuring an apology. Just as she stepped forward, Su Tianni yanked her into his embrace and, in front of Shi Jin, planted a forceful kiss on her lips. He then looked up defiantly as Su Tianni was bleeding profusely from his head, mixed with beer, causing him to push Ren Yingying away and roll on the ground in agony, while covering his head and shouting in distress. He stood up and pointed at Shi Jin, exclaiming, "Damn you, you bastard! How dare you hit me? Tianni, don't act recklessly." Xiangyang, witnessing the scene, hurriedly intervened. However, unexpectedly, as he embraced Su Tianni, a man and a woman surged forward from behind him, launching a furious assault on Shi Jin. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Blood continued to flow from Su Tianni's head as he hurled a barrage of profanities. Xiangyang tugged at Su Tianni with all his might, while Shi Jin, along with the man and woman, became embroiled in a tumultuous melee. The broth from the hot pot on the table spilled onto the floor, sending all the patrons in the restaurant into a frenzy as they scrambled to escape. Amidst this inexplicable brawl, I cast a silent glance at Ren Yingying, only to find her cowering in a secure corner, her face betraying an unusually cold indifference. Without uttering a word, I rushed to assist Shi Jin. Just as I was grappling with the woman, Xiangyang suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Su Tianni has fainted! Stop the fighting!" At this exclamation, the entire room fell silent, revealing Su Tianni sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood. Shi Jin, Xiangyang, and I exchanged silent glances. All of us realizing the gravity of the situation, we hurried Su Tianni to the hospital, where the doctor's diagnosis revealed a mild concussion accompanied by a brain injury, requiring 6 stitches, bandaging, and various examinations. After a series of exhausting procedures, Su Tianni lay lifelessly on the hospital bed. That moment, Su Changxing rushed in with his wife, marking the first time in many years that I encountered Su Changxing's wife. Huang Xiaoxiang. Huang Xiaoxiang had gained weight, her face clearly having undergone cosmetic procedures, heavily powdered, with bright red lipstick and large curly hair, her figure swaying as she approached with a handbag. Just as I was conversing with Xiangyang, an unexpected chill swept over me, followed by her striking my face with 5 vivid imprints. "Cousin, I knew it was you. You look just like your mother." She stood before me like a wall, her demeanor filled with hostility, 100 times more repulsive than I remembered. In a fit of rage, I landed a punch on her excessively augmented face, glaring at her as I declared, "Huang Xiaoxiang, utter another word against my mother, and I swear I will end you." The moment she insulted my mother, my inner fury ignited. I seized her hair without a second thought, dragging her to the ground. Just as I prepared to place my foot on her, Su Changxing ruthlessly yanked my hair, tossing me aside. The pain was excruciating as Xiangyang and Shi Jin shielded me fiercely. Su Changxing bellowed in rage, "Enough! We will settle this properly next time. Where's Tianni? Where is Tianni? Dad, I'm here to AT." That moment, Su Tianni was wheeled out of the examination room by a nurse, lying on the bed, his head wrapped like a mummy. "Tianni, Tianni, how are you?" Huang Xiaoxiang, upon seeing Su Tianni emerge, scrambled to her feet in disarray and rushed over to embrace him. "Mom." As soon as Su Tianni laid eyes on Huang Xiaoxiang, he began to emit cries akin to that of a distressed pig, his wails drawing the attention of everyone in the corridor. Numerous family members from nearby wards craned their necks, wondering if some earth-shattering incident had occurred, following the exaggerated display from mother and son. Su Tianni suddenly straightened slightly, extending his hand to point at me, declaring, "Mom, Dad, you must help me deal with her." In that instant, I felt the piercing gaze of 6 individuals, laden with palpable animosity, directed towards me. "Uncle, Aunt, the truth of the matter is," Xiangyang hastily attempted to defend me upon witnessing the situation. However, Su Changxing interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "I shall not let this matter rest. No pleas for mercy will be of any use. Uncle, are you not even going to inquire about the truth?" I retorted coldly upon hearing his words. You dare speak, you little brat. I'll tear your mouth apart. Huang Xiaoxiang seemed to activate her fury once more, lunging at me. It was our mercy that spared you back then. Had I known you would bring such calamity upon my Tianyi today, I would have eliminated you long ago. She lunged towards me. But at that moment, Shang Yang and Shi Jian stepped in front of me simultaneously. Aunt Huang, your words are rather harsh. Could you at least allow me to explain the events of today? Shang Yang said, his brow furrowed. You must be that brat from the Shang family, right? This matter has nothing to do with you. Be off to the side. Huang Xiaoxiang retorted sharply, forcefully shoving Shang Yang aside. In her youth, she was notorious as a shrew throughout the countryside, and years of living in luxury had not altered her base nature, especially with her imposing stature. Her dismissive gestures nearly sent both Shi Jian and Shang Yang stumbling. She advanced directly towards me, pointing an accusatory finger at my nose as she scolded, I have yet to settle the scores from that time. How dare you show your face before us? If I do not deal with you properly today, I shall not forgive this affront. Anyone who dares to intervene is declaring war on the Su family. Husband, do not speak out of turn. I regarded her with a cold glare. Noting her arrogance reminiscent of years past, I recalled how, before my parents found success, we lived under the same roof, and her relentless harassment of my mother. Since my mother was beautiful and cared for her appearance, whenever my father was absent, she would openly and covertly berate my mother. My mother, and I had endured far too much from this woman. It was only after my father established a successful business that we were met with this treacherous couple's schemes to usurp what was rightfully ours. The thought of these injustices ignited a fierce hatred within me. Without a moment's hesitation, I charged directly into her artificial bosom, proclaiming, Huang Xiaoxiang, you relish causing a scene, do you? Today, let us see who can be more unruly. You want to fight? Then bring it on. The first slap she delivered to my face was met with a retaliatory blow tenfold in strength. And I was astonished by the surge of ferocity that coursed through me. In that moment, I felt completely unafraid and utterly liberated. Yet again, I found myself seized by Su Changsheng, who yanked my hair, dragging me to the ground and glaring down at me with fierce eyes, demanding, Are you done causing a ruckus? She is your aunt. Do you still harbor even a modicum of respect for us? Respect? Do you still have the audacity to demand respect? I sprang to my feet and delivered a punch straight to Su Changsheng's chest. This was my utmost expression of respect for you. Uncle, he seized my hand with such immense force that it dislocated instantly, plunging me into a realm of agonizing pain. Yet, even more excruciating than the physical torment was the anguish within my heart. I loathed myself. After years of relentless effort, the chasm between me and my adversaries remained insurmountable. Su Shubei, I shall eventually bring about your demise. Su Changsheng leaned closer to my ear and whispered in a voice only I could hear. He released my hand and, with an air of grandeur, addressed the onlookers. Everyone has witnessed the events unfold. This is a misfortune for our Su family, and I see no need for excessive explanation. My son lies ill in a hospital bed. I shall entrust everything to my lawyer and the police. When the police arrived and, without inquiry, ushered me and Shi Jian into the patrol car, enlightenment struck me. This world is not merely black and white. It is replete with vast shades of gray, allowing the malevolent to distort truth and fabricate lies. Under the negotiations of Su Changsheng's lawyer and the police, I was inexplicably accused of having a tendency towards mental illness, and the lawyer audaciously requested a psychiatric evaluation. It was then that I comprehended Su Changsheng's insidious intentions. He must be scheming to forge a psychiatric assessment declaring me mentally ill, thereby consigning me to an asylum under the guise of a family member's concern, thus eradicating any future threats. That Su Changsheng is truly malevolent. When I learned of the impending psychiatric evaluation, a chill coursed down my spine, and I trembled uncontrollably. An impulse to curse surged within me, yet I understood the necessity of remaining composed. I was left in uncertainty regarding Shi Jian's fate, whether he had managed to extricate himself. I also pondered if Shang Yang would dare risk incurring Su Changsheng's wrath to rescue me. Moreover, I was oblivious to whether Xia Yue would become aware of this predicament, or if it was altogether unfathomable. And what of Zhou Donghai? If he were to learn of this, would he extend his assistance? The so-called psychiatric evaluation was merely a ruse. Should they tamper with the process, I, though perfectly sane, could easily be classified as mentally ill. In this city, I was nearly alone, and in such dire circumstances, who would come to my aid? Leaning against the cold wall of the detention center, I endeavored to calm my racing thoughts. Before I knew it, 3 days and 3 nights had passed since my confinement that I never imagined I would spend New Year's Eve within these walls. Despondently, I gazed through the tiny iron bars. Was this truly the end of Su Shubei's life? I had not closed my eyes for 3 consecutive days and nights, during which I reflected on my entire past, and many once muddled thoughts began to crystallize in my mind in no more emotional impulsiveness. Su Shubei, I silently admonished myself that I believe that no path is entirely closed to a person, and I trust my fate will not conclude here. Su Changxing failed to obliterate me in the past, and he shall not succeed now. As clarity enveloped my mind, tranquility began to settle within my heart. I endeavored to cultivate a sense of calm, requesting paper and a pen from the officer, determined to seize every opportunity to extricate myself from this predicament. I could not afford to languish in despair. Just as I steeled myself for a desperate battle, dawn broke, and the police unexpectedly escorted me from that confining chamber. As I traversed the lengthy corridor and emerged into the dim light, the moment I laid eyes upon Zoa, tears streamed down my face. I instinctively knew that she would devise a way to rescue me. In times like these, I was certain she would find me and come to my aid. Without a word exchanged or questions posed, we instinctively clasped hands, and she led me forth, brazenly exiting the detention center without a soul to impede our passage, nor any mention of mental illness lingering in the air. The tumult of my ordeal seemed to be smoothed over by an unseen hand, leaving no trace of turbulence behind. That I realized that Zaiwa alone could not possess such formidable power. Indeed, as we stepped through the gates of the detention center, I beheld Xingjun, clad in a black woolen coat and donning reflective sunglasses, waiting by the car. Even at the entrance of the detention center, he managed to present himself in such an ostentatious manner that he had come as well. I halted, turning to Zaiwa with a questioning gaze. Thank you. Yua and I embraced her. You must have endured quite a bit in there, haven't you? I've been so worried over the past few years. Zaiwa grasped my hand, concern etched on her face that I didn't suffer. The worst never came to pass, did it? I replied with a faint smile. I'm indestructible, like a cockroach. Upon hearing my words, Zaiwa's face lit up with laughter. I knew it. My Shubei is stronger than anyone. As we lingered, seemingly reluctant to move, Xinjuan's carefully curated pose began to falter. He removed his sunglasses, approaching us with an impatient frown. Haven't you had enough of the inside yet? Do you still wish to stay? I owe you another favor, I said to him, a natural smile gracing my lips for the first time. Expressing genuine gratitude, he appeared taken aback, likely unprepared for my warmth. After a brief moment of surprise, he shifted his gaze, replying coolly, Stop being foolish. Let's talk in the CAR.is. Su Changxing willing to let me go just like that? Won't it implicate you? I couldn't help but inquire. Of course it will. He replied sternly, Is demeanor serious? Do not let there be a next time. Underestimating your own strength is folly. You should consider your own weight before acting. If it happens again, no one will be able to save you. I instinctively acted on impulse, but I nodded in agreement, assuring him it would not recur. Impulsiveness must be tempered by timing. At least let me be present next time you act rashly. He began, but suddenly seemed to realize something and abruptly ceased his words. Nonetheless, I detected a hint of concern in his tone, prompting me to gaze at him in surprise, offering another radiant smile. He awkwardly turned away, hastily striding toward the car. I surmised that Su Changxing would not be so mundane. He is the kind of person who, if he chooses to act, will undoubtedly strive to bring you to your demise. Thus, the individual who sent this message must certainly be Su Tianyi. That he must have concluded that Ren Yingying was introduced to Shi Jian by me, which is why he harbors such profound animosity towards me. Upon receiving this message, I promptly called Ren Yingying. To my astonishment, it was Shi Jian who answered the phone. Shubei, where are you? You must have emerged by now, Shi Jian inquired on the other end. Wait, isn't this Ren Yingying's phone? I couldn't help but question, how is it in your possession? Impossible, Shubei would never blame you. You were also coerced, Shi Jian reassured her. Listening to their exchange sent a chill down my spine. So I quickly responded, Are you both at home? I shall come to find you. Perfect, my mother is still cooking. Come over and join us for dinner. Yingying and I will make amends with you, Shi Jian replied. After hanging up, I grabbed my bag and stepped outside. Xia and Shunjun had gone to deal with his family, so I drove straight to Shi Jian's residence. When I rang the doorbell, it was Ren Yingying who answered. The moment I laid eyes on her, before I could utter a word, she timidly spoke up. Shubei, you have suffered. I am so sorry. It is all my fault. That I furrowed my brow, about to respond when Shi Jian approached. wrapping his arm around Ren Ying's shoulder and addressing me. Shu Bei, if you must assign blame, direct it at me. Ying has endured enough. Please do not chastise her further. She has been tormented by guilt for quite some time. Alas, before I could utter a single word, I found myself cornered by the two of them. Observing Shi Jian's devoted demeanor, I realized he was beyond redemption. I entered the house, and Ren Ying dutifully went to assist Auntie in the kitchen. After greeting Auntie, I took a seat at the dining table alongside Shi Jian, awaiting the meal that I heard you were released the same day. I inquired. Yes, I merely provided a statement and was allowed to leave. However, the damage to the shop was quite severe. The losses are substantial, Shi Jian replied, casting a remorseful glance in my direction. Alas, to have involved you in such a predicament during the festive season is truly regrettable. One matter does not equate to another. My suffering is unrelated to you. But you must clarify the situation concerning Ren Ying and Su Tianyi. I quietly cautioned that I have clarified matters. Ying expressed her desire to maintain a proper relationship and has returned the items Su Tianyi gave her. She stated she would sever ties with him. Ying is a good girl. It is merely that Su Tianyi is a despicable cad. Once this matter settles, I must find an opportunity to confront him decisively. Shi Jian muttered under his breath, taking a sip of his drink in frustration. Can you truly set aside the matters concerning her and Su Tianyi? I probed further. What is there to dwell upon? Everyone has a past, as long as she is devoted to me. I hold no objections. Moreover, it is not as if she willingly acquiesced. That scoundrel Su Tianyi coerced her. Just as Shi Jian spoke, Ren Ying emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming bowl of soup. Shi Jian hurried over to assist. Disregarding the scorching heat that threatened his hands, he gently cradled Ren Ying's hand, blowing on it fervently, while tenderly inquiring, "Does it hurt?" Observing their tender exchange, deeply enmeshed in the throes of love, I realized that further words would be superfluous. Thus I chose to remain silent. During our meal, I cast a discerning glance at Ren Ying, sensing that beneath her demure demeanor lay hidden depths. Yet, she appeared so fragile, so inconspicuous, that her presence was easily overlooked. Even while seated at the same table, she always seemed to embody a state of trepidation. Like a startled bird, her eyes darting anxiously about, and when she spoke, it was as if a torrent of grievances poured forth, painting her as the most pitiable soul in existence. Strangely, this seemingly inconsequential woman could drive a scoundrel like Su Tianyi to madness, and likewise incite a steadfast man like Shi Jian to frenzy. Truly perplexing. After dinner, as I stepped out from Shi Jian's abode, delicate snowflakes began to drift down like velvet from the sky. I tightened the embrace of my white down jacket, donned my hat, and strolled down the desolate street with my hands tucked in my pockets. The vehicle approached from the distance, halting beside me, and someone rolled down the window, calling my name with exuberance. To my surprise, it was Shang Yang that he parked the car, leapt out swiftly, and before I could fully comprehend the situation, enveloped me in a hearty embrace that on this snowy second day of the new year. Amidst the festive atmosphere of the long street, Shang Yang, clad in a matching black down jacket, suddenly held me close. "Shu Bei, I've been so worried about you," he whispered in my ear that I hastily pushed him away, stating, "Worry or not, why the sudden embrace? I'm perfectly fine." He erupted into laughter, his smile radiant. "As long as you're all right. I saw you walking alone under the streetlight, and thinking of the hardships you've endured. I felt compelled to give you a hug." I raised my index finger in playful admonition, grinning as I warned him. "Though we share a good rapport, you mustn't take liberties with me. Come on, it was just a hug." Shang Yang chuckled, playfully tapping my nose before disregarding my protest and wrapping his arm around my shoulders. Just as I prepared to voice my dissent, he beat me to it. "This is merely a brotherly hug. If you refuse again, where shall I hide my old face?" I quickly retorted. "Hey, what about your luxury car? It might get towed. Let it be towed." He replied nonchalantly. "Look at this beautiful snowy day. I want to walk with you." "Go on. Stop being so romantic. I can't handle it." I laughed heartily, feeling an inexplicable ease whenever I was with Shang Yang that he too broke into laughter, and as we passed by a department store, he whimsically asked, "How about a Haagen-Dazs?" Now, I gazed at the flurry of snowflakes dancing through the air, then turned my attention to his childlike sincerity, unable to suppress a laugh. Indeed, just at this moment, he grinned and winked at me, then took my hand, leading me towards the grand entrance of the mall, where a Haagen-Dazs store awaited. To my surprise, as we slipped through the door, we spotted Xinjun and Zila strolling out side by side. At that instant, my hand remained firmly clasped in Xiangyang's grasp, while Zaiwa linked arms with Xingjun, resembling a pair of perfect lovers. The four of us came to an almost synchronized halt. Instinctively, I attempted to withdraw my hand, only to find it held even tighter by Xiangyang. He responded nonchalantly, his tone distinctly indifferent. We are about to leave. What are you two up to? I want to take Shubei to enjoy some Agendas. The snow outside is truly beautiful, Xiangyang declared, then abruptly turned to affectionately pat the brim of my hat, feigning a display of intimacy that I was puzzled by his actions. Yet, in the presence of Xingjun and Zaw, I felt reluctant to reject his gesture, so I smiled and graciously replied, "Thank you that we're off now. Take your time browsing," Xingjun stated stiffly. "You stay here and wait for me. I'll go inside to buy." Once Xingjun departed, Xiangyang, understanding the moment, immediately released my hand and strolled towards the Agenda's entrance. With my hands tucked in my pockets, I stood at the foyer of the department store, observing the ebb and flow of shoppers. Shortly thereafter, Xiangyang emerged, beaming with delight, cradling 2 servings of Agendas, one of which he handed to me with a playful grin, asking, "Dare to eat this outside?" I immediately laughed. What is there to be afraid of? "Let us go." He tossed his head back and led me outside that I trembled as I held the Agendas. Stepping into the frigid air, the snow had blanketed the ground in a delicate layer, creating a picturesque scene, yet the cold was biting. Eating ice cream on such a frigid day could only be conceived by him. I chuckled in disbelief, clutching the Agendas as I shivered. "How romantic," Xiangyang remarked with a mischievous smile, tearing open the Agendas packaging before carelessly shoveling a spoonful towards my mouth. "Hey, that's yours," I exclaimed in astonishment, hastily pushing it away. "It's fine. I don't mind you." He paid no heed to my protest and insisted on forcing it into my mouth. Reluctantly, I opened up, and the sweet, icy treat melted instantly, filling my mouth with a delightful flavor. Though cold, this sweetness, combined with the swirling snowflakes, evoked an unprecedented sense of purity and beauty within me, an experience I had never known before. Just then, a jarring honk shattered our tranquil moment. I turned to see it was Xingjun's car. It turned out they hadn't left yet. "Where are you headed?" Xingjun inquired, rolling down the window with a cool demeanor. "No need. Xiangyang will take me home shortly," I replied decisively, shaking my head. "All right then. Suit yourself." That Xingjun's expression darkened in an instant, and he promptly rolled up the window, speeding away like an arrow. It was indeed perplexing. How could such a proud and composed man become so inexplicably flustered in my presence? However, I paid no mind to his reaction. Once he departed, I, alongside Xiangyang, continued to merrily savor our ice cream, treading through the snow while singing joyfully. Although the night was cold, it was one of the simplest and most delightful evenings of my life. We wandered through the icy landscape for over an hour before finally arriving at my doorstep. Xiangyang escorted me to the entrance of the corridor before taking his leave. I shivered as I brushed the snow off my clothes, wrapping myself in my damp, nearly frozen down jacket as I ventured into the pitch-black corridor. Oddly, the corridor, which usually brimmed with light, was shrouded in darkness tonight. Just as I was about to ascend the stairs, a massive shadow suddenly darted out from beside me and enveloped me in an embrace. I was about to scream, his lips, uncaring, pressed against mine. Once again, I caught a whiff of that familiar scent emanating from him. I recognized him as Xingjun, yet I was bewildered as to why he would appear here at such a late hour. He forcefully pinned me against the wall, kissing me fervently and holding me tightly. After a while, he finally released me, grasping my chin with an intense glare as he demanded, "Tell me, where have you and Xiangyang been at this hour?" I was taken aback by his question. "What do you mean? Where have we been?" Su Shubei, his face bore an expression of fury, and he glared at me as he said, "Don't forget, you are my woman. Do not casually flirt with other men on the street." "Your woman?" I gasped in astonishment, incredulously asking, "When did I become your woman?" Yet, more than the answer, I was astounded by his attitude towards me. Since when had he begun to care about me? He seemed to realize something, promptly altering his demeanor. "What I mean is, since we have that kind of relationship, do not flirt with other men. I detest women who lack self-respect. First of all, Xiangyang is my friend. There is nothing between us. Furthermore, even if I had a relationship with him, it is not your place to dictate my actions. Xingjun, we may have shared a night together, but that does not grant you the right to interfere in my life. Do not forget, you currently have a girlfriend," I stated firmly. Upon hearing my words, he suddenly remarked, "My relationship with E is merely a matter of convenience. We are entirely innocent. Today, We even discussed choosing a time to publicly declare our breakup. But what about you? What do you truly think? His words left me utterly bewildered as I grasped the underlying implication he conveyed, an implication I had never contemplated nor dared to consider. Xingjun, what does he truly mean? I stared at him, dumbfounded, and asked, what do you mean by what do I think? It's nothing. He suddenly retracted all emotion, his tone growing icy once more. That I do not understand what you mean. I replied that I mean nothing at all. Do not misconstrue my words. He coldly dismissed, then released me, though I was completely at a loss. I ended my relationship with Yi for her own good. I do not wish to hold her back. He added, seemingly anxious that I might misconstrue his intentions. I understand. However, I sincerely hope that you will treat her with genuine affection. She harbors no ill intentions towards you. I said weakly, to my surprise. Before I could finish my sentence, I had already provoked him further. He pinched my face with irritation, exclaiming, Su Shubei, can you even speak like a human? The pinch was painful, and I quickly covered my face, responding, I do not comprehend what you are attempting to convey. Forget it. It is akin to playing a lute to a cow. You should go upstairs and refrain from mentioning my presence to Yi. His tone conveyed a palpable sense of helplessness. Upon hearing this, I hastily made my exit, dashing upstairs without a moment's hesitation, entirely indifferent to what his reaction might be. What was prepared for me? I was even more bewildered. For the fastest updates and error-free reading, please visit and bookmark our site for the latest. Chapter 51. 1,000 miles to send warmth. 1. Wait for me? Surely not. Reflecting on the words Xingjun spoke to me in the corridor, I was utterly astonished. The limited edition LV bag, which I had reserved long ago with the intention of gifting it to you, was unexpectedly snatched up by my brother, who paid for it first. Xia Yua beamed as she pushed an LV gift box towards me, saying, This is for you. Limited edition. Upon hearing those words, I inhaled sharply. When did your brother become so generous? I sat down, astonished and at a loss for words. He learned about our childhood from Dean Xia and inquired extensively about our past. In truth, my brother is a person who appears cold on the outside but is warm-hearted within. He may seem like a block of ice, yet with enough interaction, one discovers his inherent kindness. Xia Yua stated with admiration, then took my hand and added, Shubei, although my brother may not express it, he understands that the previous incident caused you significant distress. His actions can be seen as a form of recompense. What is going on today? Why are you so intent on speaking highly of him? I looked at Xia Yua, bemused, sensing an odd tone in her voice that carried a subtle hint of sorrow. No, we have cleared the air today. My brother mentioned that he does not wish to delay you and will choose an appropriate time to announce our breakup publicly, said Xia Yua. A twinge of bitterness flickered across her expression, soon replaced by a smile. Shubei, I believe there is a unique sentiment between you and my brother. In fact, I think. IWA, please do not say any more. There is no possibility between me and your brother. He does not like me, and I could never harbor feelings for him. I interjected hastily. Xia Yua let out a gentle sigh, recognizing my reluctance to discuss the matter further, and chose not to pursue the topic. After a brief moment, she casually remarked, My aunt is planning to establish a branch office in the country and intends for me to manage it. After the new year, I will no longer be working with my brother. A branch office? This is quite sudden. What will it focus on? Cosmetics and overseas purchasing. It has just begun to gain popularity. My aunt is also involved in this field abroad, Xia Yua said with a smile. If it operates well, the profits could be substantial. If you are determined, I will certainly support you. However, I do not wish to abandon my current job just yet. Nevertheless, I will do my utmost to assist you in the initial stages. I replied sincerely. Indeed, I have already formulated a preliminary notion in my mind. It would be wonderful if you could assist me further. Upon finishing her statement, Xia Yua suddenly became engulfed in melancholy. Lamenting that she still could not reunite with her parents, and wondering when she would be able to exonerate them. The transgressions committed by her parents were not grave, they were merely entangled in a larger case, resulting in their imprisonment and the ongoing separation. I empathized deeply with Xia Yua's anguish and promptly grasped her hand. The case from years past was monumental, and the scrutiny remains intense even now. Yua, as long as we devise a plan and seize the right moment, we will surely see them again, I assured her. After exchanging words for a while, I rose to take a shower. As I lay down to rest, I received a text message from Xingjun. How's the package? Bring it to me tomorrow. He quickly followed up. You are once again testing my patience. Just reading the message, I could vividly imagine the expression on his face at that moment. Before my departure, I had only disclosed my itinerary to Xiaoyiwa and Shijian. That afternoon, my cousin accompanied me to the gravesite of my parents and grandmother. The old hometown was frigid, blanketed in thick snow, and my cousin and I trudged along the path to where my parents and grandmother lay to rest. No matter how resilient I tried to appear, upon seeing the gravestones, tears inevitably streamed down my face that I collapsed to my knees, bowing at their graves for what felt like an eternity. Illness struck me like a sudden avalanche. This unexpected high fever disrupted all my plans and left me in a daze. I could only lie bedridden, lost in a fog for several days, continuously dreaming of my parents, my grandmother, and countless memories from the past. Even of Xing Jun. In my dreams, he held my hand, his gaze tender. When I felt hot, he placed a cool towel on my forehead, and when I felt cold, he embraced me warmly. When I thirsted, he fed me water sip by sip, and when I felt weary, he softly hummed a lullaby to lull me to sleep, even administering bitter medicine mouth to mouth. I had always believed such hallucinations could only occur in dreams, yet to my astonishment, as my health gradually improved and the fever subsided, I awoke to find him truly lying beside me. That I was distinctly in the guest room of my cousin's home, yet beside me lay a real, warm, familiar body, clad in a shirt. He breathed evenly with closed eyes. His long, curled lashes were extraordinarily alluring, and his hair was slightly tousled. Even in slumber, his hand remained tightly clasped with mine. As I stirred slightly, he awoke instantly. Upon turning to see me awake, he inquired with delight, "You're awake? What are you doing here?" I rubbed my eyes and softly asked that. In that instant, he seemed to realize something, abruptly releasing my hand, springing up from the bed, quickly straightening his attire, and then adopting an expression of indifference. "No particular reason." "Are you feeling any better? Don't tell me you were just passing through. This is my remote hometown." That moment, as I gazed at him, I couldn't help but break into a silly smile. I found myself momentarily speechless, and then, in a flurry of anxiety, he bent down to fetch the kettle and poured me a cup of hot water, presenting it to me with a curt, icy command. "Drink. Quickly tell me the reason, or I shan't drink," I retorted, gazing at his pretentious facade, unable to resist the urge to unmask his pretense. So, feeling a bit better, he starts to act all smug. He slightly furrowed his brow, adopting an air of aloofness as he insisted, "Drink the water and take your medicine." Complying obediently with his instructions, I took the medicine. I observed him skillfully pouring water and handing me the pills. A mixture of surprise and a touch of warmth swelled within me. That moment, my sister-in-law entered, and upon seeing me awake, she smiled and remarked, "Xiao Bei, you have finally awakened. Thank goodness your boyfriend has been here to care for you. You were burning with fever, and only after he arrived did your temperature begin to drop." But my boyfriend, I was momentarily taken aback, about to inquire further, when Sheng Jun suddenly coughed heavily, casting me a warning glance. "Sister-in-law, I appreciate your and brother's efforts these past few days. You both should go rest now. I can manage here," Sheng Jun said with a smile to my sister-in-law. I could hardly believe my ears. I never anticipated such a casual tone would emerge from Sheng Jun. "Wait, what did you just call me?" I stammered, wide-eyed after my sister-in-law left. "Nothing," he replied. Once she departed, Sheng Jun resumed his stoic demeanor, pulling up a chair to sit across from me, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Will you be able to leave tomorrow? If so, I will have my assistant book the tickets." "Why the rush to leave?" "You just called her sister-in-law quite affectionately, didn't you? You've made yourself at home here. Why the urgency to depart?" I teased, unable to resist the urge to provoke him further. Sheng Jun shot me a withering glare. "Enough of the nonsense. How do you feel now?" His expression soured further. "Su Shubei, are you intent on disregarding my goodwill? Why are you suddenly being so nice to me?" I blurted out, curiosity overtaking me. "There is no reason," he retorted abruptly, rising to his feet, hands in his pockets, looking down at me with an air of authority. "Just tomorrow, I will have my assistant book the tickets. You should rest now. I shall take my leave." With that he exited, leaving me in a state of bewilderment until my sister-in-law returned, clarifying the reason for his sudden appearance. It turned out that during my fever, he had called me, and my brother informed him of my condition. Upon hearing I was unwell, he rushed over and even told my brother and sister-in-law that he was my boyfriend. He had then taken care of me for 3 consecutive days until I finally regained consciousness. The scenes I had dreamt of were indeed real. He had truly been by my side, his kindness astonishingly evident, garnering high praise from my sister-in-law. Yet, amidst my astonishment, I was left to ponder. Why would he disregard everything to come for me? Why would he attend to me so attentively? Why did he treat me so warmly in private while maintaining a facade of coldness in public? Chapter 52. 1,000 miles to deliver warmth. 2. I found myself disinclined to ponder further. Nor did I press him on the reasons behind his actions that I observed that he presented a demeanor of effortless charm in the presence of everyone except me, though he arrived without a gift. He generously distributed red envelopes to all the elderly and children in my hometown. He treated each person with the utmost courtesy, embodying the role of my fiancé with every word and gesture. Yet, rather than feeling elated, I found the entirety of it utterly bewildering. He had indeed booked a flight, and early the next morning, we found ourselves at the airport, after bidding farewell to my cousin and his wife. He promptly handed me a large suitcase filled with local specialties from my hometown. It feels odd for me to carry this. You take it. I am a patient. I cannot manage it, I replied. Besides, if you didn't wish to give it, you shouldn't have offered. I wrapped myself snugly in my down jacket and smiled. Reluctantly accepting the kindness, I felt that refusing would hurt his feelings. Shengjun frowned at the old-fashioned suitcase before him, letting out a resigned sigh before ultimately pulling it along. Although my cousin had contributed the finest suitcase available, it was evidently not to Shengjun's taste. I couldn't fathom why he accepted it. One would expect a man of his stature, who prioritized appearances above all, to refuse outright. I am a patient. I strolled leisurely to his side, speaking nonchalantly. He looked at me with exasperation and suddenly extended his hand. Let us go. I'll pull you along. No need, I replied coldly. Su Shu Bei, don't be stubborn with me. It's been too long since you've had a taste of my mischief. Has it? He whispered in my ear. I could hardly believe that he dared to make such a suggestive remark in public. Rendered speechless by his audacity, he grasped the suitcase with one hand and pulled me along with the other. Disregarding all around us, after we completed the security checks, he finally let out a long breath, as if liberated from some monstrous burden. Is it really just a suitcase? I remarked, attempting to diminish the gravity of his reaction. If any of your colleagues saw this, my reputation would be utterly ruined. He shook his coat, deftly tucked his hands into his pockets, and in an instant, reverted to his imperious demeanor. He strode towards the security checkpoint, holding the tickets, forcing me to follow suit. We passed through security in silence, finally settling down in the waiting area. As soon as we sat, he took out his phone and began making a flurry of business calls. A violent cough escaped me, and I tightened my grip on my coat. Despite the warmth of the VIP lounge, my frail body still felt chilled to the bone. Come here, he finally set aside his phone and beckoned me with a finger. Confused, I instinctively shifted away from him. His expression darkened instantly. He leaned down, encapsulating me in his arms before an audience of countless travelers at the airport, holding me tightly against him. My mind went blank. And as he lowered his head, he gently inquired, still cold. I was rendered speechless, my mouth agape, utterly at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. I began to sense his body heat. However, as he embraced me, beads of sweat soon appeared on his forehead. You're sweating, I murmured softly. He grunted in response, lifting his chin and gazing straight ahead, deliberately appearing disinclined to engage in conversation with me. Let me down. There are so many people watching. It's rather embarrassing, I added. Be quiet, he retorted, still fixated on the distance, his tone curiously resolute. As the perspiration on his forehead grew more pronounced, he remained unwilling to release me. And I thus settled comfortably in his arms, my head growing heavy until I succumbed to slumber once more. I lost track of time until he suddenly shook me awake. Hey, sleep on the plane. It's time to board. I quickly rose from his side, only to realize he had grown so warm that he had removed his overcoat and set it aside. As I stood, he too rose, clutching his coat and briefcase, and began to pull me towards the boarding gate. I allowed him to lead me by the hand, and thus we boarded the aircraft together. Once the plane took off, I swiftly leaned against his shoulder and drifted off to sleep, only awakening when we landed. My shoulder had gone numb. He shot me an annoyed glance before shaking his shoulder. You could push me away. You know that I was well aware of his concern for me, yet I stubbornly retorted, it's time to lose some weight. He rolled his eyes at me, clearly uninterested in further banter. At the exit, an assistant and a driver had arrived to greet him. He handed the large suitcase to the driver and, as I approached, he said nonchalantly, I'll have the driver take you to the hospital first. I've already informed the doctor. After your checkup, see if you need to be hospitalized. I won't accompany you. I have many matters to attend to. He shot his assistant a pointed glare. I know. Stop with the chatter. Get in the car. His assistant's words left me somewhat shaken. Once in the car, I discreetly observed him as he worked. He was intently focused on the computer, dealing with emails, his brow occasionally furrowing in concentration, entirely oblivious to my presence. Following his instructions, the driver first took me to the hospital while he hurried off to the company. During my medical examination, his assistant informed me that Jun had arranged for a flight as soon as he received a call from my cousin, rushing to my hometown overnight. Originally, he was scheduled to hold the annual board meeting the next day. But due to my situation, he had unexpectedly missed it, causing discontent among the board members. I had never imagined that someone like Jun, so dedicated to his work, would forsake such pressing matters to travel thousands of miles for me. What did he truly feel for me? Could it possibly be affection? As this thought crossed my mind, I quickly shook my head in denial. No, Su Shubei, wake up. How could he possibly like you? What kind of women surround him? And what do you have to offer? I fervently shook my head, realizing that my fever had muddled my thoughts into such fanciful notions. As I pushed open the door to my home, a potent fragrance of perfume assaulted my senses, followed by a woman's high-pitched Cantonese-accented Mandarin. How can anyone live in such a house? How could you deceive Aunt Alice by claiming to reside in a splendid apartment while living in such a place? I have cherished you dearly, and yet you choose to mislead me? Alice, this place is quite satisfactory, with convenient transportation and great accessibility, Shiva whispered softly, before adding in English, hello, Alice. That I set down my suitcase and smiled at her aunt. Alice. Both Alice and Shiva were tall, slender, and possessed striking features, with sharp makeup and full lips. Clad in the latest Valentino ensemble, Alice's figure appeared elongated. However, her face bore an unmistakable expression of animosity, suggesting she was not one to be trifled with. Shiva had previously recounted Alice's rather legendary experiences, leaving Hangzhou at the tender age of 10 to follow her mother to Hong Kong after her remarriage. Alice married a German man at 18. Abandoning her studies by 25, she had inherited all his wealth and ventured to America, where she amassed a fortune through shrewd investments. Yet she had never remarried and bore no children. Shiva remarked that Alice had an eccentric personality, maintaining a state of high vigilance towards everyone, being exceedingly picky, and having almost no friends. Her scrutinizing gaze swept over me, making me quite uncomfortable when she noticed the latest LV handbag in my hand. Her disdainful expression softened slightly, as she imperiously remarked, "You allow Eva to reside in such a place? Alice, this is my own decision, so please refrain from criticizing Shubei. Shubei is my dearest friend, and I hope you can treat her as kindly as you treat me. She has had a difficult time." Shiva interjected hastily, sensing Alice's reproach towards me. It was indeed a slight injustice for Eva to stay here, but I had signed a 3-year lease and was not inclined to move just yet. I truly apologize for that. I offered a faint smile, maintaining my composure, while subtly signaling to Shiva not to take it to heart. As I was unfazed, I heard that you hold a senior executive position in a corporation. One would think your financial standing would afford you better accommodations. How could you be living in such a place? Alice's tone brimmed with skepticism. Aunt, Shiva called out emphatically, sensing Alice's persistent inquiries at last. Alice relented, turning to Shiva with an authoritative tone. Tomorrow, I shall purchase you a well-furnished upscale apartment. For tonight, you will stay with me at the Xiaoyuwa, proudly waved the keys in her hand, and cheerfully spoke to me. Although the Xinguang mansion was merely across the street from my neighborhood, it stood as one of the premier properties in Hangzhou. Yet, just a street apart, everything from the price of the homes to their quality and amenities was on a significantly elevated tier. That place was certainly beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Are you moving out now? Would you like me to assist you with packing? I quickly got out of bed, but as I attempted to rise, a fit of coughing overtook me. I accidentally caught a cold, but it's nothing too serious now, I remarked with a smile, though my head began to spin uncontrollably. Would you like to accompany me to see my new apartment? Xiaoyuwa said with a grin, clearly overjoyed. Sure, I agreed with a smile. Thus, she led me to her new abode. The duplex at Xinguang Mansion spanned 150 square meters, featuring the expansive balcony and walk-in closet of my dreams. Adorned with luxurious decor. In comparison, my own modest and outdated 2-bedroom apartment seemed quite inadequate for someone like Xiaoyuwa. Your aunt is truly wealthy. She can casually purchase a property like this, I teased, watching as Xiaoyuwa happily twirled around inside. Once my aunt leaves, would you consider moving in with me? I still prefer our time together, Shubei, Xiaoyuwa said, her smile revealing her genuine desire for us to live together. No, I've grown accustomed to my place. Besides, we're so close. We can still meet frequently, I replied. Shubei, I hope you don't overthink things, and no matter how my life changes, I'm still the same Yue you knew. she said, her eyes sparkling with sincerity that I understood that her heart remained unchanged, yet her life and everything within it were far beyond what I could currently attain, regardless of how much we emphasized our relationship and friendship. The reality of our circumstances continued to widen the gap between us. I sensed that we both felt this subtle tension. That moment, someone knocked on my door. Assuming it was Xia Yua, I hurried to open it. To my surprise, standing outside was Ren Yingying, her luggage in tow. Yingying, I exclaimed in astonishment. Shu Beijia, I had a quarrel with Shijin, and I have nowhere to go. Could you possibly take me in for a night? Ren Yingying stood at the threshold, her eyes glistening with tears. A quarrel? How could things escalate between you two? I quickly invited her inside, perplexed. She placed her luggage by the door and joined me on the sofa. Looking at me timidly as she said, it was. It was about the phone. What happened with the phone? I inquired further. It was given to you by Su Qianni. Why do you still have it? Hearing her words, I furrowed my brow. This is the first Apple phone I've ever owned. I can't bear to part with it. Ren Yingying spoke softly, then quickly added, but I plan to send it to my brother. I'll mail it out tomorrow. And Shijin, does he know you left? I asked, somewhat exasperated. He knows. The phone is with him now. He won't give it back. And in a fit of anger, I just ran away. But I have no family here, and after thinking it over, you were my only option. But where did Yua go? Ren Yingying glanced around and inquired of me. She has moved into her own house. I replied nonchalantly, suggesting that I call Shijin to inform him of her presence here, to alleviate his worries. Do not call. Please, I beg you. Ren Yingying exclaimed anxiously upon hearing my words. Shu Beijia. I do not wish for him to know I am here. We had a fierce argument, and I want to take a few days to calm down. If he finds out I am here, he will undoubtedly come looking for me. Shu Beijia, I implore you, do not tell him that. If you feel I am disturbing you, I will leave tomorrow. With a resigned sigh, I acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. After all, she is my colleague and now Shijin's girlfriend. Very well, I shall tidy up Yua's room. You may stay there temporarily. Upon hearing this, her expression visibly relaxed. I then turned to tidy up Xia Yua's room and settled her in. That evening, Shijin did not call. That I had contemplated reaching out to him to reassure him that Ren Yingying was with me. But her persistent pleas not to inform him prevailed. Helpless, I acquiesced. Little did I know, this compromise would lead to an indelible regret in my life. Had I known that Shijin searched for Ren Yingying throughout the night, had I known he would encounter a sudden car accident, I would have never agreed to Ren Yingying's request. Alas, fate did not grant me the opportunity for remorse, for it cruelly snatched Shijin away from this world, leaving no time for farewells. At 6 and T upon hearing those words, I lost all semblance of control. That I strode over and grasped Ren Yingying's collar, raising my hand, filled with an overwhelming desire to deliver a stinging slap across her face. Surely, Shijin had been wandering the streets at midnight in search of her. If it weren't for her insistence on preventing me from calling Shijin, this tragedy would never have transpired. Ren Yingying, he perished while searching for you. Are you content now? I felt a rush of blood surge to my head, and my emotions spiraled completely out of control. Shu Bei, do not be agitated. Shang Yang rushed over, quickly restraining me. My mind was a chaotic whirlwind. I could scarcely believe that my dearest friend had chosen such a sudden manner to bid me farewell, that we had so many plans yet to fulfill. Countless words left unspoken, and a long journey still ahead of us. Yet, he departed so abruptly, leaving me in utter disarray and unprepared. We were swiftly separated by the police, and I dragged the sobbing Ren Yingying into Shang Yang's car. We followed the vehicle transporting Shijin's remains, moving forward with a heavy heart. That I struggled to suppress my emotions, reminding myself that I must not weep in public. That I understood that there were matters concerning Shijin still awaiting my attention. His mother needed my comfort, and there was his funeral. Funeral, such a weighty term. That I never dreamed I would once again endure such a painful farewell in my life, let alone with Shijin being the one to depart. Following their investigation, the police classified the incident as an accident, noting that the driver responsible fled the scene and abandoned the car by the roadside, their whereabouts still unknown. Shijin left this world in a perplexing manner, leaving us all with an indelible sorrow. His mother utterly shattered, her hair turned white overnight. Ren Yingying spent her days consumed by tears, unable to assist with anything else. Shang Yang and I took it upon ourselves to manage all the arrangements. We pooled our resources to purchase a burial plot for Shijin in the cemetery and organized a funeral. On that day, Xiaowei came to bid farewell to Shijin, and unexpectedly, Sheng Jun also appeared. The moment I caught sight of Jun from afar, an unprecedented vulnerability washed over me. It felt akin to seeing the closest of kin, finally able to release the weight of all my pain. Yet, despite the turmoil within, I maintained a facade of calm, attending to all matters as Jin's younger sister, tending to his relatives while pretending not to notice his arrival, clad in a black suit. Presumably to avoid recognition, he wore sunglasses, and although he stood at the back, his tall stature remained conspicuous among the crowd that I offered a slight nod, too preoccupied to engage in conversation, and dared not meet his gaze. I feared that the moment our eyes connected, I would succumb to my frailty. Perhaps my demeanor led him to misconstrue my feelings as indifference, for soon after, he vanished from the throng that I have long restrained myself from shedding tears. Nor have I deliberately sought out any trace of him. It was only after all the arrangements were concluded that I found myself alone in the barbecue bar of Jin, setting out his favorite Japanese sake and the dishes he adored. Taking a seat in our usual spot, I gazed at the empty chair across from me. My tears were suddenly forced out. I raised my glass, clinking it as we used to, whispering softly through my tears. Aegean, we promised to drink together for a lifetime. How could you leave? I sat in silence, the barbecue bar enveloped in a profound stillness. Shangyang, concerned for my solitude, remained in the car waiting for me. Finally, I could quietly bid farewell to Jin one last time. I sipped my drink and pondered. A sense of unease began to creep in. I distinctly recalled the cold, indifferent gaze of her cowering in the corner during the argument at the restaurant. That indifference emanated from the depths of her being, chilling like the eyes of a wolf. Could it be that within just a few days, she had developed a deep and abiding affection for Jin? No, she was an expert at feigning tears. What was she truly concealing? Then, a sudden thought struck me. The Apple phone that Ren Ying had clutched when Jin met with his fate. I remembered Ren Ying mentioning that Su Tianyi could locate her through that very phone. On the night of the incident, Jin had it in his possession. Moreover, he had told Shangyang that Ren Ying was in danger. Yet, she had been with me all along. With this realization, I could no longer contain myself and burst through the door. I opened Shangyang's car door and hurriedly inquired, Shangyang, where's the phone that Jin was holding at the end? The phone? You mean that Apple phone? It should be with the belongings returned to the family. Shangyang replied, then curiously asked, why are you suddenly asking about this? Come on, take me to find that phone, I insisted, rising and pulling Shangyang along with me. My mind was a whirlwind. A strong premonition gnawing at me that Jin's death was far from straightforward. Observing my deep contemplation, Shangyang refrained from probing further and drove me to Jin's home. When the aunt found the phone among his belongings, I opened it only to discover that it had been restored to factory settings. Erasing all previous traces, even the messages had been thoroughly wiped clean. I quietly listened to the aunt recount the events, my unease intensifying, though I concealed it well. After offering some comforting words to the aunt, Shangyang and I departed. Once in the car, Shangyang asked, Shubei, have you thought of something? You seem a bit off. I rubbed my temples, forcing a wry smile. It's nothing. I just feel that Jin's departure was too abrupt. And I find it hard to accept. Indeed, it was too sudden. I still can't believe this is all real, Shangyang lamented. Ying, where are you? I asked as soon as the call connected. I'm on Jiangkou Bridge. Sitting on a pier, taking in the scenery. Ren Ying's voice on the other end sounded particularly despondent, tinged with a thick nasal tone. Jiangkou Bridge. What are you doing there? A sense of doubt arose within me, prompting an urgent inquiry that I don't want to live anymore. Shubei Jia. The voice of Ren Ying emerged from the receiver, accompanied by the howling wind, soon followed by her quiet sobs. A frown creased my brow as I shouted into the phone. Ren Ying, don't do anything foolish. I'm on my way. Wait for me. After hanging up, I dashed downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, I was startled to see Jun's car parked outside. At that moment, I paid no heed to his presence. I simply flung open the door and climbed inside, urgently exclaiming, to Jiangkou Bridge, quickly. Perhaps my frantic demeanor stirred something in him, for without a word, he pressed the accelerator and sped off. After a considerable while, he finally asked, what is the purpose of our journey? He paused, then accelerated further, eventually inquiring, why aren't you asking me why I'm parked outside your building? My mind was not on such matters. Lives were at stake. Drive faster, I shouted anxiously, instinctively regarding Jun as my driver. His expression turned icy at once, and he ceased to ask me any further questions. Flooring the gas pedal until we arrived at Jiangkou Bridge. As we reached the center of the bridge, I spotted Ren Ying indeed perched on the railing, her head wrapped in a light purple scarf. Gazing down at the water below, it was already midnight, and the bridge was sparsely populated, with few vehicles passing by, rendering the small silhouette on the bridge unnoticed. Seeing her sitting there unharmed, I let out a long sigh of relief. "Is that her?" Shangjun asked, his face cold and his tone unfriendly. "Yes," I replied, then opened the car door and stepped out. Unexpectedly, Shangjun was quicker than I. Just as I was about to call out to Ren Yingying, he gestured for silence, signaling me to refrain from speaking, and I halted in my tracks. Ren Yingying seemed lost in her own world, oblivious to our arrival. Shangjun stealthily approached her from behind, and seizing the moment, he suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist. Ren Yingying let out a piercing scream. Without regard for the circumstances, Shangjun swiftly lifted her down from the railing, likely fearing she would struggle. He did not release her even after bringing her down, and I hurried over as well. Living is not easy, regardless of the reasons. One should not take life lightly. If one dares to face death, how can one fear living? Shangjun shouted sternly, his tone imbued with an unprecedented severity. Initially, Ren Yingying was startled, but upon turning to see Shangjun, her expression shifted from surprise to profound silence. Then her gaze fell upon me. "Yingying, please don't act impulsively," I urged. "I just feel so overwhelmed with sadness. I don't know what to do," she stammered, tears welling up as she continued. "Shi Jian was so wonderful." As she spoke, her emotions overwhelmed her once more, and she turned, instinctively seeking solace in Shangjun's embrace. My eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 55. Unexpected. 3. In that fleeting moment, I witnessed a sudden darkening of Shangjun's expression. Without the slightest hesitation, he pushed Ren Yingying away from his embrace. Perhaps startled once more, Ren Yingying abruptly lunged toward the railing, intending to leap over it again. A wave of panic washed over me, and I swiftly reached out to grasp her, but Shangjun was quicker, seizing her hand and forcefully pulling her down. The intensity of his pull caused him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. And in that instant, Ren Yingying landed atop him, their lips colliding unexpectedly. Stunned, I stood frozen, observing the unfolding scene. Clearly taken aback, Shangjun sought to push her away, yet feared she might attempt to take her life again, leaving him momentarily conflicted. Meanwhile, Ren Yingying remained sprawled across him, showing no inclination to move. I was astonished by this tableau for several seconds. Then, without hesitation, I yanked Ren Yingying off Shangjun. He immediately rolled over, swiftly brushing off the dust from his clothes, casting an awkward glance at Ren Yingying with a furrowed brow. "If you try to jump again, I will not save you," Shangjun exclaimed with palpable irritation. Ren Yingying stammered, unable to articulate a single coherent thought, before turning away and burying her face in my shoulder, weeping pitifully. "All right, please stop crying. Be a bit stronger, will you?" I gently consoled her. "Shu Beige, yeah. I am truly heartbroken. I cannot believe this reality. I cannot accept that Shi Jian is really gone. He was the only one who treated me well in this world. Now that he is dead, I genuinely wish to cease existing." Ren Yingying lamented. "Enough." Just as I was about to express my frustration, Shangjun coldly shouted at Ren Yingying. Perhaps his tone frightened her, for she immediately ceased her weeping, no longer daring to make a sound. What has transpired cannot be undone. Weeping and seeking death are the actions of the weak. To live well is the greatest respect one can show to the deceased. If you continue this lamentation, how can he find peace in the afterlife? Shangjun approached, pulling Ren Yingying away from my shoulder, and calmly addressed her. "Yes, I just couldn't control my emotions for a moment. I apologize, Shangzong," Ren Yingying replied, breathless, her eyes swollen from crying. "Let us go. It is windy here. I will take you both somewhere." Shangjun's tone softened, likely fearing she might struggle again, as he tugged at her sleeve. Guiding her toward his car, he exuded a calm and composed aura, which inexplicably brought me a sense of stability, allowing me to follow him to the hotel without questioning why he had brought us there. He parked in the VIP section of the underground lot at Xinguang International, then led us into the elevator, ascending directly to the hotel lobby. This establishment, reportedly one of the ventures of the Shengshi Group, had recently opened, and I had never visited before. The lobby's decor was extravagantly opulent, adorned with two golden dragons spiraling upwards, imbuing the space with an overwhelming sense of grandeur. As we exited the elevator, two neat rows of attendants stood at attention, welcoming us. The moment we stepped out, they called out in unison, "Shangzong, we welcome your arrival." Ren Yingying entwined her arm with mine, and at the moment the waiter called out, I distinctly sensed her entire being shudder in astonishment. Shangjun slightly nodded, guiding us to the elevator. Before long, a senior hotel executive approached, engaging in a few pleasantries with Jun before respectfully ushering us to the opulent presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel. Miss Rin, life is fleeting. I hope that after tonight, your perception of life may transform. I arranged for you to enjoy a complete VIP service. Have fun. I am weary and shall see you tomorrow. Jun spoke to us with an air of indifference. Rin Yingying slowly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as they met Jun's, perhaps astonished by his grand demeanor. Not only did she refrain from tears, but her tone also grew resolute. All right, I will contemplate this. Thank you, Mr. Sheng, for your kindness tonight. Her words elicited no discernible reaction from Jun. He paid her no heed and shifted his gaze toward me. Su Shubei, please come to my room for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. In the presence of the management team from Xinguang International, I felt compelled to grant him this courtesy. I nodded and followed him into his chamber. Once the door closed, before I could utter a word, he seized my throat and pinned me against the wall. Su Shubei, do you dare treat me like a chauffeur? It seems you are tired of living. In my haste, I failed to consider Mr. Sheng's status and sought his forgiveness. The grip he had on me was painful, prompting me to hastily respond. He scoffed, then released me, turning coldly away. I had expected the one weeping uncontrollably would be you. I did not anticipate that you would have the presence of mind to concern yourself with others' fates. I am not so fragile. Your concern is unnecessary, Mr. Sheng, I replied coolly. He sank into the luxurious sofa of the presidential suite, narrowing his eyes as he regarded me. His gaze unnerved me, and I awkwardly inquired, "What is it? Why are you looking at me? I cannot discern whether you are feigning indifference or if you are genuinely heartless," he remarked softly, crossing his legs. Stop. Before I could turn away, Jun abruptly rose from the sofa. His voice icy. Does Mr. Sheng have further instructions? I turned my head, maintaining a composure that was neither servile nor defiant. Su Shubei, how dare you speak to me in such a tone? His face contorted with anger. Yet, I was utterly perplexed by the source of his ire, prompting me to ask in astonishment, what tone does Mr. Sheng believe I should adopt? Su Shubei, Ut seemed momentarily caught off guard by my question, stumbling over his words before finally conceding. Forget it. It's nothing. You may leave. That I discerned an unfulfilled sentiment in his words, yet I remained oblivious to his thoughts or intentions, and I was disinclined to delve into them. Very well. You should continue with your spa treatment. Once I finish my shower, I have matters I wish to discuss with you, I told her before stepping into the bathroom. Upon emerging from my bath, I found the technician had already departed, and she lay on the bed in a bathrobe, her expression anxious as she asked, Sister Shubei, what is it? Yingying, there is something I wish to clarify, and I hope you can speak honestly with me. I approached and took a seat beside her. What is the matter, Shubei? You don't appear quite serious. Are you angry with me? Her tone became hesitant. Yingying, does Shijin's death have anything to do with Su Tianyi? I refrained from idle chatter and posed the question directly. Sister Shubei, I fail to comprehend your meaning. What are you insinuating? Her expression turned to one of alarm, and she instinctively lowered her gaze, her tone wavering, exuding an air of uncertainty. What conspirator? What accomplice? What on earth are you referring to? I cannot make sense of your words. Ren Yingying suddenly grew agitated, repeatedly gesturing in denial. However, the more flustered she became, the more I sensed that she was privy to certain information. Everything was beginning to align. She truly knew something. A spark of fury ignited within me, and I angrily seized her collar, demanding, was Shijin's demise a deliberate act by Su Tianyi? Ren Yingying, you had better not feign ignorance with me. I am aware that you erased everything from that phone. Why would you do such a thing? What phone? What erasure? Sister Shubei, what on earth are you talking about? Ren Yingying still bore a look of confusion. Her lips pursed in a display of utmost grievance. I am aware of how close you were to Shijin, and that you have known him longer than I have. I understand this incident has caused you considerable distress. And I share that sorrow. Sister Shubei, I cannot fathom why you would so baselessly suspect me. Shijin treated me with such kindness. I would never harm him. Even the police declared it an accident. Are you implying that you doubt me? As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes, and I was at a loss as to where all those tears were coming from. Then allow me to inquire. On the night of Shijin's incident, why did you so vehemently prevent me from contacting him? I could not help but ask. I truly did not anticipate that something would happen to him. Had I known, I would never have acted so recklessly. Sister Shubei, I am already burdened with guilt over this matter. Please, do not press me further. All right, She began to weep as if she had suffered a grave injustice. That Apple phone. Did you restore it to factory settings? I furrowed my brow, trying to maintain my composure as I questioned her. What? I cannot comprehend what you were saying. I did nothing at all. I intended to take the phone with me, but fearing it would upset Auntie, I left it behind at this point. Ren Yingying's eyes darted, as if she suddenly realized something, her voice dropping significantly. Sister Shubei, are you suspecting me? I immediately dismissed the spa technician and locked the door, gripping Ren Yingying's collar, and angrily declared, Ren Yingying, you had best decide whether to speak the truth to me or continue playing riddles. I am aware of my disposition at work. If you provoke me, you shall not fare well. Perhaps my abrupt seriousness startled Ren Yingying, for she trembled as she revealed that Shi Jian's death was indeed connected to Su Tianyi. I could not ascertain what it was about Ren Yingying that captivated Su Tianyi so, especially after she began her relationship with Shi Jian. Su Tianyi pursued Ren Yingying with even greater fervor. Due to this, Shi Jian and Ren Yingying frequently quarreled, culminating one night when Shi Jian impulsively lured Su Tianyi to a hotel using Ren Yingying's phone, where he assaulted Su Tianyi in a fit of rage. On the night of Shi Jian's misfortune, Su Tianyi sent a text message to Ren Yingying, threatening Shi Jian's life. Upon receiving the message, Ren Yingying was consumed by anxiety, leading to a misunderstanding with Shi Jian, resulting in a fierce argument between them. Taking this as an excuse, Ren Yingying came to my home seeking solace, but just before leaving, Shi Jian confiscated her phone. That evening, fearing that the truth would be revealed to me and that I would refuse to shelter her, Ren Yingying desperately insisted that I refrain from contacting Shi Jian. She believed that Su Tianyi was merely jesting, unaware that Shi Jian would soon meet with a sinister fate. That as she recounted this, Ren Yingying knelt before me, her eyes brimming with tears as she clutched my leg, pleading, Shubei Jia, I swear this has nothing to do with me. I do not know if it was mere coincidence or if Su Tianyi orchestrated this. I am terrified, utterly terrified that Su Tianyi will take my life. That I feel so guilty. I have wronged Shi Jian. I have wronged him. Why did you not speak up sooner? Why reveal this only now? I shouted, a wave of uncontainable heartache spreading within me. I am so sorry, Shubei Jia, that I never anticipated it would come to this. I am so afraid of Su Tianyi. Ren Yingying clung to my leg once more. Crying out, I lowered my head, furrowing my brow as I gazed at this pitiable woman. After a moment of silence, I coldly inquired, Ren Yingying, do you wish to avenge Shi Jian? I do, but how should I proceed? Shubei Jia, I possess no capabilities. I am utterly powerless. She sobbed, tightening her grip on my leg. No. Shubei Jia, she exclaimed in a state of panic, abruptly ceasing her tears. I ask you, do you truly have feelings for Shi Jian? I looked her in the eye. Yes, she replied without hesitation. I was certain that Shi Jian's recent misfortune was 80% attributable to Su Tianyi. After the last incident, I had received threatening messages from him, and I was nearly convinced he was behind it. I conveyed this to Ren Yingying. Ren Yingying looked at me timidly, fear evident in her eyes as she clutched my clothing. Shubei Jia, please stop. I am terrified of what you are saying. Since Shi Jian's death, I have been plagued by nightmares. If this continues, I would rather be dead. You must not die, Ren Yingying. Not only can you not die, but you must also live well for Shi Jian. I gazed at her with a sense of futility, growing angrier the more I reflected. Were it not for her presence, how could Shi Jian have become embroiled in such turmoil? Shubei Jia, perhaps my expression instilled fear in her, for she released her grip on my leg. I crouched down, lifting her rather attractive chin, her pitiful eyes undeniably capable of stirring a man's heart. I surveyed our surroundings and asked her, Ren Yingying, do you desire a life of luxury like this? She looked at me hesitantly, initially shaking her head. As I sharpened my gaze, she quickly nodded. I do. Do you wish to live such a life? Do you yearn to escape your current circumstances? I grasped her chin firmly and inquired gently. You drew close to Su Tianyi for monetary gain. Your association with Shi Jian stemmed from a desire to remain in Hangzhou. Am I correct? Ren Yingying, speak the truth to me. I yearn to tear away her faade, to unveil the calculating intentions concealed behind her enchanting gaze. Shubei, I am not. What are you implying? She stammered, her voice laced with palpable fear. What am I implying? You should be exceedingly aware. I narrowed my eyes, tightening my grip on her chin, and spoke slowly. Ren Yingying, your pitiful charade may hold sway over men, but before me it is utterly ineffective. So, refrain from performing in my presence. Do you believe that, should I desire it, I could expel you from Hangzhou at a moment's notice? Shubei, she gasped, her eyes wide with terror. Having spent considerable time in the company, she had gained a modicum of understanding regarding my character. She knew of my decisiveness and ruthlessness in the workplace. No, I cannot leave Hangzhou. Xu Bei, have we not always shared a cordial relationship? Why do you speak thus? You are mistaken. Apart from Shi Jian and Xia Yua, I possess no other friends in my heart, I declared, unable to suppress the surge of emotion within me, coldly stating. My previous kindness towards you was merely because you had yet to cross my boundaries, and now, Shi Jian is dead, my dearest comrade has perished. It is because of you. Very well, at last, you reveal your true nature. I observed from my elevated position, and as I had surmised, behind Ren Yingying's seemingly delicate facade lay a chillingly ruthless persona that in this moment. What I required most was her very disposition. What do you intend to do? You lack the power to cast me out of Hangzhou. That I am aware of your capabilities, but Xu Bei, in my eyes, you are truly insignificant. Her anger ignited. She rose from the ground, fixing her gaze upon me, and with a cold smile declared, I grieve for Shi Jian more than you do. Regardless of the circumstances, he offered me warmth that no one else ever has. Xu Bei, at this juncture, let us speak plainly. What do you truly desire? I gestured toward the sofa, beckoning her to sit, and took my place on the opposite side. With a measured gaze, I addressed Ren Yingying. Allow me to pose a question. If given the opportunity to marry into the Su family, would you accept? I observed as her eyes flickered momentarily with interest before she lowered her gaze, responding in a subdued tone, It is impossible. I am all too aware of my own worth. I am acutely aware of the Su family's vulnerabilities. When I say I will grant you an opportunity, rest assured I will see it through. It merely depends on your willingness. I began to delve into the crux of the matter with Ren Yingying. There is no such thing as a free lunch. I know you are not so benevolent. Xu Bei, do not toy with me, Ren Yingying sighed, perhaps resigned to the fact that the mask had been discarded. Thus she candidly articulated her thoughts. Shi Jian had every chance to marry me. However, I never anticipated such a tragedy would befall him. Now, I find myself utterly lost. The Su family is beyond my reach. And I am aware that your assistance will undoubtedly come with conditions. Ren Yingying, you are indeed more ambitious than I had imagined. That moment, as I gazed upon the woman before me, an icy chill suddenly enveloped my heart. Xu Bei, in comparison to you, I still fall short. She looked at me, her eyes gleaming with a smile that concealed a blade, and I knew, at that instant, we had reached a tacit understanding on some level. We conversed throughout the night, and as dawn approached, we finally settled all matters. I was acutely aware that this transaction with Ren Yingying was fraught with peril. Yet I held a 7/10 chance of success. This agreement was one of mutual necessity between Ren Yingying and myself, shrouded in secrecy. All the emotional anguish that Su Changsheng had inflicted upon me, I vowed to repay in kind. After finalizing our discussions, I summoned a technician. Since Xingjun had so graciously arranged for us a full suite of VIP services, I was determined to indulge myself thoroughly. Strangely, just as I finished my spa treatment, Xingjun's call came through. Xu Bei, come to my room. What is it? I'm still asleep. I replied lazily into the phone, then turned over, lying comfortably on my back. Ren Yingying was already in a deep slumber under the technician's ministrations. Feeling somewhat stifled, I loosened the pink bath towel draped over me. To my astonishment, Xingjun suddenly inhaled sharply on the other end of the line. His breathing noticeably altered. Instinctively, I tightened the towel around myself, just as I was about to speak, when Xingjun's low voice came through. Why cover up again? Unwrap it. Let me see you once more. I was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, unwrap? How could you possibly know that I died? Just as the words escaped my lips, I suddenly realized that he was the hidden investor behind this hotel. And the reason he had brought Ren Yingying and me here dawned on me. Xingjun, you, I exclaimed in shock, hastily wrapping the towel around myself more securely, my face flushing red. How was I to know you had transformed so drastically? Have you installed surveillance in this room? Now that I've seen, what's the point of covering up? He laughed shamelessly on the phone. Xingjun, I called out sharply, inadvertently waking Ren Yingying beside me. She turned, rubbing her eyes sleepily, and asked, Is Mr. Sheng here? Where is he? Nothing to worry about. Just go back to sleep, I replied calmly, feigning nonchalance as I rushed over to cover her towel, which had slipped. To my dismay, even this action did not escape Xingjun's notice, and he chuckled once more. So stingy, you only allow me to see you, and not anyone else. I command you to turn off the surveillance this instant. Otherwise, I shall not let this matter rest. I stammered as I hurried into the bathroom. Addressing him, I'll give you two options. Either I continue to monitor your every move, or you come here and turn it off yourself. You decide, he replied, his satisfaction palpable even through the phone. After hanging up, a wave of intense unease washed over me. I felt as if I were sitting on pins and needles, terrified that all my conversations with Ren Ying had been eavesdropped upon. How could he be so shameless as to install surveillance in our room? How could he be so depraved, frustrated, and anxious? I splashed water on my face, forcing myself to regain composure, and ultimately, I had no choice but to steel myself and head to his room. As I approached his door, he stood there clad in a bathrobe, having already opened it, his hands casually clasped as he awaited my arrival. A mischievous smirk gracing his lips. "Su Shubei, I relish witnessing your reluctant acquiescence," he declared with a triumphant glint in his eyes, before swiftly pulling me into the room and shutting the door behind us. Pinning me against the wall. "Your actions are utterly shameless, despicable, and vile," I exclaimed as I glared at him, unable to suppress the urge to strike. That I merely had concerns that the woman might cause further trouble. "Which is why I arranged for surveillance in your room. Little did I expect the plethora of theatrics you both would enact throughout the night." He tilted my chin upward, gazing into my eyes, and remarked softly, TSK, it's far more captivating than any film. Su Shubei, did you hear all of it?" I lifted my gaze, astonished, and inquired. He raised an eyebrow, gently caressing my face as he replied, "Of course. What is the matter? Are you frightened? Frightened that I might unveil your other side? Fearful of my knowledge of your schemes and plots? Anxious about my confiding in others?" "I know you won't," I countered. "If you were capable of such a thing, you wouldn't have allowed me to come here." Upon hearing this, I decided to take the initiative, reaching around his neck and, on tiptoe, planting a soft kiss upon his lips. My sudden boldness rendered him momentarily flustered, causing him to release his grip, his demeanor shifting to one of discomfort. Observing his reaction, I couldn't help but smile triumphantly. He, sensing my delight, soon retaliated, forcefully pressing me against the wall. "How can you be so sure I want tea? Su Shubei, do you think you truly understand me?" "Not entirely, yet I am not a stranger," I replied, again entwining my arms around his neck. As I prepared to kiss him once more, he turned his face away, questioning, "Why the sudden assertiveness? Is it because I am aware of your secret? Isn't this precisely what you desire?" I countered, cupping his face and leaning in for another kiss. His breath quickened as his hands initially remained rigid, but sensing my assertiveness, he gradually relaxed and embraced me. As we kissed, we both tumbled onto the bed. "Do you harbor such hatred for the Su family?" He abruptly halted all movement, fixing his gaze on me, his expression earnest. "If someone were to take your parents' lives and strip you of everything you hold dear, would you not despise them?" I replied calmly, meeting his gaze. "Why?" he asked, curiosity etched on his face. "Because there are those who can assist you. Toppling the Su family is rather straightforward," I stated as he reclined, pulling me closer into his embrace, his voice a gentle murmur. "Who?" I inquired, perplexed by his insinuation. He playfully flicked my forehead with his finger and smiled faintly, saying, "For instance, me." "You?" I laughed at the absurdity, shaking my head, setting aside the fact that you wouldn't aid me, even if you were willing. "I have no need for your assistance." "Why?" His expression darkened abruptly. "Because I refuse to owe you anything," I replied softly. Unexpectedly, my words seemed to infuriate him further, and he turned, pinning me beneath him, his voice laced with irritation as he demanded, "Su Shubei, is our proximity not sufficient? Why do you persist in treating me with such detachment?" He began to kiss me fervently, as if such a manner of affection were the only way to bring solace to his heart. He passionately pressed his lips against my face and neck, seemingly desperate to prove something. Were we not, after all, strangers? I chuckled bitterly. "Su Shubei, do you still harbor such thoughts? Do you not possess even the slightest semblance of affection for me?" He bellowed, "But do you feel anything for me?" His question left me astonished, prompting my incredulous reply. However, he hesitated, and I distinctly perceived the uncertainty in his gaze. Disappointment washed over me. "What kind of relationship do we share?" he retorted, his eyes equally filled with despondency. I pondered, "An illicit affair? Friends with benefits?" I mirrored his inquiry. He chuckled, and the fervor that once consumed him dissipated into tranquility. He reclined beside me, wrapping his arms around me. "Is this display indicative of affection?" After a lengthy silence, I finally mustered the courage to break it. "I have never harbored feelings for a man, never engaged with emotions. I am utterly oblivious to what he truly feels for me." Could this be what affection entails? A sudden curiosity surged within me for the answer. Rising from his embrace, I realized he had unwittingly drifted into slumber, his eyes tightly shut and his breathing steady. I was wide awake. Just as I prepared to depart, he unexpectedly whispered from behind, causing me to freeze. A shiver coursing through me, I turned to face him, incredulously asking, "Did you hear everything I asked?" He stood behind me, encircling my waist, resting his head on my shoulder, yet deftly evading my question. How could I pretend to sleep and grant you the opportunity to delete the recording? Tomorrow at work? After a prolonged silence, he inquired, "What is your relationship with Zhou Yihai?" His question caught me off guard, and I paused before responding. "Do you believe those rumors as well?" I was aware that there were numerous speculations regarding my relationship with Zhou Yihai in the industry, with many viewing me, Su Shubei, as lacking virtue that I used to believe it. But now I am uncertain. He gazed at me intently, suddenly gripping my neck. That I will uncover the truth. If your relationship with him is ambiguous, I shall dismantle his company. I am not as disreputable as the industry suggests. It's merely that women in public relations sometimes find themselves embroiled in scandal simply for daring to shine. I prefer not to explain or justify. I focus solely on fulfilling my responsibilities. I replied nonchalantly. He released his grip, shifted to caress my face, and gazed deeply into my eyes, stating, "Sometimes, it is truly difficult to discern which version of you is authentic. Su Shubei, how many facets do you possess? Which one is the genuine you? I am quite simple, while you, President Sheng, are far more complex than I." I smiled faintly. "Do not call me President Sheng." His expression instantly turned cold. "Then what shall I call you?" I lifted my gaze and inquired. "Call me husband." As soon as the words left my lips, he kissed me once more, his hands deftly unfastening my belt. The following noon, while I gazed out over the bustling streets from the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of my office, I suddenly spotted a line of text on the large screen across the street. It is reported that Xingshi Group's president, Xing Jun, has officially parted ways with a woman surnamed Xia. Recently, the woman surnamed Xia has resigned from Xingshi. For the latest updates without errors, please visit and bookmark our site for the latest reading. Chapter 58. The Scheming Bitch. 1. Just as I was about to reach for my phone to call Xia Yue, a knock echoed from the door. Turning my head, I was greeted by the sight of Xia Yue standing at the entrance in a pristine white OL ensemble, her face beaming with joy that I had just seen the news on the large screen. Upon her entrance, I remarked, "Well, the whole city is now aware. This is good. Life will be much easier for me from now on." Xia Yue chuckled. "Carrying that title nearly exhausted me. Have you both come to an agreement? Is there any dissent from his family?" I inquired. "Uncle Xing and Aunt Xing both hold me in high regard. After all, I've known my brother since childhood, and they are well aware of my family's circumstances, showing no disapproval. Uncle Xing mentioned that when the time is right, they will certainly assist me in clearing my parents' name. They are unaware of the intricacies of my relationship with my brother. When he proposed the breakup, they were somewhat saddened and have regarded me as their goddaughter since." Xia Yue settled into the chair opposite me, her expression tinged with melancholy. But soon, she brightened, exclaiming, "Shubei, this is wonderful. The alarm has finally been lifted. By the way, I brought you a plethora of gifts." She dramatically emptied the fashion bag she had been carrying onto my desk. I leaned in closer, discovering an array of sample cosmetics from various brands. "Where did you acquire all these samples?" I asked in astonishment, eyeing the abundance before me. "These are the cosmetic brands I plan to introduce to the domestic market. These are samples for you. Please accept them. From now on, your cosmetics are on me," Xia Yue declared with a playful pat on her chest. "This is far too much. I could never use it all." I replied with a smile, picking up a delicate sample bottle to inspect, noting that most were labeled in French. At that moment, Zhou Yihai entered, carrying a document, and upon seeing Xia Yue, his eyes immediately crinkled into a smile. "What a pleasant surprise to have the beautiful Yue visit us." "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I hope I'm not interrupting your work." Xia Yue greeted him warmly. "Not at all. It's never a bother. Seeing beautiful women brings joy to my heart." Zhou Yihai chuckled before handing me the document, saying, "This is from the Su Group. Please take a close look, and we can discuss it in our meeting later. There's no rush. Take care of your pressing matters first. We can discuss this within the week." I replied cheerfully as I accepted the document. Ever since I casually mentioned Xia Yue's influential aunt, Zhou Yihai's demeanor towards my friend had taken a complete turn. Zhou Yihai possesses an innate talent for cultivating connections, leaving no opportunity to engage with any high-profile individual he may encounter. Naturally, given Zhou's unusual warmth towards me today, I thought it best to accompany him for a while. Zaiwo winked at me, and then followed Zhou Yihai into his office. I opened the folder he had handed me, which contained a proposal for collaboration set to commence in the spring. Considering this partnership involves 3 entities, Xingshi, the Su family, and our Dongson, collaboratively leasing a substantial factory space and an office building in the Hangzhou development zone. It signifies that within the next 5 years, the personnel from all 3 companies will be stationed there. This also implies that my workplace will be relocated to the development zone, and more significantly, it suggests an increased likelihood of encounters with Shang Jun in the future. I heard Zhou Yihai mention that our office space and Shinshers are situated on opposite sides of the same floor. I wonder whose decision this was. The proposal meticulously outlines the forthcoming project timeline and the responsibilities assigned to Dongson. Upon reading through it, my heart inexplicably fluttered when I reached the end and saw Shang Jun's 2 handwritten signatures. At that moment, my phone chimed, signaling a text message from none other than Shang Jun. "Did you see the message?" he inquired. "What are your thoughts?" As I envisioned his expression at that moment, I hastily replied, "What are you looking at? So engrossed," she exclaimed, playfully snatching my phone. After glancing at the screen, her demeanor suddenly darkened. I quickly reclaimed my phone and diverted the conversation, asking, "Yiwa, what were you discussing with old Zhou?" "Oh, you seem to have made quite an impression on him, but do be cautious. Old Zhou has a way with women, and you wouldn't want to fall into his trap," she teased, amused by her words. I replied, "That's not possible. He's not my type. Besides, I can see through his incessant questioning. He's merely trying to ascertain my background. Old Zhou is quite cunning. Only you could handle him with your intellect." Zaiwa chuckled. "Old Zhou has taken an interest in you. To be wary. However, as your good friend, I must advise you to expand your market." In matters of networking, Old Zhou could indeed be of assistance. Rising from my seat, I winked at her and mischievously declared, "Consider it done." She playfully wrapped her arms around my waist, grinning, "Let us go. It's time to leave early." Old Zhou mentioned taking us to try the newly opened seafood restaurant tonight. Zaiwa then helped me with my coat, cheerfully saying, as we were speaking, someone knocked on my office door. Upon looking up, I realized it was Ren Yingying. "Yingying, come in." "We were just about to," I began, but Zaiwa interrupted, smiling at Ren Yingying. "What brings you here?" I cut her off with a somewhat chilly tone, causing Zaiwa to sense the shift and refrain from continuing. I just wanted to ask if Yiwa would like some coffee. If so, I can brew it for her right away." Ren Yingying still spoke in a timid tone, her eyes casting a shy glance at Xia Yiwa, offering a slight, bashful smile. Having witnessed her cold and ruthless side firsthand, the sight of her feigned innocence stirred an instinctive revulsion within me. I addressed her directly. "No need, you may leave." "Yingying, I will forego the coffee, but we are having dinner with General Manager Zhou tonight. Perhaps you would like to join us." To my surprise, Xia Yiwa was particularly cordial towards Ren Yingying, linking her arm with hers and then turning to me, saying, "Shubei, let us be off. Tonight, we shall treat old Zhou to a feast." As soon as Xia Yiwa finished speaking, I was about to respond when Zhou Yihai entered, clutching his briefcase, and with a smile exclaimed, "I heard everything you just said. Yiwa, whatever you wish to eat tonight is entirely up to you. Be it from the skies or the land if you desire it. I shall make it happen. Come along." He spread his hands in a gesture of carefree invitation and exited the room. "Let us go." With Zhou Yihai's words, Xia Yiwa quickly hooked her arms around both mine and Ren Yingying's. Leaving me with no choice but to follow suit, we boarded Zhou Yihai's vehicle and headed to the newly opened seafood restaurant. He had reserved a VIP room well in advance, and upon our arrival, we made a beeline for the suite. I deliberately took the lead with Xia Yiwa, leaving Ren Yingying behind. I whispered to Xia Yiwa, "Yiwa, keep your distance from Ren Yingying. She is duplicitous, and it is best to limit your interactions." I feared that Xia Yiwa might have been swayed by Ren Yingying's vulnerable facade, but to my astonishment, Xia Yiwa winked at me and replied, "Rest assured, I have my methods to deal with such a conniving woman." In that instant, my heart felt completely at ease. I exhaled a long sigh and murmured, "You nearly scared me. I thought that little vixen had deceived you." Su Shubei, do not forget that I have always stood united with you against our foes." She whispered back. At that moment, Ren Yingying approached, and Xia Yiwa swiftly shot me a knowing glance, then playfully pushed me while feigning a loud voice. "Shubei, what are you saying? Yingying is not like that." I instantly played along, shooting Xia Yiwa a bemused look before hastily moving forward. Just a few steps later, I heard a thud behind me, followed by Ren Yingying's cry of pain. Xia Yiwa quickly exclaimed, "I'm so sorry. Yingying, are you all right? I accidentally stepped on your skirt. My sincere apologies." Turning around, I saw Ren Yingying sprawled on the floor, and Xia Yiwa hurriedly crouched down, flustered as she attempted to help her up. However, in her haste, her hand slipped again, causing Ren Yingying, who was nearly upright, to fall heavily back to the ground. Duh. My stomach hurts. Reninging cried out once more. I approached, crouching beside her, and seeing her rolling in apparent agony. I assumed she was merely feigning it. Anger surged within me, and I yanked her up from the ground with force. My abdomen aches. Director Sue. It hurts terribly. She furrowed her brow tightly, sinking to the ground once more in agony. Reninging, can you not be so melodramatic? It's just a fall. Is it really necessary to react this way? At that moment, I couldn't help but shout out. Inging, are you all right? You clearly didn't hit your belly. So why does it hurt? I found myself asking. Sister Eva, my stomach truly hurts. Reninging lifted her head, looking at us with a pitiful gaze, and the moment I saw cold sweat trickling down her forehead. I sensed something was amiss. Reninging, could it be that you? I suddenly recalled a phone call we had before Shi Jian's accident, during which he had inquired about purchasing a pregnancy test from the pharmacist. Director Sue, please take me to the hospital. Reninging grasped my hand tightly, pleading earnestly. Eva, we won't be having dinner. Take her to the hospital. The situation is critical. I quickly instructed Xia Yiwa. What is going on? What is happening? Xia Yiwa still looked bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. After giving instructions to Xia Yiwa, I supported Reninging as we made our way to the street, only to discover that it was rush hour, and taxis were exceedingly scarce. How long have you been pregnant? I inquired of Reninging. I don't know. It hurts so much. It hurts. Reninging's face turned pale from the pain, her grip on my arm tightening to the point of discomfort. Were it not for her constant cries of pain, I would have seriously doubted her sincerity. While anxiously hailing a taxi by the roadside, I kept a close eye on her condition. If she were carrying Shi Jian's child, I would do everything in my power to ensure the child's safety. At that moment, this was my sole thought. As we anxiously awaited, I suddenly spotted a familiar vehicle idling at the traffic light not far away. Wait for me a moment. I see my friend's car, I told Reninging, then rushed over to Shang Yang's vehicle, knocking vigorously on the window. The window slowly rolled down, and indeed it was Shang Yang driving with a group of friends. Upon recognizing me, he quickly removed his sunglasses and exclaimed in surprise, Shu Bei, is that you? At that moment, the red light turned green, and the cars behind began honking. I urgently told Shang Yang, make a U-turn immediately. I need you to take me to the hospital. I'll be waiting over there. I pointed in the direction where Reninging stood, and he immediately understood, giving me an okay sign. The nearest hospital. I said bluntly to Shang Yang, all right, what is the matter? Are you sick? Or is she? Shang Yang asked as he drove at breakneck speed. Reninging, drenched in cold sweat, frantically clutched my arm, turning my head towards her as she whispered urgently in my ear. Shu Bei, it seems like I'm bleeding. What? I was taken aback, cold sweat forming on my brow as I trembled, shouting at Shang Yang, faster, the child belongs to Shi Jian. Shang Yang gasped in shock. What? Shi Jian's child? He then slammed down on the accelerator, racing through 6 traffic lights in quick succession before delivering us to the nearest hospital. With no time to spare, Shang Yang directly parked the car at the entrance of the hospital. Swiftly scooping up Reninging in his arms and dashing towards the emergency room as if propelled by the wind, that I followed closely behind him until we reached the emergency department. Fortunately, the child could be saved, and it had already been over a month. Upon receiving this news from the doctor, Shang Yang and I clasped our hands together almost simultaneously, exclaiming in unison, Shi Jian, you are going to be a father. If you are watching over us from above, surely you would be delighted? Reninging lay resting on the hospital bed, and as Shang Yang and I exchanged glances, we couldn't help but burst into laughter. You always seem to appear at the most critical moments, Shang Yang. What were your plans? I inquired, noticing his racing attire. Tonight is the grand finale of the racing competition. I was just about to head there with my teammates. Upon seeing that you had an urgent matter, I sent them ahead, Shang Yang replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with a smile. He then ruffled my hair and said, why didn't you tell me earlier that Reninging was pregnant? Hearing this news brought me a sense of relief. Rest assured, I will find a way to ensure she brings the child to term, regardless of the conditions she may propose. What do you think? To my surprise, Shang Yang's thoughts aligned perfectly with mine. I feel the same. If she is indeed carrying Shi Jian's child, I too wish to preserve this life, even if it means raising the child myself. As long as she can give birth, well then, once she awakens, we shall communicate with her, Shang Yang said with a grin. The racing finale. Are you a participant as well? Did this delay your race? I asked. Yes, tonight is the final competition, and I was quite likely to secure the championship. Alas, I must forfeit now. However, It's of little consequence. Safeguarding Shurjian's child is far more significant than any ranking in the finale," he remarked, chuckling as he suddenly struck a dashing pose and playfully asked, "Am I handsome?" I must admit, clad in racing gear, he exuded an extra touch of vitality, and his avant-garde hairstyle accentuated his youthful exuberance, contrasting sharply with Shengjuan's prematurely mature demeanor. "Handsome," I laughed, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. I understood how much it pained him to relinquish the grand finale, yet he maintained an air of nonchalance. "Will there be another competition?" I inquired. "Yes, but it will be 4 years from now. By then, I will be older and unable to participate," he chuckled. Noticing the guilt on my face, he gently ruffled my hair again and casually said, "It's all right. Don't let it weigh on your mind. I race not for accolades, but for the thrill. I'll race for another year, then I will focus on my work next year. Thank you." "Shanyang," I said earnestly. Gazing at him, he smiled back at me, and at that moment, Ren Yingying on the hospital bed stirred and slowly awoke. Shanyang promptly pointed towards her, and I swiftly turned my head to see her eyes flutter open. "You're awake? Where is the child?" she asked, appearing momentarily bewildered before hastily inquiring. "The child is safe. The pressing question now is, what are your plans?" I looked at her and asked that as long as you give birth, I can help raise the child. This is the only bloodline of Shurjian, and I hope you can contemplate it thoroughly. Shanyang said hastily that I have not yet made up my mind. I am still so young. If I were to give birth, what would happen afterward? Ren Yingying rubbed her head, stammering as she spoke. "First, take a good rest. We can discuss everything else once you are well. However, is the child truly Shurjian's? Speak honestly to me." I gazed at Ren Yingying and asked earnestly. "Well, it should be. Please don't press me. I am in turmoil and know nothing." Ren Yingying lamented, shaking her head in despair. Suddenly, she grasped my hand tightly. "Su Shubei, please don't tell anyone about this for now. I do not wish for others to know I am pregnant. Rest assured, you should focus on recuperating." Although I was displeased with her demeanor, I maintained my composure. "Shanyang, I will take care of this matter. If you have urgent business, you may leave." I stood up and addressed Shanyang, then led him to the door. "Come, I will escort you to the hallway. I still need to rush to the competition venue. My unexpected absence could cause complications, and I must explain myself properly. Once I have settled my affairs, I will return to find you," Shanyang replied. I approached her, looking directly at her. "Do you wish to keep the child? If you didn't, I would have terminated it long ago." She finally revealed her true self, her tone sending a chill through the air. "The child is Shurjian's? Why do you want to keep it?" Seeing she had dropped the pretense, I asked straightforwardly, "If you wish to bear this child, I have 2 conditions that you must agree to." She gazed at me, articulating each word with precision. "What are the conditions? Speak." I inquired bluntly, refraining from further elaboration. "First, you will give me 1 million. Second, this child will be Su Tiany's. Can you manage that?" Her eyes sparkled with fierce ambition as she looked at me. "The child is Su Tiany's?" Her declaration ignited my fury. "Su Shubei, haven't you always prided yourself on your high intelligence?" She regarded my reaction with scorn, her gaze dripping with derision. I processed her words. Clarity dawned upon me, and I looked at this cunning woman, my appetite entirely soured. "Ren Yingying, your calculations are truly impressive." Despite the seething anger within me, I acquiesced to Ren Yingying's demands. However, her request for 1 million was nothing short of a flight of fancy. Everything continued according to the original plan. A week later, Ren Yingying was discharged from the hospital. On that same day, I called Shanyang. "Shanyang, tonight at Qianlonghui KTV room 028, I have reserved a private room. Invite Su Tiany to join us for karaoke." "Invite Su Tiany? Are you certain?" Shanyang paused in surprise on the other end of the line. "Yes, I am certain. You may invite a few others as well. It has been ages since we gathered. Let us have some fun," I said into the phone. "All right, you can count on me," Shanyang responded eagerly. Downstairs, Xia Yiwa awaited me in her newly purchased red Lamborghini. As I entered the car, we exchanged a knowing smile. Xia Yiwa always had a knack for devising clever schemes to deal with Su Tiany. I invested considerable effort and resources into meticulously adorning Ren Yingying from head to toe, even dressing her in alluring attire. All of this was orchestrated to pave the way for my anticipated encounter with Su Tiany this evening. Naturally, every aspect of Ren Yingying's attire was tailored to align with Su Tiany's preferences. According to our prior arrangement, upon our arrival, we instructed Ren Yingying to await us in an adjacent private room. Subsequently, Xia Yiwa and I entered the designated suite first. As we stepped inside, everything had already been meticulously arranged by Shanyang. I had timed it perfectly. Today was coincidentally Su Tianyi's birthday. Qianlonghui is one of the most esteemed entertainment venues in Hangzhou, and the suite had been adorned in anticipation of a celebratory party. When Xia Yue and I arrived, Shang Yang had yet to bring the others in. We took a moment to warm up, each enjoying a couple of beers and singing a few songs to clear our throats, preparing ourselves for the forthcoming spectacle. Just as we were lost in the exuberance of belting out Die for Love, the door to the suite swung open, and a throng of men entered, surrounding Su Tianyi and Shang Yang. Upon seeing them enter, my heart instantly settled. Shang Yang winked at me, signaling that everything was proceeding according to plan. Noticing Su Tianyi's flushed complexion and dazed expression, it was evident that he had indulged too liberally in libations at the earlier gathering. "Who are these two women?" Su Tianyi asked dismissively, releasing Shang Yang's arm and pointing at us. "Long time no see. Hope you're well." Su Tianyi. Xia Yue approached him, gently placing her hand on his shoulder, smiling as she asked, "What is this? Have you forgotten me?" Su Tianyi glanced at Xia Yue before quickly shifting his gaze to me. Upon realizing my presence, he erupted in fury. "Shang Yang, what the hell is going on? How did they end up here? I am not particularly adept at organizing such parties, so I enlisted their assistance in the planning." "Tianyi, today is your birthday, and everyone is here to celebrate. Surely, you can overlook this minor inconvenience," Shang Yang interjected, giving me a discreet wink. I then lifted a glass from the table, addressing Su Tianyi. "Let us temporarily set aside our grievances for today. I have no desire to disrupt your birthday festivities. Shall we coexist peacefully?" "Who the hell wants to coexist with you? Get the hell out of my sight," Su Tianyi roared, pointing furiously at me. "Su Shubei, don't push your luck. Get lost." I was determined to see who would dare make them leave. Before I could respond, a deep and familiar voice resonated from the entrance of the suite. Upon hearing it, those following Shang Yang immediately parted ways, and Shang Yang hastily pulled Su Tianyi aside. At the doorway stood Sheng Jun, clad in a sleek black suit with his hands in his pockets, exuding an imposing presence as he fixed his gaze ahead, giving the impression that he had surveyed the entire room. The moment he appeared, the previously raucous suite fell silent, with only the accompaniment of the music audible. "Junzi, you have finally arrived," Shang Yang exclaimed, approaching and draping an arm over Sheng Jun's shoulder. "Today is Tianyi's birthday. No matter how busy I am, I had to come to show my support." Sheng Jun, although conversing with Shang Yang, could not help but cast his gaze upon me. I was acutely aware that my attire today was as provocative as the first night I accompanied him, and he appeared to be slightly displeased, though it was not the appropriate moment for him to express his irritation in front of so many people. Given that Junzi rarely had the time to spare, I decided to let it slide, reasoning that as he was yours, I would not dwell on such matters. The moment Su Tianyi noticed Sheng Jun's arrival, his tone softened considerably. After speaking, he turned to me and raised his middle finger, indignantly stating, "Su Shubei, don't think that just because Junzi is covering for you, I won't dare to do anything. Here we go again. Tianyi, it seems you do not wish for everyone to joyfully celebrate your birthday tonight. Do you?" Sheng Jun's gaze was frosty as he fixed his eyes on Su Tianyi, inquiring slowly. To my surprise, as soon as Shang Yang finished speaking, Sheng Jun remarked, "I've heard that Qianlonghui has recently acquired a batch of beautiful young women aged 18 or 19. Have the manager bring them up for me to see." This pronouncement, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief, for it was well known that Sheng Jun had never favored such indulgent establishments, let alone approach these women. Unexpectedly, he had changed his demeanor tonight. Even Xia Yue gasped, "Brother, how could you?" Disregarding the astonishment of those around him, Sheng Jun sat calmly in the center of the private room. Strangely, despite the presence of numerous impeccably dressed men, he remained the most striking figure in the room. Even in silence, his innate aura was unparalleled, eclipsing that of all other men. It was no wonder that his father entrusted the entire family business to him at such a young age. His composure was far beyond that of most men in their 20s. However, his request aligned perfectly with my intentions, sparing me and Xia Yue the need to arrange for Ren Ying's appearance. Xia Yue and I quietly occupied a corner of the sofa, exchanging smiles. To my astonishment, when Sheng Jun noticed our shared laughter, he too offered a faint smile. Before long, the manager entered, accompanied by a procession of young women clad in various attire, with Ren Ying among them. Due to her height, she walked at the forefront of the line, appearing considerably more bashful than the others. I want this one. After the group of women curtsied and awaited selection, to our surprise, Sheng Jun decisively pointed at Ren Ying, choosing her without hesitation. Xia Yiwa and I exchanged incredulous glances, and even Ren Yingying herself seemed taken aback, timidly asking, "Is it me?" "Yes, it is you," Sheng Jun replied coolly. Ren Yingying instinctively glanced at me before silently approaching to sit beside Sheng Jieyu and to our utter astonishment. As soon as she settled next to him, Sheng Jun immediately wrapped his arms around her in front of everyone. I instinctively wanted to rise, but suddenly realized I was overreacting, so I restrained myself. However, at the moment Sheng Jun embraced Ren Yingying, my heart felt as though it had been pierced by a nail. A sharp pang of pain coursing through me. Wait, why does she resemble? From the moment Ren Yingying took her seat, Su Qianni had been fixated on her for quite some time, ultimately unable to contain his curiosity any longer as he inquired, "What is your name?" At that moment, Ren Yingying slowly lifted her head, casting a bewitching glance at Su Qianni, only to swiftly lower it again, nestling like a timid kitten in Sheng Jun's embrace. Her eyes darting nervously around, embodying a demeanor of fear and alertness that I remained uncertain of Sheng Jun's true intentions, nor did I know whether he had already seen through our carefully laid trap. A faint smile lingered on his face, suggesting a remarkably good mood, as he graciously accepted toast from anyone without a hint of refusal. Originally, we had intended to present Ren Yingying before Su Qianni through this very scheme. But Sheng Jun's unexpected arrival disrupted all our plans. Each time I cast my gaze in their direction, witnessing Ren Yingying comfortably nestled in his arms, a nameless fury ignited within me. Ren Yingying was truly insufferable. I longed to deliver a resounding blow to her. It was utterly intolerable. "I can't bear to watch any longer," Xia Yiwa whispered in my ear. "Do not rush. Exercise patience. Who knows what may unfold shortly?" "Just observe Su Qianni. He is on the verge of losing control," I replied softly, casting a cold eye on Su Tianni's movements. It was evident that he had been behaving unusually since Ren Yingying's initial appearance, compounded by Shang Yang and his gang persistently toasting him, leading him to drink cup after cup until his rationality had nearly evaporated. Finally, he pushed through the throng of men and women encircling him, striding towards Sheng Jun and Ren Yingying. "Are you Ren Yingying?" Su Tianni approached and pointed accusingly at her. Ren Yingying feigned a look of profound terror, clinging tightly to Sheng Jun's waist, burying her head deep in his embrace. Appearing as fragile as a wilting flower, "Tianni, you have had too much to drink," Sheng Jun remarked coldly, yet astonishingly, he did not push her away. Instead, he tenderly wrapped his arms around her waist and gestured for the music in the private room to be turned off. "I am not drunk," Su Tianni exploded, seizing Ren Yingying's arm and bellowing. "Ren Yingying, stop pretending. You are indeed Ren Yingying, aren't you?" Ren Yingying was hoisted up like a chick by Su Tianni, and I too rose to my feet, expecting Sheng Jun to come to her rescue. Yet to my surprise, he remained motionless on the sofa, coldly observing the scene before him. Ren Yingying began to weep once more, casting a pitiful glance at Sheng Jun, only to find him astonishingly indifferent. "Speak. If you don't, I'll make you regret it," Su Tianni shouted in exasperation, and as his words fell, he delivered a resounding slap across Ren Yingying's face. I, she sobbed, her tears cascading like rain on a pear blossom. "Ren Yingying, you seem to be doing quite well for yourself now. Whatever happened to your integrity, to come here and engage in such disgraceful behavior?" Su Tianni's face turned a deep shade of purple with rage, and seeing that Sheng Jun remained silent on Ren Yingying's behalf only fueled his arrogance further, as he tightened his grip on her waist. I had prepared a sleeveless fitted dress for Ren Yingying, and as Su Tianni yanked at it, the meticulously designed zipper gave way in an instant. Before the gaze of the multitude, Ren Yingying's bosom was laid bare before all. And most notably, she had only donned pasties. At that moment, even I could not help but lower my head in embarrassment. Xia Yiwa gasped softly, muttering under her breath, "Quite the hidden depths, who would have thought she was so ample?" Without a modicum of skill, how could one possess the ability to ensnare Su Tianni so thoroughly? I offered a faint smile, and, maintaining my composure, remarked casually, "The private room was spacious. Logically, Sheng Jun should not have been able to overhear our discussion." Yet, as Xia Yiwa and I whispered to one another, he suddenly turned his gaze toward us, rising to approach. My heart raced uncontrollably. My brother is coming. Xia Yiwa whispered in my ear. No sooner had she spoken than Sheng Jun had taken a seat beside me, softly stating, "It's too warm over there. It's much cooler here." The warmth, I surmised, was likely due to witnessing what should not have been seen. Hearing him speak, I added, "Indeed." Sheng Jun smiled slightly, remaining silent. Yet his keen interest was evident as he observed Su Tianyi reprimanding Ren Yingying under the watchful eyes of all. "Brother, you must have known from the start that she is Ren Yingying. Yet you still treated her so?" Xia Yue could not restrain her curiosity. Sheng Jun turned to me with an enigmatic glance and cryptically replied, without a little spice, "How could we have this splendid drama?" It appeared that he had seen through our ruse all along, deliberately playing along to provoke Su Tianyi's ire, thus facilitating a lesson for Ren Yingying at our behest. "So, we ought to express our gratitude to you." Then, I raised an eyebrow at Sheng Jun, remarking, "Gratitude?" In front of Xia Yue, Sheng Jun suddenly leaned closer, his voice dripping with allure as he whispered in my ear, "How would you like to express your thanks?" At that moment, Ren Yingying's face had already been swollen from Su Tianyi's slap. Sheng Jun remained unperturbed, while others continued to indulge in their revelries, oblivious to Ren Yingying's plight. "Enough, Su Tianyi." I could no longer bear to watch, rising to approach and grasping Su Tianyi's hand. "Mind your own business, Su Shubei," Su Tianyi shouted angrily at me, just as he was about to act when Sheng Jun made his presence felt behind me. He remained silent, standing quietly at my back, instilling a sense of caution in Su Tianyi, who dared not speak harshly to me again. Mr. Sheng, save me," Ren Yingying cried out pitifully, clutching her face as she looked to Sheng Jun. Gone was the gentleness he had displayed moments before. He seemed entirely unperturbed, addressing Su Tianyi. "Today is your birthday. Celebrate as you wish. However, I trust you will handle your personal matters privately." Indeed. I have a room prepared upstairs." "Perhaps you should take her up there for a proper discussion," Shang Yang chimed in, producing a room key. Upon seeing the key card, Su Tianyi's eyes lit up. Without a second thought, he seized it, declaring, "Very well, I shall address my personal matters first. You all enjoy yourselves. Do not hesitate. I'll pick up the tab tonight. Rest assured, we shan't hold back." Shang Yang replied with a grin. Su Tianyi dragged Ren Yingying out the door without uttering a word. At the moment Su Tianyi pulled Ren Yingying outside, she cast a wistful glance in my direction. Unexpectedly, Sheng Jun appeared, disrupting all of our plans and igniting the flames of jealousy within Su Tianyi. Although he struck Ren Yingying in a fit of rage, he still took her away, thus fulfilling a crucial part of the entire scheme. Clearly, Ren Yingying mistakenly believed that all of this was my deliberate orchestration. Sheng Jun smiled subtly, neither confirming nor denying, and soon his expression returned to one of icy aloofness. He turned to me and said, "Sing a song for me." "All right." I in high spirits. I made no objections and approached the karaoke stage to select a song. I chose Encounter by Sun Yanzi, and as the melody filled the air, I began to sing. In the private room, there was a small bar, and I perched on a high stool, fully immersed in my performance. As I sang, a male voice joined in. I turned to discover it was Shang Yang. Dressed in casual yet trendy attire, he walked towards me, singing all the while. Naturally, I descended from the stool, laughing and singing as I approached him. As we reached the climactic part of the song, we were completely absorbed in the music. He instinctively reached out his hand, and I naturally took hold of it. Hand in hand, we finished the entire song together. The room erupted in applause, and as I glanced around, I felt a chilling draft sweep past me. In that direction sat Sheng Jun, still and expressionless, emanating an aura as frigid as an ancient ice pillar. Even from a distance, I could sense the relentless cold emanating from him. "Hey buddy, let's celebrate." Shang Yang promptly opened 2 bottles of beer, handing one to me while keeping the other for himself. We clinked our bottles together loudly and tilted our heads back to drink. I followed suit and downed a bottle of beer, which elicited another round of thunderous applause. "Shubei, I've realized that there's an uncanny synergy between us." Shang Yang leaned in close, whispering in my ear with a grin. "I generally detest helping others, but for you, I'm willing to assist with anything." "All right, enough of the nonsense." After a few drinks, I chuckled and playfully punched him. The icy breeze from that direction seemed to intensify, sending a shiver down my spine. Yet, I paid it no mind. Shang Yang and I continued to frolic and jest, along with Xia Yue, drinking and singing. With Su Tianyi and Ren Yingying absent, the atmosphere in the room became remarkably harmonious, filled with laughter and revelry. At some point, the ice that had been so persistently present seemed to vanish. When I furtively glanced in that direction again, only to find it empty, an inexplicable sense of loss surged within me. "That he is gone. My brother has left?" Xia Yue noticed as well and promptly inquired. "It seems like someone's missing." With newfound courage, I faced that direction, only to confirm that he had indeed vanished. Xia Yue immediately exited the private room. seemingly in search of Sheng Jun, while Shang Yang, his friends, and I continued our playful antics. Not long after, the door to the private room was pushed open, and as I lifted my gaze, I saw Su Tianyi entering with his arm around Ren Yingying's shoulders. Ren Yingying's complexion was flushed, and Su Tianyi appeared to be in high spirits. It seemed that their endeavors had been successful. Observing them, I silently breathed a sigh of relief. Ren Yingying walked directly over and sat beside me. As soon as she settled down, she whispered, "Su Shubei, you are quite something." Sheng Jun was not part of the plan, I murmured in response, and then inquired, "Have you resolved it?" Ren Yingying nodded subtly. At that moment, Su Tianyi's gaze turned towards us. He surveyed the room, and upon noticing that Sheng Jun was no longer present, he strode purposefully towards me, exuding an air of newfound confidence that I immediately stood up. "Su Shubei, are you seeking death?" He approached without a moment's hesitation and threw a punch straight at my chest. Instinctively, I leaned back, but Ren Yingying, sitting beside me, abruptly grasped my arm and forcefully pushed me forward. With that push, Su Tianyi's fist landed squarely on me. It hurt immensely. "Tianyi, what are you doing?" Shang Yang rushed over, placing himself protectively in front of me, and shouted sternly at Su Tianyi before delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Su Tianyi staggered back a couple of steps, pointing at me and exclaiming, "I didn't see this coming. Su Shubei, a protector of flowers one after another, I see you may lack other talents, but seducing men is clearly your forte. You dare to utter another word, and see what I do to you." Shang Yang retorted angrily, glaring at Su Tianyi. "Shang Yang, I told you to stay out of it. If you interfere again, I'll include you in this." Su Tianyi shouted at both Shang Yang and me. "Don't go too far, Su Tianyi. If you dare to harm her, just wait and see what I will do to you." Xia Yiwa also leaped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of me. "Enough. Stop the commotion. Tianyi, today is your birthday. Shouldn't you enjoy it happily?" At that moment, Ren Yingying stood up and approached Su Tianyi. Her tone was not gentle, and I thought Su Tianyi would dismiss her words. To my surprise, he not only remained unfazed but broke into a grin, grasping Ren Yingying's hand with a mischievous glint in his eye, and said, "If you want to make me happy, then you must promise to accompany me tonight. I've told you, I'm not feeling well." Ren Yingying blushed, looking at Su Tianyi with a playful pout. "How about I sing you a song?" "All right, I'll indulge you." Su Tianyi wrapped his arm around Ren Yingying's waist and, without further ado, led her to the other end of the room. As he turned, Ren Yingying cast a triumphant glance in my direction. This scene left the three of us momentarily stunned. Xia Yiwa turned to me, staring blankly, and quietly asked, "Did you understand this act?" Ren Yingying sang "Tea on me for Su Tianyi," her voice sweet enough to silence all the men in the room, as they watched the two of them embrace and whisper sweet nothings to each other in plain sight. Unable to bear it any longer, I rose and left the private room. To my astonishment, as I stepped out, I collided directly with someone that I swiftly evaded, not wishing for his arms to encircle me and embrace me directly. When I looked up, I realized it was Sheng Jun. "Are you leaving?" he softly inquired, his face slightly flushed, his voice laced with the scent of alcohol. "Where have you been?" I couldn't help but ask, noticing his state that a few friends are here as well. I went over to share a few drinks with them. He wrapped his arms around my waist, holding me tightly in his embrace, resting his head on my shoulder, the warm breath tinged with alcohol brushing against my ear, causing a slight tingling sensation that was particularly heart-stirring. "I miss you," he whispered gently in my ear. "Will you stay with me tonight?" Sheng Jun, you've had too much to drink. My tone, though indifferent, betrayed a softness that I could not suppress in light of his demeanor. "Su Bebe, I haven't drunk too much. I still have plenty of energy to engage in other activities with you." Suddenly, he lifted me effortlessly, and in an instant, I found myself in his arms, letting out a startled scream as I instinctively wrapped my arms around his neck. "Sheng Jun, don't do this," I exclaimed in shock. "Not in front of so many people. He must be out of his mind." "Darling, don't squirm." He paid no heed to my protests, boldly reclining back on the sofa while holding my face. And in front of everyone, he enveloped me in a fervent kiss. "Sheng Jun, let go." Before I could finish my sentence, his lips sealed mine completely, his eyes closed. Kissing with profound passion, I shyly shut my eyes immediately, too embarrassed to glance at anyone else's reaction. The room fell into a sudden silence. I felt as if all eyes were upon us. I struggled desperately to escape his kiss, but the more I fought, the more fervent and intense his kisses became, his hands firmly gripping my body, leaving me no opportunity to break free. "Sheng Jun, let go of me," I gasped quietly, pleading with him. At last, he ceased his advances, gazing at me with a triumphant smile that was dazzlingly bright. that it was the first time I had seen him smile so carefree, so mischievous. With a click, someone suddenly snapped a photo in front of us. In the next moment, Sheng Jun's expression darkened. "Why are you taking pictures? Delete it." Sheng Jun raised his head, his face extremely stern as he addressed Xiangyang. "Since you're so affectionate, why not make it public? At least give Su Beibei a proper identity." Xiangyang, also under the influence of alcohol, simply pocketed his phone and pulled me away from Sheng Jun's arms. "Su Beibei is not one of those dubious women. You should show her some respect." The moment Xiangyang pulled me up, Sheng Jun simultaneously grasped my hand, his expression increasingly grim, his head bowed in silence, though I could not see his eyes. The aura he exuded was unsettlingly intimidating that I instinctively attempted to break free from their grips, but they tightened their hold simultaneously. "Xiangyang, let go of me." Noticing Sheng Jun's unusual demeanor, I promptly addressed Xiangyang. "Su Beibei, are you really going to let him treat you this way? Do you like him? If you do, I promise not to say a word and will immediately release you." Xiangyang gazed at me, his eyes imbued with an unprecedented seriousness that it was the first time I had witnessed such a gentle version of Xiangyang. Yet his gaze concealed a profound fury. He lowered his voice with effort and said, "Xu Bei, this is not the first time he has treated you this way. If you are unwilling, just speak up. I will take charge for you." I fell into silence, acutely aware that a mere nod or shake of my head would simplify everything that followed. Yet, at that moment, regardless of whether I nodded or shook my head, the decision felt daunting that I could easily resolutely shake my head to declare my disinterest, but that inexplicably, as I contemplated shaking my head, I felt a pang of guilt. At that moment, Shijun slowly lifted his head, his face flushed, seemingly intoxicated. I had no idea which companions he had been with, but it was evident he had consumed a significant amount of alcohol. His eyes held a chilling terror as he gradually stood up, straightened my posture, and lifted my chin, asking, "Su Shubei, tell him you like me." I stared at him in a daze. Those 4 words were utterly beyond my capacity to utter. I conveyed with my gaze, "No, that is impossible. Speak." His tone intensified. "Shubei, do you truly like him?" Xiangyang's voice softened considerably. "If you genuinely like him, I have nothing more to say. Finish this bottle of red wine as an apology for you both." He picked up an unopened bottle of red wine from the table, waved it before us, and then placed it heavily on the coffee table, watching me and Shijun with a predatory glare. "Say it," Sheng Jun urged, his voice unexpectedly gentle. His hand tenderly combed through my dark, straight hair, and he leaned in close to my ear, whispering for words that sent shivers down my spine. "I want you to speak." My heart raced, and in that fleeting moment of impulse, Xiangyang forcefully pulled me back, drawing me behind him as he pointed at Sheng Jun and declared, "I'm telling you, do not treat Xu Bei this way again." Shijun lifted his gaze to meet Xiangyang's, his expression laden with meaning. "Xiangyang, do you also have feelings for her?" Upon hearing those words, I could scarcely believe my ears, and Xiangyang's reaction was even more pronounced. He abruptly released my hand, staring at Sheng Jun in disbelief, and asking, "What did you just ask me? What do you mean by that?" Sheng Jun's face was now flushed, his eyes becoming increasingly dazed. He once more seized me from Xiangyang's grasp, pulling me into his embrace, boldly stating to Xiangyang, "She is my woman. If you dare to touch her, don't blame me for being unkind." "Brother, do you truly mean that?" asked the Hua, who had been silently observing for quite some time. My face flushed with warmth. The happiness came so suddenly that it felt unreal. He cupped my face again, unceremoniously leaning in to press his lips against mine, passionately kissing me once more, as the surrounding chaos faded into silence. Though I had not drunk excessively, I felt an overwhelming wave of dizziness, my body yielding completely to his advances. Just as I was about to collapse, he abruptly scooped me up in his arms and strode out of the private room. "Where are you taking me?" I asked, wrapping my arms around his neck and speaking loudly. "Guess," he replied, tilting his head, his cunning eyes gazing at me, clearly sober despite the intoxication. "I won't guess. You can take me anywhere." I was utterly entranced by his tender affections, my heart completely ensnared by him. In a swift motion, he pushed open the door to an empty private room and, like a whirlwind, placed me on the sofa. The waiter followed him inside, and he produced a black gold card from his pocket, instructing the waiter, "Do not allow anyone in without my permission." Upon seeing the card, the waiter immediately returned it with utmost respect to Sheng Jun, retreating hastily and shutting the door behind him. The room, reserved exclusively for VIPs, was remarkably quiet. The soft lavender lighting was enchanting, and as I reclined on the sofa, My collar slanted naturally, revealing my deep collarbone and shoulder. My long, straight hair cascaded down effortlessly as I gazed at him with gentle eyes. He swiftly shed his suit, his hairstyle impeccably neat, perfectly framing his handsome face. The white shirt and tailored trousers accentuated his tall and heroic stature. With one hand in his pocket, his gaze exuded a playful tenderness. As if I were a delectable prey, he was not in a hurry to consume, but rather wished to savor slowly. No words were exchanged as the alluring atmosphere in the room intensified. The masculine scent of his pheromones mingled with. On the table lay a bottle of wine, already uncorked by the considerate waiter, accompanied by two elegantly designed goblets. I groped for the wine bottle. I poured the ruby liquid into the glasses. Raising one goblet to my lips, I drank it down without a single drop spilling. He seemed to perceive my intentions and lifted the other glass, presenting it to my mouth. I savored the wine with delight, and, in a moment of abandon, seized the entire bottle. Just as I was about to indulge, he snatched it away from me, gently whispering, "Allow me to serve you." With that, he took a generous gulp, then cradled my face once more, feeding me sip by sip. My heart surged with an inexplicable excitement as he embraced me, as if we were lovers entwined for an eternity, enveloped in an intimacy that felt achingly familiar. "Would you like another?" he inquired, kissing my eyes and nose. "Yes," I affirmed. He chuckled mischievously. "There are people outside." "Are you not afraid?" he asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "With you here, who would dare enter?" I languidly leaned against him, drenched in sweat. "Do you no longer doubt my authority?" He gently twirled a strand of my hair, murmuring, "I adore your current submissive demeanor." "I have never doubted," I replied honestly, leaning in to capture his lips, daringly nibbling at them. "Sushube, tell me you love me." He pressed me down onto the sofa, lifting my legs. "I won't," I protested stubbornly. "Will you say it?" He gritted his teeth, his words laced with a fierce intensity as he marked my body with his presence. "I won't say it unless you do first." I held my ground. His fury seemed poised to tear me apart. He dragged me from the sofa to the floor, gripping my hair while shouting from behind, "Sushube, I want to hear it." The pain was indescribable. "Why won't you speak? Do you love me?" I bit down hard, questioning him. I yearned to escape, yet I knew he would not allow it. "I will make you say it." He lifted me, seating me on his lap, forcing me to confront him, to gaze into his eyes. "Sushube, I want to hear it." In that fleeting moment, I sensed his disappointment, but he abruptly released me, and I sprang to my feet, hastily gathering my clothes. The bottle still sat on the table. I took it up and drank deeply, the taste fiery and overwhelming. "Sushube, must you make me feel this way?" He leaned against the sofa, panting as he questioned me. I turned my back to him, defiantly raising my chin. "It is you who insists on my discomfort. Do you care, love, or not?" A prolonged silence enveloped us, and I felt the air pressure in the room drop suddenly. The heat within me began to wane, yet my mind, under the influence of alcohol, grew increasingly muddled and dazed, making clarity elusive. I swayed precariously. A pair of strong hands securely embraced me from behind, encircling my waist as he whispered in my ear, "All right, I shall no longer inquire." I softly replied. As we emerged, the waiter respectfully guided us. I reclined in Xingjun's arms, as if enveloped in a vast and warm cradle, my body feeling light in his embrace. As if he could effortlessly carry me anywhere, he held me as we awaited the elevator, and just as it was approaching, suddenly Shangyang and Zaiwa appeared before us. It turned out they hadn't departed yet. The four of us exchanged glances, both dazed and reeking of alcohol, and silently squeezed into the elevator. The embrace felt particularly awkward, and I lowered my head, akin to a bashful maiden veiled in red. Zaiwa was the first to break the silence. "So, you two are still here?" Xingjun replied softly. "Brother, you must treat Shubei well," Zaiwa said with a slightly tipsy tone, playfully patting Xingjun's shoulder with a grin. "Put me down," I murmured. "Not a chance," he insisted, lifting me effortlessly out of the elevator. "Shubei, my brother loves you. You too will be happy," Zaiwa called out from behind. I could no longer remain composed, struggling to tumble from Xingjun's embrace onto the floor, scrambling to my feet in disarray. When I lifted my gaze, I found Zoa pinning Shangyang against the wall, relentlessly demanding a kiss. Xingjun helped me up, and we both turned our attention toward that direction. It was evident they had both indulged too much, perhaps sharing drinks and heartfelt conversations while we were in another booth. I had not spotted Su Tianyi and Rin Yingying's group. Perhaps they had already taken their leave. Initially, Shangyang resisted, but he soon succumbed, and the two began to kiss passionately in the KTV lobby. oblivious to our presence, their embrace becoming increasingly fervent and believable. "Shall we go?" Shengjun said, frowning slightly, grasping my hand and softly inquiring, "Did you hurt yourself?" I hurriedly shook my head. "Are you afraid of being photographed?" He retorted, "Not at all," I replied, shaking my head again. "But you seem to be I have nothing to hide, so what is there to fear?" He took my hand and boldly stepped onto the road. "What about them?" I asked. The biting cold wind whipped around me, and I felt disheveled in my thin dress. He draped his suit coat over my shoulders and held my hand, casually strolling down the wide street at midnight. "That day, I followed you and Shanyang the whole way," he suddenly remarked. "I'm curious about what it feels like to stroll the streets at midnight like an ordinary couple." "What?" I stared at him in astonishment. Taken aback. "When was the last time you strolled the streets?" I inquired. My heart fluttered with a pang of bittersweetness. I wanted to ask more but held my tongue. The next morning, the headlines read, "Shushur Group CEO Shengjun caught strolling with a woman at midnight. Kissing unconcernedly by the street. Woman's identity unknown. Suspected to be Su Shubei, PR director of Dongxin Group." For the first time, my name was placed alongside his. A wave of scornful comments and buzzing discussions lingered for several days, leaving me restless. Even Zhou Yihai teased me, jokingly asking, "Shubei, was that you? The silhouette looks quite similar, though the outfit is nothing like your style." "Old Zhou, when are we relocating to the East District?" I feigned complete ignorance of his jest and inquired with utmost seriousness. Zhou Yihai, the cunning old fox, perched himself on his desk, twirling a fountain pen in his hand. "From what I know of you, unless you are genuinely invested, it is unlikely you would accompany someone for a midnight stroll. As for Sheng Junwell, that remains uncertain. I could discern the insinuation in Zhou Yihai's words, turmoil roiling within me, yet my demeanor remained composed. "Old Shou, can we still discuss work? When did you become so intrigued by gossip?" I was well aware of his character. He was the type who would pursue and answer relentlessly, and I knew he would not let me off the hook without one. Naturally, I understood his interpretation of whether my motives were public or private. From his perspective, he would undoubtedly prefer the former. I gazed at him, returning his gaze with a profound smile, and, feigning mystery, I replied, "Guess." His smile broadened, and with a mischievous grin, he raised a finger, saying, "I just knew my beloved would not disappoint my expectations." In that moment, I felt a twinge of guilt. I realized Zhou Yihai had drawn his own conclusions, yet I had no desire to clarify, for once I did, it would only lead to more complications. "Now, can you tell me when the relocation will occur?" I asked, smiling helplessly. "The earliest will be in 2 weeks. Prepare yourself, my lady." Zhou Yihai chuckled, retrieving a card from his pocket and grandly tossing it before me. "This card contains 30,000 in vouchers, enough for you to purchase a handbag or some clothing at Entangled. Would be of no use to me, so consider it a gift." My words left Zhou Yihai momentarily speechless. I continued, "Moreover, work is work, and my personal matters are my own. Whether you misconstrue or speculate, please do not conflate my private life outside of work with my professional responsibilities. Is that understood, Director Zhou?" Zhou Yihai knew me well. When I adopted a serious tone, it signified I was earnest. "Yes, I understand," he replied, mirroring my smile. "Shubei, although from a boss's perspective, one should not pry too deeply into an employee's personal affairs. As a friend or elder brother, I feel compelled to remind you not to take fleeting encounters too seriously. In the realm of fame and fortune, emotions are but a mirage, and Xingjun is not as simple as you perceive. Women are creatures of emotion. No matter how rational you are, once feelings are involved, the repercussions can be dire. In the end, you may find yourself the one who suffers." After finishing his words, Zhou Yihai took a sip from his teacup. I understood clearly. Old Zhou. I took a deep breath and remarked, "Very well. I must take my leave as well. Su is expecting me for tea. As you said, business is business, and personal matters are personal. I am still contemplating enhancing strategic cooperation with Su's company. After all, having one more friend is preferable to acquiring another enemy. Wouldn't you agree?" Zhou Yihai spoke while gauging my reaction. I knew he had harbored some unspoken intentions towards me in the past, which had led to a somewhat ambiguous stance regarding Su's company, mindful of my feelings. However, now that the relationship between Shengjun and me has gradually transitioned from obscurity to clarity, he, being a businessman, naturally harbors no feelings of sorrow or loss. It is merely the case that his attitude towards the Su family has become considerably more transparent than before. At least, whereas he may have once regarded them as rivals, it now appears that he wishes to develop into an ally. Nevertheless, I have long recognized that I cannot rely on him for revenge. I must first strengthen myself before devising a means to deal with the 3 individuals from the Su family whom I loathe intensely. After exiting Zhou Yihai's office, Ren Yingying summoned me to the company's rooftop via the internal phone that I promptly made my way there. Upon reaching the rooftop, I found Ren Yingying already waiting for me. Her long hair billowing in the wind, that I noticed that she was adorned in the latest Chanel spring collection. "What is it?" I inquired coolly as I approached her. She turned her head and, raising her hand, delivered a resounding slap to my face. "Su Shubei, did we not agree to collaborate? How could you deliberately set me up at the KTV? You nearly cost me Su Qianni's forgiveness." I retorted, "I told you Shengjuan's appearance was unintentional." I covered my face, speechless as I gazed at her. "Unintentional? Do you think I would believe that? Did you think I did not see what Shengjun did to you last night? Do you take me for blind with today's reports?" she exclaimed, her anger palpable. "What does it signify? Has Su Qianni not done the same to you? Showering you with concern, feigning affection, such are the tricks wealthy men play upon women." I replied, "Ren Yingying, if you believe my allure can manipulate Shengjun, then I have nothing further to say." I glared at her, irate. "Consider that slap as a debt you owe me. Should you act so indiscriminately again, I shall repay you tenfold." Ren Yingying, typically one who bullies the weak yet fears the strong, immediately softened at my assertiveness that I did not mean it that way. "Since we have reached an agreement, we ought to be united. Last night's situation was perilous. It nearly jeopardized my relationship with Su Tianni. I asked the child all right?" I instinctively glanced at her abdomen and inquired. "All is well, quite splendid," she replied, proudly touching her belly. I deceived him into believing we had an affair, but in truth, we did not. He was inebriated and remembers nothing. In just over a month, I can announce my pregnancy to him and then observe his reaction. Observing his reaction is of little consequence. You will still need to find a way to convince his parents that this child is indispensable, thus creating your opportunity to marry into the family. I regarded Ren Yingying coolly. "But do not forget your promise to me. Otherwise, I shall be ready to expose you at any moment. You know Su Tianni's character. If he discovers the truth, you know what fate awaits you." "Do not threaten me," Ren Yingying scoffed. "I know what to do. It is simply a matter of tormenting Su Qianni and his mother. I have plenty of methods. Huang Xiaoxiang is not so easily dealt with." "Do not underestimate her," I cautioned, seeing her confidence. "I have encountered many rural women since childhood. If she were the cultured and reasonable type, I might struggle. However, with her disposition, I am nearly certain of success. Rest assured, the only prerequisite is that you must allow me to marry into the family. I assure you that I will create such turmoil that their household will be in disarray." Unable to find peace, Ren Yingying chuckled mischievously, revealing a set of teeth resembling those of a rat. Although she possessed a certain charm, there was an inexplicable air of squalor about her that even the finest Chanel ensemble could not conceal. "It is of utmost importance that you take good care of yourself. This child must be preserved at all costs." I gazed at her coldly and remarked, "If you hold even the slightest affection for Shijian, do not approach this matter with negligence. Su Shubei, cease your pretense. If you truly cared for him as a friend, you would never condone my actions." "Do you think I desire this?" I said dismissively, not wishing to spare her another glance, fully aware that if I did not acquiesce, she would deny this child any chance of survival. "Ren Yingying, I know you all too well." She smiled faintly, her hand resting on her abdomen, gazing triumphantly toward the distant skyscraper, squinting as if her mind was awash with boundless fantasies. I recognized her eagerness to become the young mistress of that household. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that Su Chongxing and Huang Xiaoxiang were far from the simple figures she envisioned. Nevertheless, I was certain that with Ren Yingying's petty nature and venomous heart, should she truly wed into the Su family, their lives would be utterly upended. The most effective way to torment one's enemies is not through death, but by forcing them to endure a living hell each day. This time, I intended to incite a conflict between them, fervently hoping that Ren Yingying would not disappoint my expectations. I turned and descended the stairs, not lingering on the rooftop any longer. Just as I reached the ground floor, I received a call from Xia Yiwa. "Shubei, where are you?" she inquired, her voice thick with nasal congestion, as if she had just been weeping. "Oh no, I am at Xiangyang's place. You need to hurry over." Xia Yiwa sobbed into the phone. Upon hearing her words, I immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and quickly replied, "All right, I will be there shortly. In 30 minutes, I arrived at the villa as per her directions." The door swung open, revealing Xiangyang clad only in sports shorts, his upper body bared. As I stepped inside, The disarray and the torn TT packaging scattered across the floor made the situation abundantly clear. "I am here." Yiwa's faint voice emerged from the sofa, accompanied by soft sobs. I rushed over to find her seated on the floor, wrapped in a towel, her hair disheveled and matted with tears. Her emotional state appearing quite unstable. Though she was studying abroad, her Aunt Alice was peculiar and conservative, forbidding her from frequent interactions with boys, making her even more naive than I regarding matters of romance. I understood that she had never been in a relationship, and given her accidental encounter with Xiangyang last night, it seemed she had likely lost her innocence, which explained her distress. "That I am sorry. I will take responsibility." Xiangyang approached us, squatting by our side and instinctively reaching out to stroke Xia Yua's head. Seeing him act this way, I could not bring myself to scold him further. Xia Yua appeared to have been seated on the cold ground for an extended period, the tear stains on her face having dried. Wrapped in a towel, she trembled slightly. I reached out to gently tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, and as she lifted her gaze, tears surged forth once more. "Shu Bei, this is not the scene I envisioned. Not at all. It is far from beautiful, and I feel so despondent." The irrevocable truth weighed heavily upon us, leaving me with nothing but a sigh, lamenting the whims of fate. It was no wonder she reacted with such anger when I had my encounter with Xingjun. "I'm sorry, truly sorry." Upon witnessing her distress, Xiangyang repeatedly expressed his apologies, then turned to me and said, "She has been in this state of sorrow since morning, sitting on the ground, refusing to rise no matter how I tried to help her. Nothing I say seems to make a difference. Shu Bei, I am at a loss as to what to do." I assured her that I would take responsibility, that I would be her boyfriend, that I would marry her, anything she desired. "Oh, you love me. Do you truly know me? What responsibilities can you assume? Who even asked you to take responsibility?" Xia Iwa glared at Xiangyang in anger. "Could you please put on some clothing first?" "Iwa, I understand that you are heartbroken, but what has transpired must be accepted as reality. Come, let us find you something to wear." Yes, I attempted to locate her clothes. I discovered that her dress had been torn to shreds by Xiangyang. How wild had they been last night to end up like this? "Shu Bei, I felt miserable last night, and so did he. We exchanged many words, drank copiously, and sang a great deal." Xia Iwa lifted her gaze to me, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Oh, you know what troubles me the most? What is it?" My heart ached, and I hastily wiped away her tears. "Is that he said he likes you. He has liked you since the very first time he saw you." She let out a bitter laugh and continued, "Shu Bei, why does everyone seem to favor you? Does it bother you?" I looked at her, unable to suppress my own sadness as I inquired. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to strike myself. "I do not mind. It is simply—" She paused, meeting my gaze with a profound sense of despair. "It is just that he likes you too, which means I have no chance to even try to begin something with him." "Iwa, please do not think like that. Xiangyang and I are merely friends." I quickly reassured her, grasping her icy hand tightly. I was fully aware that my affair with Xingjun had upset her, and I understood. I was at a loss for words, unsure how to explain or what to say. I only wished to know how I could make amends. "No, I am not heartbroken. I am genuinely happy for you both," she replied, taking hold of my hand, her other hand cold against my cheek. "I can see it. My brother truly cares for you. He really does. No, everything is not as you think. We are just—" I hurried to clarify, knowing that Xia Iwa cared deeply, perhaps even harbored feelings for Xingjun, but would never voice them because of me. That was why she had been so distraught last night. Her sorrow had driven her to drink excessively with Xiangyang. I understood. I comprehended it all. Before I could finish my thoughts, she covered my mouth. "Shu Bei, stop deceiving yourself. You and my brother are no different. It is evident to all of us perceptive individuals that there exists a mutual affection between you two. Yet it is solely the two of you who insist on deceiving yourselves. Even at this juncture, she continues to express concern over matters involving me and Xingjun." Tears streamed down my face in an instant. At that moment, Xiangyang retrieved his t-shirt and unceremoniously draped it over Zoa, assisting her in putting it on. Ziowa struggled vehemently, refusing to wear it, leading to a tug-of-war between them that resulted in her bath towel falling to the floor. I noticed that at the very moment Zawa's towel slipped away, Xiangyang remained unwavering, wholly focused on helping her don his t-shirt. "Eva, get up and warm yourself on the sofa. I will prepare dinner for you," Xiangyang said gently to Ziowa. "Given the circumstances, I understand that my words hold no weight anymore. State your demands. I shall fulfill whatever I am able to." Without hesitation, Ziowa glared at Xiangyang with disdain. Retorting angrily, Xiangyang, I never anticipated you to be such a scoundrel. The books claim that men lose their senses when intoxicated. It is utter nonsense. If a man is genuinely drunk, he would never act inappropriately towards a woman. I am aware, Shangyang replied. I managed to hold back last night, but you know very well what transpired between us. While I may bear some responsibility, you two were somewhat proactive. In that fleeting moment, I felt as though I grasped something anew. Xiao suddenly rose from the floor, chasing after Shangyang in an attempt to strike him. Shangyang quickly fled, and after only a few steps, Xiao's legs gave way. Collapsing onto the sofa, she must have sat on the floor for too long and was unable to adjust upon standing. Eva, are you all right? I inquired hastily, rushing to support her, then turning to Shangyang. Shangyang, quickly fetch a cup of hot water for Eva. Shangyang hurried off, and I helped Xiaowa sit up. Moments ago, I had noticed a slight relaxation in her demeanor, yet now she appeared utterly dejected once more. Eva, are you still upset? I asked. I don't know what to do moving forward. I could never fall for Shangyang, Xiaowa replied, curling her legs beneath her and resting her head upon her knees. Her eyes brimming with tears. Is it because of me? I instinctively asked. No, it's because I know the one he truly likes is you, Xiaowa said, turning her head to gaze at me wistfully, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she added, I am aware that my Shubei possesses a certain charm that captivates men. Here comes the hot water, Shangyang exclaimed, presenting a cup of honey-infused liquid, having tested its temperature to ensure it was just right. I had been previously oblivious to the fact that Shangyang had such an impressive physique. I shall not drink it. I do not wish to remain here. Let us leave, Shubei, Xiaowa declared, refusing the honeyed water and addressing me instead. No, that's unacceptable. Shangyang interjected firmly. If you wish to depart, you must first finish the grand feast I have prepared. Perhaps once you've eaten, you may reconsider your opinion of me. Shangyang. Every word we exchanged last night remains etched in my memory. We have no possibility of starting something between us. Let bygones be bygones. I concede defeat regarding last night. Xia Yue gazed at Shangyang, suddenly regaining her composure, as if a surge of courage had washed over her. That won't do. Even if you are an irresponsible woman, I shall not be an irresponsible man. Shangyang looked at Xia Yue, resolutely and unequivocally responding. Although his tone was laced with jest, his eyes bore an unprecedented seriousness. I remember what you said last night, and I know you recall my words as well. Since fate has brought us together, let us turn the page on everything that transpired before yesterday and clear our hearts of those who once occupied them. I understand it may be difficult for you to find affection for me in such a short span, and likewise for me to fall in love with you. However, I shall endeavor and strive. I hope you grant me this opportunity. What do you mean fate has brought us together? It is clearly you who are being shameless, Xia Yue retorted, yet her expression began to soften. It is settled then. Shubei, please escort Yue upstairs for a shower. I will commence cooking right away. In half an hour, I promise a feast fit for you both. Shangyang declared. I was taken aback to discover that Shangyang resided alone in such a spacious house and could even cook. That was truly unexpected. Of course, I am an international chef, and I do not reveal my skills lightly. Shangyang chuckled, casting a glance at Xia Yue, who still wore a serious demeanor, causing him to suppress his mirth immediately. I led Xia Yue upstairs, drew her a bath, and while she indulged in her cleansing ritual, I took the opportunity to explore Shangyang's charming villa. Upon discovering a rooftop terrace adorned with a myriad of vibrant flowers, I eagerly stepped outside. The sunset blazed crimson, and the unknown floor on the terrace bloomed in a riot of colors. As I crouched down to admire the tender green shoots in the kaleidoscope of blossoms, a sudden, deep cough startled me from my reverie. Turning in surprise, I was astonished to find Shengjun appearing on the neighboring villa's terrace. He was clad in a white bathrobe, the garment loosely draped with no tie secured, his hands casually tucked in his pockets as he regarded me with keen interest. Behind him was an inviting outdoor bathtub. Is this a haven for crafty rabbits? How is there another nest here? I blurted out instinctively, for the two villas were alarmingly close. He must have purchased his villa here upon seeing mine. As Shengjun towel-dried his hair, he replied, realizing the oddity of my earlier remark. Your use of that idiom was rather inappropriate. I smiled faintly and said, what a small world. It seems we can encounter one another anywhere. It indicates a certain fate between us. He finished drying his hair and casually tossed the towel onto a nearby rod, which landed gracefully. However, this action caused his bathrobe to part unexpectedly, and to my astonishment, I realized he was wearing nothing underneath. I could hardly believe my eyes. In that moment, I was engulfed in embarrassment. My face flushed crimson as I stared, utterly transfixed. T, however, remained unfazed, swiftly pulling his robe together and securing it, looking at me with a teasing glint in his eye. Aren't you a bit brazen, even in such solitude? Who says no one is here? I instinctively responded. As soon as I uttered these words, he seemed to suddenly realize something, his gaze swiftly turning icy, and the expression on his face hardened. Wait, how did you end up in his villa? I then closed the balcony door and descended the stairs. It was only when I heard the voices of Shangjun and Shangyang conversing downstairs that I suddenly understood. He had rushed inside to find me. He must have thought I was doing something unspeakable with Shangyang in the room. Su Shubei, come down here. He yelled towards the loft. I hurried downstairs, just as Xiaowa emerged from the bathroom. Having no choice but to don Shangyang's t-shirt and shorts, her hair still slightly damp as she stepped out of her room. Who is it? Xiaowa asked me in surprise. Meanwhile, Shijun had already stormed up the stairs. Upon seeing Xiaowa, his previously fierce demeanor seemed to soften by half. Junzi, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think. Shangyang hastily chased after him, bare-chested with an apron tied around his waist. Looking rather comical. It's nothing serious. Brother, what brings you here? How did you know Shubei was here? Xiaowa couldn't help but inquire, evidently misconstruing the situation, believing I had informed Shijun of what transpired. He lives in the villa next door. I was on the balcony, and he saw me. I quickly clarified. Shingjun had rushed out in haste, wearing only a nightgown and striped lounge shorts, his feet clad in slippers. Observing his appearance, Xiaowa comprehended my words were not fabricated. What are you doing here? Downstairs. You all, Shingjun stammered, then turned to Shangyang, shouting angrily. Shangyang, feeling guilty, replied, Don't blame me. I didn't intend for this to happen. It's just Tsai. Blame the alcohol for clouding my judgment. Junzi, please don't. Before Shangyang could finish, Shingjun landed a punch squarely on his nose. Blood gushed from Shangyang's nose, and witnessing this, both Xiaowa and I hurried downstairs. Brother, please stop hitting him. This isn't something that can be resolved through violence. Xiaowa implored. I'm hitting him precisely for that reason. Shijun trembled with rage, pointing at Shangyang's nose. Shangyang, how could you do this? Shangyang, equally furious, retaliated with a decisive punch to Shinjuan's chest. Damn you for hitting me. Aren't you just as guilty? Look at the filthy things you've done. This scene left both Xiaowa and me utterly bewildered. We stood at the sidelines, observing, despite being the victims beneath the two men. Yet, witnessing their fierce struggle stirred a pang of sympathy within us, compelling us to intervene. Their fight was genuine. As we approached, we were promptly pushed away by each of them. Lost in their fervor, Shingjun decisively shed his bathrobe, baring his torso just like Shangyang. It was evident that both had trained from a young age. Every move they executed was calculated and ruthless, neither yielding to the other. Anxiously, I pondered how to cease their altercation, deeply concerned that this would mark the beginning of a rift between them. Shingjun, Shangyang, stop fighting, I shouted, but my words fell on deaf ears. I was taken aback to discover that the seemingly composed and mature Shingjun harbored such a fiery side. Fleetingly, I glimpsed the youthful vigor he once possessed, akin to Shangyang's fiery spirit, though perhaps life's circumstances had since altered him. Enough. If you continue, I swear I will never speak to either of you again. Xiaowa shouted with all her might. In unison, Shingjun and Shangyang halted. Shingjun turned to Xiaowa, asking, Are you all right, brother? I'm fine. Dinner is ready. Let us eat, Xiaowa replied, her demeanor having regained its tranquility. She smiled at Shingjun and added, Let us let this matter pass. Don't hold it against him. It's my fault for not knowing how to protect myself. Don't speak of yourself that way, I interjected, hastily grasping her hand. It's all right. Such incidents are all too common in today's society that I've come to terms with it. Please, don't blame Shangyang. Xiaowa seemed genuinely composed, extending her hand toward Shangyang, graciously stating, Shangyang, let us pretend nothing happened. I hope we can still be friends. However, Shangyang, surprised, replied, But I don't wish to be merely friends. I want to take responsibility. He took her hand, exclaiming, Why is your hand so cold? Let us put an end to this discussion. There is no future for us. But I want to hold it against you, Xiaowa said with a faint smile. Then she added, Weren't you going to cook? Hurry up, we're all waiting to eat. At that moment, Shingjun gazed at Xiaowa with palpable concern. Brother, I truly am fine. Don't worry about me. Since you're here, let us share a meal, Xiaowa said with a magnanimous smile. Uncontrollably, Sheng Jun approached her, gently stroking her head as he said, as long as you ask, I would do anything for you. Really? Xia Yue looked up at Sheng Jun, asking, could you please treat Xu Bei well? Don't hurt her. All right, you're already injured, yet you still think of others. Sheng Jun's gaze grew increasingly pained. I'm fine. It's nothing serious. I said it's quite normal. Xia Yue murmured, her head lowered. I don't mind. Please, none of you should dwell on this matter. From now on, let us not mention it again, shall we? Very well. Should anyone dare to bring it up, I shall be the first to confront them, Sheng Jun responded, his gaze still fixed intently on Xia Yue. An indescribable pain reflected in his eyes that I could sense that Sheng Jun genuinely regarded Xia Yue as family. At that moment, Shan Yang emerged from the kitchen, carrying plate after plate of dishes he had prepared, astonishingly having cooked several hot dishes in such a short span of time. He set the food on the table and beckoned us, saying, all right, it's time to eat. Would you like some wine? I still have a bottle of Lafite. No sooner had he finished speaking than the three of us chorused, no. All right then, let us have juice, Shan Yang concluded. Placing the juice on the table and pouring it for each of us, we all moved to take our seats, with Xia Yue and myself on one side, while Sheng Jun and Shan Yang occupied the opposite side. Facing two muscular men with bare arms for the first time, both Xia Yue and I felt somewhat flustered. The physiques of Sheng Jun and Shan Yang were equally impressive, though Sheng Jun's skin was fair, while Shan Yang's bore a healthy wheat-like hue. Together, they formed a captivating tableau, and with the fragrant dishes on the table, it was a veritable torment for two food-loving women like us. Sheng Jun's presence rendered Xia Yue quite uncomfortable, as she hardly touched her chopsticks. Shan Yang, being considerate, placed dishes into her bowl one after another, while Sheng Jun added a chicken wing, gently encouraging her, do eat, have a bit more, though this fellow was a rogue. His culinary skills were undeniably commendable. Noticing I had not eaten, he abruptly tossed a chicken wing into my bowl with a brusque motion, grumbling, hurry up and eat. Before them, I neither refused nor retorted. Instead, I quietly picked up my chopsticks and began to nibble on the chicken wing that I observed that Sheng Jun's manner of eating was exceedingly graceful. Even devouring a chicken leg in his hands transformed into an elegant affair. I realized that such refined dining habits were not cultivated overnight, and I felt a greater distance between us. Sheng Jun instinctively pursued after Xia Yue, while Shan Yang had initially intended to follow suit. But upon seeing Sheng Jun take off, he remained behind, casually grabbing a chicken leg and beginning to gnaw on it. In a fit of annoyance, I swiftly swatted the chicken leg from his hand, exclaiming, go after her. Why aren't you pursuing her? Don't you see what's happening? Shan Yang shot me a glance of disdain, responding, there is no need for me to chase after her. Someone is already there to comfort her. Sheng Jun dashed out, presumably to console Xia Yue. Thus, I seized the opportunity to discuss last night's events with Shan Yang. After Junzi took you away last night, I happened to be standing next to Yue. She appeared quite dejected and kept insisting that I drink with her. Shan Yang paused momentarily before continuing. Eventually, the two of them got quite tipsy, and when Su Tianyi and the others decided to head to a bar, Xia Yue declined. So I stayed behind to keep her company. We drank and talked for quite some time. You're talking about me, aren't you? I instinctively interjected, having already gleaned hints from Xia Yue's earlier remarks. Ah, Shang Yang nodded candidly, recounting tales from your childhood. She expressed her deep concern for you, stating that you share a remarkable resemblance. What she cherishes is undoubtedly what you cherish, and what you favor is likewise favored by her. Though she did not articulate it explicitly, I understood she was alluding to Junzi. Xu Bei, please be frank with me. You have feelings for Junzi, do you not? No, it's not, I instinctively denied, yet my tone faltered. It's not as you perceive, Xu Bei. I find you less forthright than like someone is to like them. Without disguise, having known you for so long, I can discern it. Shangyang stated directly, do you believe there is a possibility between him and me? We are simply not from the same world. I shook my head in resignation. Please do not make baseless assumptions. Let us discuss your own matters first. Eva has never been in a romantic relationship. It is highly likely that you are the first male she has engaged with. You grasp my meaning. My words suddenly tensed Shangyang, who gazed at me in astonishment. Is what you say true? No wonder last night when I awoke this morning and saw the sheets, I thought she was merely on her period. Her aunt is quite strict with her, forbidding any social interactions with males. After all, she relies heavily on her aunt, thus she adheres to her guidance. I continued. This is also why she struggles to come to terms with her feelings. I hope you can understand her. Shangyang sighed heavily at the conclusion. I do not wish for this either. Now what are we to do? Are you suggesting that Jun's actions last night disturbed her? I inquired, a wave of inexplicable guilt washing over me. She did not express it outright, yet it was evident she cared. I believe she silently harbors feelings for Junzi, but due to your relationship with him, she has kept it buried. After Shangyang spoke, he gazed at me with sadness, saying, "Do you know why we drank so much last night? Because our feelings were aligned. From the very first time I laid eyes on you." Shangyang's gaze turned tender, causing my heart to skip a beat. Just then, the door swung open, and Shengjun entered, supporting Xiaoyue. "That I'm fine now. I didn't mean to worry you," Xiaoyue said, a slight smile gracing her face, her demeanor returning to one of tranquility. However, witnessing her forced smile made my heart ache profoundly. I approached her, grasping her hand, utterly at a loss for words. I could only softly utter, "I'm sorry." "Yiwa, Shu Bei, it is not your fault at all. It was my own overindulgence, my greed for drink." Xiaoyue tightly clasped my hand. The warm, golden sunlight streamed through the door, intertwining her delicate fingers with mine in a firm grip. In that moment, I comprehended just how desperately she wished to preserve our friendship. She concealed her own emotions for my sake, yet a swell of guilt surged within me, and when I lifted my gaze, I found myself met with Shengjun's penetrating stare, which instantly chilled my heart. "Shengjun, I wish to have a word with you," I said, looking directly at him. My gaze seemed to convey an understanding, and as I moved toward the door, he promptly followed. "What do you want to say?" he coldly inquired from behind me, causing my heart to leap into my throat. I did not wish to inflict further pain upon Eva. She harbors feelings for you. Do you comprehend this? I gazed at him, articulating my thoughts with clarity. Shengjun's body quivered slightly. "She has been kind to both you and me. Since there is no genuine affection between us, why engage in unnecessary actions that could hurt her?" I continued, asserting that had it not been for your display of tenderness before the crowd last night, she would not have been provoked, nor would there have been such awkwardness between her and Shangyang. "Do you truly believe our connection is devoid of significance?" He met my gaze, his eyes growing colder. "Do you genuinely think so?" My heart felt as though it were being torn apart, searing with pain. In that fleeting moment, his look bore a hurtful intensity, but it was merely ephemeral. He quickly regained his composure, emitting a derisive snort. "Indeed, I think so as well." The fissure in my heart was irrevocably widened. And in that instant, I was compelled to acknowledge an undeniable truth. No matter how much I feigned strength, I had indeed developed feelings for him. "Shall we maintain our distance from now on?" I asked, suppressing the ache within and feigning calmness. Observing my demeanor, he resumed his enigmatic facade, his gaze now tinged with a hint of wickedness, his thoughts becoming elusive, yet I would no longer display such in front of Yi. "Moreover, to make amends with her, I shall offer her the finest of everything this world has to offer. If you do not cherish her, then cease to bring her harm. Women are easily swayed by a man's kindness." Upon hearing his words, I hastily replied, "I shall devote myself to pampering and compensating her." And Yut leaned closer to my ear, speaking with a flippant tone, "Remember, Su Shubei, I could never fall in love with you. But your body. I have claimed it. Why must you act in such a manner?" I retorted, filled with indignation. "Do you realize what you are doing? You are sowing discord between me and Eva, our years of friendship. What advantage does this bring you?" It seemed that the more furious I became, the more he reveled in it. He raised an eyebrow, gripping my chin, and remarked, "This is the consequence of your stubbornness." "Shengjun, I am genuinely angry, yet I found myself powerless against this man. In terms of wealth, connections, and background, he effortlessly overshadowed me. Even in my fury, he merely regarded it as absurdity. What do you truly feel for Eva? If it is affection, please distance yourself from me. I inquired, stifling my emotions. Why should I disclose that to you? He cast a dispassionate glance over me, dismissing my presence entirely as he turned and entered the villa. The setting sun descended like a colossal disk, gradually sinking below the horizon as darkness enveloped the sky. I stood there, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. It dawned upon me that he was the one in control. He could dictate as he pleased, and no matter how desperately I struggled, as long as he held on, he possessed the right to claim me. "And what of them?" I asked. "Junzi has taken her next door," Shangyang replied, and I noticed blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Did you two fight again?" I inquired, observing his condition. "No, he landed a punch on me, and I did not retaliate." Shangyang gingerly touched his wound, grimacing in pain. "I had always believed he was the type of man who would never resort to violence. Yet unexpectedly, a flicker of disappointment coursed through me. I realized that despite knowing Xingjun for so long, I possessed not a shred of understanding about him. He would never resort to violence. Shang Yang actually scoffed at my words, but that was only because he had not witnessed the man from a decade ago. Indeed, the Shang Jun of 10 years past was a completely different individual from the one he is today. Shang Yang gazed into the distant horizon, tinted like ink, and sighed, but that is all in the past now. Intrigued, I urged him to elaborate. 10 years ago, that was perhaps when he was around 16 or 17, during his adolescence. At that time, I was still at the orphanage, diligently working and studying while assisting Mama Xia in caring for the younger children. Toiling daily for our livelihood. My youth slipped away in a pallid haze, leaving no profound marks upon my memory. Do you know why we call him Junzi instead of his full name? Shang Yang patted my shoulder, then lamented, it's a long story that I had often wondered why. Given Shang Jun's current status, even those familiar with him like Shang Yang should address him by his full name. Though Junzi sounds more affectionate, it is still merely a nickname. Unbeknownst to me, there was indeed a tale behind it. As night enveloped us, the towering walls obscured our view of Shang Jun's villa next door. Shang Yang shook his head and said, "Come on, let us go inside and sit down. I will slowly tell you." Upon entering, the living room had been tidied up by the cleaning lady. Shang Yang brought forth a bottle of red wine and 2 elegant glasses. We settled onto a soft mat by the window, and as he handed me a glass, he began, "Junzi is actually an illegitimate child. This is no secret within the Shang family. However, the old man has kept it under wraps. And as long as he is alive, no one dares to discuss it." What? My hand trembled, nearly spilling half the glass of wine onto the mat. How could this be? Although I seldom heard about Xingjun's family matters, I had gleaned some information from Xia Yua that I recalled her mentioning Shang Jun's parents and that he was the only child in his family. How could he possibly be an illegitimate child? Was the old man referring to Xingjun's grandfather? I could not help but inquire. Indeed, all the assets of the Xing family were established by the old man, so as long as he is around, he remains the authority of the family, Shang Yang replied. Then Shang Jun's arrival must have brought immense joy to the old man, right? I asked. Indeed, it brought him great delight. The old man's affection for Shang Jun surpasses even that for his own father, which is precisely why Shang Jun, despite his youth, has already taken the helm of Shang Shi Group, Shang Yang said, looking at me with a meaningful expression. From his words, I discerned an underlying implication. Are you suggesting that Shang Shi was directly passed down from his grandfather to him? His father had no part in it. Exactly. His grandfather and father had a strained relationship. I am not entirely sure why, as Junzi seldom speaks of family matters. However, his grandfather has always doted on Junzi, raising him by his side since childhood and taking him wherever he went. Thus, from the moment of his birth, Junzi has been regarded as the crown prince of the household. His father merely held a nominal position in the company, devoid of real power, and has been overlooked by his grandfather, along with his 3 sisters. As Shang Yang remarked, if I am not mistaken, the nickname Junzi was indeed bestowed upon him by his grandfather. Was it not? I inquired. Shang Yang nodded in affirmation. Yes, that is correct. Since his grandfather called him that, everyone else followed suit, and over time, it became unchangeable. What happened next? What further events transpired? I asked. This is likely why you are aware of such matters. Is it not? Was it you who discovered the bones together? Why did they conspire to murder his biological mother? I probed further. It seems that his father was excessively kind to his mother, which stirred jealousy in women, prompting his current mother to take ruthless action against her. Had the skeleton not been unearthed, even his grandfather would have remained oblivious to such occurrences. Only after its discovery and thorough investigation did the truth emerge in such a shocking manner. However, families of affluence regard such incidents as a disgrace. Thus they were swiftly suppressed. I learned of these matters simply because I grew up alongside Junzi, Shang Yang explained. How did he eventually regain his health? I asked once more. At that time, Junzi was in a private hospital, and to care for him, his grandfather arranged for a nurse to attend to him around the clock. The nurse was exceedingly devoted to Junzi, and thanks to her care, he gradually improved. Eventually, it seems, feelings blossomed between the two, Shang Yang said, a hint of amusement gracing his face. His grandfather would never permit such a relationship to flourish, hence the intervention to thwart their romance. Upon hearing this, I quickly deduced what transpired thereafter. Having never suffered, how could he endure for over a year? I marveled at the revelation that I had not anticipated that Shang Jun could possess such a passionate side. This made me suddenly think of that night when he mentioned his first love. Perhaps it was indeed that nurse. He has a stubborn character, unwilling to bow easily. Xiangyang shook his head in resignation, stating that during the time, he often sneaked out of school, using his pocket money to support Junzi. Externally, he appeared aloof, yet he was deeply loyal. Later, when my family faced a severe crisis that nearly led to bankruptcy, he spared no effort in helping us through the ordeal. Therefore, I hold him in high regard. I consider him a brother for life. That I listened in astonishment, realizing that beneath Xingjun's seemingly cold exterior lay a fervent and sentimental heart. What happened next? How did he change? I asked. That I, too, would choose to be a good person, I replied. Indeed, anyone with a modicum of wisdom would make such a choice, Xiangyang concurred, then added with a sense of melancholy. However, from that moment on, Junzi underwent a complete transformation. Previously, his disposition mirrored mine, bright and cheerful, but thereafter, it was as though he had become an entirely different person, growing particularly haughty and reclusive. Did he ever seek out that nurse again? Given his current capabilities, it should be quite simple for him to find someone. I asked curiously. That I cannot say for certain, but given the passage of so many years, he has likely gradually forgotten her. Subsequently, there has been no further news of him in relation to any woman. That I, in truth, there are countless women in our circle who harbor secret affections for him, yet he now seems utterly indifferent to the fairer sex. Wholly devoted to his career, at this point, Xiangyang let out a self-deprecating smile, contrasting my own situation, as I remain distracted and squander my time on esports and street racing. The old man must be quite pleased with him now. At such a young age, he has already managed to run the prosperous enterprise with remarkable flair. That I couldn't help but express a newfound admiration for Xingjun's capabilities and a sense of compassion for his background. I understand the profound anguish that accompanies witnessing one's mother's remains. Such a devastating blow can be excruciating for a child in their early teens. He has indeed inherited much of the old man's temperament from years past, ruthless when necessary and gentle at the right moments, a quality I truly respect. However, the old man is advanced in age. Once he departs, Shengshi is bound to face significant turmoil. Xiangyang remarked. That I am certain he possesses the ability to navigate the situation adeptly. I replied. One can only hope, but his mother is not an easy adversary, and with 3 jealous sisters, the board members outwardly compliant, yet harboring discontent towards him, his future will not be simple. Xiangyang continued. I then maneuvered the car into a parking space, opened the door, and the intricately carved mahogany sofa, the mahogany tables, chairs, and cabinets, the deep brown floor, the vintage dark green curtains, and even the plum branches placed before the television cabinet. All of these elements evoke memories of my childhood. Yet, in comparison to those bygone days, they now appear significantly worn and weathered. The furniture is cloaked in dust, suggesting that this place has been uninhabited for quite some time, which is why everything remains untouched, preserved in its original state. A sudden sound of footsteps approached, thudding heavily against the floor. I turned my head to see Su Tianyi and his mother, Huang Xiaoxiang, both faces contorted with palpable hostility. One was clad in an outdated red suit, while the other donned a strikingly bright red lace sheer dress, reminiscent of a red light district ensemble. The deep crimson lipstick smeared across Huang Xiaoxiang's lips was almost blinding. My mouth remained stuffed, and my hands were bound behind my back. Seated on the floor, I gazed at them unflinchingly. I understood in my heart that they could not kill me, nor would they dare to. Su Tianyi took the initiative and stepped forward, raising his hand to deliver 2 resounding slaps across my face, one from the left, the other from the right. Son, let me teach this little minx a lesson, Huang Xiaoxiang interjected, a wicked smile spreading across her face. Mom, today you can vent your frustrations. I assure you, in this place, she will find no one to answer her cries for help, Su Tianyi replied smugly. Witnessing his shameless demeanor, I felt an overwhelming urge to spit in his face, yet my mouth remained obstructed. All right, I shall see what tricks this sharp-tongued little vixen can conjure. Huang Xiaoxiang approached me menacingly, revealing her true nature. She lifted my chin with her hand, and upon meeting my defiant gaze, she viciously jabbed her sharp nails into my eyes. Just seeing those seductive eyes of yours infuriates me. Dare to glare at me again, and I shall not hesitate to gouge out your eyeballs, Huang Xiaoxiang screamed. Her nails were long and razor-sharp, mercilessly piercing towards my eyes. I struggled desperately to avert her fingers from reaching my eyes. But after several failed attempts, she grew furious and unleashed a flurry of slaps across my face. Over a dozen in quick succession, my ears buzzed, and tears streamed down my face from the pain. At that moment, I heard Su Tianyi laughing heartily beside us. Huang Xiaoxiang twisted my ear, nearly lifting me off the ground, the pain making it feel as though it might tear apart. Let your worthless parents see what you've become. Aren't you so impressive? Did you think yourself formidable? Look at you now, all helpless in our grasp. I want you dead. You won't survive until tomorrow. Huang Xiaoxiang shrieked beside my ear. Little wretch, if I were you, I would hastily flee from Hangzhou. What do you think you can do against me? How dare you bully our Tianyi? It seems you are tired of living. A torrent of foul language erupted from Huang Xiaoxiang's mouth. And Su Tianyi stepped forward, delivering several sharp kicks to my chest and back, forcing me down onto the ground, utterly immobilized. They likely berated and struck me for a while, perhaps feeling that my silence was a source of frustration. So they hastily removed the rag from my mouth. Huang Xiaoxiang shouted at me. You little wretch, weren't you quite the talker? Come on, today I shall confront you. Had I known you would emerge to wreak havoc upon us, I would have ensured that you and your ill-fated parents were buried together back then. Huang Xiaoxiang, how can you be so disrespectful towards the deceased? Are you not afraid of retribution? I gazed at her. Despite the pain coursing through my battered body, I mustered the strength to speak. Slap. She struck me again with a resounding blow. A metallic sweetness surged in my mouth, followed by blood trickling forth. Retribution, she scoffed, her sharp tongue laced with venom as she retorted. Retribution will only befall you and your ill-fated parents. I have everything I desire. What do I fear from retribution? But you little harlot. Today I shall make you understand the meaning of retribution. You dared to cause my miscarriage. You dared to bully my son. I, Huang Xiaoxiang, will not rest until I have knocked your teeth out. As soon as Huang Xiaoxiang finished her tirade, another ear-splitting slap landed on my face. Unless you kill me, I shouted defiantly, I will not yield. As long as I draw breath, Huang Xiaoxiang, I will eventually take your life. I will not allow your son to enjoy a moment of peace. Still so defiant. Are we? Son, strike her. Huang Xiaoxiang trembled with rage at my words, bellowing at Su Tianyi. Wait, a sudden surge of strength, inexplicable in its origin, propelled me to my feet despite my injuries. That I turned to Huang Xiaoxiang and Su Tianyi, pointing towards the spirit tablets of my parents in the room, and demanded loudly, I have but one question for you. Did you personally take my parents' lives back then? Speak. The force of my words startled them, causing Huang Xiaoxiang to freeze for a moment as I charged towards her. I suddenly lowered my head and collided fiercely with her chest. I knew I would be beaten half to death today, so I resolved to go all out. You little wretch, how dare you attack me? Huang Xiaoxiang charged at me once more like a raging bull, using her weight to knock me down, straddling me as she relentlessly slapped my face while exclaiming, What can you do about it? Yes, we were the ones who caused your death. What can you do? You, a little wretch, don't even care for yourself, yet you think you can seek revenge. Dream on. Indeed, it was you who caused their demise. Upon hearing this, I shouted in a low voice, tears mingling with blood spilling from my eyes. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck outside, followed by a torrential downpour. The villa, long neglected, flickered with dimming lights as the storm raged. Ultimately, they were haunted by their guilt. Witnessing the spectacle, their previously arrogant demeanor quickly waned, and the force of their blows diminished significantly. That I lay on the ground, half dead and gasping for breath. Mom, let's leave. That I feel something is off about this house. We moved out before because it was haunted. I heard Su Tianyi timidly say to Huang Xiaoxiang. Haunted? Nonsense. If they truly had the capability, they would not have lost their lives. Even as ghosts, they cannot hope to contend with us. They shall never succeed. Huang Xiaoxiang shouted with feigned bravado, and at that moment, a deep rumble of thunder echoed outside, prompting her to let out a shriek. Mother, let us leave. No one knows we've brought her here. We can simply abandon her. The car belongs to her as well. Others will assume she arrived on her own. If she perishes here, no one will be the wiser. We should depart swiftly to avoid detection. Su Tianyi said to Huang Xiaoxiang, Son, are you certain that there is no way back? Huang Xiaoxiang inquired again. Rest assured, Mother, this matter is known only to you and me. Father will remain oblivious. Even if he were to find out that we had dealt with her, he would likely be pleased, Su Tianyi replied, his voice trembling. The rain is intensifying. We must hurry. Can we truly rely on those individuals? Huang Xiaoxiang questioned, and from her tone, I discerned that she seemed to be making a resolute decision. Do not worry, Mother. Those outsiders will take their money and vanish. They will never return. They have no idea who we are. Su Tianyi asserted. Very well. Huang Xiaoxiang seemed to arrive at a sudden resolution, saying to Su Tianyi, "Then let us commit fully to this course of action. Son, tear down the curtains." "Mother, what for?" Su Tianyi asked, bewildered, "To let her take her own life." Huang Xiaoxiang's voice was piercingly sharp. And then she lowered her gaze, her eyes dark and haunting as they fixated on me that I lay motionless on the ground, my words reduced to incoherent murmurs, blood mingling with tears streaming from my eyes. From Huang Xiaoxiang's gaze, it was clear that she was prepared to act. "Mother, do we truly have to let her die? What if that?" Su Tianyi trembled with fear, while Huang Xiaoxiang remained eerily calm. "What purpose does retaining a useless person serve?" Huang Xiaoxiang said coldly. "Let her atone here for the sister you never had. This was originally her ancestral home, and she drove herself here. Even if she dies, no one will know. And if someone does find out, they will only assume it was suicide. Son, take action. Understood?" Su Tianyi's voice quivered uncontrollably, but ultimately, he obeyed Huang Xiaoxiang's command, approaching to tear down the dark green curtains hanging by the window. The curtains had been lovingly crafted by mother long ago, and their age allowed them to be easily ripped away. As I lay on the ground, the sound of the curtain tearing apart pierced my heart with agony. My vision, clouded by Huang Xiaoxiang's grip, revealed only blurred figures moving closer to me. Huang Xiaoxiang helped me up from the floor, continuously instructing Su Tianyi on what to do next. He dragged me to the attic on the top floor of the villa, suspending the curtains from the beams above. Then they both lifted me, resting my head on the tied curtains. The attic window had fallen into disrepair, the wind howling as it rushed through the broken panes. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck outside. Perhaps even the heavens could not bear witness to their despicable actions. That a tremendous crash resonated from below, and the guilty Huang Xiaoxiang and Su Tianyi fled in panic. Leaving me abandoned in the attic, I find myself in an incessant struggle. The heavens bear witness. The curtains, worn and lacking resilience after enduring the passage of time, finally succumbed just as I teetered on the brink of asphyxiation, leading me to plummet from a great height to the ground below with a resounding thud. Darkness enveloped me, while the tempest outside roared ferociously, and a trickle of rainwater, forced in by the thunderous storm, cascaded through the shattered window. Lying on the floor, I was beset by aches and my vision swam in a haze. It seemed unlikely that anyone would come to my rescue. I was left to rely solely on myself. As the weight of this realization settled upon me, a fierce resolve to survive emerged from the depths of despair. This was once my home. The attic still held remnants of my childhood, my toy cars and garments, each item a testament to the joyous life I shared with my parents. Thus, I felt no fear. Instead of dread, a burgeoning hope took root within me, a yearning for the possibility of souls existing beyond this realm, a longing to reunite with my parents once more. Yet, paradoxically, it is often the case that the more one hopes, the more elusive that which one desires becomes. The villa was eerily silent, time slipping away second by second that I lay immobile on the floor. Acutely aware that I was not dead, merely surviving was a stroke of fortune. The storm outside gradually subsided, and an unnatural stillness settled around me. The faint scurrying of mice echoed in the attic. And despite the pain coursing through my body, I began to ruminate on how I might escape. In the midst of this torment, dawn gradually broke. I remained uncertain of the condition of my eyes, perceiving only a blur before me, yet I sensed the light intensifying from darkness. Fortunately, this was once the place I knew best. In my youth, I had played countless games of hide-and-seek in this attic with my beloved father. I had counted every staircase in the house, familiar with every nook and cranny and each piece of furniture. Thus, I resolved to descend slowly from the attic, step by painstaking step, with my hands guiding me. I navigated the furniture, discerning the location of the stairs. Inch by inch, I moved towards the staircase, and when my fingers grazed its surface, a measure of reassurance washed over my heart. I continued my arduous descent, each movement igniting sharp pains in my muscles that forced grimaces upon my face. Yet I remained undeterred. "Father, Mother, if you are watching from above, please grant me your blessing," I silently implored, my heart heavy with sorrow as I painstakingly descended the stairs. Finally reaching the threshold of the door, by the time I arrived at the entrance, I was utterly exhausted, the last vestiges of my will to survive having nearly evaporated to make matters worse. The door had been locked by those two wretches. I was utterly trapped. I lay on the ground, unable even to muster tears. The primal instinct for survival had been nearly depleted, and unprecedented fear gripped me. The dread of succumbing to their foolish machinations, just as despair threatened to consume me. I heard the unmistakable roar of an engine approaching at the doorstep. In that moment, an inexplicable surge of strength compelled me to scream for help with all my might. I was uncertain whether those outside could hear me. My energy had waned completely. After my cries, I was engulfed by an unprecedented chaos, fatigue enveloping me that I felt I could no longer endure. Sleep beckoned me with an irresistible allure. I lost track of time, and suddenly, my body felt weightless, as if I were a feather, gently cradled in a warm embrace. Then, I heard the steady, robust sound of footsteps, taking measured strides outward in that instant. A sense of relief washed over me. I knew I had been rescued. Regardless of who my savior was, the knowledge that I had been saved filled me with solace. My body was utterly exhausted. Succumbing to slumber, when I awoke again, a blinding whiteness enveloped my vision, and a chill coursed through my eyes. As I reached out to touch, I discovered my eyes were bound in bandages. I was oblivious to my surroundings and whether anyone was present. I uttered a soft sound, and immediately, someone brought a cup of water to my lips, gently encouraging me. Drink. It was a familiar voice, tinged with a hint of compassion, exuding an unprecedented gentleness. Xingjun, is that you? I grasped his hand that held the cup. The vessel was warm, and his hand radiated heat. He responded, then added, if I had arrived a moment later, you might not have made it. That was close. I discerned the concern in his tone. As I opened my mouth to speak, he continued, what I said that day was merely out of frustration. You have always been so carefree. How could you entertain thoughts of ending your life? Thoughts of ending my life. It dawned on me that he believed my despair stemmed from his words at Shanyang. Apparently, he was unaware of the events that had transpired. I am blind? I whispered, moving slightly, still acutely aware of the pain coursing through me. Fortunately, I was able to locate your car through radar, or else who would have discovered you? Xingjun said, suddenly leaning down to place a gentle, damp kiss on my forehead. I always thought you were strong, yet it turns out you were merely putting on a brave front. However, I too realized the truth only when you were in peril. Those few days coincided with your parents' memorial, and I understood that place was once your home. Xu Bei, did you initially despair but later cling to the will to survive? Had it not been for the police investigation ruling out foul play, I would not have believed you were contemplating ending your life. I yearned to protest my innocence, but then reconsidered. Since the police had already classified the incident, it was evident that the Su family had suppressed the matter. Even if I revealed the truth to Xingjun, he likely wouldn't believe that Huang Xiaoxiang and Su Tianyi could commit such heinous acts. Even if he did believe me, what could he do? I was uncertain whether he would assist me, thus it seemed futile to speak. Yet, he appeared to treat me with extraordinary tenderness. Did he truly believe his words had caused my distress, hence feeling guilty? This seemed rather presumptuous. My silence, in his eyes, was tantamount to acquiescence, and I sensed his tone soften further. He said, I understand that you do not wish to speak at present, and I know your body is still in discomfort. Rest assured, I have taken care of everything else. No one is aware of this matter, and I have not disclosed it to anyone, including Yi and Zhou Hai. Would you be concerned about me? I was taken aback and instinctively inquired. He was engrossed in his narrative, disregarding my question, and continued. Subsequently, I had someone locate your vehicle via radar, only to discover that it had ventured to that place. I am familiar with that area. 20 years ago, it was the finest villa district in Hangzhou, but it has since fallen into decline. My curiosity about your purpose for going there led me to discreetly inquire about your affairs. What have you learned? I softly asked upon hearing this. The events of the year have been so distorted by Su Changxing, yet I am aware that with Xinjuan's capabilities, if he truly wished to investigate, he could swiftly uncover the truth of that time. Knowing much, his tone softened further, encompassing your past, your childhood, your parents, and the grievances between you and the Su family, as well as the fact that day marked your parents' memorial. After learning all this, I feared that it might cause you excessive sorrow, hence my decision to seek you there. I had not contemplated death. Merely as I began to speak, he interjected, saying, no, you need not explain, for I understand. There was a time when I too contemplated the fragility of life. Indeed, I responded, uncertain of what more I could say. From now on, I will be by your side. I have made my decision. He did not elaborate on what he had decided, and suddenly I felt his icy lips press against mine, and as I wished to say something more, he no longer afforded me the opportunity. The pain lingered in my body, yet his kiss was gentle and soft, akin to the coolness of mint, brushing against my lips incessantly. I could not fathom what had compelled this man to unveil his heart to me. Perhaps it was his misguided belief that my contemplation of life's end stemmed from a weakness inflicted by him, or perhaps my circumstances evoked a sense of kinship in him. Regardless, I sensed a palpable change within him, yet I remained the same frigid self. Indeed, after enduring this incident, I felt even colder than before. Love had been utterly frozen in my mind since the moment I descended the staircase. Xingjun, I fear I must disappoint you that I have not contemplated ending my life. My indifference to your affection stems not from love, but rather from the harm inflicted upon me by my enemies. His tender and delicate kiss did not cause my heart to race. Instead, I found an unusual calmness. With this tranquility, I suddenly realized that his kindness could serve as a source of strength for me. I resolved to accompany him in this charade, and I knew this was inherently unfair to him. Nevertheless, I had no alternative. Moreover, how could I discern whether his feelings were genuine or merely a fleeting performance? After all, a typically aloof individual undergoing such a drastic transformation is hard to believe. I would absolutely not allow myself to invest genuine emotions. A person like me fears vulnerability too greatly. Junzi, I gently pushed him away, tentatively calling out. Before me lay a blinding whiteness, obscuring his response. I could only discern it through his voice. His tone was gentle, and I immediately felt reassured. May I address you in this manner? I inquired. Where am I? I couldn't help but ask. What have I truly been brought to America by him? Are you implying that I might very well lose my sight? If it weren't for the gravity of the situation, he would never have brought me to America. My heart raced to my throat. As long as I am here, that shall not happen. His words were resolute, and then he added, You have no idea how shocked I was the moment I found you. Your face was smeared with blood, your eyes bulging, and you looked as if you had clawed your way out of hell that I could hardly recognize you. Wasn't it akin to emerging from the depths of hell? Escaping from the clutches of two demons, I had miraculously survived this time. If it weren't for Xingjun, I would surely have perished. I offered a faint smile, only to realize that the flesh on my cheeks ached slightly. Had I become disfigured? I instinctively touched my face and inquired, Am I truly disfigured? I am beginning to question the physician's skills. Is this caused by inflammation of the eyes? This is clearly swelling induced by external force. Nevertheless, I said nothing, simply nodding slightly before sincerely stating, Thank you. I owe you my life that do not thank me again. He replied, his tone slightly displeased. Do you not comprehend the meaning behind my earlier words? I certainly understood, but I did not wish to acknowledge it. I feigned ignorance and asked, What do you mean? He appeared visibly annoyed, his tone shifting. What? Are you leaving? Upon hearing that he intended to depart, my heart suddenly grew heavy. I was in a foreign land, America, and I didn't even know where I was. I will arrange everything. You need not worry. I have prepared a phone for you. You can call me anytime. He quickly reassured me, and then gently kissed my forehead, saying, To follow me is to endure such moments of separation. You are in the workforce. I believe you understand. What did he mean by following him? Was he suggesting that I would henceforth be his woman? Was he truly serious? Why did I feel such disbelief? Yet, considering his capabilities, what kind of woman could he not have? If he were not serious, why would he bestow such kindness upon me, arranging everything so meticulously? Am I very unattractive now? I asked, rather out of context. While I may not be a top-tier beauty, I was at least striking in a crowd. When I was once beautiful, he had never treated me with such tenderness. Why was he now so kind when I appeared so battered? Had I perished, and was everything now merely a dream? But that couldn't be. The pain in my body felt all too real. Yes, quite unattractive, he replied candidly, yet it mattered little, for I had never been beautiful to begin with. I heard his laughter, rare and hearty. He took my hand and kissed it gently. Take good care of your health. Think of nothing else. I will handle everything back home. Remember, foolish woman, you have me from now on. Wait, don't go. I called out in haste as I heard his departing tone. What do you mean by wait? Do I not have a name? He was irritated again. Why are you suddenly so kind to me? I couldn't help but ask. He struck me heavily on the head, causing an excruciating pain. Subsequently, he rose to his feet, and I heard him adjusting his attire as he languidly remarked, There is no reason. You endure it because I am good to you. Most people are not so fortunate. Still full of himself, as ever. Truly, he could not change his imperious nature. Are you leaving just like that? I inquired, a peculiar sensation swelling within me. My heart fluttered at his touch, and though I could not see his expression, I could easily envision his mischievous grin. Xingjun, I exclaimed in a fit of exasperation. All right, I shall not tease you any longer, lest you indulge in daydreams in my absence, he said with a frivolous tone. adding, "But do not harbor any illusions. Both the doctor and the nurse I arranged are women. Apart from the security guard at the entrance, I am the only man here." Such a tone. It was nothing short of petty and overly feminine. I was left speechless, and then, unexpectedly, he kissed me fervently, leaving me breathless. After a considerable time, he released me, saying, "I must truly leave. If I linger any longer, time will slip away." "Xingjun, are you serious?" I asked foolishly, my skepticism evident. He was already weary of such inquiries. "I have said what I needed to. I dislike repeating myself, though," I responded sullenly. At that moment, the doctor and nurse entered and I heard them conversing fluently in English. It was the first time I had heard Xingjun speak the language, and to my surprise, his pronunciation was as authentic as that of a native speaker. After a brief exchange, the doctor began to examine and dress my wounds. Once they had finished tending to me, I noticed that Xingjun had vanished from the ward. When they informed me of his departure, I could not articulate why, but I felt an inexplicable sense of loss. I rested for a week, and due to my cooperation alongside the diligence of the medical staff, my injuries healed much more swiftly than expected. A week later, the bandages could finally be removed from my eyes. Although my phone lay beside me, I had not called Xingjun during that week. I had not taken his sweet nothings to heart, fully aware that I had my own path to traverse, and that my connection with him was merely a fleeting affair. One afternoon, the doctor began to remove the dressings from my eyes, and I was filled with an overwhelming anxiety, for the doctor had informed me that there remained a 1 chance of either blindness or blurred vision after the bandages were removed. Though the odds were low, my apprehension was palpable. Only those who have endured such experiences can comprehend the terror of losing one's sight. That I hesitated, my nerves fraying, and several times I attempted to open my eyes slightly, only to hastily close them again, feeling the light too harsh. Suddenly, a large hand firmly grasped mine, and I could nearly scent his weary yet familiar essence. I heard him declare with unwavering conviction, "I have arrived." Just those 4 simple words bestowed upon me immense strength. In that fleeting moment, I summoned the courage to open my eyes. The prolonged darkness rendered my eyes unaccustomed to the intense light, and I felt a sharp pain as my vision blurred. "Oh no, this is disastrous." Fear enveloped my heart, and in my moment of anxiety, his hand reached out and firmly grasped my shoulder, pulling me into his embrace. "Do not be afraid. Give it another try. I am here. I will not allow you to lose your sight." His tone was resolute, reinforcing my courage. At that moment, I felt as though the sky were collapsing. Yet he steadfastly supported me beneath its weight. This profound sense of security was something I had never truly experienced in my lifetime until now. Once more, I attempted to lift my eyelids and open my eyes. This time, my eyes adjusted to the light better than before, yet everything remained a blur, indistinct and hazy. "Can you see?" His voice carried a hint of urgency. I shook my head, my heart sinking into silence. Could it be that I was destined for blindness? Fortunately, the doctor informed us in English that this was normal and that a recovery period of several days lay ahead, assuring us that everything would gradually return to normal. A wave of relief washed over me, and I soon heard Xingjun beside me exhale deeply as well. The pain in my body had significantly diminished, though a few superficial wounds required dressing changes. As I lay in bed, I caught sight of Xingjun's tall silhouette moving before me, yet his features remained indistinguishable. I heard a nurse enter, announcing her intention to change my dressings, but she was swiftly dismissed by Xingjun with a few words. He then closed the door and approached, intent on removing my clothing. "What are you doing?" I exclaimed, suddenly feeling anxious. I gasped, hastily attempting to cover myself, but it was too late. "You rogue. After all this time as a married couple. Why be shy?" he replied nonchalantly, his demeanor far more relaxed than before. The bruises were indeed slow to heal. Though the superficial wounds had nearly recovered, I will ensure they use the best ointment for you. I promise there will be no scarring. With that, he applied the ointment to several affected areas on my body with a cotton swab. The soothing coolness of the ointment made me shiver slightly with each application. I found this position rather peculiar and longed to pull my clothing back up, yet he was diligently applying the medicine, rendering me somewhat lost in my thoughts. At long last, he finished applying the ointment, and I assumed we were done. However, he suddenly stated, "You need to remove your pants as well. There are wounds on your legs." "What?" "No." I hurriedly waved my hands, insisting, "Let the nurse come in. I do not need you to do this." He paid no heed to my modesty, swiftly and effortlessly pulling down my pants with his usual commanding grace. "It's just a dressing change. I won't do anything else. But you, being so coy, do you harbor any inappropriate thoughts about me?" To my surprise, he began to tease me. Before I could respond, he took a cotton swab and applied some ointment to the inner thigh of my leg. In that instant, a shiver coursed through me. And I faltered. Where are you applying that? There is a wound here, he replied, exasperation evident in his voice. Could you not be so startled? You are making it difficult for me to concentrate. All I can think about is, think about what? I blurted out, momentarily confused. About this. As soon as he spoke, he pressed himself against me, and before I could react, he had already succeeded in his intentions. Shinjun, I am still injured. I exclaimed in panic. I am aware of that, which is why I am gentle, he murmured softly in my ear, his breath immediately quickening. He paid little heed to the circumstances. I had already assessed that my wounds were nearly healed and had consulted with the doctor, who advised me to exercise caution. 2 hours later, he was nestled on the hospital bed with me in his arms, emitting faint sounds as he slept deeply. Having lain down for too long over the past few days, I found myself unable to sleep, merely resting with my eyes closed. Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan, he seemed to be softly murmuring a name. And due to my recent blindness, my hearing had sharpened. Despite the softness of his voice, I could still discern it. Who is Xiaoyan? I listened intently for a while, and after calling out a few times, he turned to embrace me. A wave of suspicion washed over me, yet the warmth of his embrace soon lulled me into a drowsy state. He had stayed by my side in the U.S. for 4 or 5 days, during which my vision gradually improved, and on the morning of the 5th day, as I awoke, I found him already awake, seated on the sofa by the window, engrossed in an English novel. Junzi, I called softly. He immediately looked up at me, and I noted that he wore a cream-colored sweater and dark jeans, his face somewhat thinner than when he was back home, yet the youthful attire made him appear much more vibrant than before. You've lost weight, I remarked instinctively, not yet realizing the significance of my words. His gaze was filled with astonishment as he promptly set down his book and approached me, taking my hand in his. Can you see? He asked. What? I was still processing. After a moment of bewilderment, it finally dawned on me. Yes, I could see. I could see. In that instant, I nearly leaped from the bed. I surveyed my surroundings and discovered I was in an elegantly appointed single hospital room, adorned in shades of cream and warm yellow, with various English medical terminologies visible throughout. I can see. I locked eyes with him, suddenly overwhelmed with excitement. It's all right. I'll call the doctor. I noticed he was struggling to contain his exhilaration. Attempting to rise to press the call button. I grasped his hand firmly. Wait for what? He asked, perplexed. I wrapped my arms around his neck and leaned in, kissing him gently. He was momentarily taken aback, but soon his excitement surged. Junzi, you are so good to me. I love you, I whispered in his ear. Upon hearing my words, I felt his body tremble slightly. He cradled my face, transforming from passive to active, swiftly capturing my lips with a searing kiss that enveloped me entirely. I was deceiving him of his feelings, deceiving him of his love. Perhaps he was unaware. A man of his caliber, possessing unique strengths and unmatched confidence, would likely believe that I had genuinely fallen for him, moved by his kindness and captivated by him. Perfect. That is precisely what I wanted. In truth, you have liked me for quite some time. Haven't you? He inquired, his calm tone laced with a hint of barely perceptible pride. But do not let pride consume you, I responded, mirroring his tone. If ever you come to dislike me, I shall depart just the same. I do not believe you could leave me, he asserted, his eyes brimming with confidence. His kisses fell upon every part of my being like a gentle rain. Sushu-bei, he declared, I have promised to ensnare you in my web. You cannot escape my grasp. And what of you? When did you come to harbor feelings for me? I took the initiative, flipping over to perch atop him. Who says I like you? He arched an eyebrow, his face still adorned with an air of haughty pride. It matters not. My love for you suffices. I leaned down, playfully biting his ear, uttering yet another insincere confession. I felt his body tremble slightly. And then, in a fervent exchange, he surrendered himself entirely to me. It turned out that whispering sweet nothings was not as daunting as I had imagined. The challenge lay in remaining unscathed by emotions. Clad in the attire he had procured for me, adorned with an exquisite timepiece and sunglasses, I entwined my hand with his as we traversed the exclusive VIP passage into first class. It was evident that Sheng Jun displayed remarkable generosity towards the woman who had captured his heart. As we strolled through the mall, he casually spent nearly $1 million on my new wardrobe. Yet, I understood that to him, such an expenditure was but a trifling matter. His intentions were merely to elevate the woman by his side to match his stature. I could only frame my thoughts this way to alleviate the guilt that lingered within me. The weather back home was biting cold, the spring chill palpable. Upon our descent from the plane, he draped his coat over my shoulders, enveloping me in warmth that I was taken aback to find a throng of reporters awaiting us at the exit. Mr. Shang, is it true that you and Miss Su have confirmed your relationship? Mr. Shang, what is it about Miss Su that attracts you? Miss Su, are your feelings for Mr. Shang genuine? When did you two start dating? A barrage of nonsensical inquiries caught me off guard. I had assumed our trip to America was a closely guarded secret, yet Xing Jun had apparently informed the media, being from a public relations background. I quickly regained my composure despite the suddenness of the situation. Observing Xing Jun's beaming smile, I realized that he had orchestrated this entire affair deliberately. Amidst the throng of journalists, we finally reached the car, where Xing Jun, in full view of the gathered media, audaciously lifted me and carefully placed me in the seat. At that moment, a cacophony of flashbulbs erupted around us, leaving my mind in a state of bewilderment. What? A press conference was to be held. What was Xing Jun truly intending? He climbed into the car, the door shutting behind him, as I stared at him, dumbfounded. Junzi, what is the meaning of this? I had been absent for half a month, and I had expected him to question or reproach me upon my return. After a brief moment of hesitation, I finally answered the call. To my astonishment, Zhou Yihai's demeanor was almost obsequious. Xu Bei, I have arranged a banquet at Qianquan Palace this evening to honor you and President Shang. You must attend. While his earlier lengthy discourse had left me in a haze of confusion, his final words resonated clearly, sending shivers down my spine. Take good care of the baby? What does that mean? After hanging up, I turned to Xing Jun, utterly bewildered. The speakerphone had been loud, and he was seated right beside me. He must have overheard everything Zhou Yihai had said. Please provide me with an explanation, I implored, striving to maintain a calm tone. You are already carrying my child. He gazed at me, his voice steady and devoid of any tremor. In contrast, my emotions surged, and I stood abruptly, staring at him in disbelief. What did you just say? During the past 2 weeks in America, I had barely consumed anything, relying solely on nutritional injections to sustain myself. Each time I managed to ingest a bit of liquid, it inevitably returned with a vengeance. The doctor had told me I had a gastric injury, and I had naively accepted that explanation. Pregnancy, those 2 words felt like a distant reality. I had never contemplated the possibility of becoming pregnant, nor had I ever entertained such thoughts. I am responsible, he declared, locking his gaze onto mine, his eyes as tranquil as the Dead Sea. So, the reason you made a public announcement, the reason for your kindness towards me, is because I am pregnant? I inquired, a hint of transactional undertone creeping into my voice. The feelings that had blossomed during our intimate moments now revealed themselves to be mere illusions. Xing Jun, why didn't you tell me from the very beginning? My heart sank. He remained unchanged, and I had genuinely believed he was enamored with me. It turned out I was merely a means to an end. No wonder he insisted on medical checkups after every encounter, ensuring my safety. It was. I had no intention of informing you until your health improved, he conveyed, his gaze indicating he had already made a decision regarding the fate of the child within me. There was no room for negotiation. You intend to keep this child? I asked. Yes, he affirmed with a resolute nod. Why? I pressed on, my heart turning as frigid as ice, a chill seeping through my veins. My grandfather is aging and frail. The family needs a joyful event to uplift spirits. This child comes at a perfect time. My grandfather will be delighted. 4 generations under one roof is what the older generation yearns to witness. Is that all? I questioned him coldly, searching for more. Not only that, I will grant you the status of a legitimate girlfriend, provide you with material abundance, and shower you with affection, he replied, his tone reminiscent of a business transaction. So it was not merely I who could engage in a charade. He was far more adept at it. Xing Jun, are you negotiating a deal with me? I bit my lip, striving to maintain my composure. Indeed, it is a transaction, he candidly admitted, then grasped my chin and added, but it also involves emotions. In any case, you will not suffer a loss. I fail to comprehend why you would do this. If you desire a child, there are countless women who could bear one for you. Why must it be me? My emotions flared once more. Do you think I wish for this? His tone suddenly turned frigid, as if everything was beyond his expectation. His capricious demeanor left me utterly perplexed about the hidden truths lurking beneath the surface. Then, he spoke. That day, you were covered in blood, and I took you to the hospital. The doctor stated that your condition was critical and advised me to transfer you to America. Without any prior warning, I abandoned my work to escort a woman to the United States. A decision I could not justify to my company, let alone to my grandfather. Countless eyes scrutinized my every move, just as the doctor informed me of your pregnancy, and fortunately, despite some minor bleeding. There was still a heartbeat. In my desperation, I had no choice but to tell my grandfather that you were carrying my child. My grandfather, who had been bedridden for quite some time, was overjoyed upon hearing this news, and he immediately permitted me to take you to America. Thus, the matter became irrevocably settled. I was left with no alternative. I stared at him in disbelief. How could your grandfather allow a woman, who has not yet married you, to bear your child? As long as it is my blood, my grandfather will accept it, he replied, a flicker of anguish crossing his eyes, provided that the child is a boy. A sudden jolt of realization struck me, and I couldn't help but think of Sheng Jun's origins. In other words, I had inadvertently become a surrogate for the Sheng family. How can you be so certain that I will carry the child to term? I demanded, my voice rising with agitation. Have you considered my situation? Have you thought about my feelings? On what grounds do you so arbitrarily decide everything? I believe you have no reason to refuse, he asserted, his tone both domineering and resolute, as if the matter were already a foregone conclusion. I refuse, I replied with equal determination, locking eyes with him. I will grant you the time to accept and adapt to this process. I understand that becoming a mother is not an easy endeavor. Rest assured, my family will fully support the child, allowing you to continue pursuing your career. I will also provide you with appropriate compensation, he said slowly. If that is truly your intention, you need not seek me out. I will not become your surrogate. An icy chill spread through my heart. I had never contemplated such a scenario. Noticing my anger, his tone softened gradually. The child was an unexpected occurrence, yet it can bring joy to all. What I offer you now is my stance regarding this child. Please calm yourself. Tonight, I will take you to meet my grandfather. After he spoke, he seemed somewhat fatigued, resting his head against the car seat, his arm reaching around in an attempt to embrace my shoulders. However, I broke free and moved to the empty seat in the back row, my mind in disarray. Instinctively, I touched my abdomen and realized it had begun to swell slightly. Calculating the time, it seemed I had missed my period for almost 2 months. However, my menstrual cycle had always been irregular, and having never been in a romantic relationship, I had never thought of the possibility of pregnancy, thus failing to pay attention to my missed period. If I were to consider the timeline, it had already been over 3 months. The thought made my heart skip a beat. Sheng Jun's attitude was a clear indication that he only wished to take responsibility for the child. As for marrying me, how could someone of his standing possibly wed a woman of ambiguous origins? The case of Liang Luoshi in the entertainment industry served as a stark example that I never anticipated that I would find myself facing a similar fate. That day, after being ruthlessly beaten by Su Tianyi and his mother, I crawled down the staircase, completely oblivious to the fact that I was carrying a child within me. I never imagined that after enduring such an ordeal, the baby in my womb could still be safe and sound. What am I to do? My heart is in utter turmoil. The car entered an estate, and prior to this moment, I had no inkling that such a castle-like manor existed in Hangzhou. Upon driving in, we parked, and Sheng Jun approached, extending his hand to me, saying, "Let us go. I will stand by you. I will make it clear to your grandfather that I will not keep this child." I retorted angrily. Su Shubei. His demeanor instantly shifted, as this child had been a hard-won blessing, and I would not permit you to act so recklessly. Come along. He forcefully pulled me from the vehicle, revealing before me an imposing European-style villa. He held my hand tightly, dragging me unceremoniously through the grand entrance of the mansion. The foyer and hallway of the villa shimmered with opulence, akin to a royal palace, illuminated by crystal chandeliers that bathed the room in a daylight brilliance. As we approached the main hall, I spotted an elderly man with a full head of silver hair seated upon a sofa. Surrounded by a throng of people, Sheng Jun guided me closer to the elder, and I could discern the old man's features. He bore a striking resemblance to Sheng Jun, tall and striking, exuding vitality and vigor. "What is the condition of the child now?" he inquired languidly from his seat, absent-mindedly rolling 2 jade beads between his fingers. His first question pertained to the baby in my womb. Could it be determined whether it was a boy or a girl? His condescending tone mirrored that of Sheng Jun. His grip on my hand tightened, revealing his palpable fear of his grandfather. The individuals standing behind him were likely his parents, though his father appeared diminutive, weary, and somewhat unwell, lacking any of the distinguished presence shared by his father and son. Conversely, his mother radiated health and affluence. Yet her gaze towards me was rife with hostility. It was no wonder that his grandfather had bypassed his father to select him as the heir. The father seemed indeed too frail to shoulder such responsibilities. He scrutinized me from head to toe, subsequently offering his assessment. His tone was indifferent, making me feel like a mere slab of meat on a cutting board. To my surprise, he had even conducted this background check. He mused, nodding slightly, his expression neither particularly satisfied nor disdainful. Before inquiring about my family background as an orphan, his grandfather regarded me again, slightly furrowing his brow. At this juncture, I could no longer contain myself. I wrenched my hand free from Sheng Jun's grasp and addressed Sheng Jun's grandfather. Mr. Sheng, I have something to say. He seemed taken aback by my boldness, casting me a surprised glance before nodding in acknowledgement, permitting me to speak. Sheng Jun bestowed upon me a warning glance, which I dismissed nonchalantly as I turned my attention to his grandfather, saying, I apologize, but I have yet to contemplate whether to bring this child into the world. No sooner had I spoken than a murmur of disapproval arose from those behind the old man. At that moment, Sheng Jun's mother interjected with a tone that was exceedingly sharp. What do you mean by that? It has always been our family that determines the legitimacy of this child's lineage. It is not your place to decide whether it should be born. Furthermore, whether this child is truly of the Sheng bloodline remains uncertain. Let her speak. The old man gestured for her to refrain, then turned to me with an unperturbed expression, stating, if you have any conditions, feel free to express them. I have no conditions. I simply detest the imposition of another's will upon my own life. The child within me is my prerogative, I declared boldly, locking eyes with him. The old man's gaze instantly turned several degrees colder, and he chillingly remarked, you overestimate your own abilities. I was uncertain whether his words were meant to absolve me. Wait, he bellowed in a low voice, fixing his gaze upon me. Are you saying that you do not wish to have this child? You do not regret it? He scrutinized me further, asking, do you comprehend how many women strive to enter our Sheng family, many of whom far surpass you in merit? I had not contemplated this. The child's arrival was merely a serendipitous occurrence. That I straightened my posture and responded with measured composure. If the child within her is not yours, then you shall bear full responsibility. Offspring is a matter of great significance for the entire family and has long been a source of concern for the old man. Sheng Jun, you had best not provoke the old man's ire. At this juncture, his mother spoke once more, her tone aggressively directed not at me, but seemingly at Sheng Jun's mother. I understand, Sheng Jun replied, concealing his vexation. That I found it perplexing that the woman who had once caused the demise of Sheng Jun's biological mother remained unscathed to this day, and that Sheng Jun displayed a modicum of deference towards her. Was there some underlying truth to this situation? A woman of dubious reputation should bring nothing but disgrace to the Sheng family. Your cousin graduated from Yale University. In terms of both appearance and education, she is your equal. That I fail to comprehend why you would choose such an unconventional path. Sheng Jun's mother expressed her dissatisfaction. It was only then that I grasped why Sheng Jun was so eager to make our relationship public, hastily introducing me to his family and resolutely deciding that I should bear this child. It appeared that he was being coerced into marriage, and fortuitously, this child had arrived just in time. Let us first ensure the birth of this child, the old man remarked, then added, somewhat lightly, if there is blame to be assigned, it lies with your inability to produce an heir. Perhaps this remark struck a nerve with his mother, for her gaze sliced through the air like a knife, directed at both me and Sheng Jun. Having merely brushed against this family, I had already begun to perceive its complexities. It was evident that his father had little agency. The old man held all the authority, while his mother was domineering, suggesting her family must hold considerable influence. Despite the old man's formidable presence, age had rendered him somewhat feeble, his words lacking the vigor they once possessed, despite his utmost efforts to assist Sheng Jun. The moment he departs, his mother and his 3 sisters residing abroad will undoubtedly devise ways to create turmoil. Outrageous. The old man was instantly provoked, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. As the butler hurried to support him, Junzi, you must strive to excel, he urged. Go on, I am weary as well. Let us disperse. The old man, evidently drained of strength, began to cough violently, gesturing feebly, lacking even the energy to argue with his mother. I silently cast a glance at Sheng Jun, and within this seemingly opulent yet actually lifeless household, I suddenly sensed the weight he carried. He uttered not a word, leading me out through the grand entrance of the villa. Upon inhaling the fresh air outside, he let out a deep sigh, and then, grasping my hand, we boarded the car directly. Aren't we dining here, young master? The driver inquired with utmost respect. I chuckled softly and disdainfully remarked, so it was merely a matter of utilizing me. Why feign such heartfelt sincerity while in America? Love and affection, entangled with deception and desire, create a truly perplexing blend, leaving one at a loss for understanding. The emotions are genuine, yet the exploitation is equally real. He gazed at me, his tone tinged with resignation. Oftentimes, I too am not at liberty to choose What if I resolutely refuse this child? I asked coldly. When suddenly, my abdomen inexplicably stirred. Could it be fetal movement? In that instant, my blood seemed to freeze. This sensation was unlike anything I had ever experienced. Shubei, we have reached a point of no return, he said, his gaze laden with meaning. You assist me, and I shall reciprocate. I do not require your assistance, I replied, momentarily taken aback. I am no fool. I recognize that your injuries cannot be merely a result of self-harm. He suddenly remarked. You know everything? I exclaimed in astonishment. This man, when is he sincere, and when is he merely acting? I found myself utterly unable to discern. He smiled faintly, his eyes deep and penetrating as he said, in aiding you, I am also aiding myself. Without me, do you believe your quest for vengeance holds any hope? It appeared that nothing could escape his perceptive gaze. Indeed, Huang Xiaoxiang and Su Tianyi harbored murderous intentions towards me. Even though I had narrowly escaped this time, there would undoubtedly be a next. Their audacity stemmed solely from the Su family's formidable backing, while I remained an insignificant pawn. However, the situation had undergone a significant transformation. I was now carrying Xing's child, and Xing Jun had publicly declared our relationship. Although he offered no commitment regarding marriage, I understood that if I were to strive for it, the opportunity was not entirely absent. Upon recognizing this layer of intention, I truly grasped Xing Jun's motives for his actions. He was not as selfish as I had presumed. His choices were made not only for himself, but also for my future safety. Yet, he was accustomed to cold words and indifferent demeanor, never revealing the depths of his thoughts to me. I could not fathom the intricacies of his character or his feelings, only gleaning fragments of his intentions through his sparse words and actions. Once I comprehended these nuances, my gaze upon him transformed, becoming imbued with complexity. Do you have any idea how I often feel when I look at you? He gazed at me and suddenly inquired. I shook my head. It was akin to witnessing a stubborn chick desperately flapping in the water, fully aware of its wings yet unable to soar, possessing claws yet incapable of gliding freely like a duck upon the surface. Knowingly safer on land yet obstinately indulging in its plight. His metaphor was vivid and striking, yet it left me with an unsettling sensation. Nevertheless, I conceded that it was indeed true. I was powerless to refute it. No matter how hard I tried, I understood that I remained feeble times. An individual's strength is exceedingly limited. Fighting alone is merely the valor of a fool. One must learn to leverage the power of others. This truth, I grasped at the tender age of 17. He spoke slowly, a flicker of pain crossing his gaze. A chicken neither flies nor swims. To soar in the sky, one must perch upon the shoulders of an eagle. And to merge into the vast ocean, one must first find a great vessel for the journey. Now that the eagle has spread its wings and the great ship is willing to carry you forward, do you still insist on floundering in the water until you ultimately drown? Do you not feel foolish? He turned to me, a glint of amusement in his eyes. You are the chicken. Your entire family are chickens. I finally discerned the essence of his words, my anger boiling over as I shouted and struck my fist against his chest. He swiftly seized my hand and pinned in a quaintly adorned private room. Two maidens clad in exquisite Tang Dynasty palace attire gracefully approached, swinging open the door for us. The layout of this VIP black diamond chamber rivaled the grandeur of imperial palaces portrayed in television dramas. Sheng Juan's countenance remained solemn, yet composed as she grasped my hand, strolling confidently inside. Upon hearing our footsteps, Zhou Yihai promptly emerged, rubbing his hands together in excitement, exclaiming, "Ah, you have finally arrived. I was anxiously awaiting your presence. Fearing you might not show up." "How could that be?" Xingjun replied with a slight nod, shaking hands with Zhou Yihai, and then, in his presence, she wrapped her arm around my waist. "Old Shou, you were being too extravagant." I quickly adjusted to the situation and remarked, "What are you saying? I consider this place to be beneath the standards for Shang, and I was genuinely concerned that she might decline to come." Zhou Yihai chuckled as he ushered us to our seats. That evening, I ordered a Grand Manchuhan banquet. It is said that the chef's ancestors were imperial cooks, making this banquet the most authentic and delectable. Attracting many patrons, Sheng and Xu Bei, please, do not hesitate tonight. Feel free to indulge in whatever you desire to eat or drink. Zhou Yihai flattered us. "Old Zhou, having been away for so long, I feel uneasy about work." I inquired with a hint of apprehension. "Oh, let's not discuss work at this moment. Rest assured, your position is secure. With your pregnancy as a priority, we can set work aside for now. I will manage everything. Take as long a leave as you need, just do not resign," Zhou Yihai assured with a smile, his gaze directed at me filled with reverence, as if I had already become Xinjuan's fiancée. With me around, What is there to worry about regarding work? Xingjun remarked lightly from beside me. Just as another set of footsteps approached, the sound suggested the presence of a woman in high heels. As I lifted my head, Xia Yiwa suddenly swept aside the curtain. Upon seeing both Xingjun and me seated at the table, her expression momentarily faltered, but she quickly brightened and approached, firmly grasping my hand. Xu Bei, it is such a delight to finally meet you. I have been unable to reach you these days, and I was terribly worried. I never imagined you would silently travel to America to ensure a safe pregnancy. Safe pregnancy? I was momentarily taken aback. Brother, I will say no more. Seeing you two together brings me joy. Xia Yiwa turned her gaze toward Xingjun and said, Yiwa, how have you been lately? I asked, noticing her lowered head. Despite understanding the myriad of concerns weighing on her heart, I felt I had hurt her yet again emotionally. Quite well. Everything at the company is progressing smoothly, and Zhou and Shangyang have been incredibly helpful. Xia Yiwa responded with a smile. Has the business already opened in such a short time? I couldn't help but inquire. From her words, I sensed a hint of reproach. She might have assumed I was already aware of the pregnancy and had concealed it from her. Secretly running off to America with Xingjun, Xia Yiwa chuckled graciously, taking a seat beside me, and with a playful grin, she asked Zhou Yihai, Old Zhou, is anyone else joining us? If not, let's get the food out quickly. I am absolutely famished. Please wait a moment longer. Su Zong and his companions have yet to arrive. They will be here shortly, so let us remain patient. I have asked the waiter to bring out some appetizers for you to nibble on in the meantime. Having spoken, Zhou Yihai promptly rang the bell. What? I leapt from my seat. Old Zhou, have you also summoned Su Changsheng? Indeed, now that the three of us are partners, it is only natural that we do not leave them out. Zhou Yihai replied with an air of nonchalance. I felt a surge of excitement, uncertain of what to expect upon seeing them again, a strong impulse to leave immediately coursing through me. Xingjun quietly grasped my hand, gently pulling me back down into my seat, and whispered in my ear, Do not worry. With me here, they will not dare to act recklessly. No sooner had Xingjun spoken than I saw Su Tianyi parting the curtains of the private room and sauntering in with a casual air. The moment he spotted me, his face turned ashen. What are you doing here? Su Shubei. His voice trembled slightly. Cousin, what a pleasure to see you again. Where are your parents? I rose slowly from my seat. And Xingjun tugged gently at my hand, shaking it slightly. I feigned ignorance, responding, Could it be that they are too afraid to come? Who says we are afraid to come? Just as those words left my lips, I saw Su Changsheng and Huang Xiaoxiang entering the room. Su Changsheng was still clad in a business suit, while Huang Xiaoxiang was astonishingly wearing a drab yellow dress that clung awkwardly to her waist, making what should have been an elegant outfit resemble something acquired from a bargain stall. Su Shubei, you truly are still alive. Huang Xiaoxiang's complexion drained of color upon seeing me, and she nearly blurted out her surprise, as if confirming some long-held suspicion. Aunt, I grit my teeth and forced a semblance of warmth through clenched jaws. That I never imagined you would have the audacity to face me. Xingjun tugged at my sleeve once more, signaling for me to sit and speak calmly. As I took my seat, he leaned in and softly advised, Do not indulge in a fleeting war of words. I nodded, observing the three of them seated across from us. Perhaps due to Xingjun's presence or the nature of business, they maintained a relatively subdued demeanor this evening, eschewing any overt hostility. Su Tianyi's phone incessantly buzzed, and he continuously engaged in chat, occasionally recording a brief video to send to someone. What began as a seemingly uneventful meal took a sudden turn when Huang Xiaoxiang abruptly snatched Su Tianyi's phone and smashed it against the ground, shattering it to pieces. Did I not warn you? Do not casually converse with those dubious women. You disregard your mother's words as if they were mere whispers in the wind. Su Tianyi appeared apprehensive of Huang Xiaoxiang. He glanced at her before suddenly shouting as he rushed to retrieve his phone. Look at how the Sheng family behaves regarding pregnancy, and compare it to our family's stance. Mom, Ren Yingying is carrying my child, and I must ensure she brings it into this world. Chapter 76, She is my woman. 1. Xingjun paused momentarily, glancing at me with a look of calmness on my face, which prompted her to furrow her brow slightly, as if she had grasped the underlying situation. This scene, however, caught me off guard. Ren Yingying, donned in a white dress complemented by a white suit, appeared remarkably slender. Her eyes, still filled with apprehension, darted about nervously while her hands crossed over her chest, fingers intertwining incessantly, presenting an image of someone unaccustomed to the ways of the world. Uncle, Auntie, I am with Tianyi's child. I truly love him, and I am willing to serve him for a lifetime. Ren Yingying spoke, her voice scarcely above a whisper, yet every one of us heard her words distinctly. Sheng-jun narrowed her eyes slightly, adopting a stance of keen interest. Having overheard my previous conversation with Ren Yingying at the hotel word for word, it was clear she was calculating my next move. Get lost. Huang Xiaoxiang's face flushed with rage, turning a deep shade of purple to D. Oh, you think you can just waltz into the Su family? You think bringing a child will grant you entry? Let me tell you, it's a pipe dream. You will never set foot in our home. Tianyi could have any woman he desires, and yet you, dressed like some roadside vendor, dare to think you can introduce a bastard into the Su family? Not a chance. Huang Xiaoxiang's furious outburst was akin to that of a common village shrew, jumping up and down in agitation. Ren Yingying remained rooted in place, tears cascading down her cheeks, her appearance reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom. Evoking my sympathy. I couldn't fathom what spell Su Tianyi was under, what aspect of Ren Yingying could possibly attract him. As Ren Yingying wept, astonishingly, Su Tianyi walked over and enveloped her in his arms, saying, "Don't cry. I will make the decisions regarding my life. If I say I will marry you, then I will. Please don't be upset." Zhou Yihai, utterly perplexed, was at a loss as he witnessed this scene unfold. Ren Yingying, who typically remained inconspicuous at the office, had rarely drawn his attention, but he could scarcely believe that Ren Yingying had entangled herself with Su Tianyi, leaving him utterly bewildered. I shook my head, adopting an air of detachment, quietly observing Ren Yingying's earnest performance before me. "Tianyi, this is unacceptable." Huang Xiaoxiang, clutching her chest in distress, drew a sharp reprimand from Su Chongqing. "Your mother is on the verge of fainting. If you care even a little about her, let her leave. Tianyi, please escort her out. This matter is significant and requires your parents some space to breathe. Look at your mother. Her lips have turned pale." Sheng-jun interjected, providing support. I cast a cold glance at Huang Xiaoxiang. Indeed, her lips were pallid, seemingly indicating a spike in her blood pressure. However, this was merely the beginning. More turmoil awaited her, and I genuinely admired Ren Yingying's acting skills. Sheng-jun's words held considerable weight with Su Tianyi, and her suggestion prompted him to regard Huang Xiaoxiang, his own mother, with a mix of frustration and concern. In a huff, he led Ren Yingying out. Just as Huang Xiaoxiang attempted to pursue them, Sheng-jun swiftly intervened, stating, "Auntie, with Tianyi's temperament, the more you resist, the more you will act this way. Do not rush into this matter. Indeed, my lady, let us devise another plan. Today, old Zhou is treating us, so let us not dampen everyone's spirits," Su Chongqing remarked. Although Huang Xiaoxiang felt indignant, having conducted business alongside Su Chongqing for so many years, she was well aware of the basic courtesies in the realm of commerce. Thus, despite her displeasure, she refrained from expressing it openly. Zhou Yihai, ever perceptive, chose to remain silent on the matter, even though Ren Yingying is an employee of our company. Huang Xiaoxiang, unable to contain her frustration, struck Su Tianyi's head with her chopsticks. Su Tianyi, knowing he was in the wrong, responded to Huang Xiaoxiang with a playful grin. It was evident that, despite his debauched demeanor, he possessed a certain flair for appeasing his parents. Zhou Yihai uncorked a bottle of premium liquor and set a bottle of exorbitantly priced juice beside me. The tone of the message suggested it was sent by Ren Yingying, albeit from an unfamiliar number. "You had better assist me, Su Shubei. Do not solely indulge in your own pleasures." The text from Ren Yingying carried a hint of veiled threat. I set my phone down, and Sheng-jun, with an inscrutable demeanor, placed a dish into my bowl, which, to my surprise, turned out to be a matsutake bun shaped like a little yellow chick. President Sheng truly has a considerate side towards Shubei. This reassured me. Zhou Yihai, noticing the exchange, chuckled and remarked, "No sooner had he spoken than I felt 6 pairs of eyes piercing through me." However, when I lifted my gaze, those 3 faces had simultaneously transformed into expressions of friendly warmth. When Su Chongqing shamelessly stated, "Though we have had our disagreements with Shubei in the past, she is, after all, my niece. Junzi, do treat her well," I could hardly believe my ears. Su Chongqing's audacity was thicker than the walls of a fortress. Boldly uttering such words in my presence, I looked at him and forced a cold smile through gritted teeth, replying, "I shall treat her exceedingly well, so there is no need for uncle to worry." Indeed, Su Chongqing raised his glass, further astonishing me. "Your parents departed early and did not adequately care for you. I feel quite guilty about that. This glass is to you and Junzi, and I hope our families can interact more in the future. After all, we are your maternal relatives." Upon finishing, he lightly poked Huang Xiaoxiang. Understanding his intent, she managed a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful, saying, Exactly. We are family, and family does not speak of outsiders' matters. Blood is thicker than water. In the absence of your parents, we are your closest kin. How could she dare utter such words about blood ties? I could scarcely trust my own ears. I retorted coldly. Uncle and aunt, surely you jest. Just recently, you regarded me with such animosity, as if you wished to devour me alive. How can you now make a complete 180-degree turn, if blood truly runs thick? Perhaps you should return to me the estate left by my father that I have grown up, and by rights, I should not require Uncle S' assistance in managing it anymore. What use is it to speak sweetly? Words must translate into action, do they not, uncle and aunt? I regarded them with a cold gaze, remaining seated without the slightest intention of toasting with them. Shang Jun sat beside me, equally unmoving, her glass still half filled with wine. Su Chongsheng and Huang Xiaoxiang stood there, their glasses raised, when Su Tianyi, feeling displeased, exclaimed, Su Shubei, do not overstep your bounds. The company has nothing to do with you. Cease your attempts to lay claim to our family's enterprise. Tianyi, Su Chongsheng interjected forcefully, casting a meaningful glance in my direction before calmly stating, you have misunderstood your uncle. That it is true that the Su Group was founded by your father, but by the time I took over, it was already in a state of deficit, with many debts that I helped to settle. The industries developed thereafter bear no relation to those established previously. That I understand that you have felt wronged over the years. But the facts remain. The court's verdict was clear. Although you were young, you should recall it to some extent. My father toiled for over a decade to establish the Su legacy. When you took over, the Su Group was at its most prosperous point. One reaps the benefits of the labor of predecessors, yet you have not only capitalized on their efforts but also sought to tarnish my parents' good name. Have you no conscience? I gazed at him, striving to maintain my composure, yet my voice trembled with emotion. And what of grandmother? You know better than anyone how she met her end. Do you dare to speak so pompously now? Are you worthy of your own mother and brother? My words caused Su Chongsheng's jaw to clench in fury. Had it not been for Xing Jun and Zhou Yihai's presence, he would have surely erupted in anger to preserve his faade of a gentleman. His facial muscles quivered, yet he gritted his teeth and replied, I do not wish to debate the past with you. In any case, the Su Group has nothing to do with you now. Out of respect for your status as my brother's only daughter, I am willing to transfer the old residence you once inhabited to your name. Your disrespect towards me over the years has been noted, and granting you this property is, indeed, a great concession on my part as your uncle. Junzi, see how I intended to maintain a cordial relationship. Yet look at her aggressive demeanor. Truly, he finally conceded to grant me the old residence that belonged to my parents. A feat akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger's mouth. Had they not moved in years ago, haunted by their own guilt and suspicions of ghosts, it would not have remained vacant for so long. Now, they offered it to me merely because the area had devolved into an old district with no development value. What? Why give it to her? That belongs to us, Huang Xiaoxiang exclaimed, rising in protest. At that moment, Sheng Jun suddenly stood up. His expression turned steely as he surveyed the room with a silent authority that rendered everyone speechless. Once the atmosphere had quieted, he gradually spoke, no matter the grievances of the past. I will not pursue them. I have but one request, that the old residence be transferred to Shubei's name within 3 days. He paused, turning to look at me, his hand unexpectedly resting on my shoulder. I looked up at him in astonishment as he fixed his gaze on Su Chongsheng, enunciating each word with precision. She is now my woman. Do you understand my meaning? Chapter 77. She is my woman. 2. The financial strength and influence of Shengshi and Hangzhou are unparalleled. The Su family lags significantly behind when compared to Shengshi. Moreover, the rapid development of the Su family in recent years owes much to the support of Shengshi. Were it not for Shengshi's substantial annual procurement of spare parts from the Su family and the long-term cooperative relationship established, the Su family would not have achieved its current standing. Despite this, Sheng Jun, as a junior, has always maintained a respectful demeanor towards Su Chongsheng. This should be the first instance where Sheng Jun adopts such a tone and attitude towards Su Chongsheng. Upon Sheng Jun finishing his statement, both Su Chongsheng and Huang Xiaoxiang were taken aback, their mouths agape in surprise, while Su Tianyi bowed his head in silence. Zhou Yihai cast a meaningful glance in my direction, his expression warranting further scrutiny. Very well, I shall certainly make it happen. Su Chongsheng wiped the sweat from his brow, and then smiled as he remarked, the dishes have gone cold. Let us hasten to enjoy them, so as not to disappoint old Zhou's good intentions. Indeed, if the Su family and Shubei can reconcile their differences, it would be a joyous occasion for us all, I boldly suggested. Why don't we raise our glasses together? Zhou Yihai stood up. Lifting his glass with a smile as sly as a fox, Sheng Jun subtly gestured to me, and he too rose to raise his glass. Seeing Sheng Jun stand, the family across the table immediately followed suit. And I was the last to rise, albeit reluctantly. Yet I recognized that Sheng Jun had afforded me ample face today. Even so, I could not resist uttering a remark that would leave Su Chongxing taken aback. That apartment was left by my parents, and it rightfully belongs to me. I owe you no gratitude that I relished the meal thoroughly. The morning sickness had subsided, and the dishes were light and exquisite, perfectly suiting my palate, with my spirits lifted as well. Noticing my enjoyment, Sheng Jun's expression relaxed, and he summoned the waiter, instructing, "Please bring a serving of the finest rock sugar bird's nest for this lady." The waiter promptly complied, soon presenting a bowl of delicately prepared bird's nest before me. Without hesitation, I seized my spoon and began to indulge, swiftly finishing the small bowl. Sheng Jun observed my satisfaction and then addressed Zhou Yihai, saying, "I am very grateful for your generous hospitality today, and I shall host next time. I will ensure my secretary arranges the details. Uncle Su and Su, Tanny, I hope you can join us then, next time you all gather. I shall refrain from attending. I have not been feeling well lately and planned a vacation abroad for some rest." Huang Xiaoxiang retorted, clearly exceedingly displeased, yet she could only stifle her frustration. "Oh no," Aunt Dai enunciated the word with emphasis. "If Junzi is hosting, it would be quite disrespectful for you not to attend. You still harbor grievances against me." Wishing to avoid my presence, Wang Xiaoxiang's expression shifted in an instant. Before she could respond, I continued, "By the way, brother. For our next meal, why not invite Ren Ying to join as well? Junzi, what do you think?" I feigned warmth while addressing Su Tianyi, though my stomach churned tumultuously. Regardless of the titles of aunt or brother, in my eyes, they were all adversaries. "It matters not. Do as you please," came the indifferent reply. Sheng Jun gazed at me with an expression of profound affection. He had never looked at me with such tender eyes before, and I found myself momentarily taken aback, my cheeks flushed with warmth. In light of this, perhaps it would be best to disperse. Sheng Jun elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin and rose to his feet. Upon arriving home and switching on the lights, I noticed his brows furrowed into a single line. "Can anyone truly reside in such a place?" he remarked, his tone laden with discontent. "Indeed, one can. I have lived here for several years," I replied. "You should stay in my apartment, conveniently located in the Starlight Building. It would facilitate your meetings with EE. Sheng Jun surveyed my room before he spoke again. The mention of Xia Yiwa, a twinge of guilt pricked at my heart. Her disposition was far brighter than mine, and she would always share her experiences with me at the earliest opportunity, while I tended to be the last to inform her of my own matters. Perhaps it was a selfish inclination, as I wished to spare her from worry. Thus, I habitually resolved my issues alone, choosing to share only the good news. Over time, this approach had become my norm. In the past, when she was abroad, many of my troubles had faded into the past unnoticed. However, now that our circles had drawn so close, I knew that even if I withheld information, she would eventually discover the truth. By the time she learned of it, I feared she would be disappointed in me. That I silently reminded myself that I must inform her of any future occurrences. That place, Sheng Jun's frown deepened. Although it was an old villa district with relatively well-maintained surroundings, the house had been uninhabited for many years. How could I possibly feel at ease with you living there? "Do not kiss me without my consent," he admonished, though his demeanor belied a certain enjoyment of the act, as he feigned a look of disdain, his tone stiff yet his eyes betraying an undeniable glimmer of delight. "Understood," I replied, tempering my own demeanor with a calm response. "About the child, do you have any objections?" he inquired again. "Let me think it over," I said. "There is no time for you to ponder. I have decided to hold a press conference next Monday to officially clarify this matter with the media. I fear that if this drags on, Aunt Jean may take action. The old man's clarity of mind fluctuates, and his health is deteriorating. That I just received a call informing me that his symptoms of dementia have reemerged." Sheng Jun stated earnestly. "Aunt Jean?" I asked in surprise. "She is my father's wife, my mother." He spoke with difficulty. He likely assumed I was unaware of his background, but little did he know that Shang Yang had already divulged the situation to me. Oh, understanding dawned on me, and I refrained from further inquiries. Before I could fully process the moment, he abruptly exited, as if he had committed some grave embarrassment. That I found myself chuckling softly, realizing that beneath his seemingly profound and mature facade lay an unexpectedly childish and contradictory nature. It is precisely because of emotions that one is rendered human rather than mechanical. After Sheng Jun departed, the corridor echoed with the sound of heavy footsteps, which halted at my door. Startled, I contemplated opening the door to see who it was. But reflecting on my current circumstances, I hesitated, instinctively locking the door instead. Not long after, a woman's startled exclamation suddenly echoed from the doorway, followed by a rustling commotion. Then, a voice I recognized all too well cried out, "Shu Bei. Help me! Help me!" It was Zaiwa. I felt a jolt run through me and hurriedly opened the door, only to see Zaiwa being restrained by two men clad in black suits on either side. Upon noticing my presence, the two men released Zaiwa simultaneously and greeted me with a salute, saying, "Good evening, madam. What on earth is happening?" I was utterly taken aback. It was only later that I learned Shijun had arranged for two bodyguards to stand watch at my door. Concerned for my safety, since Zaiwa had come to find me so late, they, unaware of the situation, had simply detained her. I was left in a state of bemusement, increasingly perplexed by Sheng Juan's intentions. He repeatedly insisted it was merely a transaction. Yet he went to great lengths to protect me, vigilantly safeguarding my well-being. What exactly did he want? I ushered Zaiwa inside and shut the door, quickly inquiring, "Yiwa, why have you come to see me at such a late hour? Were you waiting for me to reach out, or would you have not sought me out at all?" Zaiwa, clearly inebriated, had reddened eyes and exuded the strong scent of alcohol as she spoke. Before I could respond, she chuckled lightly and remarked, "Well, how could you possibly think of me now? You and Shijun have kept me in the dark for far too long. Are we friends? Do you consider me a friend?" "Yiwa," I stammered, at a loss for words. The situation had unfolded so suddenly that by the time I regained my senses, I found myself in America. That I did not wish to disclose my injuries for fear of causing her concern. I had never anticipated that I would become pregnant, and since discovering my condition, I had been engulfed in a state of utter confusion. Moreover, having been continuously with Xingjun, I had yet to inform her. While Xingjun had already made the entire matter public, what could I possibly say? If I told her that I had only just learned of my pregnancy, would she believe me? When you were in America and we spoke on the phone, I already knew the truth, but you still refused to tell me. Do you have any idea how disappointed I was? Zaiwa gazed at me, her voice filled with emotion. That moment, a fresh rustling sound emanated from outside, soon followed by the sounds of a scuffle. Zaiwa and I exchanged startled glances, then hurried to the door, perplexed as to who could be arriving at my home at such a late hour. "Let him in," I instructed the two men in black, who then released their grip on his arms. Shangyang disdainfully gestured a middle finger at the two burly men before asking me, "Where's Yiwa? Has she come here? I've searched everywhere for her." "Yiwa, were the two of you drinking together?" I inquired, bewildered. Just then, Zaiwa stepped out. Upon seeing Shangyang, her expression darkened immediately. "What are you doing here? I'm looking for you." "I was just enjoying some drinks, and when I came to find you, you had vanished. What are you doing here?" Shangyang exclaimed, visibly relieved upon spotting Zaiwa. "I thought some rogue from the bar had whisked you away, and it had me quite worried." "Worried about me? For what?" "I am not someone to you. You should leave quickly. I still have matters to discuss with Shu Bei," Xia Yiwa said with a hint of irritation. For reasons unknown, ever since our last encounter, I have sensed an inexplicable tension between the two of them, though I cannot quite articulate why. Xia Yiwa furrowed her brow and cast a glance at Shangyang before settling onto the opposite side of the sofa. Her gaze directed at me with an icy intensity that inexplicably ached my heart. You have nothing to say?" she inquired coldly. That I found myself at a loss for words, struggling to explain the situation regarding the child. I had only recently learned of it myself, and I was equally confused. I approached her and sat beside her, attempting to grasp her hand, but she instinctively recoiled slightly. My brother announced it to the public half a month ago. "And you tell me now that you only just found out?" Xia Yiwa stood up, visibly agitated, her body trembling slightly, her complexion growing increasingly flushed as she staggered back a couple of steps. In my heart, our relationship had never altered. It was merely that I had my own burdens to bear. Observing her distress, I spoke with deep reluctance. "You? I am taken aback. What leads you to say such a thing?" "Yiwa, you know me well. I could never exploit you." "Reninging? Are you in contact with her? What did she say to you?" I exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing this. "What she said is of little consequence. In the past, I would not have believed her words either. Yet now, I have witnessed everything firsthand. How you used me to get closer to my brother, and now that you are pregnant, you have cast me aside. Su Shu Bei, I am aware that you possess a heart colder than mine and a sharper intellect. but I never anticipated that one day you would utilize me to achieve your goals." Upon finishing her words, she collapsed onto the floor, followed by a fit of dry heaving, and she rushed to the restroom that I hurried after her. And upon witnessing her violently retching, my heart was thrown into disarray. I never imagined that such a profound misunderstanding would arise between us. "I am sorry, Yiwa. You have misjudged me, yet I am at a loss on how to clarify it." I gently patted her back as I spoke. She forcefully shoved me away, causing me to stumble. Had I not grasped the doorframe tightly, I would have fallen. "Yiwa, please do not be angry. Allow me to explain everything to you in detail." "All right." Tears streamed down my face. After she finished, she languidly leaned against the toilet, her gaze fixed on me with a chilling detachment, her eyes appearing somewhat vacant. "Do you remember the time in the orphanage? You excelled in everything. You outperformed and outpaced me in all endeavors. Whenever I failed to complete a task, it was you who assisted me, and whenever I was bullied, it was you who stood up for me. Do you know, Sushube, I could have done better than you. I could have defended you too. When I truly wanted to shine, I could surpass you. But I always held back because I genuinely felt compassion for you, respected you, and regarded you as my only family outside of my parents. Until this very moment, right before my arrival here, had you called or sent me a message to explain, I would have forgiven you and continued to love you as always. Yet, you did nothing. You remained utterly inactive. Eva, I too have only just returned home that I found myself at a loss for words, tears cascading down my cheeks. Indeed, she took a deep breath, her hand clasping the cigarette in an exquisitely alluring manner. I must confess, I am fond of him. What man of his caliber could fail to attract admiration from women? Yet, solely because of you, I have refrained from expressing my affections, suppressing my feelings, constantly reminding myself. Xiaoyiwa, do not let him jeopardize your friendship with Su Shubei. But look at you. You secretly carry his child. Ha ha. Xiaoyiwa laughed, her laughter piercing my heart like a dagger. I reached out to stroke her seaweed-like long hair. Noticing how much weight she had lost in recent days, she wore a black leather jacket, her collarbones more pronounced than ever, a gauntness that tugged painfully at my heartstrings. That I am sorry. Eva, I am truly sorry. I know that whatever I say will only sadden you further, and I understand that no action of mine can mend your heart. Forgive me. Eva, I was consumed with guilt, yet I knew she would never forgive me. She grasped my hand, her touch icy, her gaze as cold as ice. She said, Su Shubei, you have truly disappointed me, to the core, to the extent that I feel an overwhelming urge to slap you across the face. Yet, considering the child you carry, I shall endure. Eva, I genuinely do not wish to lose your friendship. Please, allow me to explain. I will recount everything to you in its entirety, if you would permit me. I could no longer bear the weight of her gaze, nor the piercing words that struck my heart. Suddenly, I was reminded of that year in the orphanage, when I had erred, yet she took the punishment for me. As Mama Xia struck her with the wrought tin stick, my heart shattered just as it does now that it's too late. Su Shubei, I no longer wish to be your friend, Xia Yua murmured, then inhaled deeply, exhaling a smoke ring towards me, declaring, Su Shubei, I have had enough of your insincerity. From now on, we shall go our separate ways. I do not wish to see you again. Eva, do you truly not wish to grant me the opportunity to explain? Things are not as you perceive. I nearly lost my life. Do you understand? I gazed at her, speaking through my anguish. The flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, and I was taken aback, swiftly grasping Shengjuan's arm. But it was already too late. He had snatched the cigarette from Zaiwa's hand and extinguished it beneath his foot. Zaiwa slowly rose from beside the toilet, and Shengjuan promptly flicked on the bathroom light. Upon seeing Zoa, he too was momentarily stunned. Why are you here? Is this a surprise? She replied with a slight smile, once again retrieving a cigarette from the pack and lighting it in front of Shengjuan, elegantly inhaling before mockingly stating, Brother, you are truly protective of your wife. Yet if you were so in love, why did you drag me down with you earlier? Shengjuan frowned slightly. It is not proper for a girl to smoke. You should extinguish it. You have no right to dictate my actions. If I wish to smoke, I shall. After taking another puff, she exhaled a sizable smoke ring, her expression one of despondency. Her smoky eye makeup was smudged from tears, rendering her appearance quite disheveled. That I have no right to dictate your actions. Shengjuan seized the cigarette from her hand, unceremoniously rifling through her pocket to retrieve the pack, breaking every cigarette within and tossing them into the toilet. He looked at Zaiwa coldly and declared, I believe I not only have the right but also the responsibility to oversee your well-being. Who do you think you are? Zaewa glared at Shinjun, her voice laced with anger. Stop pretending to care for me. You are not genuinely concerned. You merely use me as a guise. The one you truly care for is this woman, isn't it? She pointed a finger at me, her gaze filled with inexplicable fury that I expected Shinjun to refute her accusation. To my astonishment, he remained silent. He stood there, calm and collected, silently observing Zaewa, as if conceding her words. An overwhelming sense of awkwardness engulfed me. I wished to tug at Shinjuan's shirt, urging him to speak up. His silence only served to complicate the already strained relationship between Zaewa and me. If he hadn't been so domineering, such misunderstandings might never have arisen. Zaewa let out a self-deprecating laugh, shaking her head slightly, her spirit dulled as she glanced at Shinjun and then at me, before offering a sorrowful smile. But I understand now. I have always been the one deluding myself, the one standing between you two, the one who presumed to know better. I shall take my leave. She pushed past me, striding resolutely towards the door, her shoulder colliding with mine, sending a sharp pain through my chest. Yet, it was my heart that ached even more. I instinctively attempted to follow her, but Shinjun restrained me. I turned, glaring at him in fury. This is all your fault. Do you realize? Why didn't you explain just now? You knew perfectly well she was mistaken. Why did you not clarify? Is explanation of any use? Shinjun replied coldly. Like you, I have no intention of hurting her, nor do I wish to witness her in such pain. However, she is now bound by her own thoughts, and those will not unravel easily. At this moment, any words would be futile. Are we to simply let her suffer like this? It is unacceptable. I must go find her. In the dead of night. If she ventures out and something were to happen, this thought crossed my mind. I felt an urge to rush out once more. Shinjun firmly grasped my arm. You need not worry about her safety. I will take care of everything. You should also remain calm and not disturb the fetus. Shinjun, how can you be even colder than I am? I raised my gaze, and upon seeing the tranquility in his eyes, I couldn't help but inquired, if I cannot maintain my composure, I fear I would no longer be among the living. He suddenly remarked with profound significance, then rubbed his temples, his expression somewhat weary. It was then that I noticed the pronounced dark circles under his eyes. He seemed to have gone without sleep for quite some time. Sometimes, experiencing setbacks and feeling the warmth and coldness of human relationships can be beneficial. Strong individuals will persevere, but I thought that as long as we continued to treat her well, she would gradually come to understand. Shinjun spoke in a weary tone. Have you arranged for someone to ensure her safety? I inquired. Yes, he replied, and I felt a wave of relief. Noticing his exhaustion, I couldn't help but recall what he had mentioned about his grandfather, so I hastily asked, How is your grandfather? Not well, Shinjun replied, his brow slightly furrowing. I suspect someone has tampered with his medication, but the doctors found nothing upon investigation. Shubei, our time is running short. What do you mean? I asked, anxiety creeping into my voice, yet the meaning eluded me. Could it be that within the so-called elite circles, there truly exist the power struggles depicted in television dramas? But what era is this? My mind felt as if it had been jolted awake. Shinjuan's moment of vulnerability struck me like a towering mountain suddenly engaging in conversation with the rocks beneath it. He had always been so lofty and unattainable, yet now he confided in me that he was indeed weary. I understand, I softly replied, and in that moment, his eyes brightened briefly, a flicker of something passing through them before fading. Can you manage what lies ahead? I couldn't help but ask, a sense of concern beginning to rise within me. There is nothing I cannot handle, he asserted confidently, his words carrying an undeniable air of finality. He cupped my face, studying me quietly for 2 seconds, then gently asked, May I sleep here with you tonight? Of course, I replied without hesitation. His kiss soon followed, as soft as cotton against my lips, his arms enveloping me, while one hand rested upon my abdomen. There, a life imbued with our genes was growing day by day. And as Shinjuan's hand lay on my belly, I experienced the essence of the miraculous. Suddenly, a cough broke the silence from behind us. Shinjun quickly released me and turned to face the inebriated man in the living room. After a moment of mutual astonishment, Shinjun coldly inquired, What are you doing here? Why are you lying on the floor? I was about to ask you the same thing. What brings you here at such an hour? Shangyang gazed at Shinjun, then slapped his forehead. Oh right, I almost forgot about you too. Tsk, young man, handling significant matters without a word. Shangyang, still inebriated, staggered a few steps before resting his hand on Shinjuan's shoulder. With a grin, he remarked, No wonder you're the leader among us. Your efficiency is commendable. You've even managed to sort out a life. Impressive. I can't help but admire you. Your woman? Shangyang faltered momentarily, but quickly grasped the implication. Feigning enlightenment as he patted Xingyuan's shoulder with exaggerated emphasis. Your woman? Oh, right. She is your woman. Why am I here again? Let me think that. Oh, I remember now. By the way, where's Zaiwa? It was then that Shangyang suddenly recalled Zaiwa, his expression turning anxious as he glanced around. What on earth is going on? He mumbled, once again placing his hand on Xingyuan's shoulder. How can you criticize me when you're no better? You clearly have no feelings for Yua. Yet you kept her hanging. I may have spoken out of turn, but do you have any idea how heartbroken she is because of you too? Do you understand the extent of your wrongdoing? Do you realize the depth of Yua's suffering? Shangyang exclaimed, tugging at Xingyuan's clothing. His words stirred a wave of guilt within me, compelling me to step outside. Hastily descending the stairwell, "That's Sushu Bei. Stop right there." Just as I slid into my car, ready to accelerate, Shijun positioned himself in front of my vehicle. I pressed the horn forcefully a few times, then shifted into neutral and revved the engine. Upon hearing the roar, Xingyun stepped aside, allowing me to drive off directly into Zaiwa's neighborhood. Upon reaching her residence, just as I was about to ring the doorbell, Xingyun and Shangyang, both drenched in sweat, arrived breathlessly. Together, we approached her to apologize. The responsibility for this situation lay squarely with me. Though I typically shied away from explanations, I too am not fond of explaining, Xingyun remarked. Thus, this misunderstanding has escalated to such proportions. I have an apartment just above hers. I could climb down the pipes. He suggested. What? This is the 20th floor. Absolutely not. It's too perilous. I shook my head vehemently. I'll do it without hesitation. He insisted. Then let us not waste time. Shangyang, stay here and ensure nothing untoward happens to her. Wait for me. In 20 minutes, I will definitely open this door to welcome you both, Shijun stated calmly. His gaze steady. I knew he never undertook ventures without confidence, yet the thought of him climbing down the pipes, such a hazardous endeavor, made me doubt his capabilities as a privileged young man. Shangyang, noticing my concerns, patted my shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. That guy has a way of surprising you. I watched the minute hand on my watch tick by. Each second felt interminable. Finally, the 20 minutes elapsed. But there was no sign of movement from the other side of the door. My heart leapt to my throat. Shangyang, what should we do? The 20 minutes are up. I turned, my eyes filled with urgency as I questioned him. By this time, Shangyang had nearly sobered up and, with a carefree demeanor, replied, It's fine. He'll surely get in. Just trust him. It has been quite some time. Why has the door not yet opened? I cannot help but worry that something unfortunate may have occurred. With this thought weighing on my mind, I could no longer maintain my composure and pressed the doorbell once more. At last, the door opened, and upon looking up to see Xingyun standing there, I felt an immense sigh of relief wash over me. It is a relief to know you are unharmed. Please come in, Xingyun said in a calm manner. I entered and began conversing with Yi, who still did not seem to be in good spirits. Yes, Shangyang and I walked inside. We found Zaiwa seated on the sofa, her legs crossed, clad in her favorite durian bunny pajamas. Her makeup had been meticulously removed, yet her expression remained as frigid as an iceberg. When we entered, she did not spare me a glance. Yua, I have come to a realization. I know where I went wrong, and I am here to apologize, I said as I approached her. She then turned her gaze to Xingyun, speaking in an equally icy tone. Tomorrow, I will have workers come to install security windows. Please refrain from engaging in such perilous actions in the future. Yua, are you truly denying me even a single opportunity to explain? I looked at Zaiwa, my heart aching with each word. Yua, her statement forced tears from my eyes. At that moment, Xingyun stepped closer to me, resting a reassuring hand on my shoulder. Let us leave. She needs some time alone to collect her thoughts. Subsequently, Xingyun picked up the teapot from the table and discreetly poured a cup of hot water for Zaiwa, offering it to her. However, she did not accept it, prompting him to place the cup back on the coffee table. There is no need for you both to flaunt your closeness before me, nor do you need to defend her. I hold no grievances against you, nor against her. I simply wish to avoid any further encounters with you both. It is as straightforward as that. Zaiwa's words were laced with palpable emotion. Yua, perhaps I should stay and talk with you. You have grievances against them, yet none against me, correct? Shangyang hastily interjected. Ultimately, we decided to leave. As we stepped out of Zaiwa's home, my heart felt particularly heavy, perhaps having grown accustomed to shouldering burdens alone since childhood and never learning to share my feelings has led to such a significant misunderstanding between us. Could it be that Ziowa and I are truly destined to become estranged from one another? This thought pierced my heart once more with sharp pain. On Monday afternoon, at the Xingyao five-star hotel, which is under the auspices of Xingshi Group, Shijun officially announced our relationship to the public, simultaneously revealing the news of my pregnancy. That day, his father, along with Xinjuan's parents and 3 sisters, gathered at the hotel. However, they did not attend the press conference. Instead, they remained in the lounge, sipping tea while observing the proceedings through surveillance. My abdomen had begun to show a slight roundness in preparation for the press conference. Xingjun had enlisted the services of a renowned Italian designer to create a gown for me overnight, which arrived just 2 hours prior to the event. It is said that the cost of this exquisite gown alone exceeded 5 million. The dress, immaculate in its whiteness, boasted a flowing skirt reminiscent of a wedding gown, and its high-waisted design perfectly concealed my burgeoning belly. The sleeveless cut accentuated my voluptuous figure, while the skirt was adorned with countless tiny diamonds that shimmered brilliantly under the lights. As I donned this exquisite gown and stepped before the crowd, the once boisterous venue fell into a brief silence, only to be immediately shattered by a barrage of fervent inquiries from the reporters. Sharp and relentless like hailstones descending upon us. Mr. Sheng, will you marry the woman by your side? Mr. Sheng, it has come to light that your current partner is close friends with your ex. Has this caused a rift between them? Mr. Sheng, when do you plan to hold the wedding? Once Xingjun had concluded his statements, he swiftly took my hand and led me away to a private lounge. As we entered the inner chamber, I beheld 3 statuesque young women, each towering over 170 centimeters, their figures lithe and their expressions haughty, gathered around the elderly gentleman. One was massaging his shoulders while the other 2 attended to his legs. Meanwhile, Xingjun's parents sat nearby, sipping tea, creating an atmosphere that appeared harmonious, with the elderly man's face radiating joy. Grandfather, father, mother, I have made the announcement, Xingjun declared. Instinctively, he released my hand and approached his grandfather. Junzi, is this your girlfriend? Inquired the woman currently kneading his shoulders, lifting her gaze to survey me from head to toe before sweetly asking. The 3 women bore a striking resemblance to their mother, each exuding an inexplicable air of superiority, their scrutinizing looks rendering the atmosphere rather uncomfortable. When Xingjun introduced them by name, I nearly succumbed to laughter but managed to stifle it. Shidi, Adi, Zhaodi. What on earth were those names? How desperately must the old man have wished for a grandson to bestow such bewildering names upon them? It was no wonder their gazes toward Xingjun were so peculiar, despite being his half-siblings. They had been sent abroad from a young age due to their status as daughters. Although they lived in opulence abroad, I imagined that the pain of being unacknowledged had taken root in their hearts like thorns. Upon hearing Xingjun's introduction, the trio's expressions soured, with the eldest sister asserting, "We've been abroad for years. We no longer use our Chinese names. I am Lily, my second sister is Ella, and my youngest sister is Kate." While these are indeed common English names, they certainly sound far more sophisticated than Shidi, Adi, and Zhaodi in China. We naturally use our Chinese names. Right, grandfather? Xingjun retorted with a smile directed at the elderly gentleman. Grandfather, we are not ready to marry just yet. We have only just graduated, the eldest sister chimed in, pouting as she spoke. I had previously heard Xingjun mention that his eldest sister was 2 years his senior, the second sister a year older, and the youngest sister merely a month his senior. They could all be considered contemporaries. However, judging by their attire, bold and Western in style, their figures were impeccably maintained. I hear you have made up your mind, the elderly gentleman, appearing quite alert today, inquired as he slouched in his chair, casting a sidelong glance at me. Yes, grandfather, I have made my decision, and I will take good care of myself. Please rest assured, I replied sweetly. Since we were to play our roles, I resolved to play them to the fullest. Upon seeing Xingjun's 3 sisters appear, I instinctively felt compelled to advocate for him, thus employing my public relations skills to navigate the situation. How does one choose a truly intelligent individual? Our Sheng family would never neglect our descendants. The old man nodded in satisfaction and then said to me, It is inconvenient for you with a large belly. Do take a seat. Upon hearing him, the old man lazily waved his hand, allowing us to depart. I was utterly perplexed. My abdomen was not in pain. So why did he say that? He probably discerned my concerns, for as soon as we stepped outside and settled into the car, he suddenly remarked, I do not wish for the oppressive atmosphere of my household to affect you. I shall handle my family matters. You need not worry. What would you do if I were carrying a girl? This question had been swirling in my mind ever since I met his 3 sisters. and I instinctively voiced it. I recalled that he had previously stated the condition was that I must be expecting a boy. It was evident to me that due to his grandfather being a product of the old era, his family held an especially rigid belief in the importance of male lineage. Shang Jun had benefited from such beliefs to attain his current standing, yet he simultaneously bore considerable pressure because of it. The driver navigated the vehicle to a private dining establishment, and as soon as the car came to a halt, Shang Jun awoke. I had already made arrangements for a banquet, with dishes tailored specifically for expectant mothers. Shang Jun casually remarked, before standing up and descending the car first. Just as I reached the car door, he extended his arms and lifted me down entirely. Mr. Shang, this way please. The manager of the private dining restaurant had been waiting at the entrance and promptly approached us upon our arrival. There is no need for such formality. I am indifferent to what I eat, I said, frowning at the grand display at the entrance. For my child, it is imperative to indulge in the most exquisite cuisine this world has to offer, Shang Jun declared with an air of pride, unceremoniously pulling me into the restaurant. To my astonishment, he had gone so far as to reserve the entire restaurant, ordering an impressive array of dishes. With so much food, how could I possibly consume it all? I gazed at the lavish spread in disbelief, thinking how extravagant he was being. Mr. Xing mentioned he was uncertain of your tastes, so we prepared one of each dish from our menu, all in small portions for you to savor at your leisure, the manager of the private dining restaurant said with a cheerful smile. Even wealth should not be squandered in such a manner. Please refrain from this in the future. It makes me feel as though I have become your cherished concubine, I expressed with dissatisfaction. Our relationship is merely transactional. Do not make it seem as though I am being kept by you. That notion unsettles me. In truth, I had long wished to articulate this sentiment. While I concede that his approach works with all women, it feels inexplicably awkward for me. Being kept? Shang Jun looked at me with a gaze laden with mockery. Other women would revel in such treatment, yet only you, Su Shubei, remain so oblivious to the situation. Let us not be so ostentatious or contrived. If it is a transaction, let us adhere to the terms of the transaction, I replied, meeting his gaze. Though I have agreed to bear this child, I still wish to continue working during my pregnancy. Furthermore, once I give birth, I will take responsibility for the child. I am the mother of a child, and that is an unalterable truth. Do not regard me as a mere surrogate. At times, I find you quite clever, yet most of the time, I perceive you to be astonishingly foolish. Shang Jun was evidently a bit irate. He angrily flicked my forehead with his hand, exclaiming that there was no need for a press conference over a surrogate. You truly infuriate me. Let us eat. There is no need for such excessive chatter over a meal. What do you mean? I am utterly perplexed, my mind a blank slate. That he seemed indifferent to my confusion, promptly serving an abundance of dishes into my bowl, until several exquisite small bowls before me were piled high. Eat well and savor the experience of motherhood. I will take care of everything else, he remarked as he noticed my dazed expression. That it appears you do not yet comprehend the magnitude of your fortune. The enticing aroma of the food before me tantalized my taste buds. At that moment, my empty stomach truly craved sustenance. I sampled a piece of blueberry yam, and indeed, it was surprisingly delicious. Alas, what is done is done. Overthinking will only exhaust me. So as he said, let us relish the present. My speed in devouring the meal astonished him. He stared at me, wide-eyed. You're a pig. Can you consume so much? I have another one inside me. Don't you think? I replied, savoring each bite. Waiter, come here, Shang Jun suddenly called out loudly. The waiter promptly approached, and Shang Jun instructed, from now on, this young lady's 3 meals a day will be the responsibility of your restaurant. You must ensure that the dishes are varied daily and delivered punctually. Do you understand? On a note that I immediately halted my chopsticks, intending to refuse, yet found myself unable to do so. The flavors of this restaurant were indeed too aligned with my palate. For the first time in ages, I felt such an appetite. After finishing the meal, Shang Jun took me to the hospital, where he hired a private obstetrician to oversee all matters from my pregnancy to delivery. The doctor conducted a comprehensive examination and performed a fetal heart rate monitoring. During the monitoring, Shang Jun held my hand tightly, and I could feel his nervousness as he perspired. The moment I heard the resounding heartbeat of the fetus from the machine, my eyes inexplicably moistened. It was then that I truly realized a brand new life had taken root within me, and this little being was the child of both Shang Jun and me. Shang Jun evidently heard it too. I expected him to be elated, yet to my surprise, his reaction was quite indifferent. After listening for a short while, He released my hand and stepped outside. His response baffled me, but I did not inquire further. All examinations were normal. Perhaps this child is destined to come. With tears in my eyes, I descended from the hospital bed, and upon exiting the ward, Xingjun had already vanished. A fleeting shadow of melancholy enveloped my heart, but I quickly found solace, smiling and saying, "All right." The following day, I returned to the office as usual, perhaps due to the press conference. Everyone was already aware of my relationship with Xingjun and my pregnancy. To my astonishment, all of my former colleagues, whether friends or foes, greeted me with extraordinary warmth, inquiring about my well-being and extending various forms of consolation. Zhou Yihai even went so far as to prepare a luxurious armchair for me, symbolically discussing work matters while arranging for someone to brew hot milk and provide snacks. Given his demeanor, it seemed as if he was treating me like royalty. I noticed the absence of Ren Yingying and, out of curiosity, inquired of Zhou Yihai, "Where is Ren Yingying? Has she resigned?" Indeed, our company is replete with talent. First, there were the delightful affairs of Yu and Xingjun, and now we have Ren Yingying and Su Tianyi's romance. It appears our company truly is a fabled land of fortune. Zhou Yihai responded, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Yet you all seem to be in perfect accord, keeping me, your boss, in the dark." She resigned? I disregarded his grumbling and pressed on. I dismissed her directly. How could I retain someone with such a murky relationship with Su Tianyi? If the Su family decided to retaliate, I would be caught in an untenable position. Zhou Yihai, ever the cunning strategist, continued with a smile. "As for you, it's a different story. Though both of you are expecting, your treatment is poles apart. That's why I always say, you, Su Shubei, are a wise individual with a clear goal. No wonder I didn't catch your eye before. You had your sights set on the very best." "Old Zhou, why do your words sound so tinged with bitterness today?" I asked, half smiling. "There is indeed a hint of bitterness. I always believed we would end up together. I never anticipated you would aim for something beyond me." Zhou Yihai replied with a touch of dissatisfaction. "Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, I am genuinely happy for you. For a young woman, marriage is a significant milestone. Marriage. Perhaps everyone believes that. Thinking my wedding with Xingjun is merely a matter of time, especially given his public acknowledgement of our relationship. Yet, I, myself, am not only uncertain but completely at a loss." I offered a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying, saying, "Dongson is my employer, and regardless of whether I remain here or not, I will always cherish this bond. You need not worry. That's good to hear. I awaited this very assurance from you. Although fate has not intertwined our paths, at least we share a bond of camaraderie. Right, Shubei?" Zhou Yihai's eyes crinkled with laughter before he added, "I visited the new office area. I understand that the offices of the three companies have yet to be specifically assigned. That I desire the east-facing building. It is nestled against the mountain, offering the best feng shui." I understood his intentions perfectly and replied with a smile. "Very well, I shall keep that in mind and ensure it is accomplished." As Zhou Yihai and I continued our conversation, a sudden commotion erupted from the office area outside. The uproar seemed concentrated around our public relations department, which has always been keenly attuned to media coverage. "Mr. Zhou, have you seen the latest front-page headline?" Employee Xiaolu asked. Before continuing, our former receptionist, Ren Yingying, has unexpectedly become pregnant with the child of Su Tianyi, the president of the Su Group. The other party does not acknowledge it, so Ren Yingying has directly disclosed this to the media. Zhou Yihai promptly approached Xiaolu's computer, read through the entire report, and then cast a significant glance in my direction. "Why do you ask such a question?" I am somewhat taken aback. The person who sent this report is your longest-standing and esteemed editor, and securing a front-page headline is no easy feat, unless there is some internal maneuvering involved, Zhou Yihai remarked. For the most rapid updates and flawless reading, please visit and bookmark our site for the latest. Chapter 82. Returning Home. 1. I hung up the phone and then said to Zhou Yihai, "After all, she is a colleague. She has suffered such a significant loss, and my assistance is but a trifling matter." "I never realized you possess such a compassionate side," Zhou Yihai observed with a half-smile, his expression filled with intrigue. I returned a slight smile, saying, "I have a few matters to attend to. May I step out for a moment?" "Of course, you may," Zhou Yihai replied with a faint smile, seemingly understanding that I would not disclose the truth to him. Thus he refrained from further inquiries. I proceeded directly to the underground parking garage to fetch my car. As I approached my vehicle and opened the door, suddenly the rear door of my car was flung open, and a figure entered my car without hesitation. Before I could even scream, She was restrained by 2 bodyguards in black who had been waiting inside. Turning my head, I saw it was Ren Yingying. "You came to find me right after the news broke. Are you not afraid of being spotted by the paparazzi?" I remarked upon recognizing her. "Who are these 2? Tell them to release me first," Ren Yingying demanded, then added with a hint of sarcasm, "I never imagined that while both of us are pregnant, our circumstances could be so vastly different. You have bodyguards, while I feel like a stray rat on the streets. This report will clarify the situation in due time. What brings you here?" I asked, bewildered. "Could you lend me 10,000 yuan? I've been dismissed by Zhou Hai, and I currently lack enough funds to pay my rent," Ren Yingying stated bluntly. "What about your previous salary? Have you already supported your family?" I inquired, somewhat astonished. "Are you still in contact with Su Tianyi?" I asked further. "Yes, we are in touch to ensure he perceives me as a woman who does not covet wealth. I never mention money to him, and I refuse any gifts he offers," Ren Yingying replied. Through the rearview mirror, I noticed a cunning expression lurking on her face. Yet, it is only a woman like her who could manage the Su family. "I can lend you the money without expecting repayment, but under one condition." After pondering for a few seconds, I addressed Ren Yingying. "What is it?" she asked. "Do not approach Xia Yue again, for any reason. If I discover you gossiping in her presence again, I will not hesitate to sever ties with you, leaving you with nothing in the end. You understand?" I stated coldly. "Sever ties? Su Shubei, do you truly think you can topple the Su family without me?" Ren Yingying's emotions flared at my words. "Perhaps in the past, that was not possible, but the present is different. That I can use you, or I can abandon you. However, if you wish to establish a foothold in the Su family, you must rely on me. That is the difference between you and me," I declared plainly, knowing that with someone like Ren Yingying, straightforwardness is the only approach that I understand. "I assure you, I will have no further contact with Xia Yue. Can you provide the money now? I urgently need it." She unexpectedly burst into laughter, yet her eyes were unmistakably filled with hostility, despite her voice dripping with flattery that I had promised to transfer money to her. Subsequently instructing the bodyguard to leave her at the nearest bus stop. As she alighted from the vehicle, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret upon noticing her slightly corpulent figure. Had I been willing to embark on the venture with Sheng Jun at that moment, I could have easily avoided the move involving Ren Yingying and devised a more advantageous strategy to deal with the Su family. Despite Ren Yingying's seemingly obedient demeanor, I sensed an underlying plethora of risks. Perhaps it was merely my overactive imagination. Descending the stairs, he succinctly uttered 2 words into the phone. "What's the matter?" I inquired with surprise. "The house has been officially transferred to your name. Your old residence now wholly belongs to you," Sheng Jun informed me from the other end. Upon hearing this news, I was nearly elated. Springing from the bed and hastily donning a set of athletic attire before racing downstairs, Sheng Jun was parked in a white Ferrari beneath my building, clad in casual yet stylish attire. His hair meticulously styled, leaning against the Ferrari with his hands in his pockets, he drew the attention of many passers-by. His expression slightly faltered at the sight of my outfit, but he shook his head, gesturing for me to enter the car, which I promptly did. "You could have called me half an hour earlier. How can I possibly prepare in such a short time? Besides, I am currently a pregnant woman." I asserted with conviction that "I cannot take you out in that attire," he replied. "Then where are you planning to take me?" I queried, "And no need to ask so many questions. Just come with me," he stated. And with that, he accelerated the vehicle at an exhilarating speed that it became evident to me that his driving skills rivaled those of Shang Yang. However, I rarely witnessed this reckless side of him. Perhaps mindful of my condition as a pregnant woman, he drove swiftly yet steadily, avoiding sudden stops, and soon transported me to a high-end bespoke clothing store in Hangzhou that I in less than 10 minutes. He had selected over 10 outfits for me, handing me a royal blue ensemble and signaling for me to try it on in the fitting room when I emerged clad in the new attire. He had already settled the bill, instructing the attendant to stow all the garments in the trunk before we set off again. "That I always thought you were merely a businessman. I now realize you possess the same charm as a wealthy young man pursuing women," I remarked, somewhat taken aback. He cast a casual glance my way, replying, "No, there is a fundamental difference between how I treat my women and my casual acquaintances. Perhaps that explains why I have never witnessed your generous side before." I commented. "Aside from you, no one has yet experienced my generosity," he responded. Suddenly, he executed a sharp turn, causing the car to drift momentarily, and just as I gasped, it landed smoothly. "Hey, I'm a pregnant woman," I exclaimed, still shaken. "Had you not been pregnant, we would have already arrived," he remarked nonchalantly, before adding, "It has been a long time since I drove like this. Sometimes I envy Xiangyang and Tianyi. At the same age, they can squander their youth freely, while mine has been constrained. They might envy you instead. At your age, they are still relying on their parents, while you have already made your mark and stand shoulder to shoulder with the previous generation. Every individual's life is marked by gains and losses. Individuals like you are indeed fortunate. If you lament the unfairness of fate, how can someone like me continue to exist?" The words escaped my lips unconsciously. And it was only at the moment of utterance that I realized, unbeknownst to me, our conversation had grown increasingly heartfelt. He regarded me with a look of astonishment, then fell into a contemplative silence, ultimately affirming my sentiments with an unprecedented acknowledgement. "You are right, as I perused those documents and beheld my name inscribed upon them. A wave of emotion surged within me, threatening to spill over. The room retained its previous semblance. Even the dried bloodstains and remnants of my last ordeal still marked the threshold. I could never fathom why, despite my grievous injuries, the child within me remained unharmed. Perhaps my parents were silently shielding me from above. Now that the house was finally in my possession, I intended to have it thoroughly cleaned and redecorated before you moved in," Shengjun remarked behind me. "Very well, I promised to comply," I replied. His voice was imbued with an unprecedented gentleness as he gently embraced me from behind. Though he could not see my tears, it felt as if he sensed my sorrow. His hand reached around to wipe away my tears, and he held me tightly, whispering softly in my ear, "If you wish to cry, then cry. But do not weep, for I am truly happy that I turned to face him." Wrapping my arms around his neck, and sincerely expressed my gratitude. "Thank you, that it's but a trifling effort," he responded, his tone laced with a hint of detachment. In an instant, I released him and walked over to the sofa. Pulling back the white cloth that covered it, the deep red leather sofa revealed itself, and upon seeing the copy of The Little Prince, a book my father once adored reading to me, tears once again streamed down my face. Just then, Shengjuan's phone rang, prompting him to step outside with the call that I found myself lost in nostalgic thoughts of my parents. A piercing voice suddenly resonated from the doorway. "Su Shubei. Get out here." It was Huang Xiaoxiang that I set my book aside and turned to glare coldly at the entrance, watching as Huang Xiaoxiang stormed in with an air of hostility. "How dare you return? It seems you have truly forgotten what you did to me here," that I spoke icily as our eyes met. "You little wretch, let me tell you this. Even if you have acquired this house, do not think you will live here in peace," Huang Xiaoxiang exclaimed, hands on her hips. "I knew you would come here to ruin my day, that I should have dealt with you back then to eliminate this scourge. Today, I shall confront you. Aunt, do you not fear divine retribution for uttering such words in this house?" I retorted, my body trembling with anger. "You are all too aware of whether my parents' demise was an accident or the result of foul play. After all these years of occupying their home, do you not feel even a twinge of guilt? My parents helped you rise to prominence. If it were not for them, you might still be toiling in that small mountain village. What kind of ungrateful wolves exist in this world, like you? You sharp-tongued vixen, you have now entangled yourself with Shengjun, haven't you? Do you truly believe that I am afraid of you?" She stormed towards me, and in an effort to prevent her from laying a hand on me, I hastily concealed myself behind the sofa. "It was you who caused my miscarriage all those years ago, rendering me unable to bear children. All these years, those vixens outside have profited from my misfortune. Today, I shall make you experience the torment I endured back then. If you survived that day, I refuse to believe that you will escape unscathed today. I am keen to see who will assist you now that the child within you is gone." Huang Xiaoxiang bared her teeth menacingly, her expression suggesting she wished to consume me whole. "You had better not act recklessly, or you will come to regret it." I remained hidden behind the sofa, observing as she advanced toward me, while I desperately circled around the sofa, striving to keep my distance. Yet, witnessing her deranged demeanor, it seemed she was indeed intent on confronting me. Wasn't Shengjun supposed to be out answering a phone call? Why has she not returned yet? A sense of unease began to creep into my heart. If I were not pregnant, I would not fear her in the slightest. However, now that I carry this child, should anything happen at that moment, I suddenly realized that I was not entirely indifferent to this child. I had begun to care about its existence. What do I regret? I could not be happier. First, I will rid myself of your child. Then I will dispose of Ren Yingying's wretched offspring, and I shall no longer have to endure such torment. Huang Xiaoxiang narrowed her eyes, her expression instilling a chill within me. "Huang Xiaoxiang, look at yourself now. Dark, aged, and unattractive, with a heart so wicked. No wonder Su Chongqing keeps a mistress outside, and no wonder your son no longer heeds your words. You deserve this. You repeatedly claimed to fear no retribution. The aunt did not come over to assist. What, then, was her purpose in being here? Sheng Jun's tone was casual as he spoke, gently caressing my abdomen while he added with a smile. Just now, I fancied I heard someone express a desire to harm my child. I shall see if she possesses the audacity to do so. At this juncture, Sheng Jun cast a sidelong glance at Huang Xiaoxiang, whose demeanor visibly faltered under his penetrating gaze, causing her to stumble back a few steps and hastily exclaim, "You must have misheard. No one has uttered such words. How could that be? It would be best if I had indeed misheard. But should anything happen to the child within Shu Bei, I would certainly seek retribution without delay at that time. I would not concern myself with the faces of monks or Buddhas. I would ensure her existence was more unbearable than death itself." Sheng Jun declared with a fierce intensity. "Junzi, you are quite right. The aunt has merely come to see if there are any tasks she can assist with. She has always taken pleasure in tidying up back home. So she will help with the cleaning now." Huang Xiaoxiang found herself momentarily stunned by Sheng Jun's words, her tone shifting dramatically as she quickly conceded, "Very well. Then, we shall be grateful for the aunt's help. We will remain here and wait until you finish sweeping. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us." Sheng Jun offered a serene smile, and then, with an arm around me, guided me to the leather sofa within the villa. Huang Xiaoxiang, evidently familiar with the surroundings, swiftly located a broom and began cleaning without pause, her face adorned with a forced smile as she said, "Junzi, please do not mention this to your uncle. He is unaware of my presence here, that I would not want this to affect your business dealings with him. Rest assured." "Annie, take your time cleaning," Sheng Jun responded politely, though a mischievous glint lingered in his expression. "That I once discovered her beneath a pomegranate tree," Sheng Jun remarked, laden with implications. "Who?" I instinctively inquired, suddenly recalling his biological mother. After a considerable pause, he turned to me and asked, "Are you not afraid living here alone?" "Not at all. Do not worry," I reassured him. "They will be patrolling the vicinity. If you feel frightened, do not hesitate to contact them," Sheng Jun advised, his concern for my safety and that of the child evident. I accepted his offer with a simple smile. "That's very thoughtful of you." The dust within the house was substantial. Sheng Jun had merely instructed Huang Xiaoxiang to clean as a form of punishment. He soon summoned professional cleaners to attend to the space. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaoxiang emerged from the interior, disheveled and covered in dust, resembling a coal miner who had just emerged from the depths of the earth. "Junzi, I am utterly exhausted. I suffer from high blood pressure, and I feel quite dizzy," Huang Xiaoxiang pleaded. "Auntie, I apologize for your trouble. That in the future, I will ensure someone is assigned to oversee this place. If you have no business here, please refrain from wandering about, for if you were to lose a limb, I would find it quite challenging to explain to Uncle and Tiani," Sheng Jun remarked. Maintaining his courteous demeanor, I had never before witnessed someone convey such blatant threats with such refined eloquence. "Rest assured, Junzi, Auntie will no longer loiter around here in the future." Huang Xiaoxiang wiped the sweat from her filthy hands and then set the broom aside, pitifully inquiring, "Junzi, may I leave now?" Like a startled rabbit, Huang Xiaoxiang hurriedly climbed into her car, made a swift U-turn, and sped away. Given her cowardly demeanor, I surmised that she would likely refrain from causing trouble anytime soon. And I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To my surprise, her typically domineering and fierce nature had been subdued to the point of compliance. This was indeed unexpected, even if the Su family's business thrived under Shincher's patronage. It was hard to believe that she would be so intimidated by Sheng Jun to the extent of behaving in such a manner. With this thought in mind, I turned to Sheng Jun and asked, "Does she hold some incriminating evidence against you? Otherwise, with her temperament, she wouldn't possibly fear someone of your generation." "Indeed, she does have something on me," Sheng Jun replied confidently, then suddenly lifted my chin and said, "Come, I will take you somewhere." "Where to?" I had barely uttered the question when he unceremoniously pulled me into the CARTOC show, he said, a hint of mystery gracing his lips, as he brought me to the luxurious Xingyao five-star hotel where we had previously resided. We entered the same presidential suite as before. Upon entering, a large screen prominently displayed the images of Su Tianyi and Ren Yingying. That I turned my head. My gaze at Sheng Jun was one of sheer astonishment. He gestured for silence and pointed at the screen, indicating that I should pay close attention to their conversation. Ren Yingying and Su Tianyi were in the very room where I had once stayed with Ren Ying. Sheng Jun switched the display to full screen mode and reclined lazily on the bed, with me beside him. As he eagerly watched their performance, I never anticipated that Sheng Jun harbored such a penchant for voyeurism. Surely he hadn't left the surveillance in this room operational since the last time. I shot him a disdainful glance, my disapproval evident. He gave my head a firm pat, clearly aware of my unspoken thoughts. I arranged for them to meet. Haven't you always wanted to see the sparks fly? I'm merely adding fuel to the fire for you. Rest assured, the surveillance was just reinstalled today. I'm not as ruthless as you imagine. Indeed, a hotel owned by oneself offers unparalleled freedom. With this thought, I shivered once more. In the video, Su Tianyi, evidently impatient, began to make advances towards Ren Ying, but I couldn't fathom how Sheng Jun had orchestrated their meeting. Ren Ying appeared to have meticulously prepared for the encounter, wearing a black lace dress despite her pregnancy, clearly intending to seduce Su Tianyi. What a determination to marry into wealth. Before long, Su Tianyi had already stripped Ren Ying of her top. Sheng Jun awkwardly turned his head away, his hand inappropriately wandering towards me. What are you doing? I quickly pushed him away, making my displeasure clear as I shifted to the side. Come here, he commanded. Don't behave like Su Tianyi, lacking all decorum. I glared at him. Your belly may not be large yet, but your temper certainly is. Hurry over here. Upon his utterance, he abruptly rose, seizing my hand and drawing me into his embrace. His arms intertwined naturally, binding me tightly as he commanded, be good and watch. Don't move. The explicit scenes in the video were so graphic they could rival those of the most risque films. Too obscene to behold that I dared not lift my gaze to the screen, consequently lowering my head, my cheeks aflame, teasingly inquiring of Sheng Jun, could we fast forward? This is the present continuous. Darling, do you think it is a movie? Sheng Jun replied with an air of calm, his fingers incessantly toying with my wrist. I don't wish to watch anymore. I'll retreat to the living room for a while. Call me when they get to the main point. I stated. What's the rush? We must first indulge in a bit of foreplay, Sheng Jun remarked, misinterpreting my intent, then mockingly added, I hadn't realized your tastes were rather risque. Sheng Jun, I exclaimed in exasperation. I was referring to when they commenced their discussion. Where did your mind wander? I'm not wandering anywhere. Rather, it is you who appears to be lost in thought, he chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eye, a look that made me want to retaliate. Without hesitation, I delivered a light punch to his chest. Just then, the video erupted with Su Tianyi's furious outcry. What? You intend to terminate this child? I froze momentarily, and Sheng Jun instinctively grasped my hand. Our bodies naturally leaning together as we stared at the screen in unison. The display revealed Su Tianyi clad in shorts, while Ren Ying's attire was scant, though she had modestly wrapped herself in a towel. Commencing her age-old performance of tears. Say that again if you dare. Su Tianyi glared menacingly at Ren Ying, and to my utter astonishment, he dealt her a resounding slap across the face, without pause. He ripped the towel from her, forcefully pushing her against the wall. My blood ran cold. I was now utterly convinced that Su Tianyi was the perpetrator behind Shi Jian's demise. That scoundrel. Did you hear that? I turned to Sheng Jun, murmuring as tears involuntarily streamed down my face. I heard. He replied nonchalantly. I will report him. I will see him imprisoned. He must face the consequences. I was overcome with impulse, nearly dialing 110 to summon the police to bear witness to his earlier words and hastily incarcerate him. Calm down, Shu Bei, Sheng Jun shouted at me, gripping my shoulders firmly. This alone is insufficient for a conviction, and besides, we are engaged in unlawful activities ourselves. There are myriad ways to seek revenge. You already know in your heart that he is the one responsible. So why the urgency? It was then that clarity began to dawn upon me. Indeed, even if he denied it, I had long understood his entanglement in it all. What could my impulsiveness achieve? The reckless driver remained at large. And even if Su Tianyi had orchestrated a murder, there were no witnesses to incriminate him. I could do nothing to him. That I quickly regained my composure, coldly fixing my gaze on the large screen, watching Su Tianyi inflict those unspeakable acts upon Ren Ying, who, disheveled, bore the bruises from his assault. Finally, Su Tianyi released her. I had anticipated that he would turn and walk away, yet to my astonishment, an even more remarkable scene unfolded. Su Tianyi unexpectedly knelt before Ren Ying with a thud. Ying, I apologize. I acted impulsively just now. Are you all right? Let me examine your injuries. I'm fine. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Ren Ying replied weakly, gazing at Su Tianyi, a trickle of fresh blood at the corner of her mouth. Yet she still mustered a faint smile. That I love you. I would do anything for you. Truly. Inging, I have always known that you are the best woman for me in the entire world, even surpassing my own mother, Su Tianyi said, moved as he embraced her. He then pressed a kiss upon her belly and reassured her. Rest assured, although my parents currently hold sway in our household, it will soon be my turn. As long as you can endure, I promise to provide you with a good life in the future. Inging, do you believe me? Ren Inging feigned innocence with a nod, then collapsed into Su Tianyi's embrace, saying, I understand that you strike me because you love me, and I know your intentions are sincere. If you weren't genuine, you wouldn't have been so cautious earlier, careful not to harm the baby. Tianyi, this is our child. Do you wish for a boy or a girl? It matters not. I care not for the gender of the child. Once you give birth, my mother will undoubtedly soften her heart, and when she sees the baby, she will be unable to let go, gradually accepting you. Rest assured, I will certainly marry you. No other woman has treated me with such kindness. The others only seek my wealth, but you are the only one who truly loves me, Su Tianyi declared triumphantly as he held Ren Inging. Tianyi, I love you. I will serve you for a lifetime and remain by your side, Ren Inging said, leaning into Su Tianyi's embrace, her words truly moving. Your hypocrisy rivals that of men, Sheng Jun interjected coldly at this moment. Understanding his veiled criticism, I retorted, Isn't the callousness of men equally evident? Do not conflate me with other men, Sheng Jun replied, frowning. Then please do not equate the hypocrisy of a few women with all women. I countered. He turned, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon me. Su Shubei, should you dare to act in my presence, I will ensure your demise is most unpleasant. I met his gaze unflinchingly, saying, Are we not, at this very moment, merely performing? Sheng Jun, do not forget that our relationship is solely transactional. Do not develop genuine feelings for me. He scoffed, adopting a demeanor of indifference. Su Shubei, stop putting on a brave front. Your eyes have betrayed you, revealing that you have already fallen for me. Strangely, I felt a similar sentiment arise within me. You need not worry. In this act, I shall outperform you, I retorted. Enraged, he grasped my throat. Are you intent on resisting me? Is it permissible for officials to set fire while commoners cannot light a lamp? I replied defiantly. Release me. I am with child. To my surprise, he indeed let go, even gently massaging my neck. This was the first time, amidst our clashes, that he had conceded to me. The two individuals in the video shared a passionate kiss, reluctant to part from each other. After a considerable duration, Su Tianyi finally spoke. I don't have much time left. If I linger too long, I'll be discovered. That I must take my leave, lest I bring any trouble to Junzi. Was it Sheng Jun who sent you to meet me? Ren Inging inquired, her voice laced with surprise. Indeed, Su Tianyi replied. Otherwise, do you think I could enter this hotel without any identification? Swiftly donning his clothes, he added, I will seek you out again when the opportunity arises. For now, focus on bringing the child into this world. Once the rice is cooked, my mother will certainly have no objections. No sooner had he spoken than the door to their room was violently kicked open, revealing Su Changsheng, resembling a furious deity. Storming into the space. Su Tianyi, you infuriate me beyond measure, Su Changsheng exclaimed, his finger trembling as he pointed at Su Tianyi. This was my arrangement, I interjected with a smile directed at Sheng Jun. Initially taken aback, Sheng Jun soon grasped the situation. You went to sea for such an extended period for this purpose, did you not? I nodded in affirmation that I wouldn't be foolish enough to send Su Changsheng the room number from my own phone. But I did contact a familiar paparazzo, instructing him to use a random phone number to relay the information to Su Changsheng and Huang Xiaoxiang, then set up a camera to capture the unfolding events. Over the years, aside from matters concerning the entertainment industry, the paparazzi have relished reporting on the scandalous exploits of several renowned second-generation wealthy individuals in Hangzhou. Each time such gossip surfaces, it generates an enormous sensation. In the video, Su Changsheng was seething with rage, berating Su Tianyi mercilessly. Provoked, Su Tianyi retorted, Haven't you always urged me to emulate Sheng Jun? Now that I have, why do you oppose me? Haven't you consistently praised him as being superior in every respect? He too has gotten that wretched woman pregnant. He intends to marry that same woman. Yet, where is the opposition from his family? Instinctively, I glanced at Sheng Jun, who initially wore a relaxed expression, seemingly enjoying the spectacle, but suddenly found himself caught in the crossfire, his face darkening considerably. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, I instinctively sidled away, wary of becoming collateral damage. if you possessed the same capabilities and talents as he does. Managing such a substantial enterprise at a young age, I would not interfere in your matrimonial affairs, but just look at you now, over 20 years old and still merely indulging in play. You only bring trouble to my doorstep. Su Chongqing's face flushed with anger, his voice hoarse from shouting at that moment. The door burst open once more, and Huang Xiaoxiang stormed in, her hands on her hips. Resembling an avenging fury, her entrance was not merely an exercise in reprimanding. She leaped onto the bed, brandishing a feather duster she had inexplicably acquired, and ruthlessly dragged Ren Yingying from under the covers. Mercilessly striking her with the duster, she even targeted Ren Yingying's abdomen with her blows. Witnessing this alarming turn of events, I hastily urged Sheng Jun, quickly, devise a plan. If this continues, she may very well miscarry. Fortunately, Su Tianyi, despite being a scoundrel, has not completely lost his conscience. He finally rushed forward, shielding Ren Yingying behind him. Perhaps Ren Yingying's unwavering affection for him has finally touched his heart, as he bellowed at Huang Xiaoxiang. Mother, cease your attacks on her. I shall marry no one but her in this lifetime. I am resolute in my decision. Should you persist, you will certainly lose me as your son. I speak with conviction. With a thunderous crash, it was revealed that Su Chongqing, in a fit of rage, had hurled a flower pot at the television. The hidden camera set up by Sheng Jun was violently jolted, causing the image to distort and then abruptly cut off. We hurried over to investigate. Sheng Jun grasped my hand and led me out of the room. Our chamber was directly opposite theirs, so the cacophony was unmistakably audible even without surveillance. Paparazzi, armed with their cameras, were stationed at the door. I initially intended to prevent Sheng Jun from emerging, but before I could act, he had pulled me outside. In an instant, we became the center of attention, with cameras and recording devices incessantly focused on us. Fearing potential trouble, Sheng Jun instructed a staff member to use the room card to unlock Su Tianyi's door. When the door swung open, we found Ren Yingying kneeling on the floor, clutching her abdomen and crying out in pain. Upon seeing the throng enter, Su Tianyi quickly yanked the blanket over Ren Yingying and shouted, "All of you, get out." Sheng Jun commanded the security to escort the paparazzi away. They had gathered sufficient material for the day and departed promptly. Junzi, since you are here, I must ask you, how did they come to be at your hotel? Su Chongqing demanded of Sheng Jun, his anger now palpable and no longer restrained. Junzi, please speak a good word for me to my parents. Just tell them to let us be. This woman is genuinely devoted to me. If they allow me to marry her, I promise to obediently heed their wishes, study diligently in business. I swear, Su Tianyi implored. Is that truly your word? You promise to work diligently, steering clear of games, street racing, and nightclubs? Huang Xiaoxiang, disheveled and risen from the floor, asked in astonishment. However, she quickly grasped the implications and coldly retorted, "No, I absolutely refuse to permit such a destitute woman to enter our family." "Father, mother," Ren Yingying suddenly cried out, dropping to her knees, and shockingly bowed 3 times before Su Tianyi's parents right in front of us. My perspective on life was utterly transformed. It was the first time I witnessed someone capable of such shamelessness. "Who are you calling your parents? Do not speak so recklessly." Huang Xiaoxiang was clearly taken aback by Ren Yingying's actions. Only regaining her composure after the 3 bows were completed, "I truly love Tianyi. I wish to serve him and you for a lifetime. That if you agree to let me marry him, I promise to cook and do laundry for you daily. That I ask for nothing in return. No wedding, no diamond ring, no house, no car. I only desire to be with Su Tianyi wholeheartedly. Father, mother, I implore you to grant us this wish and let us be together." Ren Yingying's words were so breathtaking that they could move heaven and earth. Those unaware of the truth would surely believe she held no grievances against Su Tian and would marry him without hesitation. I was completely captivated by her acting. If I possessed even half of Ren Yingying's audacity, I would have long since rightfully taken my place as Mrs. Sheng, wouldn't I? Dad, Mom, please agree. Stop making things difficult for us. Yingying is still carrying a child. If she kneels for too long, your grandchild will be lost. Su Tian hurriedly helped Ren Yingying up from the ground and said to Huang Xiaoxiang that I noticed a flicker in Huang Xiaoxiang's eyelids. And at that moment, Su Chongqing declared emphatically, "There is no room for negotiation in this matter." Unexpectedly, Huang Xiaoxiang raised her voice and said, "Wait." She then rushed to Su Chongqing's ear and whispered a few words. Although I couldn't discern what she said, Su Chongqing's face darkened, yet he fell silent. She approached Ren Yingying and asked, "What you just said, is it true?" "Absolutely. I assure you I will keep my word, Ren Yingying affirmed earnestly. If you wish to enter my household, first, we require no betrothal gifts. Second, we will not entertain your impoverished relatives. Third, my family's assets are entirely unrelated to you. Fourth, all household chores will fall upon you. Fifth, you must serve me tea and water daily. Sixth, you are prohibited from quarreling with Tian. Seventh, I will not hire a nanny after the child is born. Huang Xiaoxiang rattled off an unreasonable list of demands. To my astonishment, Ren Yingying nodded in agreement to each one at that moment. I observed a victorious smile spreading across Huang Xiaoxiang's face. Little did she know, it is the silent dog that bites. Mom, is that enough? Have you extracted all your demands? Just allow her to be with me. Su Tian grew increasingly impatient. I could tell that despite his arrogance, having spent considerable time in the world of romance, he understood the value of true feelings. He likely believed that Ren Yingying was wholeheartedly devoted to him and would follow him unwaveringly. Who would have guessed that beneath her seemingly humble exterior, Ren Yingying possessed greater resilience and cunning than any other woman? Very well, starting tomorrow, you shall come to my home, that we will not publicly announce anything regarding you. Your ultimate fate will be determined by your performance, Huang Xiaoxiang said, adopting the demeanor of a formidable mother-in-law as she spoke to Ren Yingying. All right, thank you, Mom. I will pack my things and come over first thing tomorrow. Ren Yingying responded submissively. With that, Huang Xiaoxiang and Su Chongqing strutted away, and in that fleeting moment, I witnessed Ren Yingying lift her head and cast a piercing glance at Huang Xiaoxiang's retreating figure before quickly lowering it again. The spectacle of dogs biting dogs was finally set to begin. I knew that once Ren Yingying crossed the threshold, she would undoubtedly torment Su Chongqing and Huang Xiaoxiang mercilessly. That night, Ren Yingying called me. My brother needs 100,000 yuan for his wedding. Lend it to me. Ren Yingying, do not push your luck, I retorted over the phone. Everything has been arranged as per your instructions, not to mention, for the sake of the child I carry. You should accommodate me, Ren Yingying replied from the other end. Where are you now? I inquired, hearing a commotion around her. I am in a public phone booth by the street. If you fulfill my request, I will also fulfill yours. Su Shubei, today I have truly risked my life to finally seize an opportunity to enter the Su family. Ren Yingying chuckled triumphantly on the other end of the line. Now, let us see what you are capable of, Ren Yingying, I replied to her. Rest assured, I shall make Huang Xiaoxiang kneel before me one day. Upon finishing her statement, Ren Yingying unleashed a piercing laugh over the phone. And hearing such a sound in the dead of night sent a shiver coursing through my body. At that moment, she suddenly said into the phone, you'd better go check on Xia Yua at the on bar. I heard she is drunk and surrounded by several men who told you that. I felt a jolt run through me and quickly inquired. However, all I heard in response was the sound of a dial tone. She had already hung up. Grabbing my bag, I rushed out the door, as two bodyguards drove me swiftly through the midnight streets, soon arriving at the entrance of the on bar. Before stepping inside, I attempted to call Shang Yang, but to my dismay, there was no answer. Thus, I resorted to calling Xing Jun to explain the situation. Upon hearing my account, Shang Jun assured me he would come immediately before hanging up. I entered the on bar flanked by my two bodyguards. Inside, the atmosphere was one of exuberant revelry, with countless men and women dancing wildly to the DJ's music, a sea of bodies under dim lights where distinguishing gender was a challenge, let alone identifying individuals. My bodyguards, having seen Xiaoyue before, struggled to recognize her amidst the throngs of women who all appeared similar at first glance. They remained vigilant for my safety, while also assisting me in the search. Weaving through the crowd. Thankfully, with their protection, one misstep could easily lead to being jostled or even toppled over. That moment, I spotted a woman in a white nurse outfit dancing frantically on the central stage. Her hips gyrated with the fervor of a small electric motor, her hair obscuring her face as it whipped around with her movements. The towering heels accentuated her figure, drawing the attention of numerous men who were captivated by her allure. I suddenly halted, coldly gazing at the frenzied woman on stage. My bodyguards also came to a standstill, one of them asking, Miss, what is it? Is that her? Go and bring her down for me immediately. Right now? I shouted in a fit of anger, unexpectedly furious. Without hesitation, he charged up to the stage, hoisting her over his shoulder in full view of the crowd, preparing to descend. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. The intoxicated men, fueled by hormones, began to berate my bodyguard, who hesitated, casting a troubled glance my way. Xia Yue struggled desperately on his shoulder, and taking advantage of his momentary lapse in defense, she tumbled onto the stage. A throng of men surged forward, akin to a flood, pressing toward the stage. Having seldom ventured into bars, I had never imagined that the men within could be so frenzied. In an instant, Xia Yue found herself besieged by a multitude of men, while I too was pushed and shoved by the crowd below, turning the bar into a chaotic scene. I yelled, "Pull her down!" I tore off her skirt. The bar descended into chaos, and in my desperation, I attempted to rush in, but my bodyguard firmly restrained me, stating, "Miss, you cannot enter. If anything were to happen to you, Mr. Sheng would hold us accountable. Go save her. Hurry. It will be too late if we delay." I frantically exclaimed, my forehead drenched in sweat and my mind in disarray. The feeling was more agonizing than if I were in her situation. "Eva, oh Eva, how could you so recklessly abandon yourself?" Just as I was pacing like an ant on a hot pan, the bar's bright lights suddenly flickered on, instantly silencing the music and extinguishing the dazzling lights, illuminating the venue as if it were midday. Though this group was comprised of inebriates, they were still members of society. Upon the sudden illumination, their primal instincts faded, and they scattered like birds. That on stage lay only Xia Yue, forlornly sprawled on the runway, while my bodyguard pressed himself protectively over her, doing his utmost to shield her from harm. Once the crowd had dispersed, my well-meaning bodyguard promptly rose, swiftly shedding his suit jacket to cover Xia Yue's form, and carefully assisted her upright from the stage floor. I hurriedly ascended the stage, grasped Xia Yue's hand, and called out loudly, "Eva, are you all right? This bar should never open its doors again." Behind me, I heard Shang Yang's icy voice. I turned to see that, at some point, both Shang Yang and Xing Jun had appeared on bar. Shang Yang, with a dark scowl, raised the microphone and bellowed, plunging the bar into a silence so profound that even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. After the stillness, the crowd quickly began to murmur, and whispers spread as they recognized the two young gentlemen. The bar manager and the owner emerged, and it was then that I realized the owner of On was remarkably youthful, a strikingly alluring woman with a graceful figure. She sauntered over to Xing Jun, a slender cigarette perched between her fingers, her hips swaying enticingly, and she draped her hand on his shoulder, cooing, "Jun, don't be angry. We're all just here to have fun. After all, the night may have gone a bit overboard, but it's not entirely their fault. Your friend may have indulged a little too much." To my astonishment, Shang Jun did not push her away, and an irksome sensation began to swell within me. If such occurrences continue, this bar may truly be better off closed. Shang Jun, with his head lowered, spoke softly to the woman, then, astonishingly, lifted her chin with his hand and whispered something into her ear. A wave of fury surged through me. Yet, why do I feel this way? Why am I increasingly concerned with his every action, with his interactions with other women? I quickly shook my head, lowering my gaze to Xia Yue in the bodyguard's arms. She appeared to be in a daze, her complexion flushed, merely nibbling on her fingers with a silly smile. Shang Yang leaped onto the stage and lifted Xia Yue into his arms. The enchanting woman snapped her fingers and instructed Shang Yang, "Take them with me to my room for a moment of respite." The woman exudes an alluring charm, a grace that emanates from her very core, captivating not only men, but also igniting a sense of curiosity among women. My emotions were tumultuous as I stepped down from the runway, just preparing to leap off when Shang Jun unexpectedly approached and, in front of everyone, scooped me up from the stage, holding me in his arms without any intention of setting me down. The women clapped their hands, and the DJ immediately understood, commencing to rap, as the bar was suddenly filled with a vibrant atmosphere once more. As we entered the elevator, the bar's lighting dimmed again, and the lively crowd of men and women began to stir restlessly amidst the dazzling lights and intoxicating allure, magnifying their inner anxieties and wildness. That we followed the woman to the loft on the bar's top floor. Upon stepping out of the elevator, a vast black spider web was prominently affixed to the wall, with a lifelike black spider perched upon it, startling me into a shudder. Truly, my nerves are quite delicate. I remained in Xing Jun's embrace, and he sensed my instinctive reaction, playfully chiding me with a tone of tender affection. The beautiful woman instinctively glanced our way, her face lighting up with the knowing smile of an experienced soul. I once thought that Jun was akin to an iceberg at the poles, but it seems even icebergs can melt. This woman in your arms must be quite warm. Indeed, she is a little wildcat, fierce in spirit, yet I find it endearing. Shang Jun responded, his tone imbued with a unique fondness for me. Had I not been aware of his theatrical pretense, I might have been deeply moved that a woman who captures Ah Jun's attention surely possesses exceptional qualities. This way, please. The woman guided us through a dimly lit corridor. Leading us to her door at the end. It was curious how such a stunning woman could adorn the corridor to resemble a cavern of terror. Perhaps this is merely their idea of personality. Only a woman of unique character and capability could sustain the renowned on bar on her own. Such women are like enchantresses, naturally exuding a captivating allure that, if one gazes too long, may unwittingly ensnare one's soul. Please, come in. She opened the door, inviting us inside. That a peculiar fragrance wafted through the room, inducing a drowsy sensation if inhaled for too long. The lighting was a soft purple, with a decor style alternating between rose red and black and white, furnished entirely with princess-style European pieces. Clearly, a woman's boudoir, and one of a single woman at that. The room was not large, perhaps around 60 square meters, and I noticed her bed was a massive, circular waterbed, adorned with sheets and bedding of luxurious silk, their texture exceptionally soft and smooth. Her wardrobe was open, revealing an array of distinctly feminine garments. Shangyang spoke little, his attention fixated on Xia Yiwa, his brow furrowed as he observed her. Suddenly, he murmured softly, "I leave you for merely half a day, and you find yourself in trouble that I prepared a cup of medicine for her." And she consumed it. Within half an hour, the effects would be alleviated. The beautiful woman spoke softly, gracefully cradling a jade-colored teapot in her hands, her gaze mesmerizing as it briefly pierced through Xingjun. "I am certain your method will prove effective, Sister Aru," Shanyang remarked, casting a concerned glance at Zawa. I resolutely sought to extricate myself from Shengjuan's embrace, and only then did he finally release me. I settled comfortably on the sofa, smiling openly at the woman named Aru. "Hello, I am Su Shubei. Just moments ago, I had resembled a timid cat in his arms, yet now, seated, I exuded a hint of a spirited little leopard." She regarded me appreciatively, nodding slightly. "I am Aru. You may call me Aru or Sister Ro, whichever you prefer." That indeed. Her name suits her well. That if my intuition serves me right, you must have harbored a secret affection for Shengjun for quite some time. Am I correct? I gazed at her with a glint of cunning, sensing a delightful rivalry. It is rare to encounter a woman whose brilliance is dazzling yet does not incite disdain, aside from Xiaoa. She is the second such woman. Ha! She emitted a captivating laugh, the sound flowing melodically, sending shivers through my entire being. Rising from her seat, she approached me, her face gradually drawing near, her gaze suddenly sharp and confrontational. "Yes, I have secretly admired him for a long time. Do you believe I could take him from you?" At that moment, her penetrating gaze bore down upon me, an overwhelming pressure crashing over me. Instinctively, I recoiled, feeling the formidable aura she exuded. This woman undoubtedly possesses an incredibly strong inner core, capable of unleashing such potent energy in an instant that I firmly believe that what belongs to me can never be snatched away. And what does not belong to me, even if taken, would not invoke regret, but rather relief. Quickly regaining my composure, I replied calmly. Once again, she burst into a hearty laugh, playfully patting my shoulder. "Then congratulations. You have gained another rival in love. Be cautious, for it might just be me lying in your man's arms one day. If all rivals were as forthright as Aru, I would fear none." Brimming with confidence, as I spoke, I found myself inexplicably reaching for Shengjuan's hand, that I sensed a tightening grip. His strength emanated through our clasped hands. Shengjun smiled gently, and once more enveloped me in his embrace. Aru remained unfazed, merely chuckling. "If a man like Ajuan were to be mine, I fear I would wake from dreams laughing. That I admire your ability to capture his attention." She added that I was aware of his popularity within the circle and recognized him as the most dazzling among the unmarried men. Yet hearing such overt praise from another woman for the first time, I maintained a calm facade, while feeling quite flattered within. She, oblivious to the fortune she squandered, remained unaware of the magnitude of her own folly. Xingjun, half indulgent and half reproachful, gently pinched my cheek, then inquired of Shangyang, "How is he? Is she feeling better? I shall administer her medication without delay." Aru, having prepared the remedy, poured it into an exquisite cup. The faint fragrance of the medicine wafted through the air, reminiscent of the peculiar aroma I encountered upon entering her room. Shanyang gently assisted Zaiwa into an upright position, while Aru brought the cup to Zaiwa's lips, feeding her the concoction slowly, drop by drop. Zaiwa furrowed her brows, likely finding it quite bitter, yet she swallowed it nonetheless. Once the task was complete, Aru reassured. All is well now. Do not fret. She will gradually awaken in due time. Thank you for your efforts. Shengjun replied with a subtle smile that I sensed that he harbored no romantic feelings for the woman named Aru, yet he held her in high regard. It's merely a trifling task. However, please ensure she refrains from such substances in the future. The first encounter with this medicine may prove effective, but the second will yield no results. Aru smiled as she cast a pointed glance at Shengjun that I suddenly found myself unable to remain seated. What's the matter? Are you feeling jealous? Shengjun leaned closer to my ear and whispered. Humph! I let out a derisive snort through my nose. Shengjun gazed at me with a smile that was neither here nor there. And seeing my indifference, he boldly turned to Aru and said, Aru, my shoulder is in excruciating pain. Would you be so kind as to give it a massage? Of course, I would be more than happy to oblige. Aru readily agreed, climbing onto the sofa and kneeling behind Shengjun to attend to his neck and shoulders. This massage continued for a full half-hour, a period that felt like an eternity of torment for me. At long last, Zaiwa was stirred awake, and Shanyang promptly helped her sit up. She looked around in confusion and asked, How did I end up here? You really must refrain from excessive drinking. Do you have any idea how perilous the night can be? I rushed over to grasp her hand, concerned. What are you doing here? Spare me your insincere concern. I have made it clear that I do not wish to see you. Zaiwa retorted, her irritation still palpable. Then take care of yourself and refrain from engaging in such worrisome behavior. My own temper flared as I exclaimed. Well, now that Yi has awakened, we shall take our leave. Aru, I sincerely apologize for taking up your time. Shengjun said with a smile, rising to his feet and giving me a knowing glance. Signaling it was time to depart, I too stood up, and Shengjun took my hand as we exited, with Shanyang supporting Zaiwa as they followed suit. Shanyang, let us continue drinking. I overheard Zaiwa say to him from behind. What? More drinking? Do you comprehend what just transpired? Her words compelled me to turn around in haste, urgently addressing her. Whatever has happened is none of your concern. Su Shubei, our paths are no longer intertwined. Zaiwa glared at me, her voice laced with anger. Shubei, Junzi, you should leave. I will stay with her and ensure she remains safe, Shanyang insisted, desperately signaling for us to go. I realized that Zaiwa had indeed changed. Perhaps my unintentional actions had caused her profound hurt. Now, she indulged solely in revelry, pushing me away as if I were a distant memory, and my heart ached. Yet I felt utterly powerless to change her. Fortunately, with Shanyang by her side, she has someone to revel in madness with her all day long. As for me, I am burdened with an overwhelming multitude of tasks that I cannot even begin to untangle. On our way back, I inquired of Shengjun, How long have you known Ero? We have been acquainted for a decade. Back then, we were in high school, and she was the proprietor of the dessert shop at the entrance of our school. Shengjun replied. He continued. She was merely 20 years old that year, having established her business from scratch at such a tender age, eventually leading to the creation of the On Bar. The woman who possesses both beauty and capability is indeed quite admirable. Ahem. I found it somewhat unbearable to listen to. He regarded me with amusement. Su Shubei, if you're feeling jealous, just admit it. There's no need to hide it. What do I have to be jealous of? What delectable traits of jealousy do I possess? Shengjun, spare yourself the delusion. Aside from being the mother of your child, I harbor no other sentiments towards you. I maintain my faade. Yet deep down, I recognize that rather than feigning strength, it would be wiser to gracefully concede and embrace the role of a gentle woman. Unfortunately, I lacked the innate talent for coquettishness. Is that so? He remarked, an unmistakable smile dancing upon his lips. Suddenly, he declared, I once made a pact with Ero that if, after 10 years, we were both unmarried, we would be together. Who knows, perhaps the future mother of your child will be her. You dare? I exclaimed in a fit of urgency. He burst into hearty laughter before reaching out to ruffle my hair, saying, I rather enjoy the occasional glimpse of you feeling a bit jealous. However, do not overindulge. Too much acidity alters the taste. Rest assured, Shengjun, should you marry her, not only will I wholeheartedly support it, but I shall also bestow upon you a grand red envelope. Then seek out strapping men at the bar, swapping partners all night until I tire of the male company. I exclaimed with enthusiasm, vividly imagining such a hedonistic lifestyle, nearly drooling at the thought. How strange that silence suddenly enveloped us. I whipped my head around to discover that Shengjun had come to an abrupt halt, his expression dark as a storm cloud, his gaze upon me terrifyingly intense. Su Shubei, listen well. So long as I draw breath in this world, Should you dare to flirt with others, I will make your existence a living hell. I was merely jesting. His demeanor and tone sent a shiver down my spine. Yet I couldn't help but defend myself that I am not joking with you. If you wish to challenge my limits, then go ahead and see what happens, Shengjun thundered mercilessly. Could I interpret this as a display of concern for my well-being? I foolishly and timidly inquired. If you continue to ask such foolish questions, then our evening will involve more than just holding you as you sleep. He turned away, brazenly threatening me. If you care, just say it outright. There's no need to feign indifference. Do you think that by pretending others won't realize you care? I shook my head in exasperation, muttering in a daft manner. Silence. He barked at me once more. He then halted the vehicle and unceremoniously pulled me out of the sea. It is utterly exasperating that this man, amidst the bustling thoroughfare, would seize my collar and commence kissing me fervently. Truly, his audacity knows no bounds. The corners of my eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Well, I am aware of my condition, hence I shall not be capricious in light of his heartfelt intentions. I acquiesced to his arrangements. 2 bodyguards drove me to his apartment, which was conveniently situated above Zoa's residence. Upon opening the door, I was astounded by the sight that greeted me. The decor was a whimsical tableau of soft pink hues, pink walls, a pink European-style sofa, a pink vanity, and a blush-colored cabinet. Even the living room was adorned with pink tables and chairs, a pink dining set for infants, and a pink children's bed. I was utterly flabbergasted by the spectacle before me. Mr. Sheng has requested that you rest inside for a while. He will come to you as soon as he concludes his work. Please, do not hesitate to enter the room. I shall remain in the living room. Ensuring your comfort, the security guard respectfully informed me. Very well. I nodded, feigning calmness as I pushed open the door to the room. 20 years ago, there was a man who loved me dearly and once did something similar for me. I still recall him playfully painting the pink walls while frolicking with me, a memory that felt ethereal. Little did I anticipate that today, the same sentiment would be evoked by another man. As I entered the room, to my surprise, he shook his head and replied, "It cannot be detected just yet, and I have also informed the doctor not to disclose the child's gender to anyone. Regardless of whether it is a boy or a girl, I will cherish them deeply. However, I must confess, I secretly hope for a daughter." "Why?" I queried. "I thought a daughter held no utilitarian value for you." I spoke plainly. "I have never contemplated exploiting our child or you. It simply so happens that circumstances align perfectly, allowing me to extricate myself from the marriage my mother has arranged for me." He expressed his dissatisfaction and then asked, "Su Shu-bei, do you truly perceive me as devoid of sentiment and utterly despicable?" "Not at all. I merely believe it is natural for a businessman to prioritize profit. Especially since you previously mentioned it is merely a transaction." That I cleared my throat a couple of times, unable to restrain myself from speaking. This individual, truly, seems oblivious to his own thoughts, at times gentle, at others brutal, occasionally rigid in tone yet reasonable. I yearned to delve into his mind and uncover his true musings. "That applies to other businessmen, not to me." He angrily twisted my ear and declared, "I have stated that I will take responsibility, and I shall be wholly accountable for the child. As for you, it depends on your performance. I do not require your accountability. I can sustain myself. Even if you choose not to support the child, I am capable of my declaration of independence." As a modern woman inadvertently slipped from my lips. But before I could finish, his thick lips silenced me. "Ouch, that hurts." He finally released me, and I quickly covered my sore lips with my hand, exclaiming, "If you dare to employ such tactics again, that shall be your punishment." He regarded me, a smirk of triumph gracing his features. "Shengjun, could you refrain from bullying me at every turn? What exactly does this behavior imply?" I exclaimed in exasperation, feeling utterly powerless against him. "You wishful thinker, I shall not cater to you," I retorted angrily, biting my teeth and promptly seating myself at the opposite end of the sofa. The security guard, having seen him arrive, discreetly exited. Shengjun switched on the television, tuning into a financial channel, while casually peeling an apple with a fruit knife in one hand. His demeanor relaxed, as if he were at home. I stared at him in a daze. He was aware of my gaze yet chose not to glance my way, stating, "I know I am quite handsome. Do not swoon over me in secret. I am merely concerned you might cut your finger. You don't strike me as someone who often peels apples." I hastily fabricated a clumsy excuse. Although I had to admit, this fellow effortlessly posed as a picturesque scene, his appearance impeccable from any angle. However, I would never concede to that, as it would only bolster his arrogance. He remained engrossed in the financial news. seemingly indifferent to my presence. Bored, I then picked up a parenting book he had conveniently placed on the bookshelf, titled How to Be a Good Mother, which left me in a state of sweat. Just as I was absorbed in reading, a waft of apple fragrance suddenly filled the air, and he handed me a lopsidedly peeled apple. Here, eat. Oh, the illustrious CEO of Cheshire has peeled an apple for me? If those women were to discover this, I would surely be drowned in a river of their spittle. I gazed at him in astonishment and teased with a smile. The moment I heard he was leaving, an inexplicable sense of loss flickered within me. I nodded, feigning indifference as I said, "You may go. I would feel uncomfortable remaining here." He proceeded directly to the door, and upon noticing me still seated on the sofa, he frowned from a distance and inquired, "Aren't you going to see me off?" "Why should I? Don't you have legs of your own?" I replied nonchalantly, burying my feelings of loss deep within. "Sushube, you truly are something. You can sort out your dinner yourself tonight. I have plans with Aro," he replied swiftly and prepared to close the door. "Wait, what did you just say?" I sprang up from the sofa, so quickly that I momentarily questioned if I was indeed pregnant. "I have a dinner appointment with another woman tonight. You can leisurely enjoy your takeout at home." "No thanks." He slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. The room fell into silence, and shortly after he left, 2 bodyguards entered. They immediately went to inquire with Mr. Sheng's secretary about where dinner had been ordered for him. I responded with remarkable swiftness. The bodyguards acknowledged and promptly departed. Before long, I discovered he had reserved a luxurious private room at the finest music restaurant in the city, Usherhui. For 2 agonizing hours, I sat as if on pins and needles, my heart writhing in turmoil akin to being fried and hot. Oh, I yelled at that moment. How I wished for a close friend to share my burdens and strategize with me. What was I anxious about? What was I worried over? Why was I so unsettled? What was happening to me? The more I struggled to understand my own feelings, the more my heart beat erratically, and as time drew near, I hastily rummaged through my bag for my makeup kit, involuntarily beginning to adorn myself. Once I had finished my preparations and caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror, I took a deep breath. But should I not go? Should I allow him to revel in romantic escapades with that insufferable woman? Although I bore no particular dislike for Aro, knowing she harbored feelings for Xingjun, how could I foolishly create opportunities for her? I placed my hand on my abdomen and gently inquired of the little one within, "Baby, do you think we should go?" To my astonishment, my belly moved in response. And in that instant, my resolve solidified. Why not go? After all, this man is the father of my child. How could I permit him to casually flirt with other women? Without hesitation, I decided to leave. Rushing out the door, flanked by 2 bodyguards, and we stormed into the car, instructing the driver to head straight for Usherhui. Upon arriving at the entrance of Usherhui, I spotted Xingjun's car parked in the VIP section. Just as I was about to exit the vehicle, I saw a woman emerge from the back seat, clad in a dark green qipao and adorned with a white fox fur scarf. I first noticed her white peep-toe heels and her slender, elongated legs, followed by her vintage hairstyle and a charming expression as she stood, glancing flirtatiously at the restaurant's staff. "Yes," I observed. Xingjun gentlemanly took her hand, bowed with grace, and then, in a rather Western manner, lowered his head to bestow a gentle kiss upon her hand. In that instant, a surge of heat flooded my mind, and my blood simmered with fervor. For the latest updates without error, please visit and bookmark our site. Chapter 89. Jealousy. 2. "Shall I assist you in disembarking, miss?" the bodyguard inquired at that moment. Although my mind was in a whirl, I found myself too cowardly to muster the courage to step out. "Wait, let me ponder this a moment." "What is there to ponder? You must keep a watchful eye on such a splendid man as Mr. Sheng. Otherwise, if he becomes someone else's, you will suffer greatly." After the bodyguard spoke, the 2 of them promptly opened the car door and called out, "Mr. Sheng, Miss Su has arrived." I realized I had been far too accommodating to them in recent days. Hence their audacity. When Xingjun and Aro turned their gazes toward us in unison, I felt a wave of shame wash over me. However, since I had been ushered out, I must present myself elegantly. I could not disregard my appearance simply because I felt embarrassed. Affectedly, I swept my silky long hair aside, opened the car door, and stepped out, offering them my most graceful smile. What a coincidence to find myself driving by here. "Mr. Sheng, Miss Su has come specifically to see you," report concluded. The smile on Xingjun's face, though still a smile, radiated a sense of triumph through his eyes, which I could perceive completely. Xu Bei is indeed quite vigilant. Could it be that she truly fears I might steal Ajun away? A rose stood there in an S-shaped pose, her figure exuding an elegance that rendered even me, a woman, somewhat envious. No, no, how could that be? I responded with feigned nonchalance, approaching him to link my arm with Sheng Jun's. Since we are here, let us dine together, Sheng Jun remarked casually, and to my astonishment, he proceeded to wrap his arm around a rose's slender waist right before my eyes. I felt a surge of indignation, and naturally, I needed to vent my frustration. I discreetly pinched his arm hard, pretending to remain composed as we continued forward. Though Sheng Jun winced in pain, he maintained an air of indifference, wearing a faint smile as he led us to a private room, where I naturally took a seat beside him. But a rose scrutinized me intently, her gaze appraising, and unexpectedly uttered a compliment. Xu Bei truly withstands scrutiny. Her features are remarkably exquisite. In comparison to you, I am but a novice, I replied with a smile. Sheng Jun cast a casual glance in my direction before addressing a Ro. Do refrain from flattering her. If you continue, she might just take flight. I seldom offer compliments, especially to women. You know that well. A Ro replied with a sultry smile, delicately lifting her slender fingers to peruse the menu. Do see if there's anything you fancy? Sheng Jun handed me another menu, then leaned in to whisper softly in my ear. Such a lack of ambition. If you have the inclination, do not chase after me. I did not chase. I merely happened upon this place. I insisted stubbornly, despite the bodyguard's ruthless exposure of the truth. Let us order a serving of sauce duck. The duck beak here rivals yours, Sheng Jun suggested, pointing to a picture on the menu. Ha ha. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, Aru burst into a fit of laughter. Ajuan, how did I never realize you possess such a keen sense of humor? Aru exclaimed. This dish named Qingqing Tianxia seems tailor-made for you. Why not indulge in a taste? Sheng Jun gently suggested to Aru. All right, let's order that, Aru replied, her eyes lighting up with delight as she looked at Sheng Jun. She then retrieved a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. Just as she was about to light one, perhaps mindful of my condition as a pregnant woman, she extinguished the lighter and turned to Sheng Jun, saying, Ajuan, would you accompany me outside for a smoke? Xu Bei, would you mind? Of course not, I replied, shaking my head and feigning nonchalance. Though my heart skipped a beat. I could sense the genuine respect Sheng Jun held for Aru. It was a different kind of admiration than the affectionate indulgence he displayed towards Zaiwawa. Perhaps it was due to the upbringing that had deprived him of warmth, leading him to cherish every individual who had shown him kindness. It became evident that he would never forget those who had provided him solace. I was astonished to discover the depth of his sentimentality. They conversed for quite some time, their laughter filling the air, while I sat beside them, occasionally casting a discreet glance at Sheng Jun. I noticed a soft warmth on his face, a stark contrast to his usual stern demeanor. In that moment, I perceived the chill in his gaze. Through the rearview mirror, I observed the two of them still standing in front of the car, seemingly engrossed in some amusing anecdote, their laughter echoing as if they were utterly carefree. What was happening to me? Could it be that I have truly fallen for him? I questioned myself once more. Yet, in the past, I had resolutely dismissed such thoughts. This time, however, uncertainty crept in. He had explicitly stated he would not come over tonight. Had he not? I hastily gathered my scattered emotions, grabbing a book and pretending to appear composed. Even though I had inadvertently held it upside down, Sheng Jun approached and snatched the book from my hands, tossing it onto the coffee table. What if, by chance, he doesn't come tonight? Tomorrow, my apartment might be set ablaze. I lamented. Sheng Jun chuckled at my worry, then effortlessly pulled me into his embrace, boldly asserting, who would burn your apartment for no reason? You're overthinking it. I was fully aware of his intentions, yet stubbornly refused to acknowledge them. Xu Bei, would it kill you to admit you're feeling jealous? Sheng Jun teased as he tilted my chin up, brazenly capturing my lips. Before I could react, his mouth enveloped mine, pressing down fervently. I quickly pulled away, exclaiming, No, I'm pregnant. I have thought about it, he murmured softly, nibbling at my ear. That is far too dangerous. I protested hastily. I will be gentle. Trust me. I know my limits. He swept me off my feet, carefully laying me on the large bed in the bedroom. The following day, Ren Yingying successfully crossed the threshold of the Su family home. Although she faced difficulties upon entry, having been thwarted by Huang Xiaoxiang and forced to use the back door, she ultimately managed to gain entry on the very first day of Ren Yingying's entry. Huang Xiaoxiang was admitted to the hospital, with the public announcement attributing it to a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. However, I am privy to the underlying truth. On her inaugural day, Ren Yingying orchestrated a subtle maneuver, transmitting a photograph of Su Chongqing alongside his external affair, cleverly disguised as a delivery from a courier, directly into Huang Xiaoxiang's hands. Upon witnessing those intimate and explicit images, Huang Xiaoxiang was promptly hospitalized that same day, marking a triumphant debut for Ren Yingying. The news invigorated me immensely. Yet, I understood that relying solely on Ren Yingying would not suffice. Within me, a bolder plan began to take shape. That very afternoon, I received a call from Zhou Yihai, requesting my presence at the company to address some urgent matters. I hurried to the office. And as I stepped into Zhou Yihai's office, barely managing to close the door, he inquired, "Xu Bei, do you still remember Mr. T?" Mr. T is a prominent figure in Hangzhou, wielding considerable influence yet maintaining a remarkably low profile. I had only had the fortune of meeting him once, after which our paths had not crossed again. Opportunities for someone of my humble stature to engage with such high-profile individuals are scarce. So Zhou Yihai's mention almost made me forget that minor encounter. "Why do you ask? What's the matter?" I inquired eagerly. "Yesterday, at a dinner gathering, I finally struck up a conversation with him, and he expressed a remarkable impression of your dancing skills. Xu Bei, if you are free this evening, could you accompany me to meet Mr. T?" Zhou Yihai proposed. "Meet Mr. T?" I questioned skeptically. "But why would we need to see him? His current undertakings are unrelated to our project. I have my own arrangements. Would you accompany me to meet him? Consider it a favor, as I believe your presence and eloquence would significantly enhance our endeavors." Zhou Yihai replied, "You are indeed considering that expansive plot of land in the west of the city, are you?" It suddenly dawned on me. 6 months prior, Zhou Yihai had mentioned that vast expanse of land, expressing his intent to invest in real estate, yet lacking the necessary connections to secure it. "Yes, indeed. Xu Bei, please assist me," he implored, his gaze almost pleading. Upon our arrival at Qianquan Palace, I was surprised to find that Mr. Tai Feng had already settled into the private room, arriving earlier than our scheduled time. Zhou Yihai instantly grew anxious, hastily apologizing. "My apologies, Mr. Tai. I did not anticipate your early arrival. That I am truly sorry and no worries. Please have a seat. A simple meal will suffice." "There is no need for such extravagance," Mr. Tai remarked, dressed in casual athletic wear, exuding a robust demeanor and a meticulously styled appearance. Appearing remarkably amiable, that I recalled that he did not present himself in such a relaxed manner during our initial meeting. "Hello, Mr. Tai, do you remember me? I am Xu Bei, the one who danced with you previously." I greeted with a smile. "Of course, I remember, especially your enchanting dance. Please, take a seat," Mr. Tai replied, looking up at me with a warm smile. I am uncertain as to why, during this encounter, perhaps due to his casual attire, he seemed to lack the grand aura he typically exudes, leaving me with an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth. He appeared somewhat familiar, yet I could not pinpoint where I might have seen him before. Xu Bei bore a striking resemblance to a dear departed friend of mine. Once I took my seat, Tai Feng scrutinized me intently, his expression one of admiration as he remarked, "There is a certain heroic spirit about your brow, yet you do not lose the charm of femininity. Xu Bei has an admirable visage. I dare say fortune will favor her in the future. Mr. Tai, you possess the skill of physiognomy. Truly, you are a well-versed polymath, and no wonder it is said that you dwell in seclusion, dedicating yourself to scholarly pursuits at home." I complimented with a smile. "Though it is merely the fortune of encountering kindred spirits, one cannot help but engage in conversation," Tai Feng replied with a soft smile. Upon hearing Tai Feng's words, Zhou Yihai felt a surge of optimism, his face brightening as he exclaimed, "Mr. Tai, it is indeed an honor to have you here today. Once the wine and dishes are served, I humbly request to toast you with 3 glasses, as a gesture of respect." "There is no need for such formality. A little wine brings joy, and excess politeness is unnecessary," Tai Feng replied, his tone elongated and gentle, characteristic of a native of Hangzhou, though his Mandarin may not have been entirely standard. It was a pleasure to the ear. Our conversation soon turned to the subject of our previous dance, and as we delved deeper into discussion, our rapport only grew more delightful. For the first time, I found myself conversing with a man of elder status with such resonance. Many of our views on people and matters aligned, though he, being a seasoned individual, possessed a more profound and discerning perspective. When the topic reached a certain fervor, Zhou Yihai seized the moment to express his most pressing thoughts, casting a somewhat anxious glance at Tai Feng. That we all understood that the determination of right and wrong rested upon his contemplation. Although Zhou Yihai was cunningly shrewd, he had shown me kindness, prompting me to casually add, "Our General Zhou has toiled greatly over this piece of land. The primary motivation is not merely for other reasons. but to provide for the increasing number of eligible young men and women in the factories under the company. General Zhou wishes to construct several affordable housing units as internal resources, alleviating the pressing housing demands of our employees, thus fulfilling our responsibilities towards them. After making my succinct remarks, I promptly fell silent, for I had sought to understand Taifeng's temperament through various channels before arriving. I had heard that he was sympathetic to the underprivileged and discreetly engaged in charitable endeavors. Although Zhou Yihai had spoken at length, he had not quite hit the mark, and I sought to provide a fitting supplement. To my surprise, this remark indeed softened Taifeng's demeanor, and he finally responded, "Currently, various enterprises do face such challenges, which is indeed a matter of concern for the relevant authorities. I will inquire about the feasibility. But as for the specifics of these arrangements, I will not intervene. You must handle them yourselves." With his lead, that was already sufficient. Zhou Yihai was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Of course, of course. Mr. Tai's agreement today fills me with immense gratitude. Allow me to raise a glass on behalf of all Dongson employees. There is no need for such flattery. I am merely returning a favor. Whether I can be of assistance remains to be seen." Taifeng replied with a slight smile, then took a delicate sip of his wine. Our conversation continued until 9 in the evening, for individuals of Mr. Taifeng's caliber are known for their precise routines. As soon as the time arrived, he promptly took his leave. Zhou Yihai and I respectfully escorted him to the door, when unexpectedly, just before he got into the car, he turned to me and said, "Xu Bei, might I invite you to my humble abode for tea tomorrow afternoon?" I was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a direct invitation from him, but I quickly regained my composure and replied, "Certainly, Mr. Tai. It would be my honor to attend. That I shall arrange for my driver to pick you up." Taifeng smiled and, with a slight bend, entered the vehicle. Once Taifeng departed, Zhou Yihai immediately remarked, "Indeed, Xu Bei's charm is formidable. Even someone of Mr. Tai's stature is drawn to you." I offered a faint smile, choosing not to engage further. Although I may be somewhat oblivious when it comes to matters of the heart, I can still discern whether a man harbors feelings for me. While Taifeng admires me, it is clear that our relationship is devoid of romantic entanglements, a notion I could perceive from the clarity in his gaze. "Alas, it seems my humble abode cannot contain such a spirited steed as you." Noticing my silence, Zhou Yihai patted my shoulder and said, "As the saying goes, when one is wealthy, do not forget those who helped you." I entered his car, smiling lightly as I replied, "How could that be? Without old Zhou, there would be no present-day Xu Bei. Old Zhou, I would like to ask you for a favor." "What sort of favor?" he inquired. Zhou Yihai responded readily, "Isn't this rather premature? Our three parties have just begun to collaborate, and Su's firm is pivotal. I believe this is not the optimal time. Moreover, I must be frank, Xu Bei, while you have indeed boarded the grand vessel of Xingjun, your position remains precarious. Ultimately, whether you reach the shore depends on your own ability to navigate. Take your time, proceed slowly. What if I told you that within a year, Su's firm would face utter collapse? Would you believe me?" I asked Zhou Yihai directly. He was taken aback, abruptly halting the car, and gazed at me incredulously, saying, "What exactly are you planning? Or do you possess significant assurance that Xingjun will assist you?" "Some matters must be handled independently. I do not intend to rely on his help. Of course, if he is willing to aid me, that would be ideal," I replied nonchalantly. "The consequences of my actions may very well render me a thorn in Su's side. I fear for my position in Hangqing. That Su's firm has been entrenched here for many years and is not so easily uprooted. Furthermore, with the deep-rooted connections between Shengshi and Su's firm, I doubt Xingjun would wage war against Su for my personal desires." Zhou Yihai spoke while his eyes darted about, revealing that he was already contemplating the implications. "Do you wish to remain perpetually beneath Su's heel, surviving on scraps while Su feasts? Or do you aspire to become a leader in this industry?" I retorted, "Old Zhou, no one understands your ambitions better than I do, nor is anyone more committed to assisting you. Consider my words carefully and take a look at the current landscape. Even if you remain inactive, do you truly believe Su will allow you to flourish? Su Changsheng has likely been making numerous underhanded moves, has he not? Can you honestly claim you do not feel a sense of impending peril?" I am not afraid to tear apart his old facade. I spoke plainly, fully aware that my words might offend him. However, honest advice is often unwelcome, and besides, what does it matter if I upset him now? He wouldn't dare retaliate against me. Zhou Yihai's face shifted from black to red, and finally, as if he had made a resolute decision, he asked me, "How confident are you?" 50%, I replied candidly, adding that it was merely a matter of whether I would emerge victorious or be left in vain. I suggested he consider it. In truth, my confidence was not so high. I merely wished to take a gamble. I understood Zhou Yihai all too well. Had I not secured the patronage of Xingjun, I wouldn't have dared to speak such words in front of him, for he would never have offered me even the slightest assistance. Yet now, with both Xingjun's support and the unexpected favor of Typhon, I had transformed in Zhou Yihai's eyes into a pawn of substantial utility. By nature, he was a gambler. He had risen from the depths of poverty to his current status through relentless risk-taking. A weight lifted from my chest. Only then did I realize that I had left without notifying him, and he had not even bothered to call me. My heart raced as I gradually discerned this man's true nature. The calmer he appeared, the more dangerous he became. Steeling myself, I took out my key and opened the door. As I entered, I found him draped in a bathrobe, seated on the sofa, with a nearly empty bottle of vodka before him. The atmosphere, combined with his reddened eyes, felt decidedly unsettling, intensifying my unease. "Where have you been?" he inquired, noticing my hesitation to approach. His arms were spread open on the sofa, exuding an imposing aura, his alluring legs exposed. And the robe had loosened enough to reveal a hint of his enticing chest hair. "That I was with a client," I replied. "Who did you meet?" he asked, his gaze predatory, his tone growing more severe. "That falls within my professional purview. You need not pry," I retorted, summoning courage despite my trepidation. "Su Shubei is no pushover. I certainly won't interfere with your work, but the child you carry is mine. And I have the right to know where my child is. Also, why didn't you bring a bodyguard? Can you bear the consequences if anything were to happen?" His tone escalated, and he glared at me. His voice a low growl. "The child remains within me. Whether it is born or not is my choice, not yours." Just as I prepared to cleverly shut the door, he barged in, pinning me against the wall. Locking eyes with me as he declared, "Su Shubei, you are once again testing my limits." I caught the scent of alcohol on his breath and frowned instinctively. He instinctively pulled back slightly and continued, "From now on, unless I permit it, you are not to leave. Xingjun, you are the one truly challenging my limits." Upon hearing this, I was immediately filled with displeasure. "I am neither your wife nor your lover. Our connection is solely due to the existence of this child and our mutual interests that compel us to remain together. You have no right to restrict my freedom. I shall go wherever I please. And what if I insist on having a say in the matter?" His face turned a shade of blue with anger. "Then I shall not give birth." The words escaped my lips before I could contemplate their weight. Indeed, I was unprepared for motherhood, and this child's arrival was truly unforeseen. However, I have never once entertained the thought of relinquishing him. My statement was merely a reaction, lacking any heartfelt conviction. "What did you say?" His gaze transformed into an icy glare, his voice resonating as though it emanated from the depths of the earth. Exuding an air of chilling severity, he said, "Su Shubei, listen carefully. From the very beginning, I made it clear that I intend to claim this child. Should you dare to inflict even the slightest harm upon him or harbor any thought of giving him up, I shall despise you for eternity." His words fell upon my heart like heavy hail, leaving me trembling with a dull ache. "He has the right to choose his existence in this world. He is not only my child, but also yours. He is a life." Xingjun regarded me coldly, and after finishing his statement, he turned and exited the bedroom. I opened the door, and thankfully, he remained seated on the sofa, engrossed in a parenting book, the warm yellow light casting a gentle glow upon him. Perhaps influenced by the book, the angles of his face softened. I quietly approached from behind, observing him as he fixated on an illustration depicting a fetus at 20 weeks gestation. He studied it for quite some time. And then a subtle smile graced his lips. Suddenly, I was reminded of my father. I imagined that when my mother was pregnant with me, his emotions were likely akin to Xingjun's at that very moment. My father is the best in the world. I had not anticipated that Xingjun would possess such a profound yearning for the new life within me. My heart softened instantly, and I leaned down to embrace his neck, softly whispering in his ear. I merely spoke in anger. "Like you, I have never considered giving up. Since the moment I learned of his existence that I felt a slight tremor in his body." He closed the book, stood up, and took my hand, calmly stating, "My father's health fluctuates, and the 4 women of our family are becoming restless. My 3 sisters are clamoring for executive positions at the company. And unexpected events may soon unfold. My time with you will become increasingly limited, which is why I've assigned you 2 bodyguards that I wish for our child to encounter no misfortune. I hope you can protect him. All right?" In that moment, I discerned a hint of entrustment in his words, sensing the weighty significance he placed upon this child that I nodded and replied, I will, rest assured. I am not a frail woman in need of, for I am fully aware that he is my child. It is as simple as that. He gently laid me upon the bed, bestowing a soft kiss upon my forehead, and then, appearing somewhat fatigued, reclined beside me, soon succumbing to slumber. The following afternoon, Tai Feng's driver arrived punctually at my residence. As Tai Feng had mentioned I donned an exquisite white silk gown, adorned with delicate crimson plum blossoms, elegantly complemented by a few branches of plum, the loose-fitting style paired with flat shoes imparting a tall and refreshing appearance. With my hair cascading freely and a light touch of makeup, I made my way to Tai Feng's abode, only to discover that it resembled a traditional Sihyuan courtyard, exuding a rustic elegance. The interior decor revealed the host's refined and uncommon taste, clearly filled with antiques. I had heard previously of Tai Feng's profound knowledge of antiquities. As I settled into my seat, Tai Feng emerged dressed in a long robe reminiscent of the Ming and Qing dynasties, greeting me with a smile that lit up his face upon seeing me, followed by a meticulous appraisal before he inquired, May I be so bold as to ask, are your parents residing in Hangzhou? My parents tragically passed away in a car accident when I was 8, long departed from this world. Why did Mr. Tai ask such a question? I probed. You bear a striking resemblance to a late acquaintance of mine. Her surname is Su, with the single character Wan as her given name, Tai Feng replied, leading me to a stone table in the courtyard before speaking in a measured tone. That I was taken aback, gazing at Tai Feng in disbelief. Though he appeared youthful due to his well-maintained demeanor, a closer examination of his age indeed aligned closely with that of my mother. My mother's name was Su Wan. Could it be mere coincidence? I exclaimed in astonishment. During my parents' time in Hangzhou, they were well acquainted with many individuals, known for their gentle disposition and wide circle of friends. Our home often welcomed guests. Yet I was too young then to retain vivid memories. After my parents' demise, owing to Su Chongqing and his wife's deliberate obstruction, coupled with my tender age and hazy recollections, I lost touch with their acquaintances. Initially, I had overheard Su Tianyi mention that friends of my parents had sent money and snacks, all of which he consumed himself, discarding the clothes intended for me. Eventually, I was placed in an orphanage, likely due to Su Chongqing's intentional concealment, resulting in no one coming to visit me again. Indeed, Xiaowan perished in a car accident alongside her husband many years ago, a matter that continues to weigh heavily on my heart. I even sought information later but received no news of you. So, you are indeed the sole daughter of Xiaowan? Tai Feng inquired. His tone, though remarkably calm, conveyed a tumult of emotions hidden beneath his composed exterior. As I noticed a subtle redness around his eyes, he sighed. Heaven has eyes that oh, you know my mother? I asked, astonished and at a loss. That moment, I finally comprehended the depth of meaning concealed within his gaze when he looked at me. Not merely acquainted. She was the youngest junior sister in our academy, true to her name, possessing a gentle and understanding nature that endeared her to us all. Later, she chose your father among us, culminating in a blissful union. Your father, indeed, distinguished himself, being the first to rise among our group. Alas, it is a pity that fate plays its tricks, and calamity strikes unexpectedly. Tai Feng sighed heavily at this juncture, gazing at me as he spoke. I have sought you for many years. Upon learning of your parents' misfortune, I have longed to take you in. However, your uncle assured me that you were being well cared for, urging me not to worry. When I proposed a meeting, he declined, stating that it would be better for your growth if we did not meet. Regrettably, I did not even know your name. I only knew that Xiaowan had a daughter who had miraculously escaped disaster. Over the years, I have remitted 20,000 yuan annually to your uncle's account, until your university graduation. Have you received this money? Tai Feng's tone remained calm, seemingly unperturbed, yet it was merely a facade to conceal his emotions in front of me. His junior that I could sense the profound affection embedded in his mention of Xiaowan, my mother. Yet, due to her choice of my father, he had preserved this affection, likely never revealing it before others. And thus, it was even less likely he would express anything in my presence. After my parents' demise, my uncle took charge of all family assets, including the properties left behind by my parents. Subsequently, I was sent to an orphanage, where I grew up alone, working diligently to finance my education until I completed university. I responded with equal calmness, though my heart felt particularly heavy. It dawned on me that, all these years, there existed an unfamiliar individual who had silently cared for me. Yet, I remained oblivious to this fact. It was all due to Su Chongqing. This thought intensified my resentment towards him. Is everything you said true? He asked, gazing at me with disbelief. There's even more that will astonish you. Would you like to hear it? I replied with a wry smile. Looking at him, he clearly began to grasp the gravity of the situation, his expression growing somber. I laid bare my past, having only confided in Xia Yiwa and Shijian. The pain was too intense, and simply mentioning it could easily bring forth tears that I did not wish to cry. I despised shedding tears so easily. However, the memories of my parents and grandmother would forever remain a source of anguish in my heart. I endeavored to maintain a composed tone as I recounted the events, from before the incident to its aftermath, detailing my parents' tragic fate and my grandmother's plight. Once I finished, tears streamed forth from my eyes like a fountain. I had thought I would not cry. I had overestimated my own resilience. Child, do not weep. Taifeng approached, cradling my head in his arms, gently stroking my hair. It is all in the past. It has not yet passed for me. I retorted, breaking free from his embrace in frustration. Very well. I shall assist you, he replied, looking at me with conviction. Thank you, uncle. I understood that his mere words sufficed. No further elaboration was necessary. He sighed and continued. Over the years, moved by your plight and considering that Su Changsheng is your father's brother, coupled with the fact that the Su family is your parents' legacy, I have taken great care of the Su family. When they faced financial difficulties, it was I who intervened. Little did I expect that Su Changsheng, who appeared to be loyal and righteous, would actually harbor such treacherous ambitions. Truly, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Would Uncle Tai believe my words based solely on my account? I gazed at him, anxiously inquiring that I possessed no concrete evidence. Everything was merely conjecture, and to this day, I have been unable to uncover any incriminating proof against Su Changsheng. Foolish child, if he truly devoted himself to raising you, you would not harbor such resentment within your heart. It is truly a pity for you. Born into a life of privilege, yet inexplicably burdened with so much. Enduring humiliation and hardship to arrive at this point is enough to make one feel a chill for you. Taifeng looked at me, speaking with a sense of lament, and then assured me. Rest assured, I shall not allow Xiao Wan to remain restless beneath the 9 springs. His words brought forth tears once more, yet I swiftly stifled my weeping, striving to suppress my emotions. If you wish to cry, then cry. There are no outsiders here, no need to feign strength. He offered me a tissue, patting my shoulder as he said, Child, from now on, I am your kin. This gentle yet resolute nature mirrored that of Xiao Wan, infused with a touch of your father's pride. This is excellent. Maintain such a disposition, but remember to exercise patience and avoid haste in all matters. Taifeng remarked appreciatively. I understand, Uncle Tai. I never anticipated encountering a friend of my parents in my lifetime, let alone discovering that Uncle Tai was indeed a friend of theirs. That I expressed my gratitude. After so many years, having traversed the darkness alone for so long, I have finally welcomed a glimmer of hope. I am merely a friend of your mother. Your father, however, is not. He is my rival in love, albeit one who earns my respect, Taifeng replied with a smile, though he need not articulate it. I could sense it. I offered a faint smile, surveying the courtyard before asking, Do you live here alone? Yes, my wife and I have been separated for many years. I have grown accustomed to living alone. Simple and carefree. Taifeng replied nonchalantly. I discerned the implications in his words and chose not to probe further. Taifeng invited me to share a meal, inquiring in detail about my life in the orphanage and at university. Although the fare was humble, our conversation flowed effortlessly. Thank you, Uncle Tai, I said sincerely. Let us get in the car. It is getting late, and you mustn't catch a chill, he replied gently. He did not inquire too deeply about my current circumstances, and I had not yet found the moment to share my pregnancy with him. Nevertheless, I had never experienced such a thing. It seemed that God had allowed me to traverse a path of scars alone until today. Watching as I stumbled through the mire, only to finally present me with a godlike figure. Though somewhat belated, the day had indeed arrived. Truly, heaven had eyes, and no matter how one emphasizes independence, after walking alone for so long, the heart still yearns for a favoring wind, to soar into the clouds on a plane, or, with luck, to board a rocket and ascend to great heights in an instant. I am not a complete advocate of independence. I merely compel myself to be self-reliant. In Taifeng's presence, as I recounted my entire story, and he spoke those warm words, the burden I had carried for so many years finally eased. Mother, thank you. The moment I stepped out of the car, I looked up at the full moon above, expressing my heartfelt gratitude. She stood there, suitcase in hand, looking weary from travel. From that night onward, our relationship froze completely. Later, I heard she had gone abroad to stay with my aunt and study management. When she saw me, she was momentarily taken aback. We exchanged glances, and then she quickly turned her head away. "Eva, it's been a long time," I said with a faint smile. The unfamiliarity in her eyes, when she looked at me, pierced my heart. "What brings you here?" she asked coolly, still avoiding my gaze and looking elsewhere. "I live right above you, that if you ever need me, you can come find me anytime," I replied. She instinctively glanced at my abdomen, then a hint of derision crossed her face. "In the past, when I suggested you move, you made excuses that I used to think you were aloof. Now I realize you simply have lofty ambitions. Eva, I thought you understood me." Her words struck my heart anew, and I couldn't help but respond. "I once believed I understood you as well, but later I discovered that I truly did not." She looked at me, scoffing with a laugh. "I thought you were a strong and independent woman. It seems you are nothing more than that. Must we inflict such pain upon each other?" I asked, struggling to bear the weight of it all, that I have new friends now, and my career is taking off. "From now on, you walk your path, and I shall cross my bridges. I believe this mutual indifference is for the best." After saying this, Xiaoyiwa turned coldly and stepped into the elevator. I stood there, stunned. A chill breeze swept by, causing me to shiver involuntarily. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms enveloped me from behind, and a gentle voice said, "It's so cold outside. Why are you standing here? Didn't the elevator arrive?" In a daze, I turned to see that familiar face, and I couldn't help but lean into his embrace, my emotions low. Some thoughts swirled in my mind, but I voiced them nonetheless. I have no friends left. Shijian has passed away, and Xiaoyiwa has drifted away completely. Loneliness is simply the norm of existence. "Did you encounter her just now?" Sheng Jun inquired. "Yes," I replied softly, just as I was about to step into the elevator. Xiaoyiwa unexpectedly walked out, carrying a bag, seemingly ready to leave. Upon seeing us, she paused for a moment, and then disdain flashed across her face. She acknowledged, before lowering her head and exiting with an expressionless demeanor. I turned slowly to watch her retreating figure. A pain I could not articulate welled up inside me. Is it possible for me to not live here anymore? I no longer wish to stay here. She may never forgive me. She will, just give her time. She is not a heartless person. She simply hasn't come to terms with it yet, Sheng Jun said, also gazing in the direction Xiaoyiwa had departed. Another gust of wind blew, and Sheng Jun wrapped me tightly in his embrace, guiding me into the elevator. Even though the doors closed and the cold air dissipated, he continued to hold me close. My heart, in that instant, froze to it turned out that he knew everyone I encountered. It became clear that he had never truly trusted me. The child I carried was a bargaining chip to solidify his position in the old man's heart. And my ambiguous identity was a pawn in his battle against his mother's pressure to marry. He may have feelings for both the child and me, but ultimately, it was all about self-interest. Yet I found myself almost ensnared in his tender affections, inadvertently losing my senses. His words arrived at a most opportune moment, awakening me to the realization that matters of love and passion are inherently unreliable. The pressing priority is to fortify our own positions and safeguard our respective interests. With this thought, the lingering bitterness within me dissipated, and I replied coolly, "My association with him has no bearing on you. He is entirely unaware that I am your girlfriend, so rest assured." "Really?" He cast a skeptical glance in my direction, then subtly probed further. "What do you seek from him? Why would you visit his home? He never invites anyone over, especially young women." I chuckled in disbelief at his suspicion. "Surely you don't think there's something illicit between us?" "Sheng Jun, you are overthinking this, and no matter how lowly I may seem, I am not so disgraceful as to engage with another man while with child. That better be the case. Otherwise, you know the consequences," he said, his gaze fixed upon me menacingly. He then inquired, "However, Tai Feng has always been reclusive. Why would he choose to associate with you? Su Shubei, what exactly are you plotting?" Even if I were to willingly bear his child and stand alongside him in this endeavor, his lingering distrust was palpable. His insinuations pierced me like a thorn in my throat. I merely accompanied him to his abode, engaging in profound discussions about life and aspirations. "Are you truly so eager for such details?" I looked at him, my tone laced with sarcasm. "Indeed, not only did we share a bed, but we also explored countless positions. Are you satisfied now? Su Shubei, when I speak earnestly with you, it is best that you refrain from jesting." Sheng Jun's face was a mask of icy terror. "What precisely do you wish to inquire about?" Do you intend to scrutinize my personal circle as well? Xingjun, we are merely collaborators, even if I carry your offspring. It is under the terms of our partnership that I implore you not to overstep my boundaries, or else that I too was pushed to the brink, shouting at him. Or else what? His tone turned frigid. What will you do? Do not presume that because you believe you have found a better platform, you can hastily sever ties with me. Since you have boarded my vessel, it is advisable that you cooperate fully. Believe me, even if I choose not to align with you, Su Chongqing would not dare lay a finger on me. I declared with conviction, yet you, if I were to withhold my assistance now. You are acutely aware of how precarious your situation is. Your father's condition deteriorates, your stepmother and 3 sisters are poised to pounce, your father is feeble and harbors no affection for you. And the board of your company has long harbored treachery against you. Before I could enumerate further, Xingjun interrupted. Enough, Su Shubei. Do not think you can threaten me, even without you, as long as I am in Shengshi. No one can take it from me. Did you truly believe that I would keep this child for the sake of Sheng at this juncture? He abruptly ceased to elaborate. Yet, from his words, I discerned a hint of underlying truth. I understood that women are inherently emotional, navigating the rational realm of men. Once genuine feelings are stirred, it signifies an irrevocable descent into chaos. Thus, I resolved not to be ensnared by his beguiling charm, nor to be entranced by the seemingly gentle whirlpool he conjured. Especially after encountering Typhon, I became acutely aware that the day I would topple the Su family was drawing near. And I must not allow personal entanglements to cloud my judgment. I shall share the responsibility of raising the child with you. But as for my private matters, I would appreciate your discretion. Likewise, I shall refrain from probing into your affairs. That I stated coldly to Su Shubei. Does revenge truly consume your heart to the exclusion of all else? Upon hearing my words, he coldly inquired. Indeed, I pondered for 2 seconds. Then, gazing at him with conviction, I replied. In that fleeting moment, I sensed his disappointment. Very well, if that is the case, you may rest here and nurture the child. I shall no longer intrude. However, for the child's safety, I will impose strict measures regarding your outings. Xingjun subsequently remarked. Very well. He regarded me, then suddenly asked, do you have any requests? Speak freely if you do. What kind of requests? I queried in astonishment, momentarily unclear about his intent. You have borne a child for me out of wedlock, thus hindering your youth and future prospects. If you require it, I am prepared to offer appropriate compensation. Simply voice your needs. He spoke slowly, his gaze particularly frosty. In an instant, the atmosphere between us shifted to one fraught with tension, akin to a transactional exchange. It became apparent that regardless of our past intimacy or the semblance of love, we had never truly shared such a bond. No need. Since I have decided to bring this child into the world, I shall bear the consequences myself. All I ask is that when the time comes for me to act against the Su family, you might lend me your support. Naturally, if you are unwilling, I shall not compel you. I am grateful for your intervention that saved my life, I replied with equal coldness. The air in the room grew tense, as we locked gazes, appearing less like expectant parents and more like 2 self-serving individuals wielding a child as a bargaining chip. While I scorned myself, an inexplicable ache filled my heart, leaving me uncertain whether it stemmed from guilt towards the child or something else entirely. Since I have allowed you aboard my ship, I shall certainly spare no effort regarding your affairs. Once the situation stabilizes within the Sheng realm, I will sever all ties with the Su family. However, for the moment, I cannot fulfill that promise, he concluded icily, then softened his tone slightly. Aside from that, do you have any other requests? A house, a car, jewelry, whatever you desire. I shall endeavor to accommodate. He never anticipated that I would utter such a statement, and immediately burst into laughter. With that, the previously tense atmosphere lightened considerably. I am not a stallion, with such fervent desires, but why are you concerned about that? Did you not assert that our relationship is purely one of mutual benefit? Xingjun regarded me, his gaze shifting as his hand suddenly reached towards my chest. Startled, I instinctively took 2 steps back and exclaimed, What's going on? Are you playing tricks again? Since you have made such a request, it seems you have something on your mind. If that is the case, while I am still here, I can oblige you. Xingjun chuckled, his gaze suddenly taking on a hint of allure as he fixated on the slight opening of my collar, remarking, It seems to have grown quite a bit. I've been too busy lately to truly appreciate it. I've heard that pregnant women are particularly captivating. When discussing such significant matters, please refrain from being frivolous. I hurriedly adjusted my collar, but in my haste, I pulled too hard, causing a button on my shirt to pop open, revealing the already ample curves of my chest. which sprang forth like playful rabbits. How embarrassing! While I protested, I inadvertently lured him closer. Sushube, it has been ages since you've exuded such charm. Given this, I shall indulge you. Xingjun could hardly contain himself. He pushed me onto the sofa and proclaimed, I shall ask you a question, and you must answer me truthfully. As I resisted, I inquired, how many women have you had before me? Seizing the moment while his kisses were fervent, I posed the question. Since my pregnancy, he had spent considerably more time with me than before, yet due to our inexperience as new parents, we were often apprehensive about matters concerning pregnancy. He had been pent up for quite a while, and even when he managed to have his way, I was filled with trepidation, entirely unlike the carefree manner I had before. In that moment, my words held a considerable sway over him. He gazed at me, hesitated for a moment, and finally muttered, somewhat indistinctly, the second. Before I could fully process his words, he abruptly settled onto the sofa, pressing my head down as he growled, it's time for you to show your true self. 2 hours later, chaos reigned around us. Used tissues, protective gear, clothes, and undergarments strewn everywhere. The baby was moving vigorously. Would everything be all right? I lay languidly in Shengjuan's embrace, expressing my vexation. Everything will be fine. The baby is likely just thrilled to have many siblings to play with. Expressing gratitude through those vigorous movements, Shengjun replied, reclining against the headboard with a teasing tone. Such a rascal. I chuckled at his jest, though a twinge of worry lingered in my heart. I pondered if we had been too vigorous. Would it startle the baby? Was everything truly okay? Should we consider a visit to the hospital? Could you exhibit some common sense, my dear? He chuckled softly, rolling over to pull me into his embrace, playfully pinching my nose. If my memory serves me correctly, this was the first time he had called me my dear, and my heart skipped a beat. I turned to face him, and he wrapped his arms around me tightly, resting his hand on my belly for a while before suddenly saying gently, there, the baby has settled down, lulled to sleep by me. You need not worry. His tone was so familiar, it momentarily gave me the impression of being a married couple. Yet, I was acutely aware that this was not the case, nor would it ever be. Unnecessary trouble. What do you mean? Are you referring to emotional entanglements? He lowered his head to gaze at me, bestowing a gentle kiss upon my forehead, his hand tenderly caressing my hair, while his lips uttered, Sushube, I refuse to believe that you harbor no feelings for me. Does it truly matter? I only wish to convey one truth. Emotions hold no value in my heart. I replied coldly. To indulge in such tenderness, while simultaneously maintaining a rational refusal, is a tormenting experience. I am acutely aware that you are a woman of unparalleled ruthlessness. That moment, Xingjun halted his movements, releasing me and sitting upright on the bed. Isn't it advantageous to be heartless? At least you have no worries, no fear that I will seize your possessions, nor any concern that I will cling to you incessantly. I remarked nonchalantly. That merely indicates your intelligence. You are aware of what you should desire and what you should not. What I appreciate most is this self-awareness of yours. Shengjun looked at me, his voice cold as he stated, it is often said that men can effortlessly separate love from sex. I find this not difficult, as I too can do so, although the process is rather arduous. He truly rose, picking up his clothes from the floor one by one, casually placing my garments aside. Understood, I replied with a detached tone, my gaze steady upon him. In the future, is it unnecessary for me to have your frequent company? Noting my unusual composure, he inquired further, I still wish to visit you and the child when I have the time. The book suggests that a child in the womb benefits from hearing their father's voice, fostering intimacy later on. Father. Such a marvelous title. It is hard to fathom that we are about to have a child together, yet we can converse so calmly. There is no need. I will become increasingly busy, and I presume you will be as well. That I can take care of myself. Your frequent visits may disrupt my emotional state. That I maintained my icy demeanor. Very well, he replied, a hint of significance lacing his tone, before finally donning his coat. Observing my impassive expression, he curiously asked, are you certain you do not wish for me to stay? I was perplexed by his unusually fussy demeanor today, and I chuckled softly. Off you go. If you dawdle, you might not know what time it is by the time you finish your overtime. I will spend the night poring over the contract in hand and fly to Hong Kong early tomorrow. I can sleep on the plane. It is unfortunate that you are pregnant. Otherwise. He gazed at me, his words trailing off. In truth, I still possess plenty of stamina. I am weary and wish to rest. I issued my dismissal directly. He discerned the underlying meaning in my words. His previously slightly affectionate expression suddenly grew cold. In truth, this icy demeanor suits me far better. Reason has once again triumphed. Well, since that is the case, I shall not intrude further, he remarked with a hint of disinterest, then added, I must remind you, though, that Tai Feng, despite being separated from my aunt for many years, is still a married man. They cannot possibly divorce. You are overthinking. I am not as debased as you presume. To simply offer myself to a powerful man upon meeting him, I retorted coldly, Su Shubei, your words have become increasingly audacious. Xingjun replied, caught between laughter and exasperation. Indeed, you remain true to yourself. Su Shubei. He gazed at me deeply, a faint smile gracing his lips, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Subsequently, he turned on his heel and departed the room without a moment's hesitation. Soon, I heard the sound of a door closing from the living room. I did not shed a tear. Instead, I quietly stared at the portraits as a myriad of past memories surged forth like a relentless tide. Once, I had envisioned this day countless times. Now, that day had finally arrived. The door remained ajar, and as I knelt alone in the living room, Tai Feng entered directly, upon seeing me before the portraits of my parents and grandmother. He let out a gentle sigh and respectfully offered 3 incense sticks, addressing my parents. Ting Sheng, Xiaowan, I have come to see you. In the future, Xu Bei shall be treated as my own daughter. If you are aware from the other side, there is no need to worry. After uttering these words, he helped me rise from the floor. As I lifted my gaze to meet his eyes, I found them as tranquil as when we first met. Perhaps only those who have weathered great storms can remain unperturbed regardless of the circumstances they face. Although I had little prior interaction with him, I had heard snippets of his story. I knew his rise to success could fill a thick tome. It is all in the past. In time, everything will improve, he consoled me in a calm tone. Then added nonchalantly, your parents would be proud to see you now. Uncle Tai, there is something I have yet to share with you. After much hesitation, I resolved to disclose the matter of the child to him. He guided me to the sofa and watched me quietly, awaiting my revelation. I am with child, but I do not wish to disclose the father's identity. However, I assure you, I will carry this child to term. I stated. I understand. I did not expect otherwise, he replied, remaining exceedingly composed. I can surmise your reasons. Uncle Tai, this child was an unexpected arrival. Yet, I find myself already ensnared in this situation. In light of his words, I chose to speak candidly. Perhaps there would be no resolution ahead, but I was prepared for whatever may come. Whatever path you choose, it should not be a mere whim. This is your life. You are the architect of your own fate. Tai Feng maintained his serene demeanor, a calmness that made further discourse feel unnecessary. Indeed, the tumult surrounding my affair with Xingjun had caused quite a stir. How could he possibly be unaware? His understanding was sufficient for me, and thus I refrained from saying more. Perhaps this is what it means to be truly wise. Even without grandiloquent words or excessive sentimentality, I knew that a person like him would naturally extend his help with a simple, I will assist you. I escorted him to the door, watching as his vehicle vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, I received a call from Zhou Yihai. Xu Bei, I am overjoyed. We have finally secured that piece of land. I never expected Tai Feng's word to carry such weight. Xu Bei, I am immensely grateful to you. Where are you? I shall come to fetch you. Dinner is on me. I will not be joining you this evening. I am a bit fatigued. It is sufficient that you have acquired it. I know this has been a burden on your mind. I replied into the phone. As soon as I finished speaking, I caught sight of Su Chongqing's car slowly entering my line of vision. What on earth was this scoundrel doing here at such an hour? Chapter 95, The Beating, 1. With 2 bodyguards flanking me on either side, I crossed my arms and narrowed my eyes as his car slowly approached my line of sight. As the door swung open, Su Chongqing emerged, clad in a long black trench coat and sporting sunglasses. Following him were 4 burly men in black suits, each towering and menacing. The atmosphere suggested that their intentions were far from benign. My bodyguards, perceiving the situation, promptly stepped forward to shield me. I patted their shoulders, signaling them to remain calm. Xu Bei, I heard you've moved in today. Are you settling in well? He inquired, breaking the silence as I remained silent. Of course, I am comfortable. This is my home after all. What reason would I have to feel otherwise? But you, having occupied my nest for so many years, can your conscience truly be at peace? I retorted coldly. I did not come here to quarrel with you. I merely wished to express my concern for you. After all, regardless of the circumstances, I am your closest kin in this world. Wouldn't you agree? His expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained his composure. When you beat and berated me back then, did you ever consider our familial bond and show me any mercy when you sent me to the orphanage? Did you ever reflect upon the fact that I was your only brother's sole surviving heir in this world? When you usurped all my family's assets, did you not contemplate leaving a lifeline for your only niece? I gazed at I bequeath this house to you, merely to express my desire to compensate you. You have witnessed your uncle's sincerity. Should you wish to reconcile, I assure you that I will endeavor to assist you with any needs you may have within the Sheng family in the future. Su Chongxing stated. To hell with your compensation. Su Chongxing, do you not have any shame? Upon hearing this, I could no longer contain my expletives. He froze momentarily, his countenance darkening immediately. The four men in black behind him, perceiving the situation, raised their fists in a show of intimidation, while the two bodyguards at my back defiantly flexed their muscles and shouted at them, "If you dare, come and have a go. Who the hell is afraid of you? Su Shubei, must you make this so humiliating? I am here today, bowing before you. Do not presume that I am intimidated. Whether you can maintain your status in the Sheng family is another matter. Do not think that just because you have climbed to greater heights, you can act with impunity." Su Chongxing's face darkened as he spoke to me. "Even if I have no ties to the Sheng family, should you dare to come today, I would still relish the opportunity to knock your teeth out. Do you believe that?" I sneered at him, saying, "If you are a client, then do not feign decorum. If you wish to negotiate, reveal your true intentions. Spare me your insincere, duplicitous theatrics. I find them utterly distasteful. I am fully aware of who you are. I know your motives all too well. To be frank, should you step foot here today, I will gladly ensure you are left searching for your teeth. The Sheng family? Ha! Su Chongsheng, do not think that I lack the support of the Sheng family. Even if I did, I would not care. Just remember, as long as I draw breath, I shall remain your adversary. Do not dare to put on airs before me. I am fully cognizant of how my parents met their demise, and how my grandmother passed. You, a heartless, unprincipled scoundrel, will one day reap divine retribution. I was pregnant and weary of this exchange. Anan, obey, teach him a thorough lesson. Feeling fatigued, I reclined comfortably in a chair at the entrance. As soon as I finished speaking, Anan and Obey, the two bodyguards, clapped thrice in unison, and the villa's grand doors were promptly shut by the four guards stationed outside. I was already aware that, aside from Anan and Obey, Sheng Jun had also stationed several personal bodyguards around this old residence. He treasured this child dearly and would not allow even the slightest mishap to occur. "Strike him," I commanded, locking my gaze onto Su Chongxing's eyes. Anan and Obey, accompanied by a throng of bodyguards, charged forward. Su Chongxing likely believed that with 4 men, he could intimidate me into submission. I aimed to prove him utterly mistaken. When dealing with a ruthless and scrupulous villain, violence suffices without the need for further dialogue. This time, I would deal with him decisively. Let him experience the torment and humiliation I once endured at their hands. The guards surged forth, swiftly subduing the 4men. As Su Chongxing prepared to flee, he found himself cornered. Anan and Obey restrained him on either side and, without hesitation, landed a powerful punch to his head. Blood streamed from his nostrils as I coldly observed the scene, feeling nothing but sorrow within. Su Shubei, I am the esteemed president of the Su Group. How dare you treat me this way? You shall pay for this, Su Chongxing exclaimed in a fit of exasperation. The more you stubbornly resist, the harder Anan and Obey strike. You cannot blame me for this. If there is any blame, it should fall upon you for intruding upon my home without consent, causing me considerable distress. I languidly reclined in my chair, casually trimming my nails as I spoke. Having lived a life of luxury for so long, Su Chongxing had never experienced such a barrage. It was hardly surprising that after a mere few blows, he began to wail and plead for mercy. Individuals like Su Chongxing, devoid of loyalty and integrity, possess no backbone. When met with softness, they exploit it. Yet the moment firmness is displayed, they immediately yield. Shubei, you must command them to cease. Please, make them stop. What conditions do you require? What must I do for you to spare me? Su Chongxing cried out. Enduring the blows, he lay limp and powerless on the ground, and I straightened my posture, composed myself, and donned a cheerful facade, feigning gentleness as I inquired, "Uncle, does Anan and Obey's massage feel pleasant? It appears your body has not been properly exercised in quite some time. Allowing them to exert themselves must surely bring you some relief." Su Chongxing weakly retorted, "Su Shubei, I came to you in goodwill seeking reconciliation, and you dare to let them strike me. Just wait. I will not let this matter rest." "Oh, dear uncle, it is merely a matter of reciprocity. You struck me once in the past, and now I return the favor. I acknowledge your kindness, and you shall bear my grievances. Is that not the most fitting arrangement?" I replied nonchalantly, Sushube, you are truly ruthless. He looked up at me, his gaze sharp and venomous. Uncle, how can I compare to your cruelty? For the sake of profit, you spare neither your own brother nor your mother. I am merely returning your methods in kind, and I find it rather gentle. Had I been a touch harsher, you might not have survived this encounter. However, you are my uncle, and while you may be heartless, I cannot afford to be ungrateful. Guests are always welcome. Since you have come to my door, I must prepare this modest gift, a token of filial piety that you should graciously accept. Upon finishing my words, I gracefully rose, crouching on the steps to regard him, who lay on the ground like a defeated dog. I have thoughtfully considered what you said earlier. Uncle, you are correct. After all, we are family, bound by blood and affection. I spoke to Anan, who responded in kind, and then he entered the inner room to fetch something. There was no need for pretense. Sushube, let us speak plainly. Despite having endured a severe beating, Su Chongqing remained remarkably lucid in the courtyard, for burly men groaned incessantly, yet none dared to approach any closer in light of this situation. Su Chongqing was quite perceptive, since my uncle had come to seek me out with such earnestness and had received a considerable favor from me. I felt compelled to overlook past grievances. I hoped he would not take to heart the events of today. As my uncle so wisely stated, what is in the past should remain there. I shall not hold grudges, and neither should he. What does my uncle think? I inquired with a cheerful smile. Su Chongqing was utterly unprepared for how thoroughly I had adopted his own logic of villainy. He stared at me, momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. I understood my uncle's intentions of reconciliation, and the meaning behind them was clear to me. However, the estrangement accumulated over the years could not be dissolved overnight. After all, encountering someone as despicable as my uncle was a rare occurrence in my life. Thus, I continued speaking while observing Su Chongqing's reactions. His face fluctuated between shades of black and purple, and he struggled to contain his growing ire. Yet he endured long enough to let me finish. Therefore, I believed we could attempt to mend our relationship, although ultimately, it would depend on my uncle's attitude. I maintained my smile as I addressed him. What do you say? He gasped, still reeling from the pain. In my youth, my uncle had beaten me time and again, and had even cast me out of my home, sending me to an orphanage. Earlier, my uncle had urged me to let go of past grievances. So, given that he had just received a blow, could he also not set aside his animosity towards his niece? I asked with a smile, then added, if my uncle harbored this incident in his heart, feigning cordiality would be rather pointless. I thought to myself. If I could let go of such deep-seated hatred, surely this minor matter could be overlooked by my uncle, who is so magnanimous, right? Su Chongqing fell silent for a considerable time. And suddenly, despite his swollen face resembling a dumpling, a slow, laborious smile began to emerge as he wiped the blood from his nose. He said, nothing has transpired. It was merely that my niece, seeing her uncle in poor health, arranged for someone to give him a massage. My uncle is grateful for his niece's filial piety. I shall host a banquet at my home the night after tomorrow, warmly welcoming my niece's presence. I wonder if she would do me the honor of attending. My uncle's hospitality was difficult to decline, and I was more than willing to accept. However, considering my uncle's current state, could it be that he had set a trap for me? A veritable feast of betrayal. I maintained my smile as I sparred verbally with Su Changsheng. In that case, I shall not see him off any further. I concluded with a smile, stretching my back and adding, my niece is with child and cannot support her uncle. I hope he can understand. With that, I directly led Anan and Abe into the inner room and instructed them to close the villa's grand doors. Through the surveillance, I observed Su Chongqing gradually maneuver himself from the chair to the floor, clumsily crawling down the steps, ultimately making his way to the car, leaving those 4 useless bodyguards behind as he instructed the driver to depart. At last, I exhaled a faint sigh. Yet, it was far from sufficient. I understood that although Su Chongqing appeared to have swallowed his resentment, he harbored deep animosity towards me. Once I fell from grace, he would undoubtedly retaliate with even greater fervor. That night, I found solace in my childhood room, meticulously restoring it to its former glory as I remembered it. The walls painted a delicate pink. A petite princess-style bed, a small writing desk, and shelves brimming with an array of flowers in both large and small pots. As I lay there, despite my parents having passed on, I felt no fear whatsoever. This slumber was the most restful I had experienced in a long time. For the first time in my dreams, I beheld my parents, my father, as tall and handsome as I recalled, and my mother, as gentle and enchanting as ever, donned in a deep gray suit and a pearl-white Chanel ensemble, respectively. They stood hand in hand, offering me warm smiles. Just as I felt enveloped in bliss, the dream abruptly shifted. The vibrant sky turned a dreary gray, and I found myself tightly embraced by my grandmother in a cramped attic. Su Changsheng and Huang Xiaoxiang lashed at us with whips, and I saw tears streaming down my grandmother's face as she held me protectively. Whispering, "Nuan, one must never lose their conscience," that I awoke from the dream, tears streaming down my face, when suddenly, a warm hand grasped mine tightly. Still trapped in the remnants of my nightmare, I succumbed to a wave of sorrow and began to weep uncontrollably. In an instant, I was enveloped in someone's arms. Upon catching a whiff of that familiar scent, I opened my eyes, only to realize it had all been a dream, that my room was empty, and I was utterly alone. The night was as tranquil as water, with a cold light filtering through the window that I turned on the bedside lamp and sat up, surveying my surroundings, feeling an acute sense of loneliness. Was that embrace and warm hand what my subconscious longed for? Why had it felt so real, so unlike a mere dream? Yet, why was the room devoid of anyone upon waking? Just as these thoughts swirled in my mind, a text message arrived on my phone, consisting of 2 simple words: "Open the door." Immediately, I heard a knock at my door. Hastily, I approached and opened it, only to find him standing there, weary and burdened with a suitcase, his gaze calm as he inquired, "Did you fall asleep? What brings you here? Didn't we agree to avoid seeing each other as much as possible?" I couldn't help but ask. "I heard Su Changsheng came to see you today, and I was worried, so I came straight here from the airport," he replied gently. "Your eyes are so red. Have you been crying?" I protested. "No, how could I possibly cry? But you, why this sudden kindness?" I pulled away from his embrace and asked coolly, "Don't overthink it. I'm just concerned for the child, nothing more. Now that I see you're well, I can relax," he said, sensing my cold demeanor, which prompted him to adopt a similarly frosty attitude. "The child is fine. Please return my house keys to me, and in the future, kindly seek my permission before entering." I stated coldly. "Su Shubei, I arrived here immediately after my flight, and this is the attitude you present to me? Do you have any idea how anxious I was today?" His words trailed off abruptly as he suddenly closed his mouth, refraining from continuing. I gazed at him in astonishment, faintly discerning the implication behind his words. Yet I endeavored to steer my thoughts away from that direction. "I heard that you had them give him a beating. Are you not afraid of the consequences? Do not presume upon my willingness to assist you to act recklessly." Upon perceiving my demeanor, Sheng Jun's tone grew even colder. "Rest assured, I will not cause you any trouble if I dare to strike. I certainly have my reasons, Sheng Jun. If your concern is that I might implicate you, you need not worry." My tone became decidedly frostier. The weather was cool, and I was clad only in a thin nightgown, feeling somewhat chilled, prompting me to sneeze twice. "I fear no repercussions. I merely hope you refrain from acting rashly. After all, you are ostensibly my woman now," he said icily. Subsequently, he effortlessly scooped me up and placed me on the bed, tucking me in, his movements surprisingly natural. "But if you catch a cold during pregnancy, it could lead to significant complications, so you must take care of your health. Otherwise, I will consider arranging for a personal physician to monitor you closely," he said to me with a stern expression. Just as I contemplated issuing a dismissal, he suddenly added, "We will visit Su Changsheng's home the day after tomorrow. I shall accompany you. You may either choose not to go or comply with my wishes. There is no room for negotiation on this matter." I was momentarily taken aback. I had already prepared myself for the potential consequences of going alone and did not expect him to be willing to accompany me. "You want to accompany me? That seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" "There is no doubt," I faltered mid-sentence. "After all, nearly everyone in Hangzhou is aware that I am his fiancée. If he offers to accompany me, it does seem reasonable. What is there to discuss?" Sheng Jun observed my hesitation and remarked, "Su Shubei, I understand what you are contemplating and the reasons behind your desire to maintain distance from me. However, regarding the safety of the child, my presence is essential." "Why is that?" I lifted my head and said coldly, "It is not that I wish to keep my distance from you. Rather, there has always been a chasm between us. I know the world believes that I, Su Shubei, am rising to prominence through my child. Yet in my heart, this is merely a clandestine transaction of mutual consent." My words did not incite Sheng Jun's ire. On the contrary, his gaze shifted, becoming profound and enigmatic as he regarded me and slowly articulated, "Su Shubei, the more you present yourself as someone who wishes to keep me at bay, the more it signifies that you are increasingly drawn to me." "Drawn to you?" I was momentarily stunned, then a smile crept onto my face. Indeed, I confess I have developed feelings for you, and that I have long harbored such feelings. He had not anticipated my candor, and my admission left him momentarily speechless. But what of it? Sheng Jun, would you dare claim that you have not developed feelings for me, though I am unaware of your past before me? I am certain that after my arrival, you have known no other woman. While this may not signify much, it does convey one truth. I, Su Shubei, still hold some allure for you. Otherwise, you would not visit me in the late hours of the night. You claim it is for the sake of the child that perhaps it is not solely for that reason. I smiled faintly and spoke plainly. Sheng Jun's previously playful demeanor shifted instantaneously. He regarded me with a frigid gaze and inquired, "What do you wish to convey?" "What I wish to express is that we are alike in our sentiments." That I looked him in the eye and stated directly, "Yet matters of the heart are trivial in a world obsessed with fame and fortune. Love is merely a concoction of hormones born in unique circumstances." That I refuse to believe it, and I suspect you do as well. "You are mistaken. I do believe," he asserted with sudden conviction, only to retract moments later, adding, "I simply do not believe that love can occur in my life, nor that you, Su Shubei, could ever harbor feelings for me. You are a woman far more rational, cold-blooded, and ruthless than I. To my astonishment, our thoughts aligned surprisingly well. It was indeed peculiar. His words should have incited my anger, yet rather than feeling irate, I found myself experiencing an unprecedented sense of camaraderie. Over the years, I have seldom dreamed of my parents or grandmother. But on this, my first night in this place, they visited me in my dreams. Perhaps, like me, they too felt a sense of injustice, unwilling to accept their fates being so abruptly severed, reluctant to leave this world before savoring the joys of family life, and discontented to witness their only daughter enduring hardships alone for so many years, living in privilege. A faint, bitter smile graced Sheng Jun's face. That I truly wish I were. But what is apparent is not always the truth. Su Shubei, I have endured just as much as you have to reach this point. That I am aware that, at our core, you and I are essentially the same. Why should I disclose this to you? You are merely my partner in this venture. As for the secrets of my heart, I shall reserve those revelations for the woman I cherish most. He seized my hand, the light in his eyes both dazzling and cunning, and then uttered a phrase that sent a shiver through me, causing my heart to plummet. "And you are not." He evidently sensed the shift in my demeanor at that moment, and with a faint smile, he triumphantly remarked, "What is this? Are you still perturbed? Su Shubei, you must concede that, despite your insistence on disavowing the need for love, deep down, you yearn for me to fall for you. Do you not? Leave me be. I have no need for it." I vehemently denied it. Yet my rejection only elicited a greater laugh from him. However, this explosive sensation lasted merely 3 seconds. Moments later, I firmly pushed him away and calmly fastened the buttons of my shirt he had tugged at, saying coolly, "Do not tease me. It serves no purpose. You merely wish for me to admit my feelings for you. No. I simply relish the sight of your disingenuousness. Should you concede, it would lose its charm. Whether you admit it or not, I am entirely aware of your heart." He spoke with unwavering certainty, a tone that suggested he had me completely figured out. "Think as you wish." That I smiled faintly, retreating back into the warmth of my covers, leaving only my head exposed, my gaze serenely fixed upon him. In his natural state, devoid of makeup, he appeared particularly diminutive, exuding an aura of non-aggression, as pitifully endearing as a charming little white rabbit, evoking an irresistible urge within me. As he spoke, he swiftly leaned in, capturing my lips with an unrestrained, fervent kiss, the intensity of that passionate embrace, as if it had been eagerly awaited for an eternity, felt utterly intoxicating. Such was Sheng Jun, with his alluring charm and the sweetness of his kiss, truly captivating beyond measure. Perhaps it was because my heart had been laid bare before him that I desperately fought to maintain a semblance of composure, unwilling to grant him the satisfaction of his triumph. "What time is it?" I found myself inquiring, glancing up to see the clock on the wall indicating it was already past 3 in the morning. Dawn was imminent, and weariness enveloped me. His face bore the unmistakable signs of fatigue. "Would you allow me to lie here for just 10 minutes? Just 10 minutes, I pleaded. "After that, will you promise to leave?" I asked, skepticism lacing my words. However, seeing him yawn repeatedly, I found it difficult to refuse. No sooner had I uttered my request than he swiftly shed his clothing, leaving only his underwear, and deftly slid into my bed. "Hey. I began to speak, but the sound of his soft, steady breathing soon filled my ears. To my astonishment, I had succumbed to sleep in an instant. Yet, the sight of him slumbering was undeniably captivating. I couldn't help but prop my head up, gazing intently at his handsome visage for what felt like an eternity. Rarely does one encounter a man with such long, curled eyelashes, skin so delicate and fair, and hair that was as dark and soft as night. Lying there, his lips pressed tightly together, even in slumber, his brow was slightly furrowed, as if still burdened by countless concerns. Suddenly, he instinctively pulled me closer, pressing my head against his chest. His arms were strong, yet he remained deeply asleep, likely a natural reaction in his slumber. I listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for my earlier lack of restraint, questioning how I had allowed myself to become so emotionally vulnerable. 10 minutes had slipped away, and he had fully succumbed to a deep sleep, turning to embrace me in his arms, his hand effortlessly encircling my arm. I realized then that I had fallen into his trap. He had no intention of leaving that night. My mind was a tumultuous whirl of thoughts, both delightful and distressing, swirling chaotically as I unknowingly drifted off to sleep against his chest. The slumber was profoundly deep and satisfying. I lost track of time until I felt a subtle itch in a certain part of my body. Though the itch was faint, it was piercing, stirring me from my slumber, yet ensnaring me in a haze that I questioned whether I was still dreaming, and shifted my position. To my surprise, the sensation returned, sending ripples of anticipation through my body. In that liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, I found myself utterly lost, as if adrift in a tempestuous ocean, rising and falling with the tides. Later, when my body could no longer withstand that tingling sensation, I couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. In an instant, I felt my body filled with warmth. Thus began the sweet morning, with him behind me, leaning close to my ear, softly whispering, "Darling, do you like this way of waking you up?" In a room filled with charm. Until noon, the gentleman finally released me and, stretching lazily, remarked, "This is the latest I've ever gotten up in years. There's no need to micromanage everything. Some tasks can be delegated." I replied lightly, aware of the professional dynamics at play. The dress, slightly snug, revealed a hint of my belly when worn. I frowned slightly. I had indeed noticed that garment at first glance. It was custom designed for me by the esteemed tailor Jimmy from Hangzhou. Unfortunately, by the time it was completed, I had already conceived. Otherwise, I would have undoubtedly dazzled in it. What of it? The child you carry is nothing to be ashamed of. You should proudly display it, and let everyone know that it is my offspring. He directly retrieved the dress from the wardrobe, removing its protective dust cover, and approvingly stated, "Ah, this style is quite lovely, innovative and fashionable, simple yet elegant. It would be perfect for lunch today." When did I ever agree to have lunch with you? I was taken aback. It's already noon. If you're not dining with me, then who else? Hurry and change. I still have 2 hours to spend with you, he declared, opening my drawer and selecting a black bra from my collection, fastening it on me without hesitation, his movements as familiar as those of a husband. We had vowed to maintain some distance, yet in an instant, we had become intimately close again. Furrowing my brow, I allowed him to help me with my dress and zip it up from behind, subsequently pulling me in front of the mirror. I gazed at my reflection, though my abdomen was slightly rounded. The fabric of the dress draped gracefully, accentuating rather than concealing my pregnancy, exuding the charm of a mature woman. My long hair cascaded messily over my shoulders. My complexion was fresh, resembling a blissful woman post-marriage. I marveled at the transformation in the mirror, realizing that the sharp edges of my figure had softened over time. "How beautiful," he mused, folding his arms as he regarded me in the mirror. His towering stature emphasized my petite frame. "Cast aside those professional outfits. There is no need for heavy makeup anymore. Just a light touch will suffice. That is not for you to decide. You are not my keeper." I replied with a faint smile, neatly arranging my hair into an elegant bun. "I dislike your warrior-like appearance. A woman ought to embody gentleness." He promptly undid the bun I had just fashioned. Just as I was about to protest, he pressed down on my shoulders, saying, "Will you please listen to me this once? Give yourself 20 minutes to prepare. I shall wait for you in the living room." 20 minutes later, I still donned the attire of a professional office lady as I stepped out with him, his brow furrowed in evident dissatisfaction. "Tatsushube, must you be so obstinate?" he inquired as we sat in the Western restaurant. "I will not alter myself for anyone unless I am inclined to change on my own accord," I replied, calmly slicing into my steak. "Take me to the new factory area. I need to find Joey Hai. He mentioned he would be working there today." I stated matter-of-factly. "Very well. I am also headed that way," Shang Jun responded before rising to his feet. I silently followed him into the car, and he drove swiftly out of the city towards the new factory area. Perhaps having resumed his work mode, His expression regained its customary sternness, and he remained silent, wearing sunglasses as he sped along. His aloof demeanor instilled a sense of distance within me. This was truly him, unyielding as iron. Swift in action, such a man could harbor no room for emotional matters. His mind was preoccupied with far too many concerns. I too subdued my emotions, and upon reaching our destination, I was the first to exit the vehicle, heading eastward, while he moved westward with his briefcase in hand. Look, that's Sheng's fiancée, I overheard as I spotted her descending from Sheng's car. So, it is her. I had long heard of this woman. Formidable in her pursuits, targeting only the wealthiest of men. How cold and detached Sheng is. What woman could ever capture his attention? Just look at her. It is evident she harbors ulterior motives. That I wonder what it is about her that enchants Sheng. She is merely beautiful with a good figure. Nothing particularly exceptional. The new factory area had just been established, merging 3 companies, resulting in a significant increase in staff. With a larger crowd, gossip began to flourish. I caught snippets of various comments about me as I walked by, whispered behind my back yet distinctly audible to my ears. However, these remarks were far more benevolent compared to the slander I had previously endured. In the past, among these gossips, women would claim I was old and unattractive, merely knowing how to spread my legs, while men alleged I was cunning and only engaged in flirtatious antics instead of serious work. I smiled slightly and turned to face the group of women who had been whispering behind me, my gaze gradually hardening. They all froze, standing there in silence, staring at me. Noticing their youthful faces, I surmised they had recently graduated. Thus, I calmly inquired, "What are your names? Which department are you from? Please tell me one by one." They stood there, momentarily stunned, and from their expressions, I discerned they could not fully grasp the implications of my words. I swiftly turned and made my way to Zhou Yihai's office. Upon arriving, I addressed Zhou Yihai's secretary, saying, "Xiaochen, please issue a notice tomorrow stating that any employee discussing personal matters related to work during office hours will receive a formal warning. 3 violations will result in immediate dismissal." Xiaochen nodded vigorously, as she had observed her and several female colleagues gossiping animatedly before I entered, quickly falling silent upon my arrival. I pushed open the door to Zhou Yihai's office, only to inadvertently stumble upon a scene I should not have witnessed. Zhou Yihai was seated in his office, reveling in pleasure, while beneath his desk, a voluptuous woman was nestled. The look of indulgence on Zhou Yihai's face, coupled with the woman concealed by the desk, made it abundantly clear to me what was transpiring. The moment I opened the door, he erupted in fury. "Xiaochen, are you blind? I expressly instructed that no one is to enter without my permission." I paid him little mind, sashaying in my high heels to his desk, leaning in to catch a glimpse of the flustered woman beneath, and teasingly remarked, "Old Zhou, in broad daylight, your enthusiasm is quite palpable. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. It's Xu Bei. I thought it was Xiaochen. My apologies, my apologies. Hee, how embarrassing." Zhou Yihai immediately broke into a smile, discreetly zipping up his trousers as he rose from his chair. Affecting indifference, I turned and settled into the sofa area, and when I glanced back, the alluring woman had already stood up, her face flushed as she gazed at me. I observed that her face bore the hallmark of a social media influencer, and her ample bosom was undoubtedly the type Zhou Yihai would be drawn to. "Please step outside. Director Su and I have matters to discuss." Zhou Yihai hastily dismissed her, then approached me with a beaming smile. His expression was one of embarrassment, while I remained remarkably composed, pouring him a cup of tea. "Here, you've worked hard. Have some tea. All you do is tease me. Really. What brings you here at this hour?" Zhou Yihai chuckled, gradually regaining his composure. "I've come to work. I wanted to discuss the matter we spoke about last time," I replied with a smile, swiftly steering the conversation back on course. "I have already assigned a reliable person to gather information. Over the years, Su Chongqing has accumulated numerous adversaries. Our current objective is to identify those with genuine capability. How is the search progressing?" I inquired nonchalantly. "We're still looking, still gathering. There's no rush with this matter," Zhou Yihai replied. "Xu Bei, your priority should be your pregnancy. Everything else can wait, don't you think?" he said with a dismissive smile. My expression gradually shifted as I opened my bag, retrieving a list and placing it before him, stating, "Old Zhou, although I am with child, I cannot afford to delay what needs to be done. This is the list I have compiled. It seems to me that you have not exerted your full effort on this matter." The atmosphere shifted abruptly. Upon seeing my change in demeanor, Zhou Yihai wiped the sweat from his brow, looking at me with difficulty. "Well, Shu Bei, I see the current situation rather good. I've heard that your relationship with the Su family has improved. Why must we push them to the brink? Zhou Hai. I called out his full name, and upon hearing this, he froze, his expression cooling instantly. You can either collaborate with me, or I will forge my own path. Since you have the time to indulge in women, perhaps you should invest some effort in considering my words. My boldness in stating this today signified that I was thoroughly prepared. Upon concluding my words, I rose abruptly and fixed my gaze upon Zhou Hai, delivering my statement with a cold demeanor. Old Zhou, you are no longer the person you were 2 years ago. The current you lacks even the courage to take a gamble. As I sought the latest updates for flawless reading, I couldn't help but ponder the implications of my next words. Shu Bei, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that you intend to compete with me for resources? The moment the discussion turned to matters of interest, Zhou Hai's true nature swiftly emerged. His countenance bore unmistakable displeasure as he regarded me. Shu Bei, there are certain unpleasantries I must address up front. Do not think that just because you are currently the public relations director at Dongsun, and even if that status changes in the future, all resources and materials belonging to the company will still remain with it. I would prefer that our amicable relationship does not devolve into conflict one day. What do you say? His agitation caused the flesh on his face to tremble slightly, and I recognized that beneath his bravado lay a profound fear. Although my tenure with him has been less than 3 years, over half of Dongsun's current stature is attributable to my efforts. I possess a comprehensive understanding of the company's operational model. Should I choose to establish my own enterprise, particularly with the backing of Xingjun, his trepidation would be palpable. With a sardonic smile, I regarded him. Despite his evident agitation, I maintained an air of tranquility. Sitting before him with my arms crossed, calmly observing him before remarking, "It is precisely because I value our past that I am willing to relinquish such a significant advantage to you. However, should your ambitions prove insubstantial, I may have to take matters into my own hands. After all, Xingjun has expressed interest in facilitating my own company under the auspices of Shangshi. Moreover, do you know? It is rather fortuitous that you introduced me to Tai Feng that day. Not only did we hit it off instantly, but Tai Feng is also a close friend of my mother and is well versed in our family's past. He holds great affection for me and wishes to treat me as if I were his own daughter from this point forward." As I concluded my statements, Zhou Hai's complexion shifted from crimson to puce, and then to pallor. Disbelief etched upon his features as he inquired, "Is everything you said true?" Of course, not everything was entirely truthful. At least the notion that Xingjun intended to assist me in establishing a separate company was a fabrication of my own. However, aside from ourselves, the external world unanimously perceives our relationship as one of mutual affection, with the prospect of my becoming the future matriarch of Shangshi drawing near. Thus, I would do well to harness this favorable wind from Shangshi, ensuring that I capitalize on this illumination to its fullest extent. This message was sent to me by Tai Feng that if you suspect I am deceiving you, feel free to take a look. I was acutely aware of his meticulous nature. He would never act without a solid 7/10 confidence, nor would he take action unless he was nearly certain of success. His reluctance to disturb Su Chongqing stemmed from his assessment of his own odds, compounded by Dongsun's robust development over the past 2 years, which had led him to a state of complacency, preferring to consolidate rather than ascend further. I understood this well. With that, I unlocked my phone and displayed the message for him. It was a brief yet caring note from Tai Feng, sufficient to validate the current state of our relationship. Zhou Hai picked it up and examined it, and in that moment, an understanding dawned upon him. When he returned my phone, his gaze was particularly profound and meaningful, setting aside the fact that I am the prospective young mistress of the Sheng family, even if there were no future between Xingjun and myself. The child I carry, belonging to the Sheng family, will inevitably have intricate ties with them in the future. I am aware that your reluctance to act stems from a lingering sense of risk, fearing that I, Shu Bei, might thrust you into the spotlight, leaving you to bear the brunt of any ensuing turmoil. However, I wish to make it abundantly clear that I possess these 2 trump cards. If you do not take action, I shall either act independently or seek out a more suitable partner. In this world, where all are driven by profit, I firmly believe that with my eloquence and my current status, there will undoubtedly be individuals willing to collaborate with me. Observing that Zhou Hai was beginning to waver, I continued, "Shu Bei, I am aware that you are meticulous in thought and swift in action, qualities that might even surpass mine as a man. Yet, you have overlooked a crucial point. Why does Xingjun only acknowledge you as his legitimate girlfriend rather than his fiancée? Why does the Sheng family, while placing great emphasis on reputation, refrain from publicly announcing your engagement or hastily arranging a wedding before the child is born? Zhou Yihai squinted slightly, voicing his inner doubts. I smiled faintly, appearing entirely unfazed, and gestured for him to continue. Noticing my calm demeanor, his expression subtly shifted. He lifted his teacup for a sip before continuing. Though times have changed, the traditional values of China will not easily be altered. The Sheng family publicly announced your pregnancy merely to affirm the child's legitimacy within their lineage, yet I remain skeptical about your acceptance into the family. After all, the old patriarch has long held a preference for sons. If your child does not meet expectations, everything could change dramatically. If I were to tell you that my desire to marry into the Sheng family is of no concern to me, would you believe it? I met Zhou Yihai's shrewd gaze, then smiled confidently as I added, and if I were to inform you that Sheng Jun is indifferent to whether my child is a boy or a girl, would you believe that as well? Zhou Yihai's eyes darted in disbelief, and he shook his head. I concede that Sheng Jun possesses considerable ability and stands out among his peers, yet that alone is insufficient to rival the entire Sheng family. The enduring success of the Sheng family in Hangzhou does not rest upon individual heroism. Wait, Zhou Yihai said, sensing my intention to leave. His demeanor softened immediately as he grasped my arm. Please, don't rush off. Allow me to think this through. It's rare for you to visit the company. Let's have a proper discussion. There are numerous matters at the company that I would like to hear your insights on. Old Zhou, I replied. Given my nature, you should already understand me well that I never engage in ventures without certainty. Either I refrain from action, or when I do strike, it will be decisively lethal. If you still harbor doubts at this juncture, then my previous words have been in vain, and I feel that our collaboration thus far has been fruitless. I then settled back down, composed and serene, pouring myself a cup of tea. As I sipped, I remarked, you know quite well that given my qualifications upon graduation, I could have easily accepted numerous offers from prestigious companies. The reason I turned them all down and ultimately chose to be here is simply because you are an adversary of Su Changsheng. Yet, here you are now, swayed by a mere hint of favor from Su, and you've completely lost your bearings. The old Zhou I once knew was not like this. Zhou Yihai's face shifted from pale to flushed as he finally chuckled awkwardly. Admitting, I confess, I have indeed been a bit carried away recently. With a bit of money in hand, my previous drive has waned. All right then, no more criticism. I shall reflect upon this and provide you with a definitive answer within a week. I will reach out to each individual on your list and cultivate our relationships. It is not enough to merely foster connections. You must also orchestrate some spectacle, perhaps establish an industry association or the like, so that we can unite over shared interests and collectively pressure the Su family, resisting their dominance. I added. Rest assured, these matters are my forte. You needn't worry, Zhou Yihai replied with a reassuring smile. Now that you're expecting, focus on taking care of yourself and your health. Worrying excessively will only hasten the aging process. A friend of mine has sent over several boxes of imported bird's nest, which I shall gift to you. Prioritize your well-being. He smiled as he opened the safe, presenting a beautifully packaged box of bird's nest before me. We continued our conversation for another half hour, finally reaching a preliminary consensus, allowing my previously anxious heart to slowly ease. Although I had pressured him, I understood that Zhou Yihai was the optimal choice. If he were to decline, the situation would become far more challenging than I had anticipated. For reasons unknown, my pregnancy had rendered me particularly drowsy, and I slept soundly until midday the following day. I awoke to the sound of my door being forcefully breached. By the time I sat up, my door lay shattered before me, with two bodyguards standing solemnly on either side, axes in hand, while Sheng Jun, clad in a deep blue suit, glowered at me from the center. What is the meaning of this? I rubbed my eyes, bewildered by the scene before me. Please leave for now. I'll have someone come to replace the door this aft. I believe this is a suitable course of action. If you refuse to allow me entry, I shall simply arrange for surveillance installation. In this manner, whether you are alive or dead, every movement of yours shall be known to me. I gazed at him in utter disbelief and instinctively reached out to touch his forehead. Perplexed as I remarked, you do not have a fever. So what on earth is causing this erratic behavior? At this rate, you might need to consult a psychologist. Get lost, he bellowed at me, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he said.